Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 61, Chapter 060, Power Brawl. Chapter Start. Sitting in the back of a fully armored SUV, Law idly taps the armrest and nods along to the soft hum of music. The windows were blacked out from both sides, making it impossible to know where you were being taken. All cellular signals were blocked the moment the door shut behind him, and the divider between him and the drivers was up the entire time. Without his particular quirk, he would have had no idea that he was currently being taken through a tunnel beneath Mt. Tanzawa, just outside of Tokyo to the southwest. This was the standard procedure for all of Guild's events, hosted in a multitude of massive private and secret facilities across Japan. While he didn't have the same level of efficiency in construction or wealth as Nizu, Girl could undoubtedly get the job done over a few years by bribing the right people. And with the wealth of investors and clients he has, hollowing out part of a mountain isn't the most complicated matter. Feeling the vehicle stop for a moment, Law then notices them moving up a cargo elevator, at least 20 stories. Room. His room spreads out for 1 kilometer in every direction, giving him a full map of the tunnel system, a sonar map of all the other guests and vehicles, and even a full display of the massive octagon he was currently being taken to. As the elevator stops, the vehicle drives for a few seconds before the door opens on its own, prompting him to step out. And the moment he does, he sees Guild Tesoro, the greatest underground showman in Japan. Standing at 2.5 meters tall, 8 feet 2, absolutely towering over Law and even making All Might look small. Slicked back long blonde hair with shades atop his head, and wide muscular shoulders, all wrapped in a pink suit with gold accents and a white undershirt. 10 golden rings on his fingers and countless other accessories adorning him. His presence could not be missed, especially when standing next to Law, currently wearing a black suit with a gold undershirt, the Matani estate logo on each shoulder, his shoulder tattoo of intricate hearts dash. Always the last to arrive eh? Guild shakes his head as he gestures for Law to follow him. Now walking through a luxurious hallway, completely unbefitting of what should otherwise be a service entrance. Well, I've still got a few minutes before the first fight, plus I figure since I'm putting up the cash for the prize and keeping the lights on for tonight, they wouldn't mind waiting a few minutes, Law shrugs. True, my usual sponsor got here early as usual, and he's always the last to leave. Guess you wealthy people have that in common. Guild chuckles as they enter Law's private booth. A massive viewing room with a red carpeted floor. A private bar with a gorgeous woman behind the counter, and a slew of illegal drugs off to the side on a trolley. One-way glass walls separate them from the octagonal ring below, and hundreds of people in comfortable seats below surround the ring. All dressed immaculately, enjoying alcohol and any other vice they wish, some more focused on using the screen built into the chairs to start placing bets and reading the odds. Law sees a couch closer to the glass with a few scantily clad women enjoying drinks on it, and one pats the spot between them, giving him a sultry look. He only shoots Guild an accusatory glance. What? Guild shrugs. You pay top shelf, you get the full Guild Tesoro experience. Well, might as well get my money's worth. That's the spirit. Guild gives him a light pat on the back, which nearly palms his entire back. And some of these people are dying to meet the mysterious sponsor. This is a good chance for you to kick open some doors and invest in whatever schemes they have going. My investment company is maxed out on capital right now, Law says, keeping his cover of a young genius investor intact. Maybe after I cash in next year. Well, I'm sure they'll remember this night, nothing like rum, drugs, and whores to make friends over. Don't remind me, Law groans. Guild just laughs and begins walking away. Just tell the bartender if you need anything, and that includes her, and try to enjoy the show. You're paying for it after all, he calls out over his shoulder while leaving the room. Law considers it for a moment, the looks between the bartender and ladies on the couch, all magazine-worthy, then back to the bartender. I'll have a martini, dry. He ordered before sitting with his temporary companions. He tunes them out for a minute and focuses on the crowd. Politicians, big business types, judges. Must have taken some damn good bribes to be able to afford a ticket to this, hell to even get an invite. Law sits back as Guild enters the ring by being raised on a platform in the middle of it, 3 mics floating round him, solid gold. His quirk, gold manipulation, it allows him to meld and shape any gold he touches for up to 10 minutes after touching it. Since he can't generate the substance, however, finding a use for it is rare, but he quickly became a world-class jeweler before getting busted for illegal quirk use. But now he's 26, and he runs events like this as Japan's best underground showman. After being arrested for such an illegal quirk use, it's difficult to find a job in Japan that will trust you enough to allow you to start building credibility, but he still does love making jewelry, hence him making Law's current favorite black and gold watch and gifting it to him. A peace offering for their first meeting, a fight involving some whores, cocaine, alcohol, and a lot of ice cream. Law cringes at that particular memory as the bartender plops down in his lap and leans back against him, raising his martini to his lips. Time to enjoy the show. Welcome everyone. Guild starts his announcement, earning a round of cheers from the audience. I'd say, I hope you're having a good day, but if you can afford to be here you're certainly doing better than most, and you're about to have one hell of a night. Well, tonight we've got one hell of an event for you. Tonight's sponsor wants bloody brawls, no fancy tricks, just muscles, knuckles, and blood. The crowd goes wild, and Guild smiles at all the rich people and their boring lives, excited to see people kill each other. Normally the prize is decided by how much you all paid to get in here, but tonight is a bit different. The pot was decided weeks ago. That's right, one person is bankrolling it, and I think we can all agree the fighters are gonna be fighting extra hard tonight. The screens above the ring show a 32-fighter tournament bracket, 4 stages then the finals. That's right, 32 fighters, 1 champion, but this isn't winner take all, we want everyone doing their best in every stage. Every fighter has a wallet, and that wallet, at this very moment, has $500,000 in it. Every win adds exactly $1 million. It takes 4 wins to get to the finals, that $4.5 million, to do whatever you want it. The crowd falls silent, everyone suddenly realizing that this was almost 5 times the usual grand prize that fighters get at these events. Many people move to shift their bets, now knowing people will be fighting extra hard for that kind of life-changing money. And the grand prize? Guild smiles wickedly, he could almost see the crowd falling off the edge of their seat as the tension builds. The winner of the entire tournament, their wallet doesn't go to $5.5 million, but $50 million. That's $50 million in untraceable cash, without taxes of course, because you all know what we say about taxes here, right? He hears a chorus of laughter from the crowd. Taxes are for. He lifts his mic to the crowd, poor people, they all yell in unison. Ha ha ha, now who's ready to see some blood? The crowd goes wild once again, and Law enjoys his drinks and company as he sits back and waits for the carnage to unfold. Ready to watch some power types brawl it out and kill each other, all to get a better and more up-close understanding of the mistakes they usually make while fighting. If he wants to shift his combat style a bit then he'd need experience, and this is just a way to fast-track that. Plus he's always looking for new and creative ideas. As the first match is beginning, Law sees what looks to be a simple strength enhancer enter the ring with a guy that has a strange quirk that generates extra muscle fibers across his body. Gross, was his only thought, and the lady sitting atop and beside him reel back in disgust. But luckily for them, that particular individual would only win this round, because Muscular is a big fish in a little pond, while Guild was able to cast a large international net with the cash prize Law offered. Opening his room one more time, Law does another scan of the entire arena, not sensing anything weird, and he recognizes everyone in the other VIP booths, so he simply closes the room and enjoys his night. However, on the top level with Law's booth are a few others, only 8, 1 for each side of the ring. But in one of the rooms directly opposite him is a large man wearing a simple suit, not currently connected to any lift support systems, sitting on a large chair alone. A black industrial mask covering his head. All for One, the usual sponsor of these events, purely to scout unique and useful quirks, this time simply getting to be a guest and save some of his money, enjoying the show. He always arrives first to take a look at the list of fighters, and always waits until everyone else leaves before getting more hands-on with the fighters. Because of this, he's fortunate that Law wouldn't sense anything off, not that his room was currently active, but for later when Kurogiri opens a warp gate to retrieve his master. The Demon Lord sits and enjoys the show, while the future symbol of peace does the exact same. So close to meeting, but yet so ignorant of the negligible distance between them. But fortunately for all the otherwise defenseless spectators, and the currently unarmed Law, their meeting was nearly 3 months away, near the end of July. When Horizon and All for One would finally meet, and the fate of the world will rest in a simple contract. End chapter. Just curious, I got done with chapter 90 a few hours ago and that means I'm officially writing the December chapters right now. By then how far into the MHA timeline do you think we'll be? Chapter 62, Chapter 061, State of Oppression. Chapter start. Why did I make this meeting so fucking early? Horizon thinks as he struggles to stay awake, sitting in a comfortable leather chair, wearing his full hero costume, minus the sword of course. Currently, he is in Tokyo, Detnerat headquarters. He is sitting on his chair with a small coffee table between him and the other chair, looking out over Tokyo through the wall of massive windows on the top floor of this 40-story building. Behind him wash a large desk and a more formal setup, the entire far wall consumed by a well-stocked bookshelf. The 9 a.m. sun was finally getting comfortable in the sky, keeping Horizon awake as he stretches and yawns. Where does Guild even find those girls, fucking animals, he thinks with a small and tired smile on his lips, completely hidden beneath the visor. Hearing a click behind him he stands up and turns around to see the massive double doors open, and in walks Rukia Yasubashi, the CEO and founder of Detnerat. Or as the members of his Meta Liberation Army know him, Redestro. A villain plotting the downfall of the oppressive Quirk society that most people are content with. Mr. Yatsubashi, Horizon greets the men, giving him a firm handshake. The man was of a muscular build beneath his black suit, white stripes running vertically along it. Standing at 6 feet 182 cm tall, wearing a green tie and light green undershirt. His hair was orange and receding with a prominent widow's peak, exposing 2 small moles on the left side of his forehead. The support item genius who founded Detnerat, for the Meta Liberation Army to take a more prominent role in society and equip themselves. Under the guise of making lifestyle support items to accommodate the variety of needs caused by certain quirks, all while quietly making weapons for villains and their members alike. Horizon, it's a pleasure to meet you, Yatsubashi says, quickly breaking the handshake. And please, call me Rikiya, I am hoping for this to be the start of a long and prosperous friendship. Well, I certainly hope so as well, Rikiya. Rikiya directs Horizon back to his seat and both men get comfortable looking out over the city. Are you sure I can't have my assistant get you anything, maybe some tea? No, I'm quite fine, but I am very curious about why you asked for a meeting rather than simply making the delivery, Horizon says. Ah, just as I assumed, you wouldn't want to waste time, we're both quite busy from what I understand. Rikiya leans back and reaches into his jacket, taking out what appears to be a candy bar. A sleek white wrapper with Horizon's blue logo in the middle of it, nothing else on the package. Horizon takes it and feels the weight of the bar in his hand, as large as a chocolate bar that only had 4 blocks, but almost as heavy as a small bottle of water. It's even smaller than I expected, Horizon says, fiddling with it in his hand. We managed to get the formula you requested down to half the expected size, but, legally I must advise against consuming an entire one of these bars within 48 hours, and the deal you signed also specified that these are not for resale, only personal use. If a child ate one of these it could literally kill them. I'll keep them on high shelves, Horizon chuckles. You never specified exactly what these are for, Rikiya mentions. Does your quirk need a fuel to trigger it perhaps? No, I just got really sick of having to eat 8 meals a day to bulk up, it made me start to hate food. This will solve that problem. Oh, that's not what I expected. Either way, the first 3 shipments have been sent to UA. Rikiya just relaxes in his chair as Horizon puts away the bar. Well, I'm sure you can afford it, but does UA not provide these services through their legendary support department? Not to these specifications, Horizon says. If you want something simple like sugar pills they can handle that, but they don't cook or process food. Any quirk that needs to eat a lot is generally left to figure it out themselves. That makes sense since it's students working on the gear of other students, Rikiya says. But you are quite far ahead of the others, your website went online and is already causing a bit of a stir. Horizon chuckles at that. People really got so surprised that I opened a website to sell merchandise, they act like you need a hero license to do that. Once you aren't falsely advertising yourself as a hero it's fine, just trademark yourself and build a brand. People are also upset that you're undercutting their prices, Rikiya points out. Well, I've got the money to afford it. I don't care about profits, just building the Horizon brand. A short and oddly comfortable silence befalls the room as Rikiya leans forward, nodding quietly as he finds his words, knowing the next few moments could either guarantee absolute victory for his movement, or completely destroy it. A once-in-a-lifetime chance to sway a mystery class to their side. May I ask a more personal question? Rikiya asks politely. I assume that's why you wanted to meet in person. I hope you aren't going to offer me a support item sponsorship. I'm not really allowed to use outside stuff while studying at UA. Horizon taps the side of his visor. No, the last this I need is Nisu destroying my company. But, I will admit now that your public file is no longer hidden, very sparse but still public to companies like mine. I do have some people very excited to make a better version of your visor, maybe one that's a bit smaller while still keeping you alive, Rikiya suggests. I prefer this style, but thanks for the offer, Horizon says, playing along with the info on his public file that his visor was a lifestyle support item, making it illegal for any authority in any country to force him to remove it. Well, if you change your mind, you have my number, but now I'd like to ask a more serious question. I'm listening. Rikiya pauses for a moment, feeling his heart rate steadily increase before he takes a deep breath and calms down a bit. How do you feel about people not being able to use their quirks freely? I have a theory that you're becoming a hero partly so that you may legally warp about, otherwise quirk use is illegal without a hero license. Do you have any opinion on that legal system? Well, that's a bit complicated. How so? Rikiya asks, leaning forward to listen carefully. Well, on one hand, yeah, I think people should be able to use their quirks. It's kinda like a few hundred years ago when people weren't allowed to be openly gay, right? Quirks are part of you that you can't deny and should be free to express. Right, exactly. But Horizon gestures to the city. If someone is gay they don't develop possibly city-destroying abilities, they're still just a regular person. So on one hand, sure it'd be great if people could just be themselves in regards to quirks, but on the other hand, anyone who thinks there shouldn't be any quirk regulations clearly underestimates how stupid the average person really is. People can't be trusted to use power responsibly, they need a rigid rule structure or else everything will quickly devolve into chaos. And in the cases of quirks, everyone has to be held down the same way unless they have a license, because if we say something like, harmless quirks can be used freely but offensive quirks can't be, then that's a whole other discrimination problem, and that's how current society makes villains. By putting stupid hero-villain labels on everything. For every person that gets to freely fly around the sky, you've got to consider some idiot with a fire quirk accidentally burning down a house. It's best for everyone if nobody but the pros can use quirks. Rikiya sits back and taps his chin, considering Horizon's words very carefully. At least on the outside he was, internally he was absolutely outraged that Horizon would agree with the government, now knowing that this future pro would likely be the greatest threat to their revolution. And how do you treat unauthorized quirk use? Rikiya asks. Just between us, generally if you aren't causing a commotion or bothering people, I don't really care, but, Horizon raises his hand to halt Rikiya's response. But, I'm only one person, if I take that stance it's one thing, but if the government takes that stance it will cause chaos. Plus honestly since I'm gonna be a hero I should be more strict with the laws, give people an inch and they'll take a mile and all that, he shrugs. Rikiya considers how to best use this information to push the agenda of his movement, and the gears finally click into place. Horizon is building a brand. He's not afraid to speak his mind. Legally he's essentially untouchable. And he has strong beliefs that he will gladly tell people about, all he needs is a few cameras on him. I see, and would you be willing to speak openly about the points you just made, regaining quirk use, and the statement you made about society creating villains? Huh. Well, have you heard of Chitose Kazuki? Rikiya asks. President of Shueisha, obsessive journalist, impossible hot blue lady, yeah, Horizon sees Rikiya's brow twitch slightly at that last descriptor. Oh, and the secret girlfriend of Rikiya Yatsubashi. I can get you an interview with her, Rikiya says, completely ignoring the last insinuation. She'd love to have you on her talk show and it would help to build your brand. I can't imagine it will be easy to build any hero reputation before you get your provisional license next year. Horizon considers it for a moment, knowing an interview with her would put more eyes on him, good or bad he just needed people watching him. Can the interview be at the start of summer? I'm sure she won't mind, although I don't, Rikiya pauses, then sighs, feeling like an idiot. Because you'll have your provisional license after June. He mutters. I'm already better than most pros, why waste time when I could be helping people? Horizon shrugs, chuckling quietly as Rikiya shakes his head. I'll have her call you, assuming it's alright if I give her your number. Pretty ladies are always welcomed. Horizon sees Rikiya give him an annoyed look. I'm kidding, I won't flirt with your girl, not like I could do anything even if I wanted to. Horizon raises his gloved hand to tap the side of his visor. Oh, right, Rikiya gives him a sympathetic look, unable to imagine what it must be like to always wear that visor and body glove. According to Horizon's file they were both needed for him to properly function. Beep beep beep. Rikiya's phone immediately goes off before the conversation can get started again. Taking it out he gives Horizon an apologetic look. I'm sorry but something has come up at the lab, I'll have to cut our meeting short. Both men rise and Horizon gives him a polite handshake. It was a pleasure meeting you. Well if you ever want to set up another meeting you have my number, Rikiya says, and please just call if you need a different flavor for the meal bars. Will do. Shambles. Horizon disappears from the office, and swaps for one of his metal cards before the two disappears. Rikiya grits his teeth at that and begins walking out of his office toward his research lab, taking out his phone and calling Chitose, or as the Meta Liberation Army know her, the villain and head of their public relations and propaganda department, Curious, the queen of their army. Before the first ring can finish she answers. Rikiya. Her cheerful and excited voice flows through the phone. What's going on? I just got you an interview with Mr. Miracle himself. Rikiya immediately pulls the phone away from his ear before her excited screech can start. When? She asks after settling down. July, he wants to get his provisional license first, of course this is all to be kept quiet. I know that, obviously, he can just feel her eye roll through the phone at this point. Did you get a number? Yes, but you won't be getting it, I can't trust you not to get excited and badger him with questions. Will you give it to Skeptic to track it, maybe bug his phone, she asks. Absolutely not, Rikiya says. I had Skeptic do a very light check on the number, it flows through Swiss Vault. Oh, Nizu's security program. Curious mutters. Well anyway, what's he like, did he agree with us? Not exactly. He doesn't particularly care about abiding by the laws of this oppressive society, he even uses his quirk to warp about, but he also doesn't care about the people who, unlike him, aren't above the law. The people like us who live without being able to fully express what makes us special. So he's a selfish jerk, Curious says. Essentially, yes. But he does have some opinions about this society and hero-centric culture that we can certainly use to stir up the people. Oh, that's good, what about his quirk, did you get anything about that? I decided to not push my luck and ask, Rikia sighs. Being what is technically a villain sitting across from one of the most powerful people on the planet that is clearly itching for a chance to make a name for himself as a hero, that was stressful enough. The last thing I need is him being suspicious of me poking around at his quirk. But you could have just taken him out there, right, if you were that stressed out, yes. Rikia stops walking, considers it, shakes his head, then keeps walking. My quirk converts stress into power, but there isn't enough stress in the world to beat him, but I do believe with the right incentive he can be swayed to our side. But what can we offer someone like that? That's what we need to figure out, but he certainly doesn't seem like one of those golden-hearted heroic types. He clearly wants to be famous and influential. He has some hidden motive. But is it worth the risk? He is super dangerous after all, Curious mutters quietly, not liking the idea of having to fight Horizon. Yeah, it's worth it, because it's Horizon, he's invincible. End chapter. Chapter 63, Chapter 062, Legacy and Grief. Chapter start. These things are a lifesaver, Horizon says, standing in his Musutifu apartment watching the rain beat down on the city, including UA off in the distance. In his hands are 3 of his custom meal bars, which he carefully places into his jacket pocket. The thousands he bought were already scanned for anything suspicious before he brought them into this property for storage. Room. Shambles. He suddenly appears in his seat, only a few classmates quietly chattering about, not even batting an eye as he warps his card back into his hand and puts it away. He immediately shrinks his room down from a 5 kilometers radius to 20 meters, just enough to know when Eraser was close. Behind him, Momo was reading a book, quietly enjoying her morning and waiting for class to start. At the very back of the room stood Siro and Tokoyami with a few other classmates. He could hear them excitedly talking about people recognizing them from the sports festival 3 days ago. And in her seat closer to the front, Jiro was listening to music, her earphone jack plugged into her phone. But all the chatter suddenly stopped the moment Ida entered the room, Deku 1 step behind him. Horizon spared him a glance before leaning back and ignoring him, but most of the students got up from what they were doing to give their condolences. Over the past 2 days, Ingenium had been on every news channel. It would be impossible not to know about his death by now. Their first taste of what they truly risk by becoming a hero. Listening in on the conversation, Horizon hears Ida's cheerful responses, telling his classmates that he'll be alright no matter how many times they asked, and he doesn't think anything of Ida's responses. Eraser is coming, Horizon announces, and everyone scatters back to their seats immediately, sitting quietly and waiting for their teacher. Room. He shuts off his quirk and leans back, expecting to fall asleep during math class this morning. Thus far he slept through almost every single class that wasn't geared toward heroics. He even sleeps through Midnight's History of Heroics classes, and since UA doesn't grade the hero course students on class work, he doesn't bother with in-class work. To compensate for the life of their hero course students, UA doesn't give any kind of project or group projects to them, or grades on classwork, only exams. This is entirely because students will likely be getting provisional licenses and have to take days out of their school week to do hero work. Missing classwork would be unavoidable, so everything is staked on the exams instead. Because of this, everything you need to pass the mid and end of semester exams is in the textbooks, and since those exams are all that matters, and Horizon has already read the books, he can sleep all he wants in class. Only the afternoon classes would even need his attention, so until lunchtime he can just relax. Thus far only Mike keeps waking him up, and that's almost entirely because of how loud the man can be when he's teaching. Good morning, class, Eraser says in a tired voice, hearing a chorus of polite responses from most of the students. Unlike his usual walk to the front podium, this time he turns to glance at Ida, seeing the boy as studious as even he just gives him a short sympathetic look before continuing on. So by now I'm sure most of you have had to deal with the public, Eraser says. UA gives many advantages, this is one of them. Every department is about either training heroes, supporting heroes, or teaching people to manage heroes, but this has caused the effect of us having all eyes on our hero course students. Because of this, students tend to get famous before going pro if they really stand out, and since your class is already more famous than most hero students, some more than others, he glances at Horizon and Todoroki. I'm sure you've had to deal with people wanting to talk to you or get pictures. He sees most of the class nod, either having people they know call them or dealing with fans while traveling to school this morning. Well, how you deal with this is important. Having your identity out there can be good to build a legacy or fan base, but privacy is also valuable. In a society of celebrity heroes, most people just lean into the fame side of things. Whatever you choose, just think very carefully before you commit. You can't be officially listed until you get a provisional license and completely the 3-year probation period with it. At that point you could completely reinvent yourself, but remember, some things you just won't be able to hide or bury, so your careers have already begun. Many students nod along nervously, genuinely never having considered these things before, still committed to being celebrity heroes, because that's just how most pros do it. And most of the top 10 pros, with the exception of Hawks, All Might, and Yoroi Musha, have public identities. Not to mention that only Yoroi Musha has a proper mask, the other two have their face exposed and are in their hero person 24/7 before All Might got injured. But Yoroi Musha is literally known as the senior citizen hero, so of course most people think he's old-fashioned for separating hero and personal life. After a few more minutes of talking from Eraser, Ectoplasm politely knocks on the door and opens it, ready to begin their day with an intense math class, or in Horizon's case, nap time. 9:15 a.m. Hearing the bell, Horizon wakes up and stretches, sitting up in his chair just in time to see Ectoplasm leave the room and everyone getting up, ready to do whatever it is they do during recess. Hey Horizon, Zero gets his attention. Since it's still raining, are you coming to the cafeteria with us? Can't imagine you'd want to go up on the roof in this weather. Sure, he says. Normally he'd have to go force down an entire meal shake at this time, but thankfully that isn't the case anymore. Actually, I was hoping to speak to you about something. Ida interrupts them, leaving Deku and Uraraka to approach Horizon. Privately if possible. Horizon just sighs and nods, turning in his chair to face the walkway. Zero smiles awkwardly and quickly moves to catch up to Tokoyami, Momo, Jiro, and Shoji, who were waiting at the door for him and Horizon. A few seconds later and only Ida and Horizon were in the room. Ida carefully takes a seat on Tokoyami's chair and swivels to look at Horizon, hands in his lap and a complicated expression on his face. Okay, what do you want? Horizon asks. I assume you heard the news about my brother. Yeah, Stain got him, Horizon says casually. I'm a doctor, but not the therapy kind, if that's what you're looking for. Well, actually, I'd like to know how you do it. Do what? Ida takes a deep breath and slouches slightly. For the first time Horizon sees him not being stiff as a board. At the sports festival, you spoke freely about how you lost your parents, that you're alone in the world, but you're still moving forward. My brother was the most important person to me. I'm not like you. I still have my parents, but it still feels all hollow without him. How did you fix that? How did you keep going when it felt like part of you was missing? That's actually easy, Horizon says, causing Ida to look at him in surprise. You don't fix it. What? You don't fix it, because you can't. Horizon's voice becomes surprisingly gentle as he continues, every day it will hurt, and it'll never stop, no matter how many people tell you it will get better, it doesn't. But you grow, and the more you grow the smaller that hole in your chest seems in comparison. It doesn't stop hurting, you just get bigger and stronger so the pain seems like less, but it will always be there, at least that's my experience with it. Ida looks down at the floor between them, letting his words sink in, realizing that maybe he wasn't crazy for thinking that he'd never be able to move on from this as he'd read about. But what if Stain is still out there? Ida asks, looking up at Horizon. What do you mean? Well, what if I can't let that fact go, that the monster that killed my brother, that killed a true hero, is still out there and will kill more people? Ida grits his teeth, a look of fury on his face. What if I need to know that he will never do this again, not to anyone? Horizon sighs and shakes his head. Look, I don't really believe in revenge for things like this. I mean, your brother was a pro hero, this is the risk of the business. You can't get mad when someone trains and signs up to fight killers every day, then one killer gets lucky. You expect me to just let it go? No, but I expect you to understand the risks and consequences of actions. You can't act surprised when a soldier gets shot just because he was your brother. Heroes die every day, that's the job, that's literally what all the government propaganda convinces people to do. Why should it be any different just because it's someone you love? But my brother was a good person, Ida argues. Horizon rolls his eyes beneath the visor. The world doesn't really care about that, but I can see you're too invested to think about this logically, so how about this? What's your plan? Ida looks confused, not sure where this is going. My plan? Yeah, you seem like you have one, probably a stupid one. I don't think I should tell you. If you tell me, I promise I'll keep it between us, no matter what, Horizon says. It's a contract between us, and I never break a contract. Ida looks at him skeptically, but decides to trust Horizon. He's never once seen him be dishonest, and he does value his opinion very highly. I'm going to kill Stain, Ida says, a look of rage flashing across his face at the thought. I figured, since I promised I would keep this between us, then I won't report it, not that I would either way. What you want to do with your life isn't my problem, once I'm not there it can't bite me in the ass, Horizon shrugs. Ida looks taken aback at this. He was expecting a lecture on how wrong killing was, that's what any other hero course student would do at the very least, but Horizon barely bats an eye at his plan. Thank you for understanding, Ida says. Okay, but let's play the scenario out, Horizon says. Are you gonna wait until you get a provisional license? I can't wait for that, Ida says. Okay, so illegal quirk use, that's grounds to get you expelled if it's done to intentionally harm or kill someone. Basically anything but an absolute emergency, or if a pro hero gives you permission to engage while you're working under them, that's technically not legal, but once you don't get hurt nobody would cause a fuss. But they'll never let you actually fight a villain before you get your license, so you'd have to go solo. And the cops will immediately know you went after Stain because of the obvious motive. So bye-bye hero career. But all of this is assuming you get caught or someone interrupts the fight, which is super likely since Stain only hunts in the abandoned edges of big populated cities. If you don't get caught it's all fine, well, if you live, which you won't. But no, Horizon interrupts him. No way around it, he will kill you. He's killed dozens of pro heroes, including your brother who has the same quirk as you, but with an extra 15 years of experience and probably more power. Do you really think you can kill someone that your brother couldn't? Ida just deflates, falling into silence for a tense moment as he quickly comes to the same conclusions as Horizon, but then he gets an insane idea. What if you help me? Ida asks. No, not worth the risk of getting expelled. But he's killed dozens of people, including my brother. Think of all the people we'd be saving, Ida pleads. Not my people, not my problem, Horizon says. All that matters is my contract with Nizu, and I'm not fucking it up for anything, especially for some revenge crap. Leave me out of it. Ida just sits there for a moment, then eventually agrees. You're right, this is my fight, not yours. I'm the one who inherited his ingenium name, I should be the one to avenge him, to prove that I'm worthy, for Sensei. Whatever, just leave me out of it, and if anyone asks I didn't know anything, Horizon says in a serious tone. Because I promise if you tell anyone about this conversation, they'll never find any of your pieces. A single bead of sweat rolls down Ida's face as he nods stiffly. And a moment later the bell rings as everyone begins flooding back into class. End chapter. Chapter 64, Chapter 063, Life as Horizon. Chapter start. Sitting in UA's cafeteria, Horizon is at a corner table. At the end of one row, 5 seats on each side, he's beside the large glass wall separating them from the pelting rain that's still pouring outside. The cafeteria was bustling with excitement as everyone gets lunch. Unable to go outside to eat, the building was even more full than usual. Many people notice Horizon sitting alone at a table that seats 10 people but wisely decide not to approach him, either understanding that he was waiting for his classmates, or simply not bold enough to interact with him. At the moment he was staring outside at the rain, sitting in peaceful silence, ignoring the table 2 rows away filled with girls that were not so subtly staring and giggling at him. What they could never realize was the little game he was playing to pass the time. UA's entire main building was currently within a room, 500 meters wide. And Horizon was straining his mind, focused and locked onto one single raindrop. Even among the pelting rain and harsh winds, he focuses on the single raindrop, constantly maintaining skin on it, and every time it's about to hit the floor. Shambles. It swaps with another at the top of the room. Exercises like these were by far the most difficult and exhausting, focusing on something so small for that long. Like visually trying to track one needly in a wave of identical needles as they all fall from the sky. After 5 minutes of this, he can feel himself getting slightly tired, his brain demanding more and more energy by the second. Beneath his visor his eyes were closed, forehead wrinkled as he ignored the sudden grumbling of his stomach, pushing his stamina limit again and again. Enjoying the rain. Momo's gentle voice snaps him out of his trance. He immediately deactivates his quirk and turns his attention to the mob of his classmates. With Horizon to the far right of the table as they all take their seats, food and trays in hand. Siro sits to his left, with Tokoyami, Shoji, and Ojiro beside them. Opposite him is Momo, Jiru beside her, followed by Aoyama and Koda. I guess if Tail Boy and Frenchie are this close to me there must not be any seats left, whatever, Horizon doesn't pay much mind to it. Thanks for saving us a table, man, this place is packed, Siro says before he starts eating, only to notice that Horizon didn't have anything in front of him. You gonna eat anything? Yeah, I've got it. Horizon pulls out one of his meal bars, a plain white candy bar item with his logo in blue on the front. You have your own candy bar? Momo asks, raising a brow at the item. Not a candy bar, a meal bar, Horizon sighs. I've had a weird journey with food over the past year, and now this is where I'm at. The entire table cranes forward as he raises his hand and flicks his fingers upward. The bottom of his visor reveals the previously invisible seam and slides up, just barely enough to reveal his mouth as he eats what looks like a regular granola bar made of 4 blocks. That's not what I was expecting, Jiro mutters aloud. Your mouth is all normal. What did you expect? Like, maybe no face at all. Same here, Siro says. Well, sorry to disappoint, but I'm pretty good looking, not that you'd even see it. Momo swallows a bit of rice and gives Horizon's meal bar a curious look. Is that perhaps needed to fuel your quirk? Much in the same way I need to eat a lot of fats for mine. Not really, but kinda. How does it fit into this great food journey from earlier? Tokoyami asks. Horizon takes another bite, eating the 3rd block of his meal bar before speaking. Well, about a year ago when I lost my parents I met Nizu after that. The casual manner in which he mentions such events startles everyone just a bit. He gave me an offer to join UA and helped me set up my business. Suddenly I've got all the money in the world, buying everything I could want and eating my favorite foods for every meal, made by pro chefs, but after a month I was sick of it. But that sounds incredible, Aoyama says. A truly luxurious life, truly magnifique. Horizon pauses, then looks at Aoyama, and speaks in perfect French. So are you actually French or just playing it up for attention? The entire table freezes, and Aoyama has no idea what Horizon just said. Figured as much, he finishes his meal bar and returns to his story. So anyway, I realized that half the fun for me was actually cooking. Like since I was 4, my dad and I cooked almost every meal together. My mom would have to travel a lot for work, so it was just us most of the time. It was kind of our thing, well, that and operating on people. I was missing that, so instead of hiring a chef, I just buy property wherever I'm traveling to, have it stocked when I get there, and take it easy with cooking. This was all good until USJ. The villains ruined your diet? Jiro asks skeptically. Pretty much. After dealing with the USJ Nomo, I realized that my quirk is really strong, but eventually I'll come face to face with a problem that I don't have an answer to. It's an eventuality in a world of superpowers, even for me. So eating helps you prepare? Zero asks. I'm trying to bulk up, Horizon says. I'm stacking lean muscle, trying to go from 190 pounds to maybe 260 pounds. But I already had to eat a lot before I was bulking, so preparing that much food got exhausting. 2 days in and I was just throwing everything into a blender and drinking it, 8 meals a day. I hated it. Yeah, that sounds like hell, Jiro says. So how do the meal bars help? Well, each block is 2,000 calories, and each bar has 4 blocks. So you just ate 8,000 calories. Momo looks horrified at the idea, especially seeing as how Horizon did it so easily. Yup, I eat 1 or 2 of those a day, maybe more depending on how hard I trained that day. I only got them yesterday from Detonarat, so it's new, but I like them. Won't you get fat? Ojiro asks, or does your quirk burn it all away? Well, that part is a bit complicated, but remember when Monoma copied my quirk? You mean when you almost killed him? Zero asks. That wasn't Horizon's fault, Momo says. He didn't know that would happen, right? Well, kinda, Horizon says. And you still let him do it? Jiro yells. What the hell is wrong with you? Relax, it's not that big a deal, it's just how my quirk works. It's like this: to control the world around you, you have to understand the world, and before you can do any of that, you have to understand and control yourself. Ah, you lost me, Shoji says. Okay, so imagine you could control everything that happens in your body. If you will it, you could spike your testosterone to help build muscle mass and bone density, you could control other hormones and muscle enzyme production, you could will your heart to stop or arteries to squeeze shut, you can even tell your body how much of each nutrient to absorb from the food you eat. Perfect control of your own bodily functions, Momo mutters, half horrified and half amazed. Your quirk allows that. Can't control the world if you can't control yourself. When Monoma got flooded with information, it wasn't about the world around him, it was about his body. He got hit with a map of every cell in his body and all the chemical processes that were currently happening or that are possible. His brain was overloaded, and since he had perfect control of his body, he instinctively gave his brain permission to rip energy away from everything else and inspire rapid growth to compensate. So he really was killing himself with your quirk? Jiro asks. Yup, it lets you bypass the built-in safety features that most quirks have. Like how Zero can't die from making too much tape. If his quirk was more like mine, he would be able to bypass that biological failsafe and just die if he wanted. Horizon shrugs. Momo snaps her finger, realizing where he was going with this. So your quirk consumes more calories for brain function than other people, that's why you can eat this absurd amount. Bingo, smart girl, Horizon says, causing her to blush slightly. Average person commits 20% of their calories to brain power. I'm more like 70% if I spend all day training. And even when I'm sitting in class, I'm usually doing something to train my quirk. Because I'm training my quirk and body, I have to eat an absurd amount to support both. That's the downside of having a big brain, takes a lot of energy. The table is silent as everyone processes what he just said, coming to the same realization. So when he's just sitting bored in class, he's actually training his quirk. That's insane. So what's in the meal bar? Shoji asks. Well, it's a unique blend of everything I need, super compressed down and made to dissolve quickly in my stomach. If a regular person ate one, it wouldn't end well. How bad is it? Zero asks. Well, if someone tiny like Jiro ate a block, she'd sleep for a day. If she ate an entire bar, her hormonal system would go crazy and she'd go catatonic and have serious liver and kidney failure within a few hours. So basically it's poison for anyone that can't command their body to process specific components, Tokoyami says. Is there at least a warning on the label? And I'm surprised you'd reveal a vulnerability such as this to us. Well, first of all, I don't think Horizon needs food to make energy and survive, would be anything groundbreaking. It's not like going a day or two without food would kill me, but I'd be really cranky. I see, likewise, Tokoyami agrees. As for the warning label, why would I need that? My logo is on it. If you eat food that isn't yours then die, that's not my fault. Horizon shrugs. TCH, Jiro shakes her head in disappointment. Do you sometimes forget that you're training to be a pro hero? Horizon chuckles. It's adorable that you still think being a pro hero needs you to be a good person. Jiro blushes at that but keeps glaring at him. It's just a job, Jiro. Once I get the results people want, they won't care about anything else. You people really think too highly of this hero-villain nonsense. Feeling Jiro about to lean forward and start a heated argument with Horizon, Momo rests a hand on the girl's lap and interrupts her. So how has your weight gaining been progressing? Very quickly, Horizon says. Normally it would take years to gain 70 pounds, I've been gaining about 6 each week, already up 18 pounds. That puts me at 208 pounds. That's so unfair, Zero groans. Ha ha ha, well, I control hormone and enzyme production, among other things, stacking weight is easy. But I'll still have to eat a lot to maintain it sadly, but hey, the girls are gonna love it even more. You mean the fan club? Jiro points to the table 2 rows away with her earphone jack, filled with first-year girls stealing glances at Horizon. He decides to play along and give them a friendly wave, causing Jiro to just frown and roll her eyes. Man, you're so lucky, Zero grumbles. I posted that selfie we took and the only comments I get are girls asking about you. Well, you know what to do, hit the gym, train, study, and be direct in telling girls what you want. It's literally that easy. Just be a strong, dependable guy that gets to the point. You'd be surprised how well they respond to that. You make it sound so easy. Because it is, Horizon shrugs. Look at it this way, you're gonna be a famous pro hero, money, fame, women, all that stuff. If she says no, then just move on to the next one, don't dwell on it, and don't chase her. There are millions of beautiful women in Japan. Hell, I haven't seen one bad-looking girl at UA alone, at least not yet. But there is only one you. But some girls play hard to get, right? Momo asks Jiro. I've never really had friends before, so that is something girls do, right? Yes, some did that in my middle school, Jiro says, playing with her earphone jacks nervously. Aren't guys supposed to like that? Idiots, yeah, Horizon says. If a girl is playing silly games like that, then she doesn't respect your time and isn't worth it, no matter how hot she is, just find another one. That seems a bit harsh, Tokoyami says. I just don't like my time being wasted, Horizon shrugs. So you ever gonna ask any of them out? Zero asks, glancing over at Horizon's fan club. Nope, Horizon says. The last thing I need is a serious relationship right now, I've already got a lot to deal with. Casual stuff is fine, but the problem with that is Horizon is. He raises a hand to tap his visor, and everyone immediately understands. Oh yeah, how would that even work? Shoji asks. Well, probably just shut all the lights off and go by feel, or use a blindfold, Horizon shrugs. Won't taking it off kill you? Momo asks. It is a lifestyle support item, is it not? Taking it off long enough for us to have some fun won't kill me, Momo. She immediately starts blushing and hiding her face, which causes him to laugh. Honestly, you two girls are way too easy to fluster, or maybe you're normal teens and I'm just not bothered by this stuff, you know, 'cause I'm a doctor. But hey, at least it's cute on you too. Jiro just stares down at her lap and grumbles something under her breath. Luckily Horizon doesn't have super hearing and was already chatting with Zero as the table devolves into the usual cafeteria noise. But Momo hears the, why do I have to like such a jerk? Leave Jiro's lips, and she silently agrees, coming to the same conclusion. All while Aoyama was quietly taking in the entire conversation, taking note of all the little things Horizon revealed that he'd report to All for One. End chapter. Chapter 65, Chapter 064, Hero Names. Chapter start. Sitting in class with everyone else, Horizon sees Eraserhead trudge in, sleeping bag slung over his shoulder. God, I hope we don't have hero training in the rain, he thinks, hoping that even if they have combat training this afternoon it will at least be inside. Today you'll be picking hero names, Eraser says, and the entire class goes wild. Settle down. Everyone sits quietly as he continues. Since we're opening internships to first years because of all the increased villain activity, you'll need hero names to operate in the field. They don't become permanent until you get a provisional license and complete the 3-year trial period to become an official pro hero. You've got until then to think of your final one. But some of you will likely get famous enough that you won't be able to just swap it, so make these temporary ones good enough to be the real deal in case that happens. I wonder what these people are gonna choose. Horizon glances about the room, already having thought up some cool names for his classmates, but their names aren't his problem. Anyway, Midnight will be handling this, it's not really my specialty. Eraser sits in the corner in his sleeping bag and begins nodding off as Midnight enters. Half the boys in class are immediately entranced by her skin-tight and provocative outfit, but Horizon just rolls his eyes at her grandiose speech. Now for an example, Midnight eventually says. The best hero names tell a story of who you are, so how about we have Horizon come up and explain his since it is already decided. The entire class turns to him, but only a few hadn't figured this out already. Alright, but I'm only doing this once. Horizon says as he walks to the board, writing his full hero name and title. Horizon, the Miracle. Notably, Horizon was in English while the rest was Japanese. He then turns to the class to explain. So, usually the title, in my case, The Miracle, would be at the front and some stupid corny shit like, The Miracle Hero, or something like that. I changed it to the back and made it shorter as a show of finality and to make it all sleeker. The Miracle is descriptive, because I do perform what would otherwise be miracles. And Horizon is always in English instead of Japanese, because I want the meaning of, the limit of a person's knowledge and experience, rather than the sunset over the edge of the world stuff. Oh, and another reason I took it is that compared to everyone else that's how far ahead I am, but Nizu prefers the idea that when people see me on the horizon they know everything will be okay. But just between us, my logo is on my back for a reason. So yeah, everything from my name, to the visor, to my hero costume and weapon, all are designed to give a sense of efficiency and superiority, and it's been working. He silently walks back to his seat and leans back in his chair. Right, Midnight awkwardly coughs to get all eyes back on her. Well, there you have it, a well-thought-out hero name and image, so think very carefully about how you want people to look at you in the future when deciding your names. The entire room suddenly feels a lot more pressure on them, realizing that they'd hardly given any thought to their image as a hero, now racking their brains to think of something good. Alright, who wants to go next? Midnight asks 10 minutes later. After the final name is revealed, Horizon just shakes his head as he recalls what they'd all be called. Shining Hero, Can't Stop Twinkling, Actually Retarded. Pinky, sounds like a character from a children's book, made for very slow babies. Rainy Season Hero, Froppy, Cute, and Simple like her. Uravity, from the same book as Pinky. Martial Arts Hero, Tailman, at least it's better than Tailboy, guess he doesn't have much to work with anyway. Stun Gun Hero, Chargebolt, that's actually a good one. Sturdy Hero, Red Riot, Fanboy Nonsense. Petting Hero, Anima, also from the same children's book, but sounds like it shouldn't be allowed near children. Sweets Hero, Sugarman, from that same children's book, what is wrong with these morons? Tentacle Hero, Tentacle, not awful, guess he doesn't have much to work with. Hearing Hero, Earphone Jack, the music girl is the least creative in class, that's surprising, pretty lame name. Taping Hero, Cellophane, not bad Ciro. Jet Black Hero, Tsukuyomi, okay that's cool. Stealth Hero, Invisible Girl, descriptive, can't be mad at that. Deku, also descriptive, guess this will eventually become Cripple Boy. Everything Hero, Creati, what a fucking disappointment, guess she's in the same book for slow children. And Bakugo, Shoto, and Ida are all undecided or using their first names. As Midnight leaves to go file the names, Eraser returns to the front of the class and taps the board once. Alright, these are the offers you each received from the sports festival, you've got until Friday afternoon to decide who you'll be interning with and submit the forms. Even those who didn't get offers will be interning with someone, you'll have a list of 40 agencies to choose from. He steps to the side for everyone to get a good look at the board. Horizon. Bakugo. Todoroki. Tokoyami. Ida. Kirishima. Momo. Siro. Nobody is surprised at how many offers Horizon got, they expected that every agency in the country would want the only warping hero in the world working for them. Seeing him at the top of every list was a common occurrence by now. Think very carefully about who you choose, Eraser says while passing out the forms, placing a massive stack on Horizon's desk. Consider what type of hero you want to be, what aspects of it you want to focus on. If you want to focus on rescues, then maybe you should pick an agency that matches that. You should also consider location and local crime rates depending on how much action you want. If these pros take a liking to you, they could keep investing in you and sign you as a sidekick when you go pro, and if you don't act properly you could quickly become someone that pros will avoid working with. So mind your manners. The internship will last 1 week and you'll be staying with the pro until it's over, so also be aware of that when you're preparing. Looking at the stack of paper, Horizon's eyes are immediately glued to the name at the top of the very first page. Endeavor actually sent me a request, what the hell, he sits back and stares at it. This is literally the perfect choice. But considering my relationship with Shoto, it's probably not the best idea to go there and get involved in that bullshit. But it's not like he can hurt me since he's the number 2 pro hero in Japan, and maybe he just wants to know why I kicked in Shoto's teeth. And if needed, I've got dirt on him because his idiot son put his family business out there, that way I at least know he can't do anything to make me look bad as some stupid revenge. Horizon flips the first 2 pages, since the agencies and heroes are ordered by ranking he only checked the top 10, not seeing Mirko. Guess my golden ticket to actually fight villains didn't send an offer. The one time I actually want one of those stupid fucking meatheads around, and at least Hawks was smart enough not to send me an offer, whatever, endeavor it is, he immediately begins filling out his form. As Eraser leaves the room, people begin discussing their options, and Tokoyami turns to Horizon. You're already filling out the form? Yeah, have you decided yet? I received an offer from Hawks, Tokoyami says. I hadn't expected to be noticed by someone so capable. Or for any pro to tolerate the darkness dwelling within me. Everyone around immediately launches a barrage of questions at Tokoyami, jealous and excited at the idea of their classmate working with the number 3 pro hero. What about you? Tokoyami asks Horizon, and all eyes turn to him. Oh, Endeavor sent me a request, Horizon shrugs, and the entire class falls silent, nervously glancing between Shoto and Horizon. My father sent you a request. Shoto growls out, obvious anger on his face. Horizon slowly swivels around in his chair to look back at him. Don't take it too seriously, probably wants to know why I had to put you in your place, then he'll just put me on desk duty while you two run around the city. I just need my record to show that I worked with him, that'll open a lot of options for me in the future, not that I need the boost, but better safe than sorry. Everyone just silently watches the interaction. As Shoto looked up at Horizon, his face went from anger to slightly fearful, and he immediately looked down at his desk. Oh come on, Horizon groans loudly. No need to act like a pussy around me, I barely even touched you in that fight, get over it. So long as you watch your mouth, you don't have anything to worry about. He turns back to his desk to fill out the form. After a few minutes, he gets a notification on the inside of his visor. Nizu, my office after school. Oh great, it's gonna be one of those days. End chapter. Come on, did you really think I was ever going to have law work with Mirko? The horny doesn't control this story, smiley face. Chapter 66, Chapter 065, Awakening Thesis. Chapter start. Sitting in Nizu's office, in Nizu's chair, Horizon has his back to the door as he stares out the window. Playing the same training game he's been at all day, constantly moving the same raindrop from 1 inch above the floor to the top of his room, quickly exhausting himself through focus and quirk use. Hearing the door open behind him, he closes his room and spins around to face Nizu and Yagi, with Nizu holding a small gift bag in his arms. You look good in that seat, Nizu says as he and Yagi move to sit on one couch. I look good in any position of power, Horizon gets up and moves to sit opposite them. But if I wanted to work hard all my life without going anywhere, then sure I'd be a teacher. Ouch, Yagi says. Nizu just sighs, it's been all of 5 seconds and you're already insulting us. So what did you need to talk to me about? Horizon asks. I've already given Eraser my paperwork. I saw, he's already filed it. Endeavor, are you sure that won't be a problem since, well, the sports festival? I'll handle it, Horizon says. So, what's up? Nizu quietly starts making tea for the three of them as Yagi speaks to Horizon. Do you recall the first time we sat here, when you gave a breakdown of what young Midoriya was doing wrong with his quirk? Yagi asks. Yeah, what about it? I already told Nizu I'm not here to teach, especially not that loser. I see, Yagi taps his chin and leans back, considering his options, eventually deciding to take the direct approach. By this point, he clearly understands that Horizon doesn't like his time wasted. What would it take for you to help him? Double my bank account. Horizon shrugs. Yagi considers it, then turns to Nizu. You can't afford that, Nizu says plainly. And I'm not spending the worth of a small country for this. 2 small countries, Horizon says with a chuckle. Is there anything that could change your mind? Yagi asks plainly. Why do you care so much about him? Well, he's one of my precious students. With the internship starting Sunday, it's possible that something could happen where he'd have to act. Right now, if he does that, he'll probably die. Horizon leans back and nods, taking in the answer. Okay, so that's half the reason. What's the other half? What do you mean? Well, you told me the problem. You didn't tell me why you care so much about Deku, Horizon points out. Nizu just shakes his head before sipping his tea. Clearly amused by how hyper-aware Yagi was that he was currently walking a minefield. Well. Yagi awkwardly rubs the back of his head, trying to find the words. I've taken an interest in him. I actually first saw him a year ago. I saw him stand up to a villain even knowing that he couldn't use his quirk. He ran in and tried to help, and probably would have died if I didn't show up, but he tried when others were standing around doing nothing. I can't help but want to nurture someone with such a strong heroic spirit. Seeing him on the first day at UA, it felt like destiny telling me I had to teach him to be a great hero. Nizu was genuinely impressed with the lie. Littering the tale with truths kept Yagi's emotions at the surface. Had this been anyone else, they would have easily accepted this truth, but Horizon isn't just anyone. Close, Horizon says. But you're still holding something back, so the full truth, or I'm gonna lean forward and polygraph you. Because if something didn't change, you would have asked me to do this sooner. Gran Torino sent Midoriya an internship offer, Nizu says bluntly, which causes Yagi to sputter and panic. Who the hell is Gran Torino? He was Yagi's teacher. He only spent 1 year at UA, and was close with Yagi's mentor, so he's kind of like Yagi's uncle I suppose, Nizu says. Oh, so Yagi told him about Deku, now he wants to meet Deku, but Yagi is scared that Torino will be disappointed by his non-existent teaching ability, right? Yagi feels an arrow to the heart. Exactly, Nizu says. Another arrow to the heart. So can't teach and he's a pussy, damn meathead, Horizon grumbles. Nizu takes another sip of his tea, and by this point, Yagi is slumped forward on the couch. Still not enough of a reason for me to care about teaching Deku anything. What if it helps your reputation? Nizu asks. I'm not going for the golden-hearted hero reputation, so I'll pass. What about as a genius quirk specialist, Nizu says, knowing exactly what buttons to press to get Horizon to play along. The world doesn't actually have many of those since humanity has mostly just accepted quirks and doesn't bother looking deeper, but you have a theory or two that could put you on that short list. My quirk mastery theory, you want me to publish it through UA? Horizon asks. It would push your imagine that much further, Nizu says. Horizon leans back and considers it while Nizu takes a box out of the bag he brought. A brand new chess set. As he's setting up, Horizon just leans forward and picks up the small rulebook included. Never actually played before. I've always wanted to play you in chess, Nizu says with a smirk. Yagi just sits back and drinks his tea, watching Nizu prepare the board while Horizon learns the rules, and a minute later Horizon puts down the book and gestures to the board. Nizu moves one pawn forward. Have you decided on your answer? Nizu asks. Horizon moves his piece, I need real publicity. Nizu makes a move, what do you mean? And between each sentence, they'd make a move, their own little chess timer. I need witnesses, publishing the thesis isn't enough, I need people to see me in action breaking down his quirk. We can't do that, Nizu says. But I will second your thesis under my name, and use my connections to help get it passed around in the scientific community. That'll work, what about Hero Network access? Horizon asks. Giving you access to that is treason. For anyone else, yeah, but you're Nizu. And I need access if I'm gonna be doing solo work during summer. Nizu pauses, breaking the momentum of the game to consider his next move. Then he just sits back on the couch, done with the game. If I'm agreeing to these terms then this needs to be a full class instead of a one-on-one session with Midoriya. Quirk Mastery 101, fine, but they get the basic rundown then I help him, Horizon says. I won't be giving you access until you get the Provisional Hero license. Not like I'd need it before that, Horizon shrugs. Quirk use is illegal in public, and I'm not really the type to go meddling in other people's lives. But a hero's job is to meddle, Yagi blurts out. Horizon pauses, then slowly turns his head toward Yagi. Oh, that explains a lot. Deku learned that shit from you, then he taught it to Todoroki, then I kicked in Todoroki's teeth because of it, good job, All Might. Huh, that's why you. Nizu, Horizon cuts off Yagi. We have a deal. I teach one class, you publish and push my thesis to get me some spotlight, and I get Hero Network access when I get the license. Deal, have the thesis written and sent to me later tonight, Nizu says. Have a good night, Horizon. Yeah, you too. Have a pleasant evening, Yagi says. Don't ever tell me what to do, Horizon immediately warps away, swapping with the card he left in his apartment in the city before it warps back to him. Yagi just sighs and downs the rest of his tea, he hates me. You're being dramatic, he doesn't hate you, he just doesn't respect anything about you, Nizu says plainly. How is that supposed to make me feel better? I was only correcting you, anyway now you don't have to worry so much about Midoriya, Horizon will take care of it. But you should tell Midoriya to try and avoid contact with Horizon. I'll be sure to do that, I can't believe he figured it out when neither of us could, even you. Well, quirk application and development isn't something I'm good at least not for battle quirks. My brain is hardwired for algorithms and logistics after all, at that, I'm far beyond everyone, even him, Nizu says. And you're also the only person that can properly negotiate with Horizon, or maybe it's just because it's me, well. A mix of both, Nizu says. I'm the only person he's ever truly lost to, and we have a certain understanding. Thankfully he is a professional about it, so we get along just fine. I suppose that makes sense, but didn't that deal seem a bit one-sided? You gave him a lot, all things considered. I honestly feel kinda bad now. Any improvement to his public image is a step closer to him embracing the role of a true hero, and becoming our next symbol of peace, Nizu proudly says. Getting him to help Midoriya was honestly more of a bonus for me. I see, but you realize that if young Midoriya master one for all, he could very well overcome Horizon and be the next me. You've essentially helped the competition by doing this, Yagi says. Nizu hops down from the couch and begins cleaning up the teacups. Well, he is one of my students, so it is my duty to do anything I can to help him. But I doubt this will truly matter that much. You're really that confident in him, huh? Well, he's Horizon, there really isn't any competition, but I'm sure Midoriya will still become a great and powerful hero in his own right, Nisa says with a small chuckle. Well, we'll just have to see what the future has in store for our students, Yagi says as Nisa begins clearing the chessboard and packing it away. How come you didn't finish the game? Oh, we did, he would have won within the next 7 moves. Yagi's eyes open in absolute shock at that. I thought you said you were the smartest on the planet earlier. And didn't he just learn to play from the book? I am, but his ability to intuitively understand things, especially regarding quirks and combat, is second to none. The only person who comes close, at least from my former students, would be Endeavor, Yagi says. Guess they're pretty similar in that regard, and neither of them like me. Well, Endeavor is overly competitive, Nisa says. But at least for Horizon you know he just doesn't like you as a person. Yagi groans, thanks a lot, just what I needed to hear. Nisa packs up the game board and turns to move to his desk, but he pauses, just staring at his desk and chair, a mischievous grin on his face. Yagi raises a brow and asks quietly, what are you smiling at? I was just thinking, he really did look good in that chair. End chapter. Chapter 67, Chapter 066, Horizon Sensei. Chapter start. Sitting in the cafeteria, Horizon was at a quiet table with Shiro, Jiro, Momo, and Sato. While they were all enjoying their food, he had already eaten his meal bar and was just scrolling through his EA profile. Kamui Woods, that's pretty cool, Jiro says to Shiro. He's new but pretty popular, and he works just 1 train stop away from here. Yeah, honestly I didn't even know who he was until I saw he sent me an offer, Shiro chuckles in embarrassment, rubbing the back of his neck. I looked at some of his videos online, his quirk gives him wooden limbs that he can grow to swing around and restrain people, basically like a different version of my quirk. That's so lucky, Jiro says. I'm honestly a bit jealous, sound-based quirks aren't that rare but heroes with them are. My options would basically be Mike or Gang Orca, but teachers can't use us as interns and Gang Orca didn't send a request. Not surprising, Horizon says without looking up from his phone. You didn't even get past the cavalry game, everyone probably just thinks you have long earlobes since they never saw you use sonic attacks. Jiro frowns and glares at him, you say that like you aren't the one who eliminated my team, not that I blame you or anything since it was a competition. It doesn't matter how you feel. You lost your headband because you gathered a weak combination of quirks for your team. Then you attacked someone you knew you had no business fighting out of desperation, so you got punished. If you aren't smart enough to put on a show for the pros, then none of them are gonna care about you. Should have at least used your quirk to shatter the ground or something so they know you aren't just hitting people with your ears. Jiro just frowns and looks down at her food, while Horizon is still casually on his phone. Right, well I'm gonna be over in Aldera with Death Arms, maybe we'll see each other during the week, Shiro. A team up, that'd be cool, Shiro gives her a thumbs up. That's actually who I was gonna work with too, Sato says. But I think I'll apply at someone else, I just don't think Death Arms can teach me what I want. What exactly is it that you want? Momo asks. Well, I've been thinking. Maybe I should learn some more technical fighting, like I've been wrestling since middle school, but if I'm gonna be a pro I should know something like karate, right? So I'm looking for a martial arts hero, maybe I'll ask Ojiro where he's going and apply with him. Bad idea, Horizon says. That's a complete waste of time. Stick with Death Arms, or maybe someone like, I dunno, some other meathead brawler. Momo gives him a strange look, but aren't you always saying people should avoid being meatheads? Yeah, I figured if I learned a martial art it'd help me out a lot, like maybe from Gunhead. Nope, waste of time, Horizon says. Villain fights aren't in a ring, or fighting for points, think of it as to the death, no rules. If you try something super technical like karate it could work, or one of the movements could leave an opening for you to get stabbed. If you try wrestling you'd be able to pin lots of villains, but then their friend stomps on your head. Ouch, Sato rubs his head. Okay, so what should I do? Boxing, kickboxing, maybe some Brazilian jiu-jitsu. The goal in a street fight is to keep your guard up, stay on your feet in case you get jumped, and never take your eyes off the enemy. You do those simple things and you're better than most. Trying fancy shit looks cool and can work, if you're a lot better or stronger. Keep it simple and it's much more reliable. Jiu-jitsu is like wrestling with actual finishers, boxing and kickboxing are endurance, balance, and striking, you'll learn them a lot faster than karate or anything like that. Sato falls deep into thought as he quietly considers his options. But don't you know multiple fighting styles? Momo asks Horizon. Yeah, and they took me 11 years of non-stop training to master, you've got 3 years and you also have to train your quirk, learn academics, and how to operate as a pro hero. Keep it simple and efficient. I don't even need the fancy shit 99% of the time. Damn, Shiro says, with a dramatic whistle. No wonder Bakugo couldn't hit you, totally not fair. I get that a lot. Horizon sees a message from Nisa pop up, asking him to come to his office. So what about you, Momo? Horizon says while getting up. Oh, I've already requested my internship be with you Wabami, Momo says proudly, clear excitement in her voice as she gives him a dazzling smile. Oh, he sounds almost disappointed, but mostly surprised. I didn't think you were trying to be one of those heroes. Huh, what do you mean? Momo asks. It's nothing important, none of my business anyway. Horizon warps one of his cards into his hand and places it on the table in front of Momo. I need to go see Nizu, do me a favor and keep this on you in case our talk runs a bit too long. He immediately warps away, leaving them all staring at the metal card with his logo on it. 20 minutes later Momo is walking at the head of her class, everyone now changed into their hero costumes. While making their way to training ground beta, she idly stares at the metal card in her hand, intensely studying it. So, Mina speaks up, leaning forward a bit to get a look at the card. Can it do anything cool? Momo narrows her eyes at it and shakes her head. It appears to just be a carbon metal alloy, the edges are sharp but I doubt he intends to use them like weapons. But it does have his logo on both sides. Maybe he needs his logo on it to warp around with it, Mina says. Behind them Ida speaks up, but he warps with other random objects and people as well. I think his quirk is less restrictive than needed a marking of some kind. Maybe it lets him see us, Mina suggests. What do you mean? Momo asks. Like he gave it to you so he could see into the locker room while we changed. Momo and Jiro blush furiously at that before Jiro speaks up. I don't think Horizon is the type of person to do something lame like that. Yeah, Tsu agrees. Besides, can't he just see through the walls? He can do that. Mina asks. Well, I don't know, but it would explain how he can see where he's warping, right? Tsu says. His quirk is so weird, Mina sighs. Maybe it's actually part of his quirk or something. I mean, who knows what weird things he can make. Well, you could just ask him, Jiro suggests. Mina chuckles nervously at that. I'd rather not get into a discussion about quirks with him, he can be a bit much sometimes and my acid isn't really impressive. Mina's eyes shift over to Momo, she gives her class vice rep a pleading smile, but you could ask him Momo. Momo gets a bit nervous at the thought, but she remembers Horizon hasn't been mean when they discuss his quirk. She nods, determined to get to the bottom of this. All right, I'll ask him when we see him. I'm sure it's simply too complex for us to understand, his quirk is mystery class after all, by definition it's beyond human comprehension. A few moments later they round the final corner and enter the tunnel to training ground beta, only to get confused by the assembled crowd. Eraserhead was standing off to the side with Vlad King, Class 1B's homeroom teacher. Also joining them were Midnight, Ectoplasm, and Snipe. And in the middle of the road in the city-styled training ground was all of Class 1B. Everyone was in full hero costume. The teachers just glance at 1A and turn back to their conversation, but Kendo takes the initiative as class rep to walk over. Hey 1A, nice costumes. Likewise, Momo says as everyone just stands around confused. What's going on, is this a joint training class? Huh, your teacher didn't tell you? Kendo asks. Apparently Principal Nizu asked Horizon to teach us something today, she shrugs. Most of 1A wince at that idea, and some begin sweating nervously. Maybe if I stand at the back he won't see me, Deka thinks as he begins taking careful steps to the back of the crowd. Kendo notices their reaction and tilts her head to the side, completely confused. What's wrong? It's just that, well, Horizon has very high standards for everyone around him, and he can be a very honest person, Momo says. What? TCH, Jiro rolls her eyes. What she really means is that Mr. Miracle thinks anyone who isn't at least near perfect is garbage and he's a complete ass about it. Kendo's eyes shoot open in surprise as her classmates begin walking over and introducing themselves. Really? He was always so cool around us, I never would have guessed. Well, the asshole in him only comes out when people challenge him, disappoint him, or if he thinks they're wrong, so we have to deal with it a lot, Jiro growls out. Because Mr. I'm perfect always finds something wrong with us. It can't be that bad. Juzo joins their little chat, wearing his full costume with his face blocked by the visor, similar to Horizon and Ectoplasm. It is, Jiro says. Just try not to get noticed by him. I think it's actually good for us, Momo admits, surprising her classmates. She sees their nervous looks and corrects herself. What I mean is, whilst I'm sure he could be nicer, and kinder, and more pleasant. His harsh words push us to prove him wrong by improving, it's like he's worried about us in his own sort of loving way. Kendo sees the blush on Momo's face and immediately realizes what's going on. Oh, she's in denial. Well, he's pretty cool at least so I kinda get it, but he just sounds like a jerk to me. Being a bully doesn't help anyone, Jiro argues. He's just an ass sometimes but gets away with it because he's Nizu's favorite. He can't just go around tearing people down like that, think about their mental health. Oh, then you should talk to him about it, Juzo recommends. Jiro sputters and begins playing with her earlobe nervously, looking at the floor between them. Well, I mean, it's not that simple. Like it's Horizon, he's kinda a lot, you know. Kendo raises a brow, looking at Jiro's reaction at the thought of confronting him, seeing right through what most would think is fear of him, but what is more likely a fear of disappointing him. Looking between Jiro and Momo, she just shakes her head. Maybe his quirk is pheromones or something. He can't be that bad if he's got both of them acting like this. Huh. Momo gasps in surprise as Horizon's card flies out of her hand and floats roughly 2 meters away from them, hovering in the air. Shambles. He swaps with the card, appearing in full hero costume, sword at his side, with Niza sitting on his shoulder tapping away on a tablet. That really is convenient, Niza mutters, still tapping away. Much better than using my adorable tiny legs. Horizon ignores him and just looks around at everyone, seeing both classes mingling, and already seeing Deku trying to avoid his gaze, standing at the other side of Ida. Off to the side he sees Siro and Kodai talking. Well, Siro is talking, Kodai is just nodding along with a blank expression. Really? Took him all of 5 minutes to find the hottest girl in their class. Nice work, Siro. Alright, everyone shut up. Horizon yells out, slicing the crowd. Welcome to Quirk Mastery 101, a one-time only class where I explain exactly how to get the absolute most out of your quirk. He sees almost everyone in his class smile widely at that, as if a golden ticket to being a top pro fell into their lap, because that's exactly what him teaching them personally would be. Don't get too excited, I'm not gonna hold your hand and spoon-feed you the answers. I'm giving you the breakdown, then what you do with it is on you. Now, let's start. End chapter. Chapter 68, Chapter 067, Quirk Mastery 101. Chapter start. Alright, let's get started, Horizon says. Currently, both classes were standing spread out in front of him in a shady area, their teachers at the side quietly observing, Nizu on Vlad King's shoulder. This is gonna be a lot for some of you to remember, but it should all be published on UA's website after class, so you can find it there. But here goes. Quirk Mastery isn't that uncommon to hear about, at least in the most basic sense. But Quirk Mastery and Quirk Training aren't the same thing in my mind. Quirk Training is to increase the power or precision of your quirk. Quirk Mastery is to reach the upper limit of your quirk's capabilities in terms of practicality and uses. One is making your punches stronger, the other is learning how to punch. Ida raises his hand to ask a question. Put your damn hand down, no questions, just listen, Horizon says, causing most students to stiffen up. Anyway, experience and pressure are how you improve Quirk Mastery, but that takes a lifetime if you aren't focused on it, which I always am. You need to train power and mastery so they augment each other. I judge people in fields like heroics based on Quirk Mastery. Any moron can use super strength to punch and lift weights to boost it. Tactful and precise quirk use is what more people need to develop. I'll give my breakdown of how I've made the levels for you to study and grade yourselves, and where I think each of you is currently. But remember, mastery isn't power. Some quirks are powerful even without knowing how to use them, like Deku's superpower. Others take a lot of mastery but can only achieve a fraction of the raw power, like creation for example. In theory, she can make something to match the strength of his punch, but while she has to decide what to make, then understand the material composition, then put it all together in her mind. All he has to do is throw a punch, get it? Everyone nods along. Because quirks have been around for so long, people just accept them as the norm and are complacent. It's extremely rare for someone to reach their full potential because of this, especially since most people either don't have a license or reason to use and train their quirk. Most people just depend on others to deal with big problems, but if you're gonna be a hero you can't do that, you're supposed to be the problem solver after all. Alright, time for the breakdown of mastery levels. Each level is pretty self-explanatory in what you have to do to get to the next one. It took me all of 2 seconds to figure out what each of you has to do to get to level 80, so if you put your mind to it you can probably do it. First, we have the negative levels. This is where using your quirk causes serious self-harm and can kill you, Deku. Deku just stares down at his feet as everyone looks over at him. I literally had to add this level because of you, because you're just that damn special, Horizon shakes his head. Anyway, people at this level are completely useless and shouldn't be put in any position where other people are depending on them, like being a hero for example. Deku gets a slew of sympathetic looks, and the Class 1B students begin to realize exactly what Momo and Jiro were worried about. Next is level 0. These are the people who have a quirk but don't know what it does or never bother to use it. The only person here is Toru. Everyone looks confused at that and Toru raises her hand. Horizon sees her entirely naked form jiggling as she moves and pays it no mind. What? But my quirk makes my skin and body invisible, it's a mutation type so I can't train it, Toru says. Everything you just said wasn't just wrong, but also completely stupid, Horizon says harshly. If your quirk was physical invisibility you wouldn't be able to see, since light has to actually hit your eyes for that to happen, you'd be a pair of floating pupils. Secondly, I know your quirk isn't a mutation, it's an emitter, you're just too dumb to know how to turn it off. He raises a hand to silence her response, certainly an angry one judging by the pissed off look on her face. The reason I know it's an emitter that bends light around you is because my quirk allows me to ignore light-based illusions, meaning I can see you plain as day, green-pink hair and all. Everyone completely freezes, including Toru, her mind racing to try and figure out if this was a sick joke. But he said green-pink hair, she doesn't even know her own hair color, but that's what her mom has. Ah! Toru holds her chest and immediately runs away, crying and screaming all the way out of the training ground. TCH, it's not like I haven't seen people naked before, Horizon shrugs. I am a doctor after all, I can be professional about it. Midnight glares at him, good luck explaining that to a teenage girl. She begins her brisk walk to catch up to Toru and calm her down. Whatever, Horizon looks back to the others, seeing most of the students blushing at the scene that just unfolded. He rolls his eyes and continues. Anyway, at level 20 you've got an understanding of how your quirk works and what it does. By now most of you are here at the very least. At level 40 you're comfortable with your quirk, which means you skip the mental processes of activating it. You treat it as just another part of you. Obviously, mutation-type quirks have this since their quirk is always on. At level 60 you can instinctively use your quirk appropriately in most situations. Think of the way Bakugo fights, completely instinctual and intuitive. He doesn't need to think to alter his approach angles with explosions, it's all automatic in his mind and translates perfectly to his quirk. Bakugo keeps his expression neutral at the compliment, swallowing his pride and completely focused on learning anything he can from Horizon. After that, the next breakpoint is level 80. In terms of heroes, this is when you've figured out every possible super move and way to use your quirk, and you've hit the ceiling of power. This is the cap for most quirks and people. No matter how hard they try they'll never get past this, even after a lifetime of dedicated training in many cases. This is the part you just have to be born with the capacity to go beyond. Quirk Awakening. Horizon sees everyone but Nizu, who he'd explained all of this to before coming here. Look completely confused by this. Even Nizu didn't understand until he eventually broke it down. Quirk manifestation is when you develop a quirk, but quirk awakening is when you remove the limit of it. You need to fully master your quirk, then you get to level. Here you either have a fundamental rule or mechanic of your quirk altered and shifted. Or a previous limit of your quirk is removed. A good example would be if you could shoot water from your fingertips. First, you'd be able to shoot regular water. Then you'd hit level 20 and be able to shoot it from all fingertips. Then you hit level 40 and you don't have to even think about it because it feels so natural. Then you hit level 60 and the entire mental process of using it is done automatically. After this, you begin developing super moves. At this point most people can get to here within a year of training, so all of you should be here before the end of this year in 7 months. Level 80 is when you've discovered and mastered all the possible uses of your quirk to an absolute degree. It's easy to think of this like mastering all the abilities of your quirk. Obviously for some quirks, it's less about the super move and more about the fundamental nature of your quirk. In the case of Momo, we can't expect her to know how to make everything in the world, so she'd instead have to study the fundamental nature of her creation quirk. She's a convenient example since her quirk is so unique and layered. If your quirk has potentially endless applications like ours, you need to study the foundation of it all. Beyond level 80 is when you're awakened. Back to the example of shooting water from your fingertips, in this case, you may be able to generate water from any part of your body or control masses of water. It literally could just be that simple. Awakening sounds grand, but sometimes it's a quiet change. Ida raises his hand again, and this time Horizon gives him a nod. How would one train for an awakening after reaching level 80? Ida asks. Self-study, intensity, and time. Those are the 3 things you need. Intense emotional situations where your back is against the wall, a true understanding of the self, and a lot of time using your quirk. I've been studying quirks for years and I've only found 2 people who I know are awakened. My dad is the first. He was the doctor delivering me. There were complications and to figure out what went wrong he had to awaken his quirk then and there, to save everything he cared about. That intensity, understanding, and absolute sense of self for what he wanted led to him awakening his quirk. The other is Endeavor. His work ethic is superhuman, but eventually, he stopped growing in power and began making more and more super moves. He must have realized he was at his limit. Then against one villain he went beyond his limits and used blue flames for the first time, burning his own arm. I'm willing to bet that's his awakening. Either changing the fundamentals, breaking the rules, or amplifying what you can already do. That's what it means to be awakened. But it won't happen if you don't want it enough. You must have a true sense of self. You cannot awaken if you don't understand who you truly are. Quirks aren't just muscles, they permeate the body and mind. When you train it you can't ignore that. Horizon sees everyone nodding along deep in thought. TAKT. He brings Nizu's tablet over to his hands and taps the screen a few times, causing a hologram to appear above it. A 2-meter square with a long list on it. 1A Quirk Mastery. Deku equals negative. Toru equals. Aoyama equals. Tokoyami equals. Shoto equals. Uraraka equals. Kaminari equals. Kirishima equals. Koda equals. Shoji equals. Sato equals. Siro equals. Mina equals. Jiro equals. Momo equals. Ida equals. Bakugo equals. Tsu equals. Ojiro equals. Obviously this is my own opinion from the outside looking in, you know more about yourselves than I do, hopefully. Also, I don't know one be enough to make a proper judgment, so you'll all have to self-reflect a bit more. Notice how Todoroki is down toward the bottom while Ojiro is at the top. Tail doesn't need much mastery to get to level 80 because of how basic it is, but with a fraction of the mastery, Todoroki is a lot stronger just because of the power his quirk has. If he was at level 80 with Ojiro, he would be a lot stronger. Still would have lost the sports festival, but still a lot stronger. For example, in the fight against Deku, after seeing the first attack, all Todoroki had to do was make a pincer attack with his ice since Deku can only defend one angle at a time. But since he uses his quirk like some idiot meathead, all he did was throw ice around like a moron. Trying to use power to compensate for mastery nearly cost him the match. What about you? Jiro asks, not staring at the list and simply speaking aloud. You aren't on the list. Probably at level 100, Siro says. Actually I'm at level 60, Horizon's words surprise everyone. Seeing them all gawking at him, he sighs. Clearly you all missed half my lecture, power doesn't equal mastery. My quirk is powerful, but I'm nowhere near mastering it, or even figuring out all my basic abilities. I've got a lot of room to grow. But with that being said, I do know what my awakening is, kind of. I just need to wait for my body to be able to hold enough energy so I can actually use it. Along with just using my quirk a lot to get more comfortable with it. A lot of you are probably gonna get to level 80 before me, but it won't matter, even at that point I won't need any awakening to stay in the top spot. His words leave a sour taste in their mouth, but they certainly weren't going to argue against it. Alright, that's the quirk mastery thesis breakdown complete. Well, that wasn't so bad, Kendo and Jiro think. Now, Deku, get up here. Oh crap, most of 1A gives Deku a sympathetic look. End chapter. Chapter 69, Chapter 068, Level 0. Chapter start. Hearing Horizon call his name, Deku hesitates to step forward, looking over at Eraserhead for any kind of help, only getting a bored look in response. Hurry up. Horizon says. I don't have time to waste on this shit. I promise I'm only helping you because Nisa made me a deal, not out of the goodness in my heart. Honestly, when this is over I'll think you're even more of a pathetic piece of shit that doesn't deserve to be here than before. Well, he's always mean to me, but if anyone can figure out what I'm doing wrong it's Horizon, Deku thinks while walking forward. Stand right there, Horizon points to a spot a few meters away from everyone. And Deku silently obeys. It took me all of 2 seconds to figure out your quirk, so you should be able to get this down quickly once I explain it, watch me. Horizon warps his sword out of the scabbard and into his hand, then turns to the city blocks of buildings in the training zone. Your issue is how you treat quirks. You're such a pathetic fanboy that you think quirks are more special than they are, it's just a part of you. And because you're an All Might fanboy you're trying to be like him, and that's what's killing you. What? Deku asks. You think All Might powers up to throw punches, but he doesn't. He's always using his quirk, he just amps it up at the moment of impact. If he didn't, every movement would rip buildings out of the ground. And if he put all his power into a punch it would rip his arm off, that's what you're doing. So I need to use my quirk more in everyday life? Deku asks. No, that would kill you. You need to stop treating your quirk like some grand power and start treating it like another limb. Watch. Horizon does a wide horizontal swing, without his quirk, and nothing happens. Then he does the exact same motion again, slicing everything with absolute ease. Amputate. All the buildings from where they stand to the other side of the training area, hundreds of meters, are cleanly sliced in two, leaving a thin horizontal line only a few feet above the road. The sound of cement cracking and breaking echoes around as some building collapse under the sudden shift of weight. Down the street they hear cement breaking as what could have been a small town is effectively destroyed. But the buildings beside them stay standing, only with a thin sword slash along the walls. See, the same slash, but they didn't look any different. One did nothing and the other destroyed all the buildings, that's what you need to do. Horizon warps the sword back into the scabbard at his side and turns to everyone. Seeing them all looking at him, completely horrified by how easily he wiped out a small town. Hey, he yells at Deku, snapping him out of his stupor. You need to learn to use your quirk to augment your regular actions before using it for the big attacks. Deku considers it for a moment then realizes what he's saying. So I need to run before I can punch. Ah, sure. How do you normally visualize it? Oh, like an egg in a microwave, I'm heating it up, but I can't seem to stop before it explodes. Oh wow, you're retarded, Horizon says. What? You use the image of something that will explode, then act surprised when you do explode. Like of course you're a little retarded since it's been at least 10 years and you still can't figure out the basic function of your own quirk, but still, I'm more and more surprised every time we talk, not in a good way. Yeah, Deku just quietly agrees, realizing that from Horizon's point of view, this was the best explanation. He couldn't tell him that he'd only had the quirk for 2 months at this point. Anyway, forget about the egg in the microwave, I want you to visualize yourself. Myself. Yup, but as an empty vessel, a hollow shell with no blood. No blood? Deku asks. And everyone just focuses in even more on the lesson. Blood is power and energy for the body, that's the image you want in this case. Treat it like your quirk, if mentally your body is filled with blood, boom, you die. I see, Deku taps his chin. So this way I can more accurately control how much power I send to my arms. Nope, Horizon says. You're still missing the point. Take 1 drop of blood and stretch it to cover your entire body, activate your quirk like that. 1 drop. That way the strain is evenly distributed, too small to damage you while giving you a lot of benefits. Deku falls deep into thought as he closes his eyes and begins visualizing. And Horizon turns to Eraserhead. Eraser, I need you to leave, can't have him thinking anyone is going to save him. What? Eraser asks. I can't leave my students to get who, he suddenly swapped with a leaf somewhere else in UA. The other teachers are about to speak up but Nizu just waves them off before Horizon explains to Deku. Having a safety net encourages failure. This way, if you fuck up, you die, that's all. So don't fail. This doesn't seem safe, Uraraka speaks up. That's the point. Pressure builds character, you either break like a rusty pipe, or become a diamond. A small distance away from Horizon, Deku was still focusing on the mental image of his hollow body. Taking 1 drop of glowing blood and stretched it, impossibly thin until he couldn't even see it anymore. 1 for all, 2%. Deku opens his eyes, feeling his muscles tingling. This feels good. Do a standing jump, Horizon commands. Alright, Deku goes into a full squat then jumps up, clearing 6 feet before crumpling to the floor. Unable to keep his balance while controlling his quirk. Ouch. Seeing Deku down on his hand and knees, Horizon shrugs. It's a start, increase the power as you see fit and you'll be fine. But overdo it and you're gonna break yourself. Thank you, Deku says. You really are amazing, to know so much about quirks so quickly. I know. Ah, is that it? Deku asks, not sure if the lesson is done. I got you from self-destructing all the way to level 0, what else do you want from me? You had 10 years to figure this out but still resorted to being a pathetic fucking leech, have some pride and figure the rest out yourself, get to work. Sorry. Deku bows respectfully and does a small run back to his classmates, clearly excited about the progress he just made. Anyway, my job here is done. Self-reflection and discipline are all you need, you can figure the rest out yourself, probably, and if you can't, that's not my problem, Horizon shrugs as Vlad King walks over with Nizu on his shoulder. Alright students, Nizu cheerfully says. You've all got the rest of this class to figure out what you need to do according to what you've just learned. The upcoming internships will be a good chance to learn about the background work of running a hero agency and managing the logistics of taking down villains. But it's also a good chance to ask pros about quirk use and see what you can learn from how they operate. Be sure to take full advantage of it. Yes sir. Most of the students respond. Vlad walks over and Nizu hops across to Horizon's shoulder and takes a seat. Horizon hands his tablet back to Nizu and they begin walking out of the training area. Shambles. Eraser swaps back with the leaf and runs face first into Vlad's back, stumbling back and just shooting Horizon a dirty look. Care to explain yourself? Eraser yells. Horizon stops and just looks back at him. I don't like repeating myself or arguing, it's easier to just move you, not like you can do anything to stop it. Eraser glares at him, don't do that again. Sure, Horizon turns and continues walking back to the main campus. Moments later he's sitting in Nizu's office, finalizing the edits on this thesis before Nizu can make it public. Now adding himself to the very short list of credible quirk specialists and researchers in the world. Another accolade to show how truly invaluable he is. Tomorrow I'm leaving school early, Horizon says. Well, I don't believe Eraser has anything planned for hero training tomorrow, just a breakdown of how hero agencies operate so you all aren't going in blind. Things from the textbook, I won't be missing anything then. May I ask why? Nizu asks. Well, your plan is that we come here Sunday morning, get out hero costumes, then take the train to wherever we're going. I don't like public transportation, especially when I'm sure to get people annoying me. And Horizon doesn't have a license, or own any cars or property, so you can't drive over in uniform, Nizu says. Yup, so I'll just drive over to Tokyo as law and relax in my penthouse there, he shrugs. Is having a dual identity worth it? I'm sure you could have a lot more if you just used Horizon. People would be offering you things, and I know you enjoy female company. Lots of heroes take advantage of their status for that. If I want something I can get it myself, and as for women, well, just shut the lights off, and if all else fails, you'd be surprised by how many women are willing to put on a blindfold, he says with a mischievous chuckle. Nisa shakes his head, you're ridiculous. Only in all the best ways. End chapter. Chapter 70, Chapter 069, Playboy Matani. Chapter start. 11:00 p.m., Minato, Tokyo. Outside the most popular nightclub in Tokyo, largely because the All Might Hero Agency is only a few kilometers away, swarms of people are lined up and waiting to enter. The sound of muffled music echoes through the building and into the street. Beautiful women as far as your eyes could see, and twice as many horny men trying to get their attention. But all eyes shift to the road as 3 jet-black armored Rolls-Royce SUVs show up. All have gold accents, with an intricate gold heart on the hood ornament. The convoy stops and security personnel exit the lead and rear vehicles, moving to quickly open the door of the main vehicle. And out steps Matani. His family crest on the hood ornament, the intricate hearts he reserves for making a statement and drawing all eyes to him. His suit is a simple and black, well-fitting, golden shirt with the top button undone to show off the very top of his chest tattoo. A black and gold Rolex on his wrist, keeping his family colors alive. Everyone immediately saw him, and after snapping out of it they took a good look at his face. While he was tall and well-built, not uncommon in the age of quirks, his face still looked a bit too young to be in a place like this. But when he walked up to the bouncers with his 4 bodyguards around him as the others went to park, they simply let him through without raising a single brow. The moment they entered the club it felt as if he was hit by what he assumed Jiro's attacks felt like. Music so loud that he could barely hear himself think. Walking through the main walkway he sees a massive dance floor ahead of him. Dim lights and harmless laser shows on the ceiling. A large bar off to the side. Off to the perimeter of this room were a few booths with tables, filled with people having a good time and enjoying their Saturday night. But while most girls here would be impressed by men having a table, Law was playing on a whole other level now. He has an image to uphold after all. So he takes a hard left and walks past another pair of bouncers. They open a glass door leading up a short staircase, and the moment he and his security are inside the door shuts behind them, and the music goes from deafening to low and muffled. Barely background noise. Walking up the stairs they find themselves in what could be mistaken for an entirely different business. A high-class lounge area, with large soft seats. A smaller bar with an older gentleman mixing the drinks. And of course, women in short skirts walking around serving them. Looking around, Law quickly finds his target, a middle-aged Japanese man. Bald head and thin, completely unremarkable on first impression. A simple black and white suit and silver watch that didn't stand out in this room. Looking around he sees a few celebrities and personalities, but he walked right over to the men in question. Mr. Matani, the man gets up and greets him with a smile before he bows. Law gives him a much shorter bow, closer to being a simple nod. Mr. Kito, I hope you're having a good night. It would be impossible not to after that last phone call we had. The man gestures for them both to sit as the security stands a few feet away, giving them privacy but still keeping an eye on Law. Law sits before Kito joins him. Well, I'm just glad to finally meet you in person, Law says. Well, you've been buying businesses from me all across Japan, Mr. Kito says. This one was more of my son's project originally, but when you told me you'd be in Tokyo and were coming here, I just knew I had to come meet you. You haven't been to any of the others you bought. Well, I'm always working, I'm sure you know how it is. Working so hard to keep your family strong that you don't get to spend much time with them or even for yourself. Mr. Kito nods, giving Law a look of sympathy. Young and dutiful, a good man. But I must ask something. Oh, what might that be? Law asks. As Mr. Kito opens his mouth to respond, 2 young women approach the table with trays in their hands. One has a dark wine bottle and 2 glasses, while the other has what's clearly a cigar box. The women set the table and pour the drinks before quickly leaving. Awamori, I always drink this to bless any business I do, it has never failed me, and cigars, Mr. Kito gestures to the glasses. Well, to good fortune, Law shares a drink with the men, feeling the clear rice wine trying to burn his throat on the way down. It also fuels my quirk, Mr. Kito says, reaching into the cigar box and taking out 2 cigars. Cutting them and then snapping his fingers, a small candle flame appeared above his thumb. As he's lighting the cigars he chuckles, not much in the way of fighting villains, but I'm always ready to have a cigar, a bad habit I picked up some from business partners abroad, just don't tell my wife, he chuckles. Law laughs and takes his cigar, taking a puff of it and enjoying the vanilla scent it gave off. My lips are sealed, and as for the flame, well, right now I think that's exactly the right quirk. So, what did you want to ask me? Oh, right, Mr. Kito leans back and puffs his cigar. I did some research, called some friends. You've been buying restaurants, bars, lounges, buildings, and all kinds of businesses. But you never rebrand them under the Matani name. You simply leave them be, and in some cases where you have the option to buy a majority, you only buy roughly 40% of the business. I'm curious about why that is. You could be making a lot more money, and I know some people that are more than willing to help you find more things to buy. Well, it's not about the money honestly, Law admits. And I'd love to talk to your friends about expanding my reach, because that's what it's all about. I want influence as far and wide as possible. Owning 40% of a business is enough where you can use that business whenever you want, but you don't have to attend meetings, at least not in my case. I want an easy life where my money works for me, and allows me access to things at a moment's notice. Restaurants, clubs, bars, lounges, hotels, everything. I've got the capital, I might as well use it, Law shrugs. Mr. Quito smiles and nods, realizing Law wasn't a threat, just another young man who wants the freedom to do whatever he wants. He was no threat to Mr. Quito and his friends that wanted an ironclad grip on the economy. I believe my friends are in perfect positions to work with you, Mr. Matani. They can get you into the highest level of many businesses, and since you don't want a controlling interest, it will be much easier. Perfect. In truth, Law somewhat had to do this. Not for any economical reason, but just so he could go wherever and do whatever without people having to check who he was. It was a way to get Law Matani more famous and separate him from Horizon. Horizon, who will never be putting his name down as the owner of any property. Horizon, who doesn't drive or have a car, or a house. Horizon, who isn't a playboy that looks like he's in a gang, knuckle tattoos and all. Law Matani and Horizon are so far apart that you'd never even believe they'd get along, much less be the same person. Because how could the future symbol of peace look and act like a mob boss under his hero costume? Thankfully, at least since Swiss Vault never uses names, they could use the same accounts to purchase things since it's so heavily insulated, mostly by Nizu himself. So he didn't have to sacrifice too much of his lifestyle as Horizon. After a few more minutes of exchanging information and casual chatter, Mr. Quito leaves Law to enjoy the night, and runs off to spend some time with his mistress. Finishing up his drink and cigar, Law gets up, and makes a post on his Law Matani Yay account, which currently has 400k followers, nothing compared to Horizon's 80 million dash, to show the world how flashy his life is, further dividing himself from Horizon. Then walks over to the glass wall separating them from the dance floor on the ground floor. One-way glass so he could look down at everyone without them even knowing he was there. And looking down, he saw exactly what he wanted. He spots a group of 4 girls standing at the edge of the dance floor, with no guys in their group. 2 girls are cute, but only human. Meaning they simply looked like cute Japanese girls, boring and easy to find. But the other 2, they were truly quirky. One had bright green skin and orange eyes, long black hair on her head. Short and slender, but she has curves in just the right places. The other looked like a regular Japanese girl, except she had ram horns on her head and white curly hair. She was also tall, 183 centimeters 6 feet, but her body was, in a word, stacked. A sheep Quirk. Law assumes. Even in this day and age, some people avoid being intimate with mutant-type Quirk users, but Law was already bored of normal. He enjoys unique experiences, and that includes his women. Understanding this, he plays it to his advantage, looking about the club until he finds something he can use. A table of 4 guys that seem to just be enjoying drinks, 2 girls with them. Snapping his fingers, one of the servers walks over to him, seeing him looking down at the dance floor. The woman was no taller than Sue, causing her to stand a bit further away rather than crane her neck to look up at him. "Do you see those guys there?" He points to the table of guys. "Yes, sir." "Good, I want you to tell them that I'm sending 2 girls over to their table. And those girls are gonna think that they bought them champagne, it's on the house." "Sir," the woman looks confused by this. "I'm trying to help them impress some girls," Law says. Then points at the 4 girls. Them, the 2 plain-looking ones, but when you tell the girls to go over to the guys, make sure you tell them only those 2. The woman looks even more confused, but quickly hops to the task when he hands her a $2,000 tip. As Law sees the plan in motion, he takes a quick walk down toward the 4 girls, leaving his security upstairs. Getting to them before they could get the message. Normally he'd just go talk to them, but he really wasn't feeling like putting in any effort during a conversation tonight. He'd just create a situation where they choose him. Using his quirk, he feels the server now approaching the girls and gets to them before her, just barely. "Hey ladies, you girls having a good time?" he says casually, just waiting for the server to get here. Thankfully he's attractive, so that makes things much easier, and he sees smiles all around, but instantly focuses on the 2 unique girls as they all make fast introductions, and the moment the girls are starting to loosen up around him. "Excuse me," the server interrupts them, giving Law a brief glance. "You 2 ladies have been invited to a table across the dance floor. Your champagne bottles are waiting for you," she says to the ordinary girls. Both their eyes light up, and they turn to their friends. Only you two, sorry, she says to the girls, gesturing for the ordinary girls to follow her. The two girls look conflicted, looking between their friends and the server, until Law speaks up. Hey, it's okay, everyone likes champagne, in the meantime, the three of us will just be at my table upstairs. His suggestion gets both the mutant girls smiling, and before he can even continue talking they're pouncing on the idea of ditching their ordinary friends. His game plan was extraordinarily simple. 1. Set the bait, in this case, champagne. 2. Get rid of the girls he had no interest in, but he has to make it seem like it's their choice. 3. Get the mutant girls to feel like they lost to their friends since they didn't get an invite. 4. Invite the mutant girls to his table, which is of higher perceived status than the table downstairs, therefore putting them above their friends. In this case, it worked because from his experience, women love feeling wanted, and women especially love feeling wanted above other women. Normally he could just talk his way into this, but since he has the money and influence but none of the time, this was easier. And that's how he got to where he is now. At his table upstairs, enjoying a drink with Mita, the tall girl with ram horns. And Toko, the girl with neon green skin. Both wore short dresses to show off their goods. So I've been wondering, how old are you? Mita asks, narrowing her eyes at Law as he takes a sip of his drink. How old do I look? You can't be older than 18, Toko says. Law laughs and gives them a cocky smirk. Clubs don't allow anyone under 20 inside, but if you must know. It's my quirk, keeps me looking youthful, also really makes it difficult for women to take me seriously since they prefer older men. That's amazing, I wish I had that quirk, Toko says. Well, if you play your cards right tonight, your kids could have it. ACH. Mita chokes on her drink while Toko just starts laughing. A joke that only works if they find you attractive, otherwise it could get you into trouble. So do you girls live around here? Law asks. I'm actually not from Tokyo at all, just visiting for a week. Maybe we can keep in touch for a bit. Yeah, we work at the aquarium, Mita says. Yeah, Toko nods along. So are you here on vacation or business? Clearly a little bit of both. But my job is really boring. Really? Toko asks. With all the tattoos and how cocky you are, I guessed crime family. Me too, Mita admits. Law laughs at that. So you thought I was in the Yakuza or something and still followed me up here? Both women look at each other, then nervously look at Law. Relax, I'm not in anything like that. My career isn't really exciting so I try not to talk about it, but I'm in banking. Toko moves a bit closer to him, pressing her shoulder against his arm, and takes his hand, raising it to rub a thumb over his knuckle tattoos. Well, would you believe me if I said it's high-risk banking? After a few more drinks and some time talking about nonsense, Law finally decides it's time to close the deal. He had to go meet Endeavor tomorrow after all. You know, I'd love to keep talking, but the music here is really loud, an obvious hint that he just wanted to get out of here since they could barely hear the music. How about we finish our drinks at my place, and my bar has what I need to show you my signature drink. Both women share a look, and at once they decide that the night has only just begun. End chapter. Chapter 71, Chapter 070, A New Endeavor. Chapter start. 6 a.m. Walking through the halls of his hero agency, Endeavor has a smirk on his face as he moves toward his office. Leaving his personal chambers after his morning workout and shower, he's excited for Shoto's arrival in a few hours. He'd finally get to show his son exactly what kind of hero he is. The result of a lifetime of hard work and dedication. He hopes that just maybe Shoto would be impressed and soften up to him. Getting to the top floor, Endeavor opens the door to his office, and his mood immediately sours. What the hell are you doing here, he asks. His office was absolutely massive and high-end, with 2 couches with a coffee table between them. His desk is off to the side with a wall behind it. And to the right of his desk was a glass wall overlooking Tokyo. Currently, Horizon was sitting on one of the couches scrolling through his phone, head nodding along to the music being played into his visor. Sword leaning against the couch at his side. Tapping his phone a few times, he puts it down and looks over at the furious Endeavor. I was just checking my post. People are excited, I posted a picture in here to announce my internship. Endeavor stomps over to him and glares down at Horizon. I mean, what are you doing in my office, in my building? How did you get inside? Ah, I can warp, obviously. What, you think I need doors, like a peasant? Endeavor wants to yell at the boy, but instead, he takes a deep breath and the flames on his shoulders and face dissipate. Without a word, he moves to sit opposite Horizon and just silently stares at him, trying to figure out how to approach the situation. Is Shoto here already? Endeavor asks. Nah, he's probably just getting ready for UA. I took my hero costume and spent the night in Tokyo. You aren't supposed to have your hero costume outside of school under normal circumstances like that. Endeavor narrows his eyes at Horizon. So. Endeavor sighs, expecting this to be difficult but already getting sick of the attitude. Do you want tea? Can you drink tea? He wasn't sure what the deal was with Horizon's visor. I can, but I don't. I'm good for now, Horizon says. So, can we just get to the point please? You never offer students internships or work studies. Shoto is obvious because it's your kid, but why me? I appreciate that you don't like small talk, Endeavor admits. The reason I extended an offer to you is because I want to ask you some questions. My quirk is none of your business. TCH, not about that, about your parents. Horizon growls lowly and sits up. What, you didn't learn from what happened to Shoto? Are all the Todorokis gonna need me to teach them this lesson? I want to know how they succeeded where I failed, Endeavor says quickly, causing Horizon to pause for a moment then leaned back into the couch. Okay, you have my attention, explain yourself. I assume Shoto told you about my mistakes. Mistakes? You mean the child neglect, child abuse, domestic abuse, quirk marriage, quirk breeding, all that shit. Endeavor looks ashamed, eyes dropping down to the table between them. Yes, my mistakes. Okay, what about them? Horizon asks casually, as if they were talking about the weather. This confuses Endeavor, he'd expected hate and anger, not nonchalance. You aren't angry. Huh, why would I be angry? Not my family, not my problem. Who gives a fuck what you do in your house, Horizon shrugs. That is concerning. It's more concerning that the number 2 hero is such a shitty dad, so you're in no position to judge anyone here. Endeavor nods in agreement. And if you brought me here for family therapy, sorry but I'm not that kind of doctor. I deal in real medicine, not make-believe bullshit. Therapy is real. For real pussies is what you mean, Horizon scoffs. If you've got problems just get over it. Endeavor blinks a few times, taking a moment to really wrap his mind around what kind of person he was currently talking to. Not at all liking the idea of someone so powerful with this kind of mentality. But as Horizon said, he's in no situation to be judging anyone, so he just lets it go. I want to know how you were raised, Endeavor says in a serious voice, getting them on topic. Shoto was born and raised to be the absolute strongest, but in raising and training him, I destroyed my family. I allowed my ambition to burn everything and everyone around me, they all hate me, I hate me, for what I've done. For all I didn't do. I want to atone. I don't think I want them to forgive me, I don't think I can be forgiven. But I'd at least like for them all to be together, even if it is without me. Very touching I'm sure, Horizon rolls his eyes beneath the visor. Why the sudden change of heart? You. Me. When I saw you defeat Shoto, when I heard about your quirk. I realized it was all a pointless ambition of mine. And when I thought Shoto died, I didn't know what to do. I'd never felt so powerless. I wanted nothing more than to get a second chance, to fix everything I did to my family. And then you put him back together, and I got my second chance. Horizon chuckles at that, causing Endeavor to glare at him. Sorry. It's just that, I beat Shoto so bad you got character development, another chorus of chuckles. Can you help me or not? Endeavor yells, flames erupting on him again, now pissed off. Your parents trained you to be powerful, yet you always speak of them with love, how? All right, Horizon raises his hands in surrender. But I need something from you. Huh. Work studies, at your agency. Endeavor calms down, now more professional as they discuss business. My hero agency is the most successful in Japan, working here you'd likely be able to make more money than anywhere else, even as a student. Don't care about the money. A standard contract is fine, Horizon says. I've got more money than I know what to do with already. I just need to work at the best agency, under the best hero. Most of my work will be independent after I learn how you operate. Endeavor raises a brow at that. Shouldn't you be trying to get All Might to teach you? I need someone skillful, not a meathead that's just born strong. You're my gold standard for pro heroes, you're the only option for me. Endeavor smiles at that, hearing someone actually acknowledge his skill and hard work instead of just gawking at All Might's raw power. Alright, but you'll need to get your provisional license first, so the contract will have to wait until next year. June actually, Horizon says. I'll be taking the exam early, everyone else has to wait a bit longer. I see, you've got yourself a deal, Endeavor leans forward and shakes his hand. This was everything Horizon needed. A spot in a well-connected agency that gets a lot of big cases, he'd get hero network access from Nizu, then he can start resolving incidents and solving cases solo after he figures out how Endeavor operates and adapts his style. Okay, Horizon starts, and Endeavor focuses on not missing a single word. From what I understand you basically made a kid and forced him to be a hero and it destroyed your family. I don't know how to fix it, but a major difference that my parents did is that they didn't force me to do anything. What? When my quirk first manifested, we thought it was a dud, a completely useless quirk. I was crying, and my dad offered to teach me medicine. He knew I was hoping for a quirk like his so I could help out in the clinic. I asked him to teach me, so all the stress and studying I had to deal with, it was all my choice. A few weeks later I asked Mom to teach me how to take care of myself, to be an adventurer like her. I wanted to help her out one day, so she began teaching me. I could have just decided to do nothing and be nothing, maybe things would have turned out better that way. But I chose to learn from them. They would have loved me either way. From the moment I was born I was already perfect in their eyes, because I'm their son, and that will always be enough. True unconditional love, I'll never get that anywhere else. But I chose to live a life of hard work and pain. I chose to learn everything they knew and take it to heights unimagined. I chose to become Horizon. It was all my choice. You removed the option for anyone in your family to choose, you forced your dream onto them. How could they ever not hate you for that? Obviously, there is a lot more to it than that, but this is just the main difference I see, because I imagine many of the harsh, painful lessons my parents taught me were a lot worse than what you did. Partly because they knew I could just heal myself. But I asked for it, so that's on me. But I'd imagine it helped a lot that, well, I'm not a pussy, he shrugs. Anyway, that's my take on it. I see, Endeavor rubs his chin, deep in thought. I have much to think about. As for your internship, I'll have to leave you in the care of my head sidekick Burnin. Shoto needs help controlling his fire, so that's what I'll be focusing on with him for a while. We won't be leaving the gym here, you and Burnin will operate as usual for this agency. Sounds perfect. Good, I'll have Burnin show you to your room later, and teach you to use doors. Don't just warp into rooms like you did earlier. People who can warp, should warp. I don't tell you not to have those ridiculous flames on your shoulder and face, serious, a flame mustache, really. My quirk use isn't illegal, and my flames don't look ridiculous. End chapter. Chapter 72, Chapter 071, Tokyo Central Bank. Chapter start. Aside from stopping few minor thefts, Horizon hadn't done anything exciting on the first day of his internship. Today would be much more exciting. Walking through Tokyo with Burnin, Mokomiji Dash, Horizon is one step behind her as people constantly stare at them on the crowded streets. Burnin was a young lady, Endeavor's most famous and powerful sidekick. Her hero costume was rather simple. A gray double-breasted mini dress with orange and black lining and accents. 2 rows of buttons down the front of it and short slits at the sides so she can move easier. Her belt has a temperature gauge for a buckle and a small fire extinguisher at the back of it. Strong thick legs in knee-high socks and short boots. And a pretty face was somewhat hidden beneath a black mask. But in reality, the mask barely did anything. Because her entire costume was topped off with a head of green fire for hair. Seemingly appearing more like a liquid that's frozen in place, wild and messy. Perfectly matching her fiery personality and rambunctious nature. All fit into a 169 cm 5 feet 6.5 package, 1 inch shorter than Momo. Walking in front of Horizon, the top of her head just barely reaches his neck. Burnin raises a hand and stops abruptly, focusing in on the earpiece connecting her to the Endeavor agency. What's going on? Horizon asks. A moment later she turns around and looks up at him. Some villains attacked the Tokyo Central Bank and took hostages. The cops want us there to help out, let's go. Without waiting for any response, Bernie's hair expands and all the loose pieces meld together and grow, lifting her off the street and rocketing into the air. Now soaring over the streets below, she begins the somewhat long trip further into the heart of Tokyo to go help out. Great, this is gonna suck, Horizon mutters as he sees her disappear over the buildings. Already knowing he'd be quickly drained after this. Room. He opens the largest room he can, 7 kilometers in every direction, 2 kilometers more than before he joined UA. Having such a wide open space to train has done wonders for him already. This brings his area of influence to a total 14 kilometers diameter. As always, he's in the middle, a blessing sometimes, and a curse in moments like these. Focusing toward the southeast of his room, he tries to find anything he can swap with. Scan. The influx of information is instantly processed, but he can feel the toll on his mental stamina from scanning such a large area. Shambles. He swaps for a candy wrapper he located in a back alley before instantly closing his room. For more of these to go. He mutters, and starts the taxing process all over again. Shambles. Law appears on a sidewalk, 1 more warp away from his destination. He shakes his head to stay focused, and opens another room. Scan. Oh, you can't be serious. He sighs, finding nothing to swap to, an entire area of the city completely cleared out because of this bank heist. Fuck it. He raises his hand and flicks a finger upward. TAKT. At his desired location, a pedal is ripped out of the sidewall by a seemingly invisible force. Focusing on small objects is already difficult. With TAKT, if he can see them, it's much easier to command them to move. Using scan and TAKT to move things that he's far away from him is taxing but has its uses. But TAKT has a limit that only he and his parents know about. Without adding much more energy and focus, he can only command things to move as fast as gravity would naturally allow them. For example, he can only move a rock as fast as it would naturally fall. Increasing the speed and force requires more energy, eventually leading to diminishing returns on his stamina use. So ripping a pebble out of the floor, from this far away, without being able to even see it. With his room already pushed to the limit, it felt as if he tried to rip the sports festival stage out of the floor. Shambles. He appears in a deserted alley one building away from the police barricade. Immediately shutting down his quirk, he leans against the wall, taking a moment to catch his breath. Squeezing his eyes shut, he regains his focus enough so that nobody would realize he isn't at full strength and stands up straight, walking toward the police barricade as if nothing happened. In truth, without the need to follow the rules and maintain his heroic image, he could have covered the 28 kilometers much easier. Open a room, swap for a car or even a dumpster, something big enough that he doesn't have to strain his mind to find and lock onto it. But he's Horizon. He doesn't move people's property so freely. Finding litter was the more heroic option, therefore that's what he did. The last thing he wants is people questioning his quirk use, especially since he doesn't have a provisional license yet, so this is all technically illegal quirk use. And as for ripping a piece of the ground out, he knows he can't make a habit of that. Property damage is what keeps people like MT Lady poor and low in the rankings after all. So what if a few people die because I take longer, he thinks to himself. The important thing is that if this was going to be some rampaging monster like the USJ Momo, I'd need to show up at full strength. I need to figure out this mobility problem. Walking out of the alley, he sees a mob of news teams already set up with cameras and mics. Beyond them is a line of policemen and 10 pro heroes, all waiting patiently for an opening in this standoff. Behind the news teams are a mob of civilians, so swept up in the idea of heroes that they don't even realize how dangerous this situation is, so confident that nothing would happen to them and heroes would take care of it all. Disgusting, the bystander effect in full action. Horizon thinks as he walks up, making a show of it. Excuse me, can I please get by? He loudly asks, causing the crowd to turn around and stare at him. A chorus of cheers and chattering erupts as all the cameras turn to him, and one lucky reporter manages to shove a mic toward his face as he pushes through the crowd. Horizon. Do you think the hostages will be okay? The reporter asks, and Horizon stops. The crowd waits anxiously for his answer, some of them having family and friends trapped inside, now seeing a shining beacon of hope that the situation would be taken care of. That Principal Nisu's bet, the future symbol of peace, has arrived to save them. Turning to the reporter, Horizon speaks in a gentle voice, still sounding somewhat mechanical. You don't need to worry, everyone will be fine. Are more pros coming? Another reporter asks. The current pros have just been standing about doing nothing. How long until enough pros are here to go in and deal with these villains? Horizon looks at him and chuckles before answering. This problem is already resolved. You have all the heroes you need, because I am Horizon, and that's enough. He walks past the police barricade without saying another word. Stepping into the police area, Horizon sees the massive bank, large white columns, and a stone staircase leading to the door. All the windows were currently painted over, a bright purple color, as well as the glass doors. Looking up to the nearby rooftops, he sees armored police officers with rifles aimed at the building, trigger fingers itchy and waiting for the right order. He also sees a few pros he's standing spread out in case any of the robbers try to run. None of them having a quirk applicable to this situation unless a fight happens. Horizon, this way please, one of the officers says. Even the regular uniformed officers wore bulletproof vests and were carrying around rifles, obviously ready to put these criminals down if necessary. Following the men, he's led into a mobile command unit, a small room with monitors connected to nearby street cameras to keep eyes on the building. In it are a few people on headphones looking at the screen and coordinating efforts, likely calling in more pros, and standing behind them is an officer in a trench coat pacing back and forth. He was an older gentleman with gray hair and a thin mustache, but his eyes seemed youthful the moment they landed on Horizon. Horizon. Captain. Horizon asks while shaking his hand. Yes, I'm the captain in charge of this operation. The man looks confused for a moment. The Endeavor agency told us you'd arrive with Burnin. I can warp, she has to fly, I got here first. I don't think we have time to waste with innocent lives at stake, sir. Agreed, the man nods. Endeavor is busy, but your dispatcher at the agency was confident your quirk could handle this situation. What's the situation? The captain leads him to a table with a floor plan of the bank. He points at the vault room. A dozen men, one of them has a drill quirk, transforms his arms into drills. He's breaking into the vault here. How long until he gets in? It's been 10 minutes, so I'd rather not find out. Hostages? Horizon asks. The man points to the main floor of the bank. 24 men, women, they let the kids go. But one of the kids had a note, said they strapped half a pound of C4 to each hostage, and they claim that the lead guy is holding a dead man's trigger. So if he gets shot or hurt, boom. Exactly, the captain says. We managed to get some intel on their quirks. Nothing that packs a punch, basic strength enhancer, and some standard mutant quirks. Alright, Horizon nods. Let's confirm what we can. Room. He closes his eyes and focuses, his room expanding to cover everything for 200 meters in every direction. Get some men to clear the sewer system, Horizon says. What? The captain taps one of the men behind him who immediately take off his headset to listen in. They entered through the front door but they've got another guy with a drill quirk in the sewer. And he's got one big guy with him. The captain looks surprised and confused, but he's ultimately grateful. Half a pound of C4 times 24, that's a dozen pounds, not enough to bring down a building that size, but anyone in the main room when it goes off is probably dead. The pros on hand should be enough if these guys are as weak as you say. Okay, I've got a plan that can end this now. Room. Law takes a deep breath as his quirk deactivates. I'm listening. The captain says. 5 minutes later Horizon is standing with nearly 50 officers and 8 pros, 2 having just arrived. They were all facing the front of the building ready for action. There was an assortment of rocks scattered about on the street which they were all staring at, guns lowered. The news cameras were confused at what was going on, then they saw Horizon raise his hand. And snap his fingers. Shambles. 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 The 24 hostages suddenly appear where some of the rocks were, without the bombs strapped to them. For a moment they looked bewildered and confused, then some of their eyes settled on Horizon and they slowly began to realize what was going on. The surrounding crowd began to cheer as the police escorted the hostages to safety until this situation was resolved. A moment later all the cops returned and pointed their guns at the remaining rocks, ready for action at a moment's notice. Horizon raises his hand again, making a show of snapping his fingers. Shambles. 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 13 naked and unarmed men suddenly appear in front of them, immediately freezing at the sight of all the guns aimed at them. And in the middle of all the officers, Horizon stood with his sword drawn and also pointed at them. You should surrender, this isn't a good look, Horizon says. Half the men raise their hands, the others keep them down to preserve what little dignity they had left. Less than a minute later all the men were arrested, each wearing handcuffs and a cloth sheet, stuffed into the back of armored trucks. The captain walks up to Horizon as the men are sent off, giving him an apprehensive look. You sure about this? He asks Horizon. Of course, Horizon says. If I warp him and he moves his finger the bombs go off, and we can't take their word for it that it's only C4, the best course of action is to make sure they never go off, this ensures that. Assuming he doesn't freak out when it happens, the captain says. I'll get a hold of it before he can do that, trust me. I obviously do, just, cutting people up is really freaky. I get that a lot. Well, at least wear a vest, the captain says. Your circumstance is pretty unique, so I'm letting you use your quirk, but if you get hurt then we both get in serious trouble, you could get expelled and I'll go to jail like those guys. How about a camera? I'll warp away if things go bad, I promise. Fine, I really hope I don't regret this. End chapter. Chapter 73, Chapter 072, Mobility Issues. Chapter Start. Shambles. Horizon swaps with a lamp on the second floor of the bank, wearing a small camera on his tie from the police officers. Casually walking he hears frantic pacing downstairs, boots clattering on the stone tile. Looking over the second floor balcony he sees a man in a simple black suit, an automatic rifle in one hand and a detonator in the other. He wore a balaclava mask on his head, only showing his eyes and mouth, all plain looking. Horizon slowly draws his sword, making sure the camera he's wearing gets a good show, and endpoints it at the man. He gently swings his sword, the white blade and blue edge move as he speaks quietly, just barely enough for the camera to hear. Amputate. The man's hand with the detonator is lopped off at the wrist, yet he doesn't feel anything or even react. Shambles, the hand swaps for one of Horizon's cards, and he immediately applies pressure to the thumb, making sure it can't leave the trigger. Feeling the pressure now on his hand, the man panics and raises his left hand to look at it, only to freeze, seeing his bone and flesh exposed yet still feeling his hand. Ah! He shrieks in shock. Amputate, Horizon slashes once more, this time destroying the rifle the man held. The men didn't even notice the rifle being bisected as he just drops to his knees, scared and confused as he clutches his wrist with his one remaining hand. Horizon takes the time to stroll down the large staircase to the main floor, walking past all the bombs and clearing his throat for the men to look up at him. Through his teary and scared eyes, Horizon looked like a monster, a demon. The detonator in his left hand, and a severed hand in his right, yet he carried himself as if it were completely normal. "What did you do to me?" the man asks in a shaky voice, looking down to see his wrist wasn't even bleeding. "Relax, it doesn't hurt, I'll put it back when you're arrested, I mean how else would the handcuffs work?" Horizon shrugs. "I'll be okay." "You'll be okay, just walk outside and hand yourself over." And that's exactly what happened. Clutching his severed hand, the man walks outside without his mask on, peacefully handing himself over to the police. And the bystanders and officers alike cheer for Horizon, as he resolves his first big incident. A bright start for their future hero. The bomb squad rushes in, and one of them stops by Horizon. "I didn't touch the bombs," Horizon says as he carefully hands over the detonator to the men. "Well done, good work, hero," the man quickly nods and rushes off to join his men. "Well, that's a first, and I'm already sick of it," Horizon thinks. Horizon quickly calls one of the officers over and hands him the served limb and body camera, leaving the men thoroughly disgusted and shocked as he walks away. Seeing Vernon talking to the captain. "Well, look who finally showed up," he says to Vernon. "Well, we can't all warp. But good job, you ended things smoothly and didn't even need my help." She gives a dazzling smile and a thumbs up. "You really did good work, Horizon," the captain says. "I can't wait to see what you'll be like as a pro. Now, I need to go make a statement to the media." "Mind if I join you?" Horizon asks. They can be pretty intense. More intense than a hostage and bomb situation." "Fair enough, follow me." Falling into step behind the captain, Horizon and Vernon stand by and listen to him explain what happened to the media, until he eventually passes the attention over to Horizon. Thankfully, Horizon showed up, so the situation was resolved minutes later without anyone getting hurt or needing to fire a single bullet. He was instrumental in resolving this incident, and my report as well as the body camera footage will support that. Those will be released to the public later today. The captain immediately and wisely walks away before they can pull him into another barrage of questions, heading off to handle cleanup and write his report. Now standing in front of the mob with Vernon, all eyes and cameras were on him. And the barrage of questions began. "Horizon, how do you feel after resolving your first official incident involving civilians?" "Saving people always feel great," Horizon says. "Publicly saving people does feel great, because the more he saves the closer he is to saving his parents." "How has it been at the Endeavor Hero Agency?" "It's been great, he and I have an understanding of what we expect from each other. Endeavor is my gold standard for pro heroes, so working with him will teach me a lot. I aim to learn as much as I can from him to help as many people as possible." "How was the plan that handled this bank situation devised?" "When I arrived on the scene, the captain and I put our heads together to utilize my quirk effectively and efficiently. Working together with our brave police officers, thankfully we were able to avoid any violence today." "Would it be right to say that you, with the support of the police, resolved this incident?" one reporter asks. "Not at all," Horizon says. "I assisted them in whatever way I could. Having a powerful quirk doesn't mean I'm the lead in every situation. In this delicate and volatile situation, power is hardly relevant. These men and women have years of training and experience that I'd be foolish and ignorant to ignore and act as if I know better than. They're the real heroes here." The nearby police officers looked genuinely surprised at this response. Not expecting or used to this much credit being given to them, especially from a pro hero. In this world, you're either a pro hero or you're nothing, even if your job is so intertwined. Horizon knew this, and every word was carefully chosen to be extraordinarily humble, because he knew this would be seen as a blatant lie when the bodycam footage and official reports show him doing most of the work. That would then make him look even better in the public eye, and that's all that mattered. 6 p.m. Laying in his room at the Endeavor Hero Agency, Law has all the lights off as he scrolls through his EA page. Seeing everyone commenting on his latest post. After the police published the details, bodycam footage, and the media agencies posted their own pictures. He put the most flattering bits and pieces together and posted it on his page. His room didn't have much else to do. It was small, with a bed, wardrobe, desk, chair, and bedside table and lamp. Only the essentials. With a single warp he could be in his Tokyo penthouse to enjoy all its comforts. But if something happened here he could miss the alert and lose a precious chance to build himself up. It simple wasn't worth the risk. Currently, he had a meal bar in one hand and his phone in the other. His body glove was neatly folded at his desk and his visor was atop it. He sees the 1A group chat going wild with everyone asking him how the bank situation was and if he's okay. He looks at the messages but doesn't bother responding. Then he gets 3 messages. One from Ciro telling him how cool he looked on the news. Another from Jiro asking if he's okay. And finally a message from Momo that read, I hope you're alright, it seems at least one of us is doing real heroic things at our internship. Horizon just raises a brow at it and leaves her on scene like the others. He had bigger things to worry about than their poor choices. Finishing his meal bar and drinking some water, he goes down to the basics to figure out exactly how to solve his current problem. Okay, what do I know? I know my quirk works in a sphere. I know that the room always extends with me in the middle. My own universe where I'm the center of it, as a god should be. I know once I'm in there I'm powerful. But today I realized that my lifestyle has always been me fighting somewhat on my own terms. When I worked with Mom, she taught me to pick my fights, so I could usually just wait for my target. But heroes are reactive, not proactive. Now that I'm playing hero, I need to be able to chase people. Once I get to the fight I'm fine, but getting to the fight is a serious problem. If one of those bank guys were strong earlier, I could have been in trouble. If the USJ Momo was there, I'd be dead because of how drained I was just to get there. I can't afford to spend that much energy just to get to an incident in the future. I need mobility outside of my room. But how the fuck do I do that? Law asks aloud. If I could just move about like Hawks or Burnin, or even Bakugo. Law sits up, suddenly struck by an idea, by something that caught his eye at the sports festival. Hover Sauls. He quickly finds Mei Hatsum's match against Kaminari, plus some clips of her during the cavalry battle and obstacle race. They let her hover above the ground, but I'll need something a lot better than that, and a lot less goofy. Law is about to call Nizu when he hears a loud knowing at his door. Room. Shambles. He's sudden in his body glove and visor as he walks to the door, opening it to see Endeavor standing there in casual clothes and a coat. Yeah, he asks, standing at almost the exact same height, face to face with Endeavor. Endeavor takes a good look at Horizon, now realizing how muscular he was under that suit, because that's what he's in almost all the time, either in the UA uniform or his hero costume. We're going to dinner, dress casually. Endeavor doesn't even wait for a response, just starts walking away. Well, I could still eat, I guess. Horizon shrugs and goes to get some clothes on. Completely oblivious to how much Todoroki family drama was about to unfold. End chapter. Chapter 74, Chapter 073, Nightmare House. Chapter start. Sitting in the back of the car, Horizon is leaning against the door, head nodding along to the music being played in his visor. He wore a simple blue t-shirt with his logo on the back, a pair of matching pants, along with his hero costume boots, and his watch. Keeping his cards in his pocket just in case. Across from him on the other side of the back seat, Shoto stares out the window as they drive past the houses. And in the front seat, Endeavor and the driver are entirely silent the entire ride. Getting an alert, Horizon takes out his phone to check it, seeing a text from Nizu. I got your request, but support items for Hero Course students must be designed by fellow students. I'll pass the request to Power Loader for him to assign the appropriate student. As Horizon closes his phone, the car comes to a stop in front of a traditional Japanese mansion. Huh, I expected more. Horizon thinks as they all get out of the car and follow Endeavor to the front door. Walking through the courtyard, he opens a room for 100 meters in every direction, 200 meters across in total. Scan. He senses an old woman, setting a table and finishing up some cooking. Helping her is a younger lady with glasses. Aside from them, nobody else is here, and he doesn't sense anything unusual for a place like this. Entering the main house, they all take off their shoes as Horizon hears a set of footsteps approach, feeling the younger of the two women doing a small jog down the hallway. Shoto. Fuyumi Todoroki rounds the corner with a wide smile. Fuyumi was a plain-looking woman, 22 years old, with a slim build and short stature, only standing at 160 centimeters, 5 feet 3. Her most striking feature was the head of white hair with small patches of red sprinkled about, along with the square black glasses on her face just barely hiding her gray eyes. Huh, she sounds just like Jiro, was Horizon's first thought, while Fuyumi just froze for a moment, trying to process what she was seeing. Her eyes widened for a moment to take in Horizon's jarring look, not expecting him to always be in a mask and body glove, and also not expecting him to be almost as tall as Endeavor, although you'd have to look very close to notice the 1 centimeter difference. But then her stare turned into a harsh glare and scowl. Why are you here? Huh. Horizon looks at Endeavor. Your dad said you wanted me here. He told me one of Shoto's classmates was working with him. He didn't say it was you, she growls out. What's your problem with me? Horizon was genuinely confused, all while Endeavor and Shoto wisely kept quiet. I've never even met you before. You nearly killed Shoto. TCH, Horizon scoffs. I barely touched him, and he was never at risk of death. Honestly, he got off lucky considering how much he ran his mouth before the fight. Got off lucky. Fuyumi gestures at Shoto. He still has nightmares about waking up with no heart. Horizon looks around even more confused. How is it my fault that he's a complete fucking pussy? Just get him therapy or something. Isn't that what you losers do? Fuyumi's face goes red, but Endeavor steps in before she goes into a full tirade. Let's all just take a moment and go to the dining room, we can talk this out there. The harsh glare he gives Fuyumi immediately has her mouth shut, but Horizon just rolls his eyes when it falls upon him. As Fuyumi stomps away, Horizon just sighs and follows Endeavor into the dining room. Stepping into the dining room, Horizon sees a low table and floor mats for them to sit on. A full traditional dinner to match the clear style of the house was laid out for them. So your family doesn't believe in chairs, Horizon says. Or anything from the past 4 centuries. You don't believe in tradition? Endeavor asks as they all take their seats. He sits at the head of the table with Shoto and Fuyumi to his left, and Horizon opposite them. Tradition is just peer pressure from dead people, it's obsolete. And if I don't let living people tell me what to do, why would I ever listen to corpses? The room falls into a tense silence as everyone starts eating. Horizon mainly eats white rice and some grilled fish. But eventually, he just gets annoyed by Fuyumi sitting opposite him staring daggers at his visor. What? He asks her. Nothing, she begins glaring even harder. Just say what's on your mind already. Why did you do that to Shoto at the sports festival? Fuyumi asks. He doesn't talk about it, but I'd like to know what someone could do to deserve that. I know my brother is a good person, so I just can't believe he deserved it. Horizon puts down his chopsticks and looks at her, closing his visor before he speaks. He decided to run his mouth about my parents, so I made an example of him. Now everyone knows if they do something like that I'll kick their teeth in. Happy now? Fuyumi looks even more confused now. That doesn't seem like Shoto. She turns to her brother. Shoto, did you really do that? She asks in a much more concerned tone. Shoto takes a while to think about his words, trying very carefully not to repeat his same mistake. I made a wrong assumption. I couldn't understand. You always spoke of how harsh they were with the training you, from the same age as me. I never considered that you could be trained and raised to be this powerful without hate and abuse. Wait, so it was a misunderstanding? Fuyumi asked. Shoto assumed that your parents were like our dad. Yes, Shoto says, and Endeavor hangs his head in shame. But clearly I was wrong, very wrong. And now you know better, Horizon says. Because as anyone who saw the finals knows, my parents were perfect, and everything I do is for them. Fuyumi's eyes dart back over to him. Then why didn't you just explain the situation to him? Because my family situation is none of his business, just like this family isn't any of my business. I don't need to explain a damn thing, I just have to make sure that if he runs his mouth I teach him a painful lesson that he will never forget. That's not very heroic, Fuyumi says. Neither is what your dad did, and he's still the number 2 pro hero. Horizon completely shuts her up. I was only trying to help, as Midoriya did for me, Shoto says. I figured we could walk the path to healing together. Of course Deku had something to do with it. Horizon rolls his eyes. Well, the important thing is I taught you a valuable lesson. Don't meddle where you aren't wanted, and I certainly don't want you. The table falls into a tense silence for a few more minutes before Fuyumi starts up another conversation. So, do you still look up to my dad after knowing all of this? All eyes move to Horizon as he answers. I never cared and I still don't care about Enji Todoroki. But the hero Endeavor is still my gold standard for pretty much everything needed to be a pro hero. That hasn't changed. Endeavor puts down his chopsticks and gets up, startling Fuyumi. Shoto, come with me, we need to talk. He says before walking into the courtyard. Shoto sighs and follows him, leaving Horizon and Fuyumi at the table. So, enjoying the food? Fuyumi asks. It's good. Did you help that old lady cook? Fuyumi looks surprised. How do you know about the housekeeper? You haven't seen her and we didn't tell you. I know everything. Now she looks creeped out. Yeah, it's actually my recipe but she helped me prepare it. I guess that makes you my favorite Todoroki. Really? She raises a brow at that statement. It's not that hard to do. Shoto sucks at literally everything in my eyes. As a person Enji is meh at best. I count Endeavor separately so he's still great. But you've cooked for me and you're willing to stand up for your brother in the face of someone who can literally shut your brain off with a thought. How am I not supposed to like a woman like that? Her eyes go wide in surprise. Can you really do that? The brain thing. No, but half the fun of my quirk is that I can say crazy stupid things and people have to assume at least a little bit that I can really do it, he chuckles. Fuyumi sighs and shakes her head. I hope this isn't you trying to flirt with me. You're 16 but I can't date anyone so young, it'd just feel weird, not to mention I don't date heroes, plus, I'm a teacher so I'd feel extra creepy. This isn't that, I promise. You can't pay me enough to date someone with this much family baggage. Oh wow, exactly what I want to hear right now, she sighs. It's already hard enough getting a date when people learn who my dad is, they're either scared of him or trying to use me to get to him. One more reason to keep my identity private. So my kids won't have to deal with that crap one day. Yeah, you won't have any trouble finding someone, Mr. Genius, Doctor, Hero, Quirk researcher. She rolls her eyes at how absurd his resume was. Plus handsome and rich, can't forget those. Sigh, because of course you are. Why did you decide to be a pro hero anyway? Adrenaline. Niza made me a deal, he'd get me something I want if I graduate UA, that's all. No wonder he published your Quirk research paper on the official UA website. You read it. All 15 pages. All the genetic stuff about superhuman potential went a bit over my head, but seemed pretty smart. It's so weird for someone young to be an official Quirk researcher, it's usually old men. Well, that's because you need time and experience for it, that's why it's usually older doctors. Yet you did it at only 16. I've lived a lot of life, Horizon shrugs. As Fuyumi is about to respond, suddenly the entire house shakes violently. Horizon instantly opens a room and scans around, realizing the problem was just out east. With a deep sigh he gets up as she's trying to crawl under the table, thinking it was an earthquake. Not an earthquake, just dramatic people. He slides open the paper doors leading to the courtyard for them to see what was happening. Shoto had an absolutely furious look on his face in the middle of the courtyard. Across from him Endeavor was standing with a flame in his right hand. All around Endeavor was a massive pool of boiling water, and to the far sides were the massive ice shards that didn't instantly evaporate. Shoto tried to use a heaven-piercing ice wall, only for Endeavor to instantly melt at the moment it even got close to him, showing that as they are now, Shoto is nothing compared to his dad. Endeavor deactivates his quirk and just looks heartbroken as Shoto starts yelling. You think you can ever atone, that we'd ever forgive you? After you destroyed us. You tore us apart. You put Mom in the hospital. And now you want to tell me that I can choose to stop being a hero. If I stop now, then what was all our suffering even for? Shoto was seething with rage, and Endeavor just stood there, not saying a word to defend himself as his son stomped away into the house. Shoto looks back over his shoulder to say one last thing, I never want to see you again, consider this the end of my internship. Fuyumi breaks down into sobs and runs after her brother, and Horizon just shakes his head at all this family drama. This house really is a fucking mess. End chapter. Chapter 75, Chapter 074, The Hosu Attack. Chapter start. 6 p.m., Endeavor Hero Agency. Stepping out of his room, Horizon sees Burnin in full costume leaning against the opposite wall, giving him a vicious smile. Ready to get started, rookie? What are we even doing? Horizon asks, falling into step beside her as they walk through the hallway to the elevator. Well, yesterday we got a request from the heroes at Hosu. Since Ingenium died, their organization sort of fell apart. His agency had 65 sidekicks and he lead them all, they're still trying to figure out how to work without him leading. So they're like ants running about. Horizon asks as they enter the elevator, noticing Burnin hitting the garage button. Pretty much, so they called us to send some people to help out on patrols, the rest of my team had the day shift. So we're the night shift, what about Endeavor? He still hasn't left his office, he's been catching up on paperwork all day, very bad mood. TCH, so just us. Yup, but you're supposed to be the strongest anyway, right? Burnin shrugs. Why? Are you worried? Isn't your catchphrase, I'm enough? She tries to copy his deeper mechanical voice and fails horribly. I don't have a catchphrase, but I am. A moment later they arrive at the basement garage, and Burnin takes out a simple car key and leads him over to a basic and inconspicuous red car. I guess we're expecting a fight, huh? Horizon says while getting into the front seat, having to adjust it for his size, and placing his sword in the back seat. Best to be prepared. Burnin turns on the radio and begins singing loudly, not caring that she'll annoy him the entire drive. Agency cars aren't uncommon at such top-tier hero agencies. Cheap and replaceable cars that look inconspicuous in most situations. Bought for transport and insured with the agency, completely expected to be destroyed if a hero has to drive it to a combat zone. Boom. 1 kilometer outside of Hosu the car shakes violently as an explosion goes off in the distance. Horizon and Burnin see a massive fire tearing through the city and she immediately pulls over. What's going on? Room. Scan. 5 kilometers of information floods his mind. Momo attack, 24 of them, let's go. Shambles. They both disappear and arrive at the heart of the action. A 7-story building was completely on fire, heroes already rising over as a swarm of grey Momo are destroying everything. Grey Momo, they can't regenerate according to the intel we have, Horizon thinks as he rushes forward. Charging a Momo with 4 arms, 3 meters tall and lanky, brain exposed as per usual. 2 other heroes attack before he can close the distance, dressed as ninjas they throw a dozen shurikens each, all of which bounce off the monster. Booster shot. Incision. Horizon slashing the Momo in 2, directly down the middle. Another slash cuts the brain in half. Looking back he sees Burnin rip a chunk of her hair out and hit a grey Momo with it, completely exploding the top half of its body. Above, Horizon senses a Nomo flying through the air and slashes at it. Amputate. The winged gray Nomo gets slashed in two, hopelessly flailing as it falls to the road below. Burnin immediately pounces to finish it. Make me some rubble. Horizon yells out, shrinking his room enough to encompass all the Nomas, allowing him to give them his full focus. I've got it, one of the nearby pro heroes yells out, a hulking figure with enlarged fists. He punches the ground and shatters the road, scattering rocks all across the street. Get away. Horizon yells, and the nearby pros understand exactly what he's about to do and get to his sides or behind him. Shambles. A piece of rubble gets swapped for a nearby Nomo. Amputate. He slashes it from range, leaving it flailing around on the floor as he repeats the process over and over. One of the Nomo has some sort of speed quirk and tries to rush him, but instead of warping away he simply raises a hand. Curtain. Every bone in the Noma's hand and arm shatter against the blue energy barrier. Horizon drops the barrier and slashes directly, cutting the monster in half. Horizon immediately returns to the original plan. Many of the pros stand around ready to act in case his plan fails for some reason, while a few others try to get the fire under control. And nearly 20 Nomo later, a black Nomo shows up. Shit, Horizon immediately realizes what's about to happen. Burnin grabs a massive chunk of her hair and hurls it toward the pile of Nomas and the black Nomo all in one go. All the other nearby heroes with ranged abilities do the exact same, stacking on the damage. Amputate. 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 16 slashes later there are massive slices in the road, and a pile of smoldering corpses burning in front of them. Horizon could still feel the heat from the intense green flames Burnin made, the road melting away around and below the Nomo corpses. Let's get back to it. While Horizon and the pro heroes were finishing up the Nomo and putting out the fire, on a bullet train passing by Hosu another situation was happening. Deku was wearing his new hero costume, pinned down to the floor by his internship mentor Gran Torino. An elderly white-haired man who was only 1 meter tall. Currently stepping on Deku's back with his yellow boots and leaning forward to push his face into the floor of the train. Only a few feet away was the door of the moving train, and Deku was just about to reach for it when he got pinned down. What the hell are you doing, brat? Gran Torino asks. Going to Hosu, Deku says. People there need my help. What about the people here? What? The train is fine, my friend is in Hosu, I have a bad feeling, like I need to save him, please, let me go. Think about the situation more clearly, Gran Torino says. You're on a moving bullet train, you open those doors or rupture the side of it and this thing stops, then whatever crisis is happening here has these passengers trapped in it too, is that what you want? But, Deku's voice shrinks and he just rests his head on the floor, mind and heart completely conflicted. But he needs saving, I can feel it, I should have done more when I saw him. Perhaps, but your duty is to protect as many people as possible, that includes keeping these people away from that mess, Gran Torino sighs, seeing Deku making an angry face as some tears begin flowing. Sitting on the floor beside Deku he gives him a pat on the head. You're just like Toshinori, you know that. What? Deku looks at him in surprise. Yeah, no matter the situation he'd be unable to sit by when he knew someone needed saving, but that also caused him to make a lot of choices that he'd later regret. If that's the mindset you have, it will hurt even more if you ever fail, so you have all the more reason to master your quirk and grow strong. That way you won't have to make the hard choices like these, you'll be able to save a lot more people than even him. Sitting up, Deku wipes his tears, looking down the train cart at all the people staring out the window at the burning city, all the people he protected by simply allowing them to continue to the next stop. Only 15 minutes after the attack began, it was already dealt with. Horizon and Burnin were currently standing to the side looking at the massive pile of incinerated meat. The road melted to such an extent that it was still bubbling and swelling the flesh. While they were taking a breather, the other pros were helping the fire trucks put out the blaze as best they can. Unfortunately, Manuel, a hero with water manipulation, isn't present at the moment to assist. Standing beside Horizon, Burnin currently was missing almost all of her fiery hair, leaving her nearly bald. Her scalp was completely covered in small green flames. How come you didn't sense the warp gate? Because I wasn't expecting one, Horizon shrugs. Any now? No, I didn't sense any villains around in my range so I wouldn't know. I get it, it's kinda like they sucker punched you, that makes sense. So what was your plan if I wasn't here? Burnin asks. For what, the black Nomo? Yeah. Well, even compared to these, the USJ Nomo was a lot stronger, the first one we dealt with, and the second one just had basic power, and didn't have anywhere near as fast healing. I could have handled it solo. Maybe I should have let you, Burnin rubs her head. Horizon chuckles, how long does it take to grow back when you overuse it like this? About 20 minutes when it's this extreme. If Endeavor were here he could have waved his hand and incinerated those healing bastards. I'm still trying to form something that can deal with them. I don't think I'll always have a top fire pro in my pocket. Why not just make flames of your own? Burnin asks. It's not that simple, I won't explain but let's just say I can't, Horizon says. But you can make lightning, that takes a lot more energy. I don't make lightning, I amplify my bioelectricity and bring it outward, completely different. And since I don't have a fire inside me I'd have to do a lot more work than it's worth. Ah, I see, so what you're saying is, she looks up at him with her Cheshire smile, I can do something Mr. Miracle can't, she devolves into a mad cackle as they wait for the police to arrive in force and deal with this. Horizon rolls his eyes, used to her antics and aggressive personality by now. Creating fire focusing on such a small particle would exhaust me. And using TAKT to cause that much friction in anything would also entirely drain me, fire is just too damn erratic. Not to mention how much energy that would take, same reason I can't just warp around using dust in the air. I'm sure I'll think of something to deal with the Black Nomo, and I'll be ready if I ever see the USJ Nomo again. End chapter. Chapter 76, Chapter 075, Momo's Contract. Chapter start. Saturday afternoon, 7 p.m. After finishing his internship Horizon also completed his weekly appointment, and now he was ready to go home and train, now having a better understanding of exactly what he has to work on. In the private underground garage of his Tokyo penthouse Law is dressed in a simple gold t-shirt with the Matani crest in black on the chest and a pair of black jeans. Loading his hero costume case and sword into the trunk of his car he hops in the driver's seat and starts driving back to Musudafu, having to enter the city to then access the road to his home outside the city. Placing his phone in the compartment on the dashboard it automatically connects. Call Nizu, he orders, and the phone begins doing exactly that. Cruising down the street he hears the call connect. Hello. Nizu asks. Yeah, I'm leaving Tokyo now, just wrap things up at Endeavor's agency. Oh, that's good. I'm dealing with some other problems at the moment, I assumed you called to find out about that. What? Law sounds confused. I was calling to ask about that support item I requested. Oh, did you not see the news? No, what's up? Apparently during the Nomu attacks in Hosu 2 days ago, the hero killer Stain was busy, he killed 3 more people. They only found the bodies last night. While I was there. Must have been at the very edge of Hosu. It was, I'm currently dealing with a media nightmare because of it. Why? Who'd he kill? Native, Manuel, and your classmate, Tenya Ida. Oh, so that's why the class group chat has been going extra crazy, that makes sense. You didn't look at it. I assumed they wanted to ask about those 2 big incidents I resolved. I'm not gonna read 2,000 messages from those people. Well, everyone knows, and I've had a swarm of reporters at the gate ever since the bodies were found. Shit, is this gonna make you close school, because the faster I get my item the faster I can get used to it. Nizu sighs. Well, I'm glad to hear how worried and heartbroken you are. Heroes die every day Nizu, it's an occupational hazard. Plus I've only known him for 5 weeks, and we didn't exactly get along. Do you get along with anyone? A few, mostly the pretty girls and Ciro. Right, well this shouldn't change anything with the school schedule. We'll offer to counsel any students who need it and your class will have a mandatory session talking to midnight. Ugh. There will also be a special morning ceremony Monday morning. So I should show up late to skip all that crap, thanks for the warning. We'd appreciate it if you can say a few kind words actually, since you are the 1A class Republic. Law laughs at that. No. Nizu sighs again, fine, but please just show up on time for the ceremony, it won't be long. Yeah, and how is the media dealing with this? It's been a long time since we've had an active student die, Nizu says. But with how many students have been killed due to the Nomu attacks on hero courses the public isn't reacting too poorly, in comparison we've only lost 1 student and it was away from campus. And how do they feel about you letting him go to Hosu knowing that's where Stain likely was and his brother died there just over a week earlier? They could assume that it was a revenge scenario gone wrong, Law says. Some of them did, but we're fighting that idea with his pristine character. Also, I'm pushing media outlets to focus on your work from this week. Law nods in agreement. Show off that Horizon solved a hostage situation and dealt with about 20 Nomu while other pros were mostly useless, prop up your best student so they don't notice the dead one. That's the plan, it's been mostly working to prevent people from digging deeper. Good, Law turns onto the highway to leave the city. The last thing I need is UA being stalled for any reason, especially because some morons can't accept being a hero is actually dangerous. Now that we're done talking about the shit I don't care about, what's the deal with my support item? It's mostly complete, beyond your specification. What do you mean mostly? How much longer? It'll take 1 month for us to get a shipment of the alloy needed for the fuel cell. It's normally not used in objects this small, so they have to make it custom. I really don't have a month to waste. The support course is gonna be open Monday, right? The design and construction studios are always open, and the person that's been assigned to you always arrives early and leaves late. She should even be there tomorrow when school isn't in session. And all she needs is this component? Law asks. Exactly. Okay, can you send me the specifics of it, molecular makeup and all that? If you're thinking of using Yayorozu, you should know that it's against regulations to use her quirk like this because of the value of this component, and how easily it can be weaponized. You need approval, and she won't agree to help you. If I get it done, can you handle the paperwork for me? Law asks. Legally my answer is no, but good luck, I'll send you the data in a moment. Thanks, now I've got to call Momo. A few minutes later Law sends the data to Momo and immediately calls her. Hello, she answers on the very first ring, some excitement in her voice although he could tell she'd been crying. Law just rolls his eyes, not having time for talking about Ida. Momo, are you free tomorrow? He hears her drop the phone on what sounds like tiles before picking it back up. Yes. I mean, it depends on what you want. She tries her best to not seem interested, failing miserably. And Law chuckles, he's far from an idiot, especially when it comes to women. He's known for a while that both Momo and Jiro somehow have an interest in him, there simply isn't any benefit to bringing it up. He expects and hopes that it will fade as they come to their senses. Sorry to disappoint, but not for a date, Law says jokingly. What? Why would I ever be thinking that? No idea, anyway. Take a look at the item I sent you. How long until you can make it? Give me 1 moment to look at it. Law waits patiently until he hears her answer. The mass of this, even for a 2-inch cube, is a bit much. It would take everything I have. Can you do it? Yes, the material composition isn't that complex, at least for me, but I can imagine via technology getting these metals to bond in such an intricate manner is difficult. Law sighs, woman, the things I'd do to have your quirk. Anyway, can you bring it to UA tomorrow morning? It's the last component I need for a support item, otherwise, I'll have to wait an entire month to get one made. Apparently, they don't fabricate that alloy in that size. I can understand why, Momo says. These bonding agents work better the more mass the item has, making one of this size would cost a small fortune. But that's exactly why I can't help you. My quirk prohibits creations such as these without permission from a relevant authority. I'm sorry, but unless I receive clearance or it's an absolute emergency, I can't help. The most fun quirk, and you've got a stick up your ass that prevents you from enjoying it. That's a damn shame. Hey. I got permission from Nizu, he'll deal with the paperwork, so, tomorrow. Alright, I'll help you out, Momo says, suddenly much happier. No, this isn't you helping me, it's a trade. What? I really don't like owing people anything, so figure out something you want, within reason, and we'll make this a small contract. Something I want. Like what? How am I supposed to know? But this is a one-time thing, so you'd better be smart about it. I already know what I want. Momo suddenly blurts out. Wow, that was fast. Okay, what is it? Can you teach a class where you tell us all how to improve our quirks? You said you already figured it all out, right? So how about that? That way the most people will benefit. You want me to spoon-feed 18 people the answers to fix their life as a hero? No. That'll take too long. Then how about just some of us? Helping us to be better heroes, she says in a timid voice. Law sighs, let me guess, you and Jiro. How did you know I was going to include Kyoka? Because you two do everything together, you're basically attached at the hip, Law says. You even have a crush on the same guy. He thinks to himself. Kyoka and I are just fast friends, like you and Siro. I wouldn't say that, but whatever. So tomorrow morning at the support department. We'll be there. Law hangs up on her immediately and focuses on the road. Honestly, the things I do for Horizon. Law mutters as he continues the journey home. End chapter. Chapter 77, Chapter 076, The Workshop. Chapter start. Standing outside the support course design building, Horizon is watching a video on his phone, having the audio played directly into his visor. Not bothering to put on his uniform since it's Sunday, he has his body glove and visor on. The boots from his hero costume. A pair of blue pants and a white t-shirt with his logo on the front in blue. And a white and blue hoodie with his logo on the back. His hero costume case was in his hand along with his sword as he focuses on his phone, watching the same videos that has been circulating all day about the hero killer Stain. Exploring his past, motivation, and ideology. So do you own anything that isn't blue and white? Power Loader asks as he walks up to Horizon. Or that doesn't have your logo on it? No, Horizon says as he puts his phone away, holding his hero costume case in his right hand and his sword in the left. Power Loader nods for Horizon to follow him as they enter the building. I hope you aren't a fan of that stain guy, he says, overheating the video earlier and knowing what it was. He's a moron. Worse, he's a madman. Anyway, about your request, it's not the first time we got a request for something like this, but without a quirk that powers it, the allocated budget for students just doesn't cover it, not to mention the legality of it. I figured Niza wouldn't mind. He doesn't, only because it's you. He's not very subtle about that, even increased the allocated budget to your support equipment to compensate. Well, it makes sense, I'm Horizon, it'll be worth it. Humility goes a long way, kid. Not my style, anyway. Are you sure whoever he assigned to this project can actually do it? I was kind of hoping you'd make my equipment, as you did before UA. No can do, Power Loader says. Having the hero and support courses work together like this is essential for development. But with that being said, before anything is handed over to our students for use, it has to get approved by me first. And May got approved. More often than not, she's a real genius when it comes to mechanical engineering. And she's not afraid to fail, that's important in learning. It's only been 5 weeks and she's already made 20 items. Not to mention she learns so fast that she's light years ahead of the previous top genius at this time in their school life. Horizon looks down at Power Loader and raises a brow. Wasn't the top genius you? Until her, yeah, it was. But you know what they say, the rookies will tell you when it's time to quit. Arriving in front of a massive door, Power Loader slides it open for them to see May sitting on the floor putting together some machine parts. May Hatsum was a short girl with pink dreadlocks, only 157 centimeters tall, 5 feet 2, currently wearing her uniform skirt under some coveralls that were tied off at her hips. And a black tank top covering her large chest. May. Power Loader has to raise his voice to snap her out of her own little world. Seeing Horizon, she immediately hops up to her feet and rushes over. Hey Mr. Famous, welcome to my lab. May gestures to the workshop behind her. Filled with her projects and tinkering, parts and pieces on desks and shelves along the walls. There were even a few suits of armor hanging from the ceiling on chains, a full mad inventor's workshop. Well, I'll leave before something explodes, Power Loader says before rushing off. Do things explode a lot with you? Horizon asks, looking directly down at Nia, who was staring up at him with those yellow crosshair pupils in her eyes. Since she's only an inch taller than Jiro, she just barely reaches the middle of his chest, making him seem that much more imposing. Things explode sometimes, that's life. Don't worry, nothing I have planned for you will do that. I hope not. So, how do we start? Follow me. May turns around and stiffly marches off. So normal people are rare in UA. Horizon thinks. He follows her over to a separate desk at the back of her lab that has a large metal case atop it. May opens the case to reveal his requested support item. A metal device appears similar to a skateboard. Roughly 1 meter long and 25 cm, 10 in wide, but it was 3 inches thick, appearing like a slab of metal. Colored white with blue accents, and Horizon's logo at the top of it. Pick it up, May says. A bit heavy, Horizon says as he lifts it up, placing his case and sword down on the desk beforehand. 50 pounds, but it expands when powered up, hopefully, and gets a bit flatter. This is the compact form for transporting it. Turning it to see the underside, there are 2 large circles. At a glance he couldn't understand what they are or how they worked. His focus is on biology, not technology after all. Repulsor lifts, May says. They push against gravity to keep you in the air. It's the same tech the military uses for those fancy jets in America, but the civilian version. Because of that plus the power system it needs, this baby costs more than the entire budget allocation to 3 other students put together, and you've still got room for more stuff. It's rare for anyone to ever even max out their budget considering Principal Nisa funds it. Is it really that big? May chuckles. Let's just say before we had that invention contest to decide who'd get to work with you, things got a bit punchy. Were you winning? I don't want to talk about it. Anyway, I'm making your stuff now, that's all that matters. Fair enough. So about the hoverboard, specs. When we get the power conduit, you should be able to match or move faster than any commercial plane, should be fun. And it can support 400 pounds of weight. That's good, doubt I'll have any passengers, but it's good to be prepared. Yup, May gives him a beaming smile, excited to see this invention come to life. So, what you gonna name this baby? What? Well, every student names their equipment, like the Yaoyalatard, or the Uragotlets, that kinda thing. That's stupid. What about your sword? Scalpel, but swords aren't clothes. Neither is a hoverboard. It doesn't need a name. Momo should be here in a few minutes. Anything else I need to know? Yeah, you'll need these to stay on it. She fishes around to find a pair of boots just like his current set, but they felt slightly heavier. Magnetic. The soles are a special material that the repulsor will pull toward the top of the board, that way you don't fall off at 600 miles per hour 965 kmph that'd get messy. The GS would kill me before that, he says. My body can't handle that kind of strain, I can heal but that's only for so long. I'm not going that fast. Really? I thought you had super strength or something. What? No. Well I mean, you said your quirk can virtually do anything so everyone kind of assumed you'd have that, May shrugs. But then again you talk so big but now we know you can't even fly. Horizon sighs, I swear you people all act like everyone else in the world can fly, not being able to fly is normal. Sorry. Whatever, just tell me how to operate this hoverboard. Sure, it's super intuitive, you just have to. 5 minutes later. Okay, anything else? Horizon asks as she finishes explaining the details of his hoverboard. A lot of stuff actually, May says excitedly, getting very close to Horizon, but unlike the usual students he doesn't back away, standing his ground as her chest presses against his abs and she stares up at him hungrily. You're already super famous, so I want to upgrade all your things so people will know my name too. So branding. Something you clearly know about, but I'll also give real upgrades, I've already considered a few. So you're basically using me as a model and billboard, okay, let's hear them. She steps away and he leans back against the desk. First I was thinking of a new visor. You can't change the look, he immediately says. I don't exactly have a face so I can't go changing the visor all the time. Won't change anything about the look, but I saw the build for the current model, I bet with some time and that big budget you got I can use compression tech on it. In what way? Think of something about the size of your phone, then you put it at the back of your neck, and boom. It expands around your head into the visor. So I can always have it on me. Yup, May says. That way if it breaks and you can't breathe you at least can have a spare or two. I can't imagine it feels good having to wear that visor as a life support item all the time, this way you don't have to be worried about it breaking. That sounds perfect for me, Horizon says. Anything else? Retractable sword? No. He gestures to his sword. Retractable swords are the first thing I researched, but the trade-off in durability isn't worth the portable nature of it, I need reliable things. That makes sense, I assumed the durability wouldn't matter since your sword never actually touches anyone. It does when I want to do real damage. May taps her chin a few times as she considers what else there is. Well, I guess all that's left are the body glove and hero costume. They were designed to be comfortable in a variety of natural temperatures but not much else. Is there anything you want to add or adjust with it? Actually, I've been ignoring equipment for a while so since I'm here. End chapter. Chapter 78, Chapter 077, Rebranding. Chapter start. Walking through the halls of the support department engineering building, Momo and Jiro were in full hero costume, with the former carrying a metal case at her side. I can't believe you got me into this, Jiro mutters, nervously twirling her earphone jack. Surprisingly he didn't even complain about it, Momo says. I expected him to be strictly against teaching anyone, but he seems to be honorable about this agreement. Well, he's full of himself, Jiro rolls her eyes. If there is one thing we can count on, it's that Horizon always wants to look and be better than everyone around him. True, but he's also capable. Learning from him can do wonders for us. Yeah, but why'd you bother pulling me into it? Momo looks over at Jiro, genuinely confused as to why the answer wasn't obvious. Because you're my friend, and improving is always better when it helps your friends as well, right? You're too nice for this world, Momo, Jiro mutters. Let's just hope he isn't a jerk to you again. You didn't let me yell at him last time but I don't know if I can do that again. Kyoka, he wasn't trying to harm me with those words, I think they were his way of inspiring me. Well, a hero isn't supposed to talk to a crying girl like that, they're supposed to say nice things. Well, that's why he's at UA, to learn things like that, Momo says as they arrive at the door to May's lab. Momo politely knocks before sliding the door open, then she freezes. Staring forward with wide eyes as her face goes beet red. Jiro raises a hand to cover her eyes, but still peeks through her fingers like the closet pervert she is. Constantly looking away but unable to resist stealing glances at the scene. Standing in the middle of the room was Horizon, only wearing his body glove and visor, all his clothes neatly folded off to the side. All his muscles were and the clear separation of them was visible for the first time since they'd known him. Still somewhat hidden by the layer of white fabric, but enough to leave a very clear image of what was hidden below. This alone would have been enough to make both girls into a sputtering mess, but he was facing to the side, giving them a full view of what was going on. In his hands, supported by the one hand so clearly cupping her as was May Hatsum, still fully dressed and currently having her legs wrapped around his waist as best they could. Both her hands carefully feeling the muscles on his chest and his abs, trying to memorize every surface of his body. All with an excited smile on her face. Horizon's free hand is what fried Momo and Jiro's brains, as it was currently freely cupping May's breast over her tank top, clearly enjoying itself, gently kneading her, not even stopping as he looks over at his classmates. Sorry to interrupt. Momo yells and pulls the door shut, heart pounding in her chest. Beside her, Jiro wasn't faring much better, but Momo knew she had to take the lead. I can't just be a coward about this, she thinks. I have to act as if nothing happened, as if the boy I like wasn't just, why was he even holding her chest? Her face shifts from surprise and embarrassment to frustrations and a bit of jealousy. Jiro just raised a hand to her mostly flat chest, now feeling much worse about her tiny proportions. She glances over to Momo to see the girl take a deep breath and puff up her chest, clearly subconsciously trying to make a show of her assets as she opens the door. Opening the door, they see him gently set May down on her feet, and they both just look over at Momo and Jiro. Did you bring it? Horizon asks, and Momo just wordlessly lifts the case, never taking her eyes off May while Jiro continues to stare at the floor. Yes. May rushes off and snatches the case out of Momo's hand, then charges away to complete the hoverboard. Watching her rush off, Horizon turns to both girls, seeing their reactions to what they walked in on, but just ignores it. So, guess I've got to give you a rundown of this hero stuff. So are you friends with that girl? Momo interrupts him, eyes glued to the back of May's head. Not really. Oh, but you had your hand on her, it's just that. It's really none of your business, Horizon says. But if you must know, she gets a bit invasive when taking measurements. I thought it was only fair I return the favor, he shrugs. You expect us to believe that? Jiro asks. Believe what you want, I really don't care either way. So, who's first? Neither girl answers, so Horizon just sighs. Fine, I'll start with the easy one, Jiro. Excuse me. Not like that, pervert. I'm talking about the pro-hero crap. Sorry, yeah, I'm listening, Jiro says. Okay, so half of being a pro-hero is the public image, the other half is being useful. All you need to do is use your quirk more and train it harder, you can figure that out yourself. The problem is your hero costume just screams, I went dumpster diving at a rock concert and found this trash, it's ugly. Hey. My style is punk rock. Yeah, and it's great for the 1% of people who like that style. But for everyone else you're just a tiny girl in some ugly clunky boots, a top that does fit and has rips in it, and a jacket that isn't sure what it's supposed to be. The average person probably thinks you look like you bought it in a thrift shop. Jiro bites back all the angry things she wanted to yell at him and just grits her teeth, taking a deep breath and hearing him out. Okay, so what do you suggest? Get something more functional and sleek. You don't need to go with a skin-tight suit, but just something that isn't as baggy for villains to grab onto, not that they should ever be that close to you. You also want to change your equipment. Amps in your boots are okay, but you need to extend your earphone jacks all the way down to your feet. That takes time and increases the surface area of a target for the enemy. Get a pair of headphones or something that you can just plug into and send sound to the other speakers on your body. Yeah, that makes sense, Jiro says. At the USJ I couldn't use my quirk when Kaminari got held hostage because the guy could see it moving to my boots. If I had it plugged in closer to my ears it'd be easier. Exactly. You also need a mask. I know you people are complete fucking idiots who want to be celebrity heroes, but the mask isn't just for you. It's so people don't see your face and track you down to kill the people you care about. Don't be a selfish moron, wear a mask. That's why you wear a mask. Jiro. I too must admit I've been curious, Momo says. But I assumed it was simply either part of your face or to help with daily life. That would make it very rude of us to ask, so please don't answer if you don't want to. Since in this world the human form is so vast and varied, having someone with his visor as their genuine face isn't such a stretch, so nobody genuinely thought about it, already used to growing up around mutation and transformation quirk users of all sorts. I get that you could have assumed that, but I figured when you heard my name it would have been obvious that the visor is mostly just that, he says. Did you think my parents wrote Horizon on my birth certificate? I'm obviously hiding my identity. The better question is why aren't any of you? But why would you do that? Jiro genuinely asks, and Horizon feels a small spike of anger at how sincere it was. Don't you want the world to see how cool you are? Isn't that what you're all about? Do you have a family? Horizon asks Jiro. Yeah, it's just me and my parents. Good, and how would you feel if, let's say you spent all day saving people you don't know, then went home to find your family dead because some villain you once fought saw your face, got your name, then got your address? They both wince at that. Some people like Shoji and Mina can't really hide their identities, which is why I honestly wouldn't be here if I was that recognizable, but for those who can, you should, you always should. His voice takes a serious and almost warning tone. To me, no faceless nameless mob of useless civilians will ever be worth risking my family, so I wear this somewhat inconvenient body glove and visor whenever Horizon goes out. Because I'm sure the 1 in 100, or maybe 1,000 heroes that loses their family because they stupidly decided not to wear a mask wishes they were as, admittedly paranoid, as I am. I see, Momo mutters quietly. So it's a sacrifice for the people you love, like you said at the sports festival. Everything is for your future family. I'm not losing my kids or having them get hounded because I selfishly wanted to be a celebrity, Horizon says. Both girls feel their hearts melt at those words. The final thing is your god-awful hero name, seriously, Earphone Jack. Any monkey can think of that, and it wouldn't even be the most creative one it thought of. But it's simple and effective, Jiro says. I like her hero name, Momo adds, causing Horizon to look at her. Really, the girl who named herself Creati, which sounds like a name you pulled out of a picture book for retarded children, the same book with great names like Pinky, Froppy, Uravity, Anima, you like Earphone Jack, what a surprise. Momo looks down at the floor, having the name she's been excited to make her own for the past 8 years completely bashed by Horizon of all people. But what's wrong with that? Jiro asks. Hero names are supposed to be fun and make people smile, right? No, what kind of moron thinks like that? Your entire image is supposed to be built so people know you've got things under control when you arrive. You have to properly cultivate your image, without a good one you'll never get into the top rankings. Unless we do excellent work, Momo adds. No, that's not enough. People like cool shit, Earphone Jack, is lame. You have to think about your image more. You know why I chose my name, but my costume is also part of it. My colors are white and blue, the same colors as surgeons and nurses. Widely recognized as positive and lawful colors. It calms people down when they see a guy in a white suit. My sword is a katana. I personally prefer a broadsword, but I'm using this because all around the world people fetishize katanas as this honorable thing. I use a katana, suddenly I look more heroic. Especially since the blade is white with a blue edge. Wow, you put a lot of thought into this stuff, Jiro says. And here I thought you didn't care about this. I have more reason to care than any of you, AUX. AUX. My suggestion for a new hero name, short and cute like you, and people can actually chant it. Also, it's not that far from Earphone Jack, all without sounding lame. Huh, I like it, Jiro says, giving him a beaming smile. It's done. May loudly interrupts them, holding the hoverboard in her hands. Check it out. The first thing Horizon notices is that all the bits of blue are glowing slightly, and that she's casually moving around what was 50 pounds as if it were nothing. And as she hands it over, he realizes it's weightless. Wow, nice. Yup, my babies are the best. I'm sure we'll make some great babies together. May cheers. Momo and Jiro gape in shock, and Horizon doesn't bother explaining. Great, you and Jiro can talk about her upgrades while I take this for a spin, and give Momo some training. Shouldn't I be there for training too? Jiro asks. Nope, it's just the basics of how she should use her quirk, I can't give her any real training. Why not? Momo asks. I'm not training either of you because it's a waste of time for me to train beautiful women, they just won't try hard enough, Horizon shrugs. Momo blushes while Jiro gets pissed at those words, what the hell kind of sexist thing is that? Where did you even learn something so stupid? My mom, Jiro immediately freezes, taking one scared step back as all the color drains from her face. I'm sorry, it's just that, why did she say that? Horizon just shakes his head and sighs, because, beautiful women can always quit and find someone to take care of them or some other shit like that. You always have an easy way out. The way I train will make you want to take that easy way out, so I rather train someone who I know won't quit and waste my time. So you won't train us because you think we're beautiful? Jiro asks, completely confused. Exactly. Now, let me get dressed and we'll get out of here, Momo. Right. Room. Shambles. Horizon's clothes suddenly appear on his body, all but his boots. Walking over to May's workstation, he takes the new boots and begins putting them on manually. After putting them on, he looks up to see Momo and Jiro staring at him while May was already tinkering with something else. What? He asks. You were doing it like a normal person, Jiro says. Why didn't you warp them on like usual? Because they're new. Because he hasn't been attuned to them. Because he can't. Because I felt like it, he says, picking up his sword and hoverboard and walking toward the door. Hey May, Jiro needs a full design overhaul, you should take her measurements. Ah. Jiro shrieks as she feels a pair of hands roaming her legs and chest. Momo looks over at her, not sure what to do, both her and Jiro already blushing, and May ignores all social norms to get her precise measurements, tackling the tiny girl to the floor, exactly like Horizon said. Hey, what are you doing? Don't touch that. Jiro yells out, looking to Momo for help. We're gonna make some great babies. May says with a manic look in her eyes. Momo. Come on, she hears Horizon call out from the door. Momo gives an apologetic look and wishes her luck before rushing out of the room. Abandoning her best friend to be molested by UA's resident mad scientist. End chapter. Chapter 79, Chapter 078, Glass Ceiling. Chapter start. You're already quite good at that, most impressive, Momo says. Currently, she was walking down the sidewalk over to a large grassy area of UA where the trees were spread out. They couldn't see a few students scattered about on the grass studying, and eventually found a spot they liked. All the while Horizon was flying about on his hoverboard as if it were the most normal thing in the world. "That's why I chose a hoverboard," he says. "What do you mean?" "I like surfing, skating, and longboarding. Those skills transfer to this really well. And since I've been doing them all my life, this is as natural as breathing." "Oh, so you chose something you wouldn't have to learn from the ground up." "Yup, Maze originally countered my suggestion with a jetpack since she already had a prototype made, then she tried to get me to wear some rocket boots. But this way I have one less thing to constantly practice, plus, those other things look way too goofy. This is more elegant and graceful." Public image, Momo says as they arrive at a large tree with nobody nearby, a few groups of students scattered about in casual clothes studying for the upcoming midterms. "Yup, now take a seat and we can start." "Alright," Momo makes a blanket and sets it down on the grass, dropping down to her knees and looking up at him as he sits on the hoverboard. It had now shifted into its expanded form, larger, 30 centimeters wide and 120 centimeters long, becoming slightly thinner as the parts adjusted themselves to widen the surface area. Still in his white and blue with the blue accents glowing. And two glowing blue circles on the underside of it keeping him above the floor. Horizon sat atop it with his sword laying across his lap and feet hanging over the edge. Casually looking down on her. "Before we start, how come neither of you asked me about that whole Ida situation?" he asks. "Oh, well. Everyone had been talking about it in the group chat the past few days and you never joined. We figured you wanted to grieve in your own way and not talk about it." "Sure, good call. I don't want to talk about it," Horizon says. "That simply sounded much better then. I couldn't care less that my classmate is dead, so he just let them think what they want." "Alright, now where do we begin?" "Yeah, not sure with you exactly. Normally I'd start with the first impression you give, but I mean," he gestures to her. "The bimbo suit works for what you want, so I guess it's fine." "Excuse me? What? Bimbo suit?" "Yeah, your hero costume. Aren't you gonna be one of those heroes that just shows off her tits to get easy money?" Momo jumps up to her feet to get in his face. "I'm trying to become a hero to help people. Not to show off my body for attention. How dare you assume such disgusting things without even asking me? But you went to Iwabami. She's like in the top 3 bimbo heroes, why else would you go there?" Momo freezes, then drops back down to the blanket. "She was the highest ranked hero that requested I come intern with her. I didn't know we'd just be her personal assistant and model in some stupid commercial." "Oh, so you didn't do research and wasted your time, like a fucking retard." Momo looks like a kicked puppy at that statement. "I'm already so far behind, and I wasted an entire week while others were getting ahead." Momo was almost to the point of tears just thinking about her wasted time. "Is that why you were crying yesterday?" She nods weakly. "Huh, I assumed it was for Ida." "Him too," Momo says. Horizon sighs. "Alright, fine, well like I told Jiro, public perception is everything. And the first thing the public sees when you dress like that is just a pair of great tits and a pretty face. At that point they've already made up their mind about you. Because of that, you'll never get to the very top ranks. But Mirko is very attractive and she's up there. She also doesn't have her tits falling out of her top and is such a meathead that she never plays up the cute stuff. Her brain is just one vein and muscle that counters the usual public perception. You won't have that. But if I work hard and just do my job well, would that matter?" Momo asks, and Horizon groans. "Okay, let me put it like this. Midnight is basically the queen of the bimbo heroes. She has a perfect and exemplary record, a crap ton of incidents resolved and big villains defeated. But she never gets into the top few thousand. No matter what she does, she'll never get there, because other pros know she's capable. The Hero Commission knows she's capable. Even Nizu bringing her into UA isn't enough. It's no accident that she's the only hero at UA that can't get into the top 10k. Japan is a conservative society. She perfectly crafted the image of some sex-crazed whore. She's never had a single scandal aside from the government asking her to put on more clothes, and because of her need to sexualize everything and show off her body, they make sure that no little girl sees enough of her to think, I want to be just like Ms. Midnight when I grow up. Get it? And you're about to be in the exact same boat. I suggest you call Iwabami and cut yourself out of that commercial as a start. Momo falls silent for an entire minute as she considers what to say, then looks up at him. But my quirk requires exposed skin, what about that? What if I can't save someone because of it? Shouldn't people be able to look past my body and see me as a hero? In a perfect world you can wear whatever you want, but this isn't a perfect world. In fact, it's so far from perfect that being hero is a job. People look at you and see a pretty face and amazing body, and since so much of it is being shown, they will make assumptions. You're 11 out of 10 fuckable and they know it, so just avoid this entire problem by changing your brand. Just wear a crop top and some shorts, same surface area. Or you can just use a zipper. Honestly, I assumed you just wore the bimbo suit because you liked it, didn't think you were dumb enough not to think of a zipper. Momo smacks herself on the forehead. I can't believe I didn't think of that. Wow, so you are that much of a dumbass. Every time I think you people have a brain, you prove me wrong. Anyway, I recommend the first option. You still don't want your tits to be on TV. And as for saving people, you can always just make more clothes if needed, not to mention the higher your rank the more team-ups you get called in for, so the more people you get access to. Endeavor got like 3 requests every day, because they know that since he's high rank he'll be able to cover their weaknesses if things go wrong. I see, and what do you suggest? Just a crop top and pair of shorts. And a mask. You want to separate Momo and Creati. Oh, we'll also have to change that horrific name. But I've always wanted that name. I thought of it when I was 8. It shows, and it's stupid. Creati only tells people that you can make shit, but it doesn't make them feel anything. Most quirks can't deliver that sense of awe, but yours can. Then what do you suggest? Go biblical. I named my quirk Hand of God to make a real statement, so why not reference the act of true creation? Oh, Genesis. Exactly, sounds a lot more epic than Creati. And it's actually a full word. I'll do it. Momo says, a broad smile on her face. You really did put a lot of thought into what it means to be a pro hero. Meanwhile, all anyone else is doing is training. Well, that's because you're all morons. Horizon shrugs. Now let's talk about your quirk and fighting style. Momo's expression gets serious, knowing this is what she's been struggling with since joining UA. As you know, my quirk lets me create non-living objects from the lipids in my body. As for my fighting style, I've been struggling with that lately. I noticed, Momo feels a jolt of shame and embarrassment at that. The problem with your style is that you don't understand how to cheat. How to cheat? Yup. Your quirk is similar to mine in some regards. We have a deep bag of tricks that can counter many situations. Because of that, in some cases it's easier to react than act. Yes, if I can know what the enemy can do, then fighting them is infinitely easier. Same for me, but unlike you, my attacks don't drain my body in the same way. You have a finite amount of ammo that can't be replenished without food. Because of that, you need to cheat. Think of it like rock, paper, scissors. If you know the opponent has rock, you will throw paper. In this case, if the enemy is Kaminari, you make the insulation blanket you've used before, right? Right. But what if I don't know? Then you cheat. You either avoid the first hit or bait them into showing their move, then you figure out what you need to counter them, then you win. This works better with knowledge before the fight, or if you have an ally that can take the first hit for you. But you can use it solo if you're good enough at understanding a situation and thinking quickly. You're good at the former, but I can see on your face that you overthink during fights. Yes, that has been a problem. That cost me during the sports festival. Yup, all you had to do was be patient, and the moment he softened the stage you make a pole directly down to vault toward him. Easy win, but you threw your hand at the same time as him when you made a sword and shield. It's not a bad start, but this time he had paper and you had rock. So I should focus on my ability to adapt to an ever-changing battlefield and think more quickly. So combat training. Yes, and you also need to have standard responses. That way you don't have to actually think. Our quirks require a lot of steps before we can actually use them. The more comfortable you are and familiar you are with an action, the smoother and faster it becomes. Think of it like this. Electric villain, insulation. Fire villain, fire suppressant foam. Power type villain, either capture items or taste them. Or stall until backup arrives. Currently, your big attack is making 2 cannons. That's stupid. I get that you can't make guns and some other weapons, so the government lets you make things that other people generally can't arm, but there are so many steps between staff and cannons. The energy use is just too much in most cases for you to just use it on one big shot. Your quirk is for combat support, like Jiro, don't forget that. Just like her, you should be very careful about getting close to them. Even if you do have some combat training, it will eventually fail if you keep testing it. Momo takes a moment to process everything he just said, then takes out her phone to make sure she doesn't forget anything. Alright, and what about my quirk? Well, you've got me for a while since I need to fly around to get used to this. Horizon takes out his phone and calls Momo. Keep me on speaker. Standing up, he looks around and gets ready to fly around for a bit and familiarize himself with the hoverboard and new boots. We'll start small. In parallel processing, you need to be able to think about 2 actions at the same time. Focus on making marbles in the material I name. The first is for the left hand, and the second is for the right, at the same time. Then we'll move on to bigger, more complex objects. Oh. Momo says. I get it, you noticed I've only been making 1 object at a time until now. And when I make multiple, it's always something simple and of the same material. You're very observant. Well, I like looking at you. Start with copper and nickel, tell me when it's done. He flies off, staying low to the ground and weaving between the trees. So he likes looking at me, she giggles quietly to herself. feeling a bit of triumph over May. I can hear you, Horizon's voice comes through the speaker of her phone, causing her to blush up a storm. Get to work. Yes, sir. Momo immediately raises her hands and begins focusing on the material she wanted to create, intent on not wasting a single precious minute of her training time with Horizon. End chapter. Chapter 80, Chapter 079, Therapy. Chapter start. Ida was one of my best friends, and it's my fault he died, Deku says. It was now after lunch, the first Monday after their internships, and he was sitting opposite Midnight on a couch in the teacher's lounge. He wipes his tears and sniffles as she carefully takes notes. What do you mean it's your fault? Midnight asks. I knew something was wrong, Deku confesses. I felt it. I wanted to ask him more, about his brother, about how he was feeling. But he'd always smile and tell me he'll be okay. But he always looked like he was angry inside, like he needed someone to save him from that anger. He was my friend, and I didn't save him. So you feel guilty because you think you could have done more? I could have done more. If I just acted, he would still be here, he'd still be alive. And I had another chance. A second chance at Hosu. At Hosu. Gran Torino and I were on a train moving past the city when the attack happened. I knew I had to go help, that my friend was in trouble, and if I didn't help something bad would happen. I knew he needed me to save him, but I couldn't go. Before you said you didn't save him, now you say couldn't. What changed? We were on a bullet train. I was about to force the doors open when Gran Torino tackled me. He told me that if anything like that happened, the train would stop, and everyone on it would be stuck in Hosu with the villains that were attacking. He told me that I had to do what would keep the most people safe. I hated it. I hated it so much. I knew I had to save him, but I just gave up and rode the train to Shibuya. And after all of that, Horizon showed up and barely anyone got hurt. He dealt with the Nomus before they got anywhere near the tracks. I could have gone and saved Ida and everyone on the train would have been fine. I let my friend die. Deku was desperately panting at the end of his rant, clutching his chest as Midnight slides the box of tissues closer to him. What you feel is entirely normal for heroes, Midoriya, Midnight says. Really, he says after wiping his tears. Other heroes feel like this. Of course. The entire basis of our profession is asking what if. What if a villain attacks? What if someone gets into an accident? What if nothing happens? Because of this, we do have to make the choices that will protect the most people, but sometimes the choice means we know there are some people that we aren't saving at the moment. There will always be people in the world that need saving, but we can't help them, and no hero can save everyone in the world. Not even All Might. But in situations like what you were in, you also have to consider the possibilities. Instead of judging your past self based on what you know now, consider the information you had at the time. What if Horizon wasn't there? What if the Nomus did make it to the track after you stopped the train? What if those people got put in danger and Ida was fine? I know this may seem cruel, but you made the right choice with the information you had. Adding more people to the list of potential victims is never the right choice. This is one of the most difficult lessons any hero can ever have the misfortune to learn. I just wish you didn't have to learn it so early in your career. A pregnable silence fills the room as Deku considers everything she just said. But he couldn't get over it. He couldn't forgive himself for not acting, for ignoring his instincts, for letting his friend die. But what if I was strong enough? Deku asks. What if I could save everyone? What if I can protect all my friends in the future? What exactly are you thinking, Midoriya? Midnight asks, raising a brow at the frustrated look on his face. That I'll train harder. If I had full control of my quirk, I could have saved everyone. My friend would still be alive. He died because I'm so weak. It's all my fault. It's not your fault. He died because I was weak. Deku freezes, then takes a moment to calm down just a bit. Sorry for yelling. It's fine. I just want to be stronger. Strong enough that I never have to choose. That I can save everyone. That I never have to ignore my instincts again, because I'm sorry if it makes me a bad hero, but I'll never be able to live with myself if I know someone needs saving and don't do everything to save them. Giving him a look of pity and sympathy, Midnight sighs. An admirable goal, but if you're sticking to it then you have a lot of work to do, Deku. She makes sure to call him by his hero name this time, managing to get a small smile on his lips. I'll keep everyone safe. Good, just don't put everything on your shoulder to the point that you subconsciously view your friend and peers as useless, alright? Things are easier if you have people supporting you. Your quirk is strong, but don't get the idea that you can do anything and don't need anyone. We've got one person like that here, and that's more than enough. I promise I won't. Good, now head back to class and send me Horizon. 1 minute later, as Midnight is finishing up her notes on Deku, Horizon appears on the couch opposite her. Without swapping for any object. He no longer needs to swap to move himself about within UA's main campus since he's been constantly using his quirk here for weeks. Horizon, how have you been? Midnight asks, completely used to him abruptly warping about campus. Great actually, he leans back against the couch, getting more comfortable. Can you just mark this therapy thing as complete so I can go? You don't think you need any guidance? Well, I'm not a pussy, so no. Plus, are you even qualified? I'm a certified counselor, just like Hound Dog, but he's more for disciplinary matters. This requires a woman's touch. All I heard is that I'm still the only doctor in this room. Midnight sighs. Nizu says it's mandatory, that means you have to stay and talk to me. I don't have to do anything, but fine. Alright, how about we just get to the point here, since you clearly hate the idea of talking about your feelings. How do you feel about Ida? Especially since you were in Hosu when it happened. Heroes die every day, it happens. And as for me being in Hosu, that doesn't mean I knew he was there, Horizon shrugs. So you don't feel anything? Someone you spent the past month getting to know is gone and you're fine. I barely even knew him, and he certainly didn't like me, I'll be fine. Really, and you think this is normal? What do you mean? Well, you're the only one of your classmates that hasn't been affected by this event, don't you think that's odd? No, he shakes his head. I'm used to being the only person in the room that isn't some pathetic weeping bitch. You just can't recognize that I'm perfect because you're so used to dealing with trash. Wow, now I see why almost everyone complained about him, and I need to talk to her about the kind of men she's attracted to. Midnight thinks as she takes some notes. Do you ever think that this attitude of yours can cause problems in your life? What attitude? Well, your view on things and people is extremely callous, and some might even say toxic. Why would I care what people think? Midnight sighs. How about we start from where you learned this? What were your parents like? Horizon sits up and leans forward, voice becoming a low growl. Don't go there. Midnight sees her opening, realizing that his emotions only truly showed when this topic came up, so she decided to push her luck. Unlike at the sports festival, he couldn't simply attack her here. This was her chance to understand him better and help him become a kind and caring hero. I'm just concerned for you. From what I can see, they instilled in you some problematic views. Perhaps they didn't show you enough affection. She sees his hands gripping his pants, a good sign that she's pushing all the right buttons. He's probably 2 seconds from going on a rant about how perfect they were, giving me all the information I need. I'm quite fine with affection, they taught me perfectly, he growls out. Really? Because with the way you act I imagine it will be difficult for that goal of yours. You confess to the entire world that you want a family one day, kids of your own. But do you think anyone wants to be in a relationship with someone so cold and uncaring, or much less have children with you? And what the hell would you know about any of that? You think I want to be with someone like you? Oh please, Midnight raises her hands to show off her chest and fluff her hair, giving him her most seductive look. What man wouldn't want a woman like this? You'd be lucky to have me. As she says that, Midnight notices Horizon suddenly gets relaxed, comfortably leaning back against the couch and putting one hand up on the backrest. And Midnight suddenly feels like she went from being in a room with an erupting volcano to sitting in front of a hungry tiger. Well, not exactly, I mean you're just not that type of woman. Oh, don't get me wrong, almost all men would be lining up to fuck you. Personally, you're exactly what I'm looking for when I'm traveling and only staying in places for a week or two. At least to the public you are, that's the idea, right? That you're just another dumb bimbo trying to find horny men. The cum rag that pro heroes pass around behind the scenes, right? So yeah, I'd have you for as many nights as it takes to get bored, but only for the nights. I'd never parade you around to my friends. And I'd certainly never let you meet my parents if they were still around. You'd never be my girlfriend, and you'd never get a ring, just like you don't have one now. And you probably never will. Midnight keeps her composure, letting him get it all out and taking careful note of what he says and how he says it. Some women don't want to get married. More like you just can't even if you tried, Horizon says. I mean, who would want you? You're supposedly the whore of our nation's heroes, nobody wants to be the guy with the wife 100 people have fucked. And you're already 32. Your tits and ass are either sagging or about to. Your face is gonna be wrinkled soon. You bet everything on sex appeal and destroyed your future, and it's all about to run out. Now no man will take you seriously, you'll probably never have kids. Your hero career will always be suppressed by the government because you're a horrible role model for your girls. You're the definition of a leftover woman. You're gonna die alone, and before you die you'll already be forgotten. Compared to that, I'm Horizon. Most valuable man in the world. I've got everything, I'm a miracle, I'm perfect. I never need to settle for less, I'll have all the women I want and all the kids I want to have. And you would have lucky to even get a night with a man like me, because you'd never get more than being our toy for the night, and he'd certainly never consider making you anything with a title. So remind me please, why the fuck do you think you're in a position to comment about how my parents raised me or how I'm living my future? He puts his other hand on the backrest of the couch and relaxes even further, waiting for a feeble reply. Taking a deep breath, Midnight releases a deep sigh and shakes her head. Alright, this session is over, you can head back to class now. That's the first useful thing that Mouth has done all conversation, Horizon says before he warps back to class, leaving her alone in the room. Midnight just rolls her eyes and begins jotting down notes, but as she gets to the last line, tears start falling onto the page. Now alone her professional and stoic mask breaks, and all the things he said suddenly become infinitely more real. Only seconds later she devolves into a weeping mess. And the last thing she wrote in her notes: don't talk about his family. End chapter. Chapter 81, Chapter 080, Exam Preparations. Chapter start. Sitting in Nizu's office, Law was enjoying a meal bar, waiting for the principal to enter. And a few moments later he walks through the door holding a stack of papers under his arm. So, how was your internship? Nizu asks as he walks over to his desk to get to work. Eventful and successful. Endeavor agreed to give me a contract once I get my provisional license. Oh, that's incredible, but expected for you, I'm sure. Naturally. What's with the papers? I need to sign and send it to the concerned parents. People are worried about the safety of their children. And I need to send in another official report to the Hero Commission. And what do you think of the hero killer stain? Nizu asks. Is that why you asked me to come here in person, scared I'll switch sides? No, I asked you to come to see me so we could discuss another matter entirely, but I figured we could get to this first. Alright, Horizon finishes his meal bar. Stain is a dumbass, and like it or not, heroes are a necessity. A lot of them are useless and shouldn't have licenses, but I'm not gonna go kill them because of it. That'd null my contract. And it's wrong to do that. Whatever. Well, that's good to hear, still somewhat concerning but good, Nizu says without looking up, still signing papers. Those posts you made after the bank incident and the Hosu City attack were a great help in preventing UA from being bashed. Thank you for that. Miracles are what I do remember. What about the provisional license exam? I already signed you up, and I assume you'll be training even more for it. Some people may try to target you to test themselves. You've got 7 weeks before it's time for that. Only a moron would attack me intentionally. That's like handing me free points, or whatever they rate based on. But yeah, I'll amp up the training even more. Don't forget your midterm exams also start this week. Ugh, that's so annoying. I don't see why you're groaning, you don't even have to study for it. Doesn't mean I like them. Usually I either train my quirk or sleep during classes, now I'll have to stay awake and write some stupid exams. I'm sure it won't be that bad. We'll see, so what did you want to talk about anyway? I'd like to get to my training ground and get to work. 2 things, the first being your counseling session, Nizu says. Did perhaps anything interesting happen during it? Horizon pretends to think about it for a second before shaking his head. No, not that I can recall. Why? Really? So you didn't lash out at anyone today? Oh, do you mean some nosy bitch that decided to run her mouth about my family? Yeah, I reminded her where she belonged, nothing to take note of. Nizu sighs. She gave me a long list of mental issues you may possibly have and recommended mandatory professional therapy sessions. Ugh, of course she would, Horizon grumbles. I'm not going. I know that. I understand how pointless it is to have you change through words. Good. So what's the next thing you need to talk to me about? Your family. Seriously, did we not just go over this? Not your parents, your uncle. Horizon immediately sits up and looks at Nizu, who hops down from behind his desk and takes a seat on the couch opposite Horizon. So, I assume you knew about him. My parents kept no secrets from me, Horizon says. But what does he have to do with anything? The Italian Hero Department is running a big operation to capture him and the other members of his organization. They called me in to help with logistics, and maybe find some patterns. And you want me to tell you something about him? Horizon sighs. I've never met Uncle Doflamingo, he's not even really my uncle. Not since he sent Mom to kill Dad. That's how they met. Yeah, a few years before they had me. Grandpa died, well, my uncle killed him. My dad was the resident doctor and successor, so naturally, he sent Mom to kill him. Assassin and mafia doctor fall in love, she gets caught up in some shit, then one of her clients offers to get her out of it if she accepts a lifetime contract to work for him. Then she marries my dad to get him over here and they make me. He's never been back to Italy since, and I've only visited the fun places. I've never even met any family beyond my parents. They stopped being family the moment they tried to kill my dad. And who was this client she worked for? That's really none of your business, Horizon says, still intent on protecting his client's information. But he's basically why she couldn't just quit after having me. Every few months he'd send a contract, and she'd also take a few on the side to keep other contacts and powerful people happy. It's not a business you can just choose to retire in. She retires and a lot of people get sent after her, and by extension, us. I see, well fortunately you're on the heroic path now. 6 weeks later. Listen up, Eraser addresses everyone at homeroom first thing in the morning. You've got 1 week until your final exams. I'm sure you're all constantly studying and reading ahead, because these will be a lot harder than the midterm exams. It'll test you on everything you learned in class and in training, be ready for it. These are your midterm results, I expect to see improvements from all of you. Eraser taps the board and a list of 19 names shows up before he leaves the room. The entire class is fixated on the board, immediately finding themselves on the ranking and realizing how much that had to improve, all but one person. Midterm rankings. 1 Horizon, 1000/. 2 Momo, 938/. 3 Bakugo, 910/. 4 Deku, 890/. 5 Shoto, 850/. And the list goes on until Kaminari at the bottom in 19th place. Dude, how the hell are you at the top? Zero is the first to ask Horizon, but everyone else was thinking the exact same thing. Most people blatantly stared in confusion while others were just annoyed that he once again get a perfect score. Because that's where I belong, obviously, Horizon says. Zero just rolls his eyes as Jiro does the same. Behind Horizon, Momo sighed, hoping to at least be competitive with him in this, her main attribute all her life, but now resigned to the fact that she'd likely never catch up to him, but walking behind him wasn't that bad at all. Seriously man, you sleep in class all day and then get a perfect score, what's the secret? Zero asks. Is it the visor, does it give you cheat sheets for the exams? The visor can't do that. Do you honestly think I need to study for this stuff? It's simple, plus I feel like sometimes you people forget that I'm literally a genius doctor even without my quirk. How would high school exams be any issue? Oh yeah, I guess it's not really fair huh, Zero says as the room devolves into constant chatter. Horizon just leans back in his chair and focuses on warping around the leaves outside, constantly training his quirk. The first rule of having a perfect memory. Don't tell anyone you have a perfect memory, because then you can't conveniently forget all the pointless crap people always pretend to care about. After a few minutes of chatter, a few students get Momo to agree to help them study, and of course, being the ray of sunshine she is, she invites Horizon along. I don't think I'll be of any help to the group, geniuses make the worst teachers, he says. Plus I don't do sleepovers. Oh, I see, Momo looked down at the floor between them as beside her Jiro tried to quietly signal to Horizon that he should accept. All he does is roll his eyes beneath the visor and say, good luck on the study session I guess, see you Monday, before warping away to his training area in UA. Honestly I thought they'd be over this stupid crush by now. He mutters while getting ready for his final week of intense training. Preparing for his next step, taking the stage with his provisional license. End chapter. Chapter 82, Chapter 081, Eraser's Request. Chapter start. Tokyo, 7:45 a.m. I still think this is highly unnecessary. Eraser grumbles. Rubbing his eyes as they entered the Tokyo area, waking up from his short nap. Sitting across from him in the back of their limo was Horizon, now wearing his new hero costume. The designs and colors were the same, but the material and body glove composition were the critical changes. His visor was now upgraded by May, collapsible into a small plate no bigger than his phone. Capable of connecting to more functions via his phone so he'd have to check it less, and much more intuitive. His jacket and vest were a rather expensive and somewhat legally complex and difficult to acquire, carbon fiber mesh weave. Resistant to small arms fire in their entirety, at the cost of just being slightly heavier. His body glove had the most visible changes, if it weren't hidden beneath his hero costume. While it was still primarily white, there were now thin blue lines in the same color as the logo on that back, running along the divisions of his muscles. Making his muscle definition that much more obvious to the naked eye. It also now extended to cover most of his head, only leaving openings for his nostrils, eyes, and mouth. Especially since the new gel armor layer is heavier than his previous body glove, made to stiffen when enough pressure is exerted. Perfect for any close combat encounters. His gloves had the only truly visible changes while he was in full hero costume, now having clearly armored knuckles with the same blue lines. In many cases, these upgrades are less than useful. Villains tend to become villains because they have a quirk that the average person can't overcome. Armor that can resist small arms fire or stiffen to ease the force of a punch didn't do much in the long run. But Horizon has a healthy amount of paranoia. He never expects to be hit, but still prepares for it. Not to mention how difficult it was to get any equipment that doesn't have a connection with your quirk. Hero costumes legally are only allowed to be weaponized in ways that directly relate to the quirk of the user. This law along with the limitation of armor stops an escalation and arms race between heroes and villains. If every hero wore full armor, soon all the villains would do the same. Because of that, these laws were made so regular police officers wouldn't be entirely helpless since they only have pistols. Heroes always play at a disadvantage because of rules like these, but in exchange, they get the full support of society in the form of formal education facilities that help them train their quirk and entire companies devoted to creating equipment for them, along with fame and fortune of course. For example, a 25-year-old Bakugo as a hero is many times more powerful than he would be as a villain. Because he would not have gone to a school specifically designed to improve his quirk use and equip him for combat if he chose the villain path. Horizon managed to get away with these upgrades because of two simple reasons. Firstly, his body glove and visor are listed as lifestyle support items, therefore it's easier to get upgrades if he simply says it will help him live easier. And more importantly, he's mystery class. Nobody, not even Nizu, knows how his quirk works. The only people that could say Hand of God isn't affected by these upgrades are him and his parents. Hearing Eraser's words, Horizon turns his attention from his phone, putting it away to speak to his teacher. Most people would just enjoy the free limo ride, Horizon says. It's not efficient. We could have easily got on the bus with Class 2B. I'll pretend you didn't just suggest that. I don't do public transportation. It's not public, it's a UA bus, Eraser says. Where I'd probably be hounded with questions because unlike my classmates, they've never met me, annoying. No different from if I ever lose my mind and decide to take a train, like a peasant. So what, do you just drive everywhere? Eraser asks, ignoring that peasant comment. I'm only 16, so I can't get a car license in Japan, and I don't have a motorcycle license. I just have this chauffeur service on standby in case I ever need to go anyway. But normally I take an armored SUV, but I figured a limo would give us some space. Until you get the provisional license, then you can just use your hoverboard in public, Eraser says. Exactly, it'll be fun. Honestly, I don't know what's more annoying, having you always riding that thing around school, or the fact that you can just warp around UA freely now, can't even avoid you by walking into an empty room. Horizon chuckles at that. Well, people who can fly should fly, right? And UA encourages quirk use once you aren't affecting others. Eraser actually cracks a smile at that. I had a friend who said almost the exact same thing. He'd always float around on his cloud. Someone who understands the fun aspect of having a quirk. For most people the novelty of it is gone by the time they enter UA. But I love warping about, and I'm still just 16, so of course I'm gonna play with my new toy. They enjoy a comfortable silence for a moment before Horizon takes out his phone and quickly sends 2 messages, then puts it away. Looks like homeroom just finished, they're getting ready for the practicals now. One of your friends just messaged you. Classmates, Momo and Jiro, Horizon shrugs. Told them, I'm busy today, and left it at that. Huh, you didn't tell them what we're doing today, I figured you'd rub it in their faces. I don't brag, I state facts. And as for me not mentioning it, what I do is none of their business. That's fair, I just figured you'd at least tell those 2, consider well, you know. Horizon sighs and shakes his head. Yeah, I know. Really hoping they just get over this stupid crush. I've already got a lot on my plate, don't need girls that I have to see almost every day on it too. Well, today is the last day of the first semester, so they've got a lot of time to come to their senses. Hey, I'm not that bad. Really? Eraser asks. Because I'm missing my class's important first semester finals because Midnight refused to come here with you. She said, I don't want to talk to him alone ever again. Anything you could tell me about that? She didn't tell you. It happened in your counseling session, so no. Well, you'll just have to live with the mystery, but shouldn't you be here since I think this is more important anyway? If you were anyone else, yes, but you're Horizon, this is more of a formality for someone at your level. My time would be better spent watching your classmates fight the teachers. I'd then be able to form a better plan for their summer camp training. So glad I don't have to do that crap. Actually. No. Eraser rolls his eyes. I'm not saying you have to go, but I've been training Shinso after school since the sports festival. I know, I can sense you in the forest near training ground Zeta. That's still creepy. But he'll be joining the summer camp. I initially planned for him to join you all in the second year, but we've got an open seat now, and the faster he starts the easier his life will be. True, think you can find someone to replace Frenchie and Tail Boy? I say we trade them for Kodai. Did she give you that stack of giant cookies so you'd ask this? No, I just think it's a fair trade. I'm not trading anyone. Also, along with Shinso, I'd like your help to train Toru during the summer camp. I thought you said I don't have to go to that. You don't, but I'm asking you to help train your allies. You're literally the only person in the world that we know of who can understand and instruct them in training their quirks. All I've been able to tell Shinso is to use his more and from longer range, but after your big class about quirks I figured since I'm focusing on power, you'd be able to handle mastery. And Toru? You realize I'm not someone she wants to ever talk to, right? She hasn't been fully nude since I revealed I can see her, and hasn't spoken to me or even looked at me. Anytime I glance at her, even when she's in full uniform, she runs out of the room crying, or hides behind Ojiro. Yes, but she literally joined the hero course because it was the only way she could have a meaningful life, at least in her mind. You realize how difficult it is being an invisible girl all your life, right? Ojiro doesn't seem to mind. Why is it so difficult to get you to help anyone? Eraser asks, now exasperated. Why are they too dumb to understand their own quirks? Eraser sighs, the summer camp is all of July, I only need you to be there for however long it takes you to train Toru, I'm sure if you tell Shinso and me what to do we can handle the rest ourselves. Horizon leans back and considers the situation for a moment, then nods. Alright, I'll be there for the last week in July. What's the catch? Nisa said you're never easy to convince, at least not for free. I want to make my work with Toru public, if I'm taking a week out of my hero time then I'll use it for my quirk specialist time. A girl stuck being invisible because nobody else could figure out her quirk should help that. Alright, I'm sure she'll agree. Is there anything specific they should do before you get there? Yeah, have Shinso increase his pain tolerance and focus. And for Toru, meditation. Meditation? Really? Yeah, the issue is all mental, just like Tokoyami. 2. No, I've agreed to help too, that's more than enough, Birdie can figure out his issues himself. That's fair, Eraser says as the limo comes to a stop in front of a massive stadium. A moment later the driver opens the door and they both step out, all eyes on them. Horizon immediately sees students from hero courses around Japan taking out their phones to get pictures of him. With his jacket draped over his shoulder and sword at his side he gives them a small wave, hoverboard in his left hand. I really hate having all these cameras on me, Eraser says. I miss when my identity was private. Well, maybe you should have worn a better mask, Horizon says while he sees some students approaching to likely get a selfie or two with him. Eraser rolls his eyes, feeling as if he was standing beside All Might, and not in the good sense. Another hero leaning toward the fame that comes with being a pro hero. But at least Horizon wears a mask to keep his identity secret. He thinks as the mob gets closer. Meet me inside when you're done with your fans, the sooner you get your provisional license the sooner we can get out of here, oh and lunch is on you. End chapter. Chapter 83, Chapter 082, Provisional License Exam. Chapter start. Shambles. Horizon warps outside of the waiting room and into the stands of the arena. Appearing with a red sash slung across his shoulder. Looking around he sees rows upon rows of blue chairs in the stands. The 1-kilometer-wide stadium in which these exams were held is the most absurd infrastructure built to train heroes aside from UA itself. As he walks toward Eraserhead sitting in the stands, checking his phone, he looks to his left, seeing a fully constructed small city. Completely operational and furnished. He also sees a few other zones, such as a mountain area, a forest, a lake, and a suburban area. An even larger version of the USJ, a government-funded facility of course. How did you do? Eraser asks, putting his phone away as Horizon sits one seat away, leaning his sword and hoverboard on the seat between them. Well, they won't reveal the overall results until it's over, but the written exams were easy. Nothing the textbooks didn't have. What's the next step? No idea, they just gave me a sash and said to get my support items and head to the arena, everyone else is changing clothes. I see, well, a little advice. I'm sure with your warping you'll be fine, but part of the exam is always disaster rescue, try to be gentle. We haven't done a lot of proper rescue training with you guys yet so just copy what the others are doing. Horizon chuckles, sometimes I feel like you people forget I'm literally a doctor, I know how to deal with injured morons. Plus, I'm always gentle. Eraser sighs, that's exactly what I'm afraid of. After a few minutes, Eraser and Horizon see people pouring into the arena, all in their full hero costumes. Almost everyone here was a year 2 or 3 hero course student. But Horizon was by far the most powerful in this venue, only 2 people here would give him a challenge today. Good morning everyone, a tired voice speaks through the speakers in the venue. Congratulations on passing the written exam. 6,000 students applied to this venue, but only 4,000 of you managed to get past the first stage. Next is the combat portion. Each of you was given a red sash to wear when you exited the written exam room, assuming you passed. There are 4,000 of those in total, when you collect and wear 4 at once, they will become green and you will advance on to the next stage. That means only 1,000 of you will move on from here. Only the red sashes are usable. Once they turn green collecting them won't get you anything, so just get off the battlefield once you're green. The man yawns into the mic and Horizon gets up, taking his sword but deciding to leave his hoverboard with Eraser. You've got 10 minutes to get ready, then the timer begins. Leaving one of his cards on the seat Horizon warps onto the battlefield, now standing in the mountain zone. Loose rocks all about, seeing people scrambling to find a desirable spot. Good call, he thinks after seeing a few people that were heading for this zone immediately turn around when he arrived. Avoiding me is definitely the best choice at this stage. All I need is to collect 4 other sashes. But if all I do is warp them onto me, then I won't really learn anything. I should at least try to get something out of this. 30 seconds left to prepare, the announcer says. Looking around, Horizon still doesn't see anyone nearby. Room. He's forced to extend his room for nearly 100 meters before he finds a small team in one of the office buildings laying in wait, a team of 5 people, one more than he needed. Okay, start. Shambles. 5 rocks roughly 20 meters away from him are swapped out for the students. For boys who all had a similar outfits, but in different colors. Blue, red, white, black, and gold. Oh great, I'm fighting the fucking Power Rangers. Horizon grumbles as they all look around confused, eventually spotting him. They all share an awkward glance with each other, then Black punches forward with both hands. Horizon just tilts his head as both are shot off from the shoulder and rocket toward him, or at least that's what he expected. But instead, they just moved at a casual jogging pace. Shambles. Horizon swaps both arms for some loose rocks at his feet and steps on them, pinning them in place. Without taking his eyes off the opponents, he shakes his head. What quirk is that? Detachable arms. Yeah, now give them back. The black outfit student yells. Oh my god, are you guys first years? Third years, Red says. Come on men, after this we've only got one more chance to get a license, can't you just let us go? Well. Horizon holds out his hand, palm facing the floor. Shambles. One of the detached arms is traded for Black sash, which Horizon immediately uses tacked on to raise to his hand, slinging it across his shoulder. Me or someone else, with a garbage quirk like that, you're just a walking bag of free points. You jerk. Blue screams out, leveling both hands at Horizon, flat with his fingers facing forward. 10 fingernails are fired like bullets at Horizon. He instantly warps his sword out of the scabbard and into his hand, deflecting them to either side of him. He prepares to deflect another set of attacks, only to notice that Blue's fingers are bleeding as the nails slowly grow back. Oh, that's disgusting. Are all your quirks garbage? Gazer. Red screams out as he rushes forward, his footsteps suddenly heavier, but not showing any signs of actual super strength. Mass control. Horizon questions. Gazer, gold, immediately fires off 2 thin golden energy beams from his eyes. Okay, that's cool. Horizon thinks as he raises a hand. Curtain. The lasers slam into the blue dome he's suddenly standing inside. Red reaches him in no time and is about to punch the dome, aiming at his head, the mass in his fist increased a dozen times via his quirk. Gold stops the lasers as Red is about to connect, avoiding friendly fire. Shambles. Horizon drops the curtain and swaps with Gold. Red punched Gold in the back of his head, completely knocking him out and crumpling him to the floor. Gazer. Red turns around with fury in his eyes, just in time to see Horizon already standing beside Black, who was still missing one arm, and put a hand on his shoulder. Counter shock. Arrogig. Black gets tossed and falls to the floor. As Red is rushing back to help his friend, Blue leaps forward with his still growing nails to engage in close combat and gets tossed as well, leaving White standing a few feet away in a fighting stance, waiting for Red to show up, their only power type. Horizon turns toward White and stares at him, raising his sword and aiming toward Red off to the side without taking his eyes off White. Injection shot. Red feels a bullet rip through his thigh, causing him to trip and slam his face into the stone ground. Injection shot. His other leg feels the exact same thing, immobilizing him 10 feet away, leaving him groaning in pain. White sees this and takes a few careful steps away from Horizon, hands raised to fight but trembling the entire time. Shambles. The red sashes from the 3 newly downed people appear on the floor by Horizon. With a thought, he raises them up and puts them on, all while White is watching in horror, and they immediately turn green. So, what can you do? I can throw my voice, White says in a shaky voice. Horizon sighs, puts his sword away, and shakes his head. So that's why you didn't help them, because you're pretty much useless. Well, Give me your sash. Horizon holds out a hand for it. What? But you already have 5, you passed. Yeah, but you don't deserve to, so hand it over, now. Moments later, Horizon is the first to advance, is announced over the speakers as he enters the next area. Taking off the sashes and placing them on the designated table for the staff to deal with. Sitting in the waiting area, he takes out his phone to play a game and pass the time, seeing a message from Siro about him and Ojiro getting past Power Loader for their exam, but ignoring it. Honestly, this exam is easy and these people are disappointing. Whilst Horizon was enjoying the half hour before the final students passed the current round, a completely different situation was unfolding at the opposite end of the arena. Within the control room, the proctor, Yakumura Mera, a man with messy beige hair and heavy eye bags, was yawning as he looked at Horizon's records. A perfect score. I can't fail him from the written section, and he got past the combat stage easily enough. Warping makes him a guaranteed pass for the next stage. The only way to get past him would be to defeat him, or make him hurt an ally or civilian. He looks up at the other Hero Commission employees in the control room who were regulating this exam. They were completely oblivious to the ulterior motive he had to achieve today, and how much sleep he's been losing over it. The boss gave me orders, so failing really isn't an option since I know so much. I guess I'll have to depend on those two to be a wall for Horizon. He gets up from his seat and enters the hallway. Walking a few doors down, he enters a room with two people sitting patiently enjoying some refreshments. The two people were brought on for the express purpose of delaying or stopping Horizon's hero career, under false pretenses of course. The first was the number 9 pro hero, Gang Orca. Standing at 202 centimeters 6 feet 8, and wearing a formal white suit and pink tie. His mutation quirk gives him the appearance of an orca, a menacing presence hiding a soft and kind heart. He was brought here under the somewhat false pretense that Horizon requires more of a challenge and the Hero Commission wants to see exactly how capable he is. They told him that they expect great things from Horizon and want to see how he'd do against a current top pro. Across from Gang Orca, however, was the current number 7 pro hero, Mirko. Standing at 159 centimeters 5 feet 2, brown skin, with white rabbit ears and large feet thanks to her rabbit quirk. This muscled lady only needed to hear one thing to agree to this plan. All she wanted was a chance to fight Horizon, a mystery class quirk user. Looks like I'm depending on you two to put him to the test, Mara says in a tired voice. I'll have him on the ropes in no time. Mirko says with a vicious smile. Across from her, Orca shakes his head. I still feel like this is a bit much. Has the commission really thought this through? It could be discouraging for him. I assure you we've already considered all possibilities. Mara says before leaving the room, telling them to get ready. If this doesn't work, the boss will have to take drastic measures. If this gets investigated, I'll get locked in prison forever. If I'm lucky, treason, abuse of power, fraud. I just hope this ends here. End chapter. Chapter 84, Chapter 083, Gang Violence. Chapter start. Entering the same arena from the combat stage, Horizon immediately sees a swath of destruction. Collapsed buildings and rubble all around. The entryway and a few areas directly around it were clear of any debris. And directly in front of the entrance was a massive green circle, marked by a glowing line. Currently the students were looking around trying to get a grasp on the situation, and Horizon was off to the side simply waiting for instructions. Welcome to the final stage, the announcement says. 999 of you advance to this round. Your goal is simple. We've placed actors to play the part of civilians that are trapped in the debris and rubble. You have to find and rescue them. When all the civilians are relocated to the safety area at the entrance, the exam is complete and will calculate your scores. Your job will also be to keep the civilians safe within the safety area as well. The scenario is a simple terrorist attack. Alright, begin. The moment the voice stops, almost everyone rushes forward to begin searching for civilians, desperate to get some points. Horizon takes out one of his cards and looks around, finding a nice open spot to begin warping people to. I'll just warp them out of the debris and let everyone else deal with the first aid crap, thinks literally the only doctor in the arena. He sees a few students nearby looking at him expectantly, coming to the same conclusion as him and ready for some easy points. Room. He opens a modest room of 300 meters. Immediately locating some civilians. After rescuing the first dozen civilians without saying a word, he's already bored, just waiting for the exam to be over. Boom. The arena shakes as part of the wall crumbles, and out floods men in black bodysuits and gray masks with large blaster-looking devices on their left arms. Everyone in the area turns to see the newcomers with worried looks, and those looks become horror when Gang Orca and Mirko step out of the dust cloud, dozens of their foot soldiers running out and charging forward at the safe zone. I get it, Horizon says, causing everyone nearby to look at him. They said we need to keep people in the safe zone. These are the villains that are trying to challenge that. If you can't fight, just focus on treating them. He says before casually walking toward the villains. Horizon walks toward the villains with both hands in his pockets, even as he's standing only 30 meters away with their foot soldiers flanking his sides, all aiming their weapons at him. Orca glares at him, and raises an arm to the side to stop Mirko from charging in, causing her to shoot him an annoyed glance, tapping her foot in excitement to fight. They come to a tense standoff for a moment as both teams analyze each other. Gang Orca and Mirko, they shouldn't be that big of a problem, Horizon thinks while creating a new room, spanning 100m around him, just enough for the upcoming fight. I can't amputate them, that would end the fight too quickly and I wouldn't learn anything. This is a good chance to test out my new style of more direct confrontation. Of all the heroes, Mirko is physically second only to All Might, at least when it comes to striking power. And Gang Orca is also a brawler with raw power like Shishido. I can't waste this chance. On the other side, Gang Orca is the only one of the pros doing any strategic thinking. Mirko is much more like Bakugo, completely instinctual. He looks at Horizon as menacingly as he can, yet Horizon doesn't react. Fearless, his quirk is powerful, but he's a bit too cocky. He looks past Horizon to see other students in a quickly cobbled together combat formation 100 meters away. Well, at least he inspires confidence in others. They're willing to bet on him to deal with most of us and are waiting to deal with whatever gets past him. A good plan in this situation. Fighting beside Horizon isn't good if you don't know what he can do. Once we get in too close for him to use that sword, we'll be fine. Orca decides as he raises a finger to scratch his head. Alright, fire, he orders, and all the villains with weapons do exactly that. In the first wave, 24 people fire shots of liquid cement out of their cement guns. A capture tool used to restrain power types from a distance. A cement-like liquid which begins expanding when it hits the air and then hardens. As each of the shots is only 3 meters away from their shooter, en route to hitting Horizon. Shambles, 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 shambles. All the shooters swap with their projectiles, and because his warping doesn't cancel momentum, they shoot themselves in the back. Seeing what happened and his men stumbling forward as it hardens on their backs, Orca raises his hand to stop them. He doesn't need to move to activate warping, that's problematic, so his quirk really doesn't have any tells. Let's just kick his ass already. Mirko yells from beside Orca, her patience running thin. Ranged attacks don't work, Orca announces, just leave him to us, go test the other students. As he says that, Horizon begins rushing forward, surprising everyone as he doesn't even draw his blade. Gang Orca's men do as they're told and rush past him, a mob of villains moving like a wave moving around a boulder. Finally, Mirko yells as she rushes forward, spinning into a roundhouse kick aimed directly at Horizon's face. Shambles. What? Gang Orca is surprised as they swap places, leaving Horizon standing a few meters away and Mirko all the way back where Horizon was. Booster shot. Horizon swings out with a strong right, boosting it just before the moment of impact. Too cocky, Orca says as he swats the punch away, countering with a hard left jab. Horizon raises his left hand as if to catch the punch, curtain, his barrier forms and blocks the hit. As he blocks, Orca is already rearing back his right arm to strike again, and Horizon does the same. Booster shot. He amplifies his strength multiple times, a stronger punch than he'd ever done before, intent on testing himself against Gang Orca. Horizon drops the barrier and his right fist clashes with Orca's. Fuck, he feels all the bones in his hand and wrist shatter on impact. Orca reaches out to grab his neck. Shambles. He swaps with Mirko, who was already behind him, to surprise him with a kick, causing her to hit Orca and send him rolling across the floor. Crap, Mirko sees Orca try and fail to catch himself in a controlled roll. Turning around, she sees Horizon standing up and flexing his right hand, the bones already healed as if they were never damaged. How do I get close to him, outspeed him? Mirko actually stops to think, growing more and more annoyed every time he warps her. Stop warping me away, you coward. She screams at Horizon. A moment later she hears Orca getting up behind her and walking toward them. I'm just testing out some new things, so fighting both of you at once is annoying, Horizon says. Don't stop rushing him, Orca says, already standing beside Mirko and dusting off his white suit. His warping must require some focus, even if it's minimal, we can use it to stress him out. Good plan, won't work, but good plan, Horizon says jokingly. Arrogant child, and if we beat you? Orca asks. Yeah, if, Horizon's response pisses off both pros. Shambles. He swaps with Mirko, already swinging a punch directly at Orca's face, making full contact. Orca stumbles back. I actually felt that one, his file didn't say super strength. Mirko turns around and rushes the duo, only to be swapped with a nearby rock. And every time she'd get too close he'd do the exact same thing, all while brawling with Gang Orca. Sitting in the stands, already having repositioned to be closer to Horizon's fight, Eraserhead is looking at it with very critical eyes. Seeing Horizon and Orca brawling, admittedly a one-sided brawl. For every 3 hits Horizon lands, Orca would come close to landing 1, only for Horizon to either avoid it, block it, or parry it. Gang Orca clearly fights like a boxer, but Horizon is a lot more technical than any one martial art can make you. Eraser notes Orca being pushed back, but Horizon's hits are carefully placed to inflict as much pain as possible, even at the cost of an opening to perform a knockout hit. All while constantly warping Mirko to the edge of his room. I see, he's using the pain to make it difficult for Gang Orca to focus, he's scared of his sonic wave attack. He wants to keep the brawling going. He's using 2 of our strongest heroes as practice dummies, intentionally holding back to test something, I wonder what. After a few rounds, Eraser sees Gang Orca with cuts and bruises all over his body, and the knuckles of Horizon's gloves worn down just a bit. Booster shot. Horizon rears back for a strong right, landing it directly in Orca's face and causing him to take a few steps back. Hey, you're out of steam, Orca catches his footing and smiles viciously at Horizon, glaring at the boy. That hit was a lot weaker than the others, you're getting tired, huh? How about you come and find out? Taking a deep breath, Orca straightens up, then steps forward and throws a strong right. Sonic Wave. Using the punch as a distraction, he barely tilts his head down and releases his sound attack, the sonar of an orca amplified to absurd levels, enough to shatter concrete with one attack and nearly grind it into gravel. The clothes on this right arm gets caught in his own attack, destroying his entire right sleeve and causing massive cuts on the skin. Had it not been for that arm, Horizon would not have warped away before the attack even hit. But the fact that the fabric of his sleeve was destroyed was also a warning, otherwise, the invisible sound wave would have hit and possibly given him a small opening. The moment the fabric was destroyed, Orca and Horizon swapped places, and the stone in front of Orca was completely pulverized by his super move. He cuts it off, ready to turn around and swing at Horizon, but freezes, feeling a hand holding the dorsal fin on his back. Counter shock. Arfig. Orca's smoking and twitching body crumples to the floor. And in the stands, the scouts for hero agencies, pro heroes, and exam proctors all gape in horror and amazement. All aside from Eraserhead, who completely expected this from Horizon. But he can't help but smile as Mako stops running and just takes a casual walk toward Horizon. Her face nearly turned purple from how pissed off she was. Turning to look at her, Horizon sighs, "Shit, gang, Orca was physically tougher than expected. If I couldn't finish him with just physical power, then Mirko is out of the picture. Guess I'll test out how good Incision is." Finally ready to get your ass beat. Mirko drops into a fighting stance, eyes focused on Horizon. He just draws his sword without taking his eyes off her. "Show me what you've got, bunny girl." Mirko grinds her teeth in rage as she rushes forward, the ground beneath her feet cracking as their fight begins. End chapter. Chapter 85, Chapter 084, Rabbit Hunting. Chapter start. Mirko rockets forward, faster than Horizon can ever hope to physically react to. Luckily his room overcomes that, allowing him to analyze and predict the simplistic movement of her fighting style. Incision plus booster shot. He swings his sword, this time using both hands. His sword and the metal tips of her hero costume boots clash. A moment before impact she adjusted her feet to kick the side of his sword instead of the blade. All while in midair she knocks his sword to the side with one leg, and launches an vicious kick with the other. As it's about to slam into his visor. Shambles. He swaps places with her. And she simply continues the kick until she spun around to kick where she was a moment ago, once again missing him by a hair's breadth as he swaps places with a nearby rock. The air pressure from her kick rips up the ground in front of her for a few meters as she lands on her feet. "Those cheap tricks won't work on me," she screams while rushing him again. Okay, she's definitely a better fighter than All Might. I guess having less power means she has to be to pull off the same meathead combat style for this long, plus she's all instinct, which means the time between taking in stimulus and acting is a lot lower than other people. That means my warping won't be as effective at close range to get free hits. She's like an extreme version of Bakugo. No, Bakugo is like a discount version of her. Booster shot. Instead of trying to amplify his offense, Horizon does something he learned a long time ago. The exact same thing he taught Deku. Spreading the energy around his body, focusing on the muscles needed for mobility rather than power in this case. Since this ability activates at the speed of thought, just like his warping, he can afford to do this. Trying as best he can to bridge the infinite gap between his mental processing and his physical reaction speed. Lunar Rush. Mirko strikes with a flurry of powerful kicks, each packing enough force to knock out Horizon if they land a solid hit. He barely manages to parry them with his blade. Even with his boost to agility and dexterity, he couldn't keep up with Mirko physically. She would launch one kick, and because of her speed, he'd barely be able to react, only defending or directing them to the side, not fast enough to capitalize on an opening to counterattack. His arms were numb at the fourth hit, now he couldn't feel them at all. Booster shot constantly heals the stress only for her to start the process all over again with a few hits. Eventually, she drops down to her hands and spins, raising both her legs up while supporting herself with her arms. Her first kick in this stance knocks his sword to the side, but he sees an opening. Pivoting and stepping back to avoid the second kick, he spins around. Booster shot plus incision. His blade cuts into her thigh, reaching nearly an inch deep before it stops completely. It could easily go a bit deeper at the force he swung. But it stopped, and Mirko leapt away with it still in her leg, ripping it out of his hand. The grip strength of her leg muscles is far superior to the strength in his hand, and if the blade isn't physically cutting, incision can't enhance anything. She reflexively flexed her muscles and stopped his sword. The difference between someone with a true power-type quirk and someone with an ability that only replicates that effect. Just like the USJ Momo was healing so quickly that when he tried to pierce its brain with incision that the sword was being pushed out. Because of this change in the battle, he doesn't doubt that Mirko is at least on par with its striking power. Mirko takes the sword out of her leg and holds it tauntingly. "Not so tough without your little toys, huh? Would you believe it's only for picking up girls? Aw, compensating for something." She gives him a dark chuckle, dropping into a fighting stance to finish him off. "Aren't we all compensating for something?" Horizon shrugs. "I mean, you only focus on violence because you're not smart, right? Mirko immediately sees red. Shambles. Horizon warps his sword back into his hand. Being someone who trusts her instincts, and her prey instincts amplified hundreds of times over by her quirk, Mirko feels all the hairs at the back of her neck stand up. Suddenly it all fell into place in her brain. He really wasn't taking us seriously. Something changed. He's different now. What's happening? I should run. What? I don't run. Heroes don't run away. But this attack. Danger, danger, danger. She sees Horizon casually swing his sword through the air. Her pupils dilated, a dangerous attack that her body couldn't withstand or resist. Heart rate hitting new record highs. Amputate. Horizon swings horizontally. Mirko ducks down, dropping to all fours. She knew she couldn't take that hit, it would end her fight. But her brain wasn't sure what was going on, so she treated it like a gun. She could dodge bullets with her raw speed. Kicking them out of the air wasn't anything special for her. But this was different, these attacks hit instantly, so she had to do what pros that can't dodge bullets do. Dodge gunfire. See where the barrel is pointing and get out of the way before the trigger is pulled. To the untrained it looks like the same thing, but dodging gunfire is much easier. So before he can finish his quick slash, Mirko is already ducked down, the top half of her rabbit ears get amputated but she doesn't feel it. Before Horizon can adjust his sword she rushes forward, cratering the ground beneath her with how fast she launches into action. As if time was frozen around her as an entirely new level of adrenaline took over, she got in front of him and does a small jump, making her body parallel to the floor, seeing his left hand reach out as if to grab her. Curtain. Both her feet slam into the dome of energy that he quickly formed. Her dropkick hits it harder than anything had ever before. And the curtain shatters. Boom. The area in front of her gets pulverized by the air pressure of her kick and a dust cloud is kicked up. Arg. Mirko reaches up to grab her ear, the most sensitive part of her. Only to realize they aren't there. I swapped places with them, Horizon's voice says from behind her, where her ears were. You. Mirko turns around just in time to see the world going sideways. All her limbs were quickly and quietly amputated, causing her to begin falling to the floor as just a torso. Shambles, Horizon swaps for one of her legs and catches her by the neck, holding her up so she was at his eye level. Everyone looks on in horror as he holds the limbless Mirko above the ground as if she were nothing, then her other leg swaps for the unconscious gang orca, directly below her. You're better than I thought, at least for your style. Mirko snarls in his face, next time I'll kick your ass. Says the woman with no legs. Yo. Counter shock. Arg. To her credit, it takes an entire 3-second tossing to knock her out. Then he simply drops her atop gang orca. Shambles, he reassembles her, then looks around at everyone staring at him and the unconscious heroes. Walking back to the safe zone as the final few civilians are rescued, Horizon takes a few deep breaths, intent on taking it easy for the rest of the day. I've still got so much improving to do. My physicality isn't enough. My stamina pool isn't nearly enough. I'm nowhere near where I want to be, where I can be. I need to step up my training. Even beating 2 of the top 10 pro heroes that were fully intent on defeating him wasn't enough for Horizon. It wasn't nearly enough. Because to him, this is simply what's expected. But to everyone else, it was an absurd achievement. And from all the people nearby taking pictures, it was one the public would soon know about. As the exam is finished, Eraser just sighs and shakes his head, seeing Horizon proceed to get his final score with the others. Then he looks over to the pros as medical teams come to wake them up. Mystery class or not, the kid is a freak. Most villains wouldn't dream of beating one of the top pro heroes, much less 2. But why weren't these wearing any kind of restraints? It is an exam after all. They probably just figured since it's Horizon at this venue they needed a challenge. That kinda makes sense, I guess. With how much Nizu brags about him, I wouldn't doubt if that's the case. I guess it doesn't really matter. Either way, his obsessive nature, quirk, and capabilities are a combination you'd find inside any villain's nightmares. It's game over for them. While the students were waiting for their final scores, the head proctor, Yukumura Mera, was pacing around his private control room at this venue with his phone to his ear. All the tiredness in his demeanor was completely gone as he anxiously waited for someone to answer. In this simple room was a wall of monitors. On the largest was a live feed of Gang Orca and Mirko being woken up and treated. On another was Horizon sitting in the waiting area for his final results while everyone else was leaving to go change. And on the third was his results, a perfect score in all stages. Making him one of 3 people alive and active to ever get this score in Japan. Tied with Endeavor and Best Genist. Hello, Mera says as the call is answered. A perfect score. Yes, I know, it should be impossible. But he beat them. I'll send you the recording, if it isn't online already. Some of those kids had their phones out the whole fight. Yes, I know this wasn't the plan. He only warped out about a dozen civilians. Are you sure I can't fail him on that? I mean, he spent the entire time fighting after that and ignored everyone else. Well, I guess it's true that nobody else could stop them, but if you really want him to fail, I can make it happen. Alright. Then I guess this plan is a bust. We'll have to get him off the hero path some other way. Yes, MHA sighs. I understand how detrimental it is for our plans if Horizon becomes a pro-hero. That's true. But at this point, can anyone stop him from being the next symbol of peace? He beat 2 of the top 10 pro-heroes. Most villains never even get past 1. Yeah, I guess the next best thing is to put a deal together, get him to break whatever deal he has with Nizu, and come to our side. MHA sighs and hangs up, then turns to look at Horizon casually scrolling through his phone in the waiting area. To think I'd have to be so scared of a kid, but a world where he becomes the symbol of peace, is a world we can't survive. End chapter. Chapter 86, Chapter 085, Hero Plan. Chapter start. Sitting in the back of the limo, Eraser is eating a simple bento box while Horizon enjoys a meal bar. Horizon takes out his phone and quickly takes a picture of his provisional hero license. It was similar to a driver's license, but of course, it's supposed to have your true legal identification. So for someone like Endeavor, it'd have Enji Todoroki, followed by his hero name, and a picture of him without his hero costume. Revealing it would announce yourself to the world and tell everyone exactly where you live. But for Horizon, all it had was the name Horizon. No address, no other identification. And a picture of him wearing his visor. Perfectly keeping himself insulated. It didn't even have his date of birth. Nizu really went out of his way for this trick. He mutters while taking the picture and posting it on his profile. Since it was completely harmless, he didn't really mind, not to mention impersonating him would lead to very dangerous situations, and is illegal. For the same reason, people don't impersonate top pro heroes. Some villains want to make a name for themselves by killing a top pro. Walking around dressed as a top pro is an easy way to get attacked by someone who at least thinks they're capable of killing that hero. There are much easier ways to commit suicide than that. Time to start hunting down some villains, was the simple caption he puts with the picture before posting it. And Eraser's phone immediately goes off. He takes it out and checks it, then glances at Horizon. What's your plan for actually taking down villains? Eraser asks. What do you mean? Where do you plan to patrol? Saitama with Endeavor and Burnin. Minato, Tokyo. Eraser raises a brow at that. Why there? He takes a bite of his lunch. Because the All Might Agency is there. It's the most densely populated place in Japan, but because of him, instead of being the most crime-filled, it was also one of the safest. But now since he's in Musurafu, and you know, the other thing. Eraser nods, not wanting to speak about All Might's condition aloud, even in here. Yeah, well, villains are slowly waking up to the change. The crime rate there has been doubling every week or so, it's the highest it's been in decades already. So you're taking his old territory. Yup, and there aren't even many agencies there since he did so much work that they either moved away or starved and went bankrupt. No competition. Endeavor is sending someone with you. Nope, all solo. Without hero network access that'll be hard to do. What do you have? An old police scanner. Since I've got this provisional license, Nizu pulled some strings to get me a hero network account. I'll be plugged in and cops can call me for help. Or pro heroes can request a team up. Giving someone without a full license access is treason. You're supposed to finish your 3-year provisional license time before you get a full license. Not to mention, if you break any rules, it could get your current license annulled and make you take the exam over, if you don't get expelled. And if you aren't in a hero course, you can't even take the exam. I know how it works. Relax, Nizu got Punto to approve it, I think. I don't know, didn't bother asking. The point is it's legit, with special approval and all that. This way I can operate solo. It's better that I do things this way, even if at the moment I'll technically have to be attached to the Endeavor agency on paper. Working with him is good to show that he trusts me to handle myself and villains. But I also need to be seen working solo so people don't think I'm actually trying to be a sidekick. I'm nobody's sidekick. Makes sense. The press can be brutal about labels. If you have Endeavor in every case you solve, then the media will treat it like you're just an accessory to him. Exactly what I'm trying to avoid, especially since I plan to open my own hero agency as soon as the 3-year trial period on the license is complete. Well, it'll be done just 3 months after you graduate. That means you'll be 19, youngest hero to ever open an agency. Even Endeavor spent a year as a sidekick before opening his at 20, and Hawks was the same age as that when he appeared on the scene. Yup, my glorious 3-year plan. How many days is Nizu giving you off from school for hero work? He's giving me Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Half the school week. Well, I guess it makes sense since it's you. And since it's you, I assume you'll be working on Sundays too. That's usually when I have my patience, but yeah, I'll work when I'm not dealing with that. Right, sometimes I really do forget you're a doctor. Best in the world. Eraser groans and rolls his eyes. Yeah, well, clearly people don't mind challenging you just because of your reputation. Gang Orca and Mirko. Yeah, the commission must have wanted to give me a challenge, Horizon says with a shrug. Makes sense, if they weren't there I would have just warped everyone to safety. Keeping me distracted was the best way to make sure I didn't just carry everyone else. I still don't like it, Eraser says. People who are ahead shouldn't be punished, they should be encouraged to keep improving. You worked hard to get to the point where that exam would be easy, they just increased the difficulty to spite that, there weren't any lessons to be had there. Well, I appreciate it, honestly, Horizon says. I've been struggling to get a good fight with a true power type lately. Deku is too much of a little bitch to fight me, Kirishima sucks at anything other than just being a meat shield. And Sato gets tired too quickly. Gang Orca and Mirko were perfect. Eraser sighs, you know if you were nicer to Midoriya he'd probably spar with you. Maybe you should consider it. Maybe he should finally grow some balls and go fuck himself, he pulls away anything I'm near him, like he's scared I'm made of lava or something. So does Todoroki, Eraser says. It's a healthy reaction after seeing you rip out a still-beating heart. Ugh, Horizon groans. That was over a month ago, when will you people just get over it already? Have they given you any warning about that? Horizon sighs. Some crap about not removing organs unless absolutely necessary, but I can cut people up since it doesn't kill them. Surprising they haven't said anything about me being able to just use incision to cut a car in half if I wanted to. Please don't kill anyone. As if I'd ever make a sloppy mistake like that. You're supposed to say, I'd never do that since I'm a hero, or something like that. Whatever. The limo soon comes to a stop at the front gate of UA. We got back before school finished, Eraser says. Get to your homeroom and wait for the others, I'll go put your provisional license exam score into the system for your final grade. 20 minutes later. Horizon is sitting at his desk, now back in his regular uniform. Scrolling though his phone he's taking in all the reactions of people online. And he saved a certain picture. It was one incredible shot of him walking away with his sword still drawn, and a few drops of blood on it. And behind him, clearly visible, were Gang Orca and Mirko, absolutely beaten down. The ground around them was torn up from Mirko and Orca's previous attacks. He couldn't upload this picture himself to his profile, that would simply be unprofessional and seen as bad taste. His image is all about being the perfect hero, and being respected by other heroes is part of that. He was sure there were people already dealing with those who uploaded these pictures. But they couldn't exactly put the news back into the bottle now. The world already knew, and on his profile, they would always appear in his Tagged Photos tab. A few moments later and all his classmates begins pouring into class, most don't pay any mind to his sudden appearance at the very end of the day. But Siro, Momo, Jiro, and Tokoyami immediately begin chatting with him as they all get into the class, with Jiro leaning against Tokoyami's desk to face Horizon. Dude, you missed the practical exams. Where were you? Siro yells out. I was busy, it's no big deal. I don't think being Principal Nizu's favorite is gonna cut it this time, Jiro says. Aside from Kaminari and Ishido, you're technically the only person that failed. The idiot duo failed, how shocking. Jiro chuckles at the unintentional pun, yeah they got matched with the principal, it wasn't even close. Did he do the crane thing? Why, how'd you know? Well, he told me about it a while ago over a chess game, said it's easier than playing against me. He hasn't won even once, 33-0. Are you sure you're human? Tokoyami asks, genuinely curious as to how beating Nizu at chess was possible. I'm human, his brain just isn't wired for combat, and quirks, I'm better at that. Anyway, did anything fun happen at your exams? We used our new hero costumes. Momo says excitedly, then her voice drops a bit. But you weren't here to see them. Oh yeah, those were pretty cool, Siro says. I kinda prefer Momo's old costume honestly. Jiro jabs him with an earphone jack for saying that. Ouch. Hey. I mean I like the new ones, especially Jiro's cyborg look. Cyborg? Horizon asks. Copying someone? Jiro just blushes and looks away. It's not that I was copying you, it was just the best I could think of on the spot with Hatsum. Well, if you're gonna copy someone, it might as well be me. After a few minutes of everyone talking about how they finally got to Jiro. Wait, you really thought Mike was just an announcer, seriously? Well, I didn't think he nearly ruptured my eardrums. He just seemed really goofy. You know, I figured since sound-based quirks are so rare for heroes, that you would have done your research, Horizon says. Mike is literally the most powerful offensive sound user in Japan, I mean when he was born he blew out the ears of everyone in the room. Only that one guy from the Philippines is better. Jiro scratches her cheek, not realizing how much she underestimated him. Damn, yeah, well I guess I'm pretty dumb for not checking that. What happened to your knuckles? Tokoyami asks Horizon, noticing that the knuckle pads on his new body glove are all scuffed. Oh, that. Horizon raises his hands to show them. Wore them out punching Gang Orca in the face. The entire class goes completely silent and just turns to stare at him. Oh, it's on my profile, the whole fight and the aftermath, check it out. And that's exactly what they all do. You got your license. Zero is the first to yell out. And you beat up 2 of the top 10 pro heroes, damn, Jiro says. Behind Horizon, Momo was intently staring at the shaky video of the fight, more and more amazed by him, realizing that all the extra training the entire class was doing since Ida died wasn't nearly enough. Not with someone like this sitting beside them. How come you were the only one that took the exam? Tokoyami asks. Not that I believe I'm ready for such an honor. Well, that's pretty simple, because I'm just better than all of you. End chapter. Chapter 87, Chapter 086, Pool Party. Chapter start. Shambles. Horizon suddenly appears at the UA pool, immediately noticed by all the girls of Class 1A and 1B enjoying the midday sun. They all immediately stop their volleyball game in the pool and stare at him, noticing his new body glove with the separations, appearing like armored plates. It's like a mini All Might. Setsuna can't help but blurt out, earning a set of nods from the others. Horizon was now standing at 194 centimeters 6 feet 4 and 260 pounds 118 kg completely filled out with muscles, all exaggerated by the design of his body glove, a terrifyingly imposing figure. While all the girls were wearing their UA one-piece swimsuits, effectively a skin-tight pair of shorts and t-shirt, Horizon had on a pair of shorts and a hoodie over his body glove, all in the same blue and white colors. None of them even noticed the laptop in his hand, too busy ogling him. And Toru hides behind Momo. I'll go get the boys. Mina says as she hops out of the pool and runs off, snapping them all out of their days. I'm gonna get some work done, try not to bother me, Horizon says to the girls. He turns to make his way to the furthest of all the plastic tables and chairs set up in the shade, all in red and black, Momo's creations. You really can't come in? Kendo asks, causing him to turn back toward them and sigh. He taps his visor. I don't like getting the body glove wet, and if the visor fills with whatever it feels similar to getting waterboard, so no thanks. Oh, that's too bad I guess. It's fine, Horizon tells her, it's not like I'd get in that even if I could, it's all fun and games until Kaminari sneezes. Some of them wince at that mental image. All the girls watch him walk away, noticing his logo on the side of his shorts and the back of his hoodie. Does everything he wears have his logo on it? Setsuna asks, a short girl with sharp teeth, large eyes, and green hair. Yes, all the 1A girls respond at once in the same tired tone. He's a lot bigger than I thought, it's pretty intense, Kinoko Komori says. A short girl whose head was barely above the water, eyes covered by the large mop of brown hair stuck to her head. He's been bulking, a lot, Momo says with a slight blush on her face. But yes, his physique is quite, intense. Kendo rolls her eyes, already fed up with her friend from 1A, then splashes Momo, you know if you said that to his face, visor. Is there a face under there? Whatever, if you said that to him you'd probably get somewhere, it'd be better than just living with a Cruz. Momo tackles Kendo and slaps a hand across her mouth to shut her up, and Jiro just sinks up to her neck into the water, hoping Kendo doesn't set her sights on her next. And all of this happens, devolving into a splash fight while Ibara is just glaring at him, remembering the only small conversation they've ever had. Setting up his laptop and connecting it to the Hero Network, Horizon begins working as all the 1A boys enter. All were wearing UA swim trunks. Horizon notices Zero instantly make a beeline toward Kodai and just shakes his head, delving into his work. Last known locations. Horizon is typing away and marking points on a map of Tokyo. The massive region had almost 100 red pins all across it, but he eventually noticed a pattern. Okay, so Stain kills 6 people in each area before the hero presence gets increased, then he hops to the other side of Tokyo, makes sense, they'd move the stronger pros where they think he is. So that's why he's mostly killed D-listers so far. Picking off the weakest of the pack, makes sense. Horizon pulls up a list of heroes, trying to find any connection between them, and at first, he finds nothing. Until. There we go. All D-list losers that can't do shit, aside from Ingenium at least. Plus they all had a stack of branding and endorsement contracts, completely going against his ideology of being a hero as a service instead of a job. He doesn't randomly attack heroes, he tracks them. He's more like a hero hunter, or a creepy stalker. He just got done in the outer region of Tokyo, so the next place would be Shinjuku. Horizon looks up to see the other students setting up a game of water polo with a net Momo made, then focuses back on the screen. Top heroes in Shinjuku, Tokyo. Before long he finds his target, or more accurately, his bait. Reacher, the stretchy arm hero, honestly Stain, you'd be doing us a favor. He continues compiling the data and double-checking his thesis along with a few others. Hoping to catch Stain before his interview Saturday night, 5 days away. Leaning back after an hour of working he sees almost everyone getting out of the pool. He also notices Momo and Sato missing. Room. He immediately finds them at the entrance to the school collecting a stack of pizzas, 15 boxes high. Since UA is already closed for the summer lunch rush isn't available, so other arrangements were made. Closing his room and ignoring everyone again he puts the finishing touches on his plan, taking out his phone and checking Reacher's public EA profile. The idiot is always uploading, still working in Shinjuku, guess I'll head to Tokyo tomorrow and keep an eye on him. The cops must have found this pattern by now, but I guess they either didn't connect the final part. I guess it makes sense, Stain operates like a more sloppy version of how I'd plan hits with Mom. He's clearly got some training in guerrilla warfare, and I hear he uses a sword, could be fun. Hey, mind if I join you? Horizon looks up to see Zero holding a pizza box in his hand, and 2 cans of cold soda in the other, already taking a seat beside him at the rectangular table. Horizon was currently sitting at the head on one end with Zero to his right. I'm surprised you aren't eating with your girlfriend, Horizon says as he takes a slice of pizza. All the other tables were quickly filling up as everyone got out of the pool to eat, and Horizon noticed Kendo making her way over to him and Zero. Dude, it's really not like that, Zero says. Yes, it is. Kendo sits at the other head of the table with a paper plate in hand carrying her pizza, and a can of soda in the other. Come on, everyone knows you like Yui. What? Everyone stops what they're doing and turns to look at their table, causing Zero to just pretend he didn't yell anything. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. Come on, it's super obvious, you should just tell her already, Kendo says. I'm pretty sure she knows and is just waiting. If she didn't like you she wouldn't spend so much time with you anyway. What? Really? Zero asks. Do you really think she'd spend so many lunch breaks eating with someone from another class just because, really? Zero looks genuinely confused, but you eat with Horizon all the time, does that mean? No, Kendo chuckles at that. I almost did at first, then I spoke to him and I realized, she looks up at Horizon. No offense, but you're kinda the worst. You're objectively wrong, Horizon says. I'm the best thing that could ever happen to any of you. Kendo raises a brow at that. Do you not remember the first time you spoke to Ibra? Hey, I call it as I see it, and I don't waste time when I talk. She didn't deserve that. Yes, she did, Horizon says. I mean, come on, who walks up to someone and asks them to repent and go to church to cleanse their soul? That's not normal. She means well, and you didn't have to call her that. Well, in my defense, Horizon says. If she wasn't such a God-fearing cultist cunt, I wouldn't have called her that. Heathen, Ibra says, standing a few meters away and clearly eavesdropping as she gets her food. Horizon looks directly at her, pretentious nun. Okay, stop it, Kendo says loudly, stopping this from escalating any further, again. You need to repent, Ibra says, completely ignoring Kendo. Well, I'd say, go fuck yourself, but you people still think that'll send you to some fire pit, right? Ibra's vine hair stands up and Kendo hops out of her chair, then raises her hands to try and calm her down. He is a disgusting being. Ibra tells Kendo, and before she can respond Horizon speaks up from behind her, still casually eating a slice of pizza. In all the best ways, babe, give up the chastity vow and I'll show you. A single vein bulges on Ibra's forehead, then a moment later she takes a deep breath and calms down. Violence against thy neighbor is not the way of the Lord, she says before walking to the other side of the shaded area to join Kodai and Toru. Kendo huffs and returns to her seat, giving Horizon an annoyed look. You know, as a class rep and hero, you're supposed to de-escalate situations like that, not make them worse. Oh please, if she did anything I would have just warped her to the other side of UA, she could use the walk to calm down. That's still awful. Whatever, can we get back to this moron now? Horizon gestures at Zero. Can we not? Zero asks. So anyway, why haven't you just asked out Yui yet? Horizon asks. It's not that easy, man. It literally is. What's easy? Momo asks as she and Jiro join the table with their meals, sitting to the left side of Horizon, with Jiro closest to him. Zero is being a pussy about asking out Yui, Horizon shrugs. Oh that, Jiro says. You guys know too. Zero facepalms, now even more embarrassed. Dude, you told Mina, all the girls in our group chat knows about it, including Kodai. That blabbermouth is the only reason I'm even here anyway, girl can't keep anything to herself, Horizon grumbles. What do you mean? Momo asks. Well, when you made this pool party for the girls from our classes, she told Kirishima, then he told Zero, then Zero asked me to come so he could talk to Kodai and see her in a swimsuit, Horizon says. I only came so he could ask her out, otherwise I'd be in Tokyo right now. I thought you came because I explained that this is a great opportunity for our classes to bond. Momo asks. What? Don't be stupid, why would I ever care about something like that? I'm here because May has some equipment for me, wouldn't have come to the pool if Zero wasn't begging me. I didn't beg, Zero says. I have the chat Zero, it was pathetic. Zero opens his mouth to respond, but just closes it and accepts his fate. Too bad Shodai couldn't make it, Kendo says. Without him, the boys from our class couldn't come, since he's the male class rep, technically the overall vice representative. The short silver-haired guy. Jiro asks. I thought Tetsu was the vice rep. Nope, it's Shodai. What's his quirk? Horizon immediately asks. Oh, twin impact, he gets to remotely trigger a second impact after making contact with something, it's pretty cool and unpredictable, Kendo says. Honestly I'm kinda glad they couldn't make it, Jiro admits. Kirishima and Tetsu together always gives me a headache. Everyone at the table nods in agreement. After a few moments, Zero asks something that's been bugging him a bit. Hey Horizon, why are you so adamant that I ask out Yui? I mean, aren't you all about being the best hero or something? I figured you'd see girls as a distraction or something. A life without love isn't really worth living, he says casually, causing all the nearby tables to fall silent and glance over at him, never expecting to hear something like that. You sound like you talk from experience. Momo says. Yeah, I do. I figure if you're interested in someone, you owe it to yourself to tell them, because one day they're here, and the next they're gone. Especially in a career path like ours, everyone immediately thinks of Ida. You can't afford to waste time, because before you know it, they're gone and you're all alone. But, what if they say no? Zero asks. Then don't be a pussy, just get over it. All the girls who were listening sighed in disappointment. So romantic, but he had to ruin it at the end. After a few minutes of casual chatter, all while Zero was deep in thought, Kendo nudges Momo. Momo gives her a confused glance, before Kendo gestures to Horizon, then stares directly at Jiro. She was the only girl who knew about their shared crush, mainly from Momo confessing about it one night at their internship with Iwabami. Both girls pretend not to know what she's trying to get them to do, so Kendo decides to raise the stakes. So Horizon, she calls out to him, causing him to look up from the messages May just sent him. Since you're so gung-ho about people dating and following their passion for one another, what if, let's say, I liked you? End. Chapter 88, Chapter 087, I'm the prize. Chapter start. So Horizon, she calls out to him, causing him to look up from the messages May just sent him. Since you're so gung-ho about people dating and following their passion for one another, what if, let's say, I liked you? The entire area falls silent, and Kendo almost flinches at the glare Momo was shooting at her, while Jiro was just staring with wide eyes. HNG. Kendo tries and fails at keeping a straight face, flinching as a sharp jolt of pain shoots through her leg, casting an annoyed glance at Momo. The girl had kicked her as if she was trying to break her shin below the table. Horizon sighs, then looks over at Momo and Jiro, making it obvious that he knows exactly what's happening. Both girls look at him in horror, realizing that he's known for a while about their feelings. But they were completely mortified, petrified with fear and embarrassment, not wanting to react and make what was happening even more obvious. He turns to Kendo, well, in theory, if I knew someone had a crush on me I'd hope they come to their senses. My life is already filled with enough things pulling me in every direction, don't need to add romance to the mix. I see, Kendo leans forward, propping up her chin on her hand. But what if I was too interested in you, that no matter how much of a jerk all my friends say you are, I just can't stop myself? Those words hit Momo and Jiro like an arrow to the heart, having spent many conversations trying to convince themselves to just get over him. I feel like you're too smart for that, Horizon says. Plus I'm not your type. Yeah, that's true, I prefer passionate and direct guys who are actually kind and nice to people, definitely not you, mostly because of that last part, but can you please humor me? Horizon sighs, fine, I guess we're doing this, he sits back in his chair and thinks for a moment. Well, if a girl liked me I wouldn't mind, so long as she's actually cute. What's your definition of cute? If she's not fat we can judge from there, he shrugs. What if it's her quirk? Then I'm sure she can find some guy out there that will accept her as she is, but I don't date fat girls. How can you say that? Jiro asks. You aren't supposed to body shame people, what kind of hero are you? This is being a hero, Horizon says jokingly. Maybe if I shame them enough they'll hit the gym, see, I'm saving lives, protecting them from heart attacks. Jiro is about to start an argument but Kendo interrupts, okay what else? Well, it'd have to be casual if you and I started dating, hypothetically. Obviously hypothetically. And of course I'd have fun with other beautiful women, Horizon shrugs, and everyone looks at him with either confusion or disgust. Kendo blinks a few times then comes to her senses, completely thrown for a loop by that last bit of information. What do you mean? What? I figured it's self-explanatory, you would be my girlfriend and I'd occasionally have fun with other women. Kendo looks even more confused, her brain slowly frying as she tries to make sense of this. Momo and Jiro were completely frozen, and Jiro looked disgusted by the very idea. All while the others were staring in bewilderment. Okay, Kendo snaps her fingers. So you'd want an open relationship? Yeah, but only on my side. Kendo just looks even more confused. But, how is that fair? It's not, he says without missing a beat. But, what? Kendo gives up trying to understand on her own. Why? Because, I'm Horizon. He sees everyone still looking at him confused, and judging by the look Jiro was giving him she probably wanted to stab him, but Momo didn't seem all that surprised the more she thought about it. Let me explain it like this, alright. So I'm impossibly rich, influential, powerful. World leaders have me on speed dial and are sending me emails every other day with offers of insane proportions to move to their countries. They're willing to do some insane things if I ask. Not to mention I'm one of the single most powerful combatants in the world, all at 16. Add this to the fact that eventually, I want to have a family of my own, and at that point, she'd have to do nothing but be beautiful, make some babies, not fuck other guys, and deal with the house stuff while I'm out performing the occasional miracle. I'm literally a golden ticket to the easy life for any woman lucky enough to catch my eye. I'm standing at the top of the world, I'm irreplaceable and peerless. And all of this for the low price of me getting to fuck whoever I want. All while my girlfriend or wife or whatever is completely taken care of. See, I literally cannot be replaced, I'm the grand prize at the top of the top shelf. Seems unfair to you. They all think about it for a moment, and it leaves a rancid taste in Kendo's mouth, but she can see his logic at least. Okay, that sort of makes sense, even if it's a bit weird. Kendo says. Unless you're a king, or even better, Horizon, he says jokingly. History is my blueprint on this. Okay, but what if a girl you like isn't okay with this? Kendo asks. So what? I'm too good for any of them, plus beautiful women are everywhere in my world, she'd easily be replaced. Bam. Jiro slams her palms onto the table and jumps up to her feet, glaring down at Horizon with venom in her teary eyes. You sexist misogyny. Shambles. She suddenly swapped for a leaf somewhere on campus. Sorry, but I don't have any tolerance for crap like that, Horizon says. She'll walk back in a minute or two. Well, that could have gone a lot better, Kendo sighs as everyone tries to awkwardly pretend that didn't just happen. Yeah, well, now you know what I'm all about. While the casual chatter began once more, and some people dove back into the pool, Momo sat at the edge of the pool staring at nothing in particular. Taking in everything Horizon said moments ago. Realizing that both she and Jiro were hesitant to say anything outright to Horizon. Partly because they were scared, and partly because they simply enjoyed things as they were, with the three of them being friends. If he even considers us friends and not just classmates, Momo thinks. But she will admit that part of her still wanted more, she'd never had a crush before, and being homeschooled she'd never even had a friend before. So they were both very important people to her. Growing up in an environment where arranged business marriages weren't uncommon, she understood exactly what Horizon meant. He's truly standing at the top of the world, so why would he ever settle for anything less than everything? But her best friend, Kyoka Jiro, was raised in a much more modern culture. Momo can't help but frown as she looks at the water moving about as her friends swim. Realizing that it would be difficult to keep them both close to her if she ever moved forward with her crush, assuming she'd ever work up the courage. And that Kyoka would never indulge her idea of how this could work out for all of them. Eventually, Jiro silently walked back into the pool area and just sat beside Momo, still fuming mad. Partly angry at Horizon for even suggesting something that clashed with her worldview so heavily. But far more enraged at herself because she didn't completely hate the idea. And both girls just sat in silence for a long while before forcing themselves to try and enjoy the rest of the day. An hour later, Eraserhead comes by and shuts down the fun, telling everyone their pool time was up. And as everyone shuffles out of the pool area, Horizon is still sitting at the table finalizing some things for his summer hero plans. You know, you could have handled it a lot better, Kendo says, staying behind a bit as everyone else heads to the showers. I prefer to be honest with what I want, besides, hopefully now they'll get over that crush they have. Why didn't you just tell them that you're not interested? Because I wouldn't turn down some casual fun, but I figured they'd lose interest once they know what I'm all about. And you really never planned to just confront it? Kendo takes a seat beside him. I was hoping they'd get over it over the next month. From tomorrow you'll all be going off to the training camp. No phone or contact with the outside world, including me, for a few weeks. Usually that'll kill a crush, right? Right, Kendo smacks herself on the forehead. Unless I make you give them something to think about all camp, damn it. Yup, you're a moron. Hey. I was trying to help my friends face their problems head on. Seems to me like you were just meddling in things that don't concern you. Kendo rolls her eyes at that. Well, considering all the rants I've had to listen to about how great or how cool you are from them, I think it concerns me. Well, in their defense, I am amazing. Ugh, whatever. What VE you been researching here anyway? Oh, by the time you get back from camp I should have already caught Stain, Horizon says as if it's no big deal. Stain. Seriously. He shouldn't be a problem, it's just another villain anyway. Kendo is almost creeped out by how casual Horizon is about his target. So you aren't doing this for revenge or anything? Revenge? For what? Ida. Yeah. Nope, he's just another name on the list, nothing more and nothing less. Well, I guess that's one way to look at it. Most people really don't like anyone that kills heroes, especially Tetsu. Steel Boy. Why? Some villain killed his dad about a year ago, that's why he joined UA, to protect other people from things like that, just like his dad. Who was his dad? Oh, he was the number 14 pro hero at the time, Chrome. Oh, I heard about that, unfortunate. Horizon says, remembering when he killed Chrome on the roof during that fight at the start of this. Yeah, well anyway I should go change, and I need to go apologize to Momo and Jiro, I honestly expected that to go a lot better than it did. Good luck with that, I'm gonna check on my gear. A few moments later. Shambles. Horizon appears in Mei Hatsum's design studio, seeing the girl work on what appears to be the internal wiring of a piece of chest armor. Mei, he calls out, only to get ignored as she grunts in frustration at the non-compliant tech. Mei. She pauses and turns around, glaring at him, your new visors are on the table, she says harshly then points at the far table, a small metal case the size of a shoebox on it. Stressed out. Horizon asks, a calm and amused tone in his voice. Mei huffs, yeah, this damn thing keeps burning out. Maybe you should relax a bit. Mei takes a closer look at him, noticing that this time he didn't come in uniform or hero costume. You don't have a tie on, and I don't think I've got anything here that. It'll be fine, Horizon says, walking over to the light switch and raising his finger to it. Don't need a blindfold in the dark. End chapter. Chapter 89, Chapter 088, First Case. Chapter start. Laying in bed at one of his Tokyo properties, Law is in his full hero costume aside from his visor, casually scrolling through updates on the hero network with his phone. His sword and hoverboard are on the bed beside him, and one of his new visors is in its compact state in his pocket. This is his third night spent in this property, and once again he's bored out of his mind. His room was open, extending to 1,500 meters around him in every direction. Enough to easily contain Reacher's nightly patrol pattern, keeping his bait close by. Suddenly Law sits up, sensing something approaching Reacher, moving quickly. Well, it's about time, at least I think that's Stain, sensing swords, and throwing knives, that should match the wounds on the other heroes. He reaches into his pocket and takes out what looks like a black piece of metal the same size as his phone. Standing up he places it behind his neck and it expands, covering his baklava mask and forming his full visor. Appearing exactly the same as before, but now more easily transportable. And he even asked Mei to add a camera feature, realizing how useful the body camera footage was for the bank heist that he stopped. Focusing on Reacher he feels Stain approaching him, sprinting across a rooftop and tackling Reacher as he slingshots out of the alleyway. He always uses his extended arms to grab the ledges of buildings, but this time it seems that Stain was waiting for him and starts the fight by cutting one of them off. Ouch. Horizon shakes his head, now sensing Reacher trying to run. Only for two throwing knives to stab his thighs. Those probably hit the bone and major artery, he's not going anywhere. Reacher drops to the floor, and he feels Stain immediately take out a tanto, short katana, and throw it. Reacher had extended his arm to the ledge to at least fall into the street, but Stain pierced his limb with the blade, throwing it a moment before the arm could properly begin extending. Horizon feels Reacher flip onto his back, raising his sword to his face and biting it with his teeth, ripping the blade out of his arm and flailing his one remaining arm about to ward off Stain. Bad move, moron. Another slash. And his one remaining arm is severed on the floor, leaving him to flail about and scream while bleeding out. Stain raises his sword and breaks into a full sprint, leaping a dozen feet -4m into the air and dropping with a two-handed slash directly at Reacher's skull. Shambles. Metal clashes with metal as Horizon suddenly swaps with the blade on the floor and blocks Stain's jagged and damaged katana with his pristine larger blade. Wow, you're not what I expected, Horizon says as Stain skids back across the rooftop, caught completely off guard by this new arrival. Under the full moon, he could see exactly what Stain was. A tall and lanky man, wrapped in loose bandages with a long red scarf and mask, all torn and tattered. His chest had a bulletproof vest with blades strapped all across his body, but he was currently only wielding his damaged and worn-out katana. Horizon doesn't move, and neither does Stain, all while Reacher is bleeding out on the floor, fading in and out of consciousness. Without warning, Stain hurls 4 knives at Horizon. Tact, he speaks for the camera, and stops all the blades in place, holding them in the air. A glamorous stunt that is much more difficult than making something move. To cancel its momentum he has to apply the same amount of energy in the other direction, much more difficult, especially on small and fast-moving targets. It would be easier for him to catch a falling bus than to stop a bullet for this reason. Stain throws another set of knives, but this time Horizon raises a hand. Curtain, he creates the transparent blue dome around him and Reacher, with both severed limbs also inside it. Without missing a beat he drops down and places a hand on Reacher, even as Stain rushes forward and slashes at the barrier a few times, not even scratching it. Booster shot, Horizon begins healing Reacher with one hand while maintaining the barrier with the other, right in front of Stain. And the villain stops attacking. I'll fix your limbs later, right now I just need to stop the bleeding. Stain takes a step back, looking genuinely surprised at the scene. The Great Pretender wasn't a fake hero, he asks in a deep raspy voice. Just surrender, Horizon says, not caring to debate ideology with Stain. Fight or save, glory or service, and you chose service, Stain says with a sick smile. Like a hero, a real hero, like All Might, he immediately turns and begins running away, leaping from roof to roof as fast as he can. What the hell is he talking about? Wait. Does that moron really decide who lives and dies based on that? If you choose to fight or save. That's so dumb. A moment later Horizon is done healing Reacher, and the man begins coming back to consciousness. Thanks to Stain's early departure he was able to drop the barrier and retrieve the limbs. Ah, my arms hurt, what happened? Reacher stirs awake. I reattached them, they'll be sore for a few days but you'll be fine, Horizon says as he sits them up. Just stay behind me alright. What? Reacher asks, completely confused, not seeing any danger around them. Without warning, Horizon summons one of his cards to his hand and throws it forward. Shambles, Stain swaps with the card, being ripped from his location nearly 1 kilometer away. The sudden change in location causes the villain to freeze, warping others. How troublesome, he growls, turning to square up against Horizon. Saving or fighting, right? Well, I can do both, and I'm really damn good at them, so, please surrender, Horizon says in a calm voice, sword drawn at his side. Stain lowers into a combat stance, ready to rush forward. I don't want to kill you, I don't kill real heroes, but I'll just cut you up enough that it puts you to sleep. His eyes drop down to Reacher who was sitting behind Horizon. And I'll have to kill that one all over again. Horizon hears Reacher make a scared noise behind him and has to suppress his groan, rolling his eyes in his visor. Don't worry, he won't get past me. Hearing those words Stain feels his blood racing, a heroic declaration that the people behind you would always be safe. I just have to test it. He rushes forward. Show me your resolve, hero. It was more like a fact, Horizon says as Stain jumps and slashes diagonally. Incision, he says for the recording as their blades clash. Stain's worn-down blade is easily cut in half and Horizon's katana slashes into his left shoulder, carving all the way down to his right hip. Shambles. Horizon swaps places with the shattered blade, avoiding the spray of blood that hits Reacher and grabbing Stain by the arm. Booster shot. He swings him around overhead and slams him into the concrete roof, cracking it and nearly sinking Stain into it. Arg. Stain feels his arm that was grabbed completely shatter along with the connected shoulder and collarbone. He reaches for a throwing knife with his other hand, swinging it across his own body to stab Horizon in the shin. Crack. Horizon kicks Stain's fingers that were holding the blade as hard as he can. Booster shot plus his steel-tipped hero costume boots shattered all the bones in those fingers and fracture the wrist, as well as knocking the hand away. That's enough, Horizon drops to a knee and puts a hand on Stain's head, using his superior strength to easily pins the men to the floor. Counter shock. Arf. Stain's short-lived scream is punctuated by the silent rooftop. Cybernetic upgrades, Horizon shakes his head. Those make you really damn vulnerable to electrical attacks, not that it would have mattered. Northwest more terrorizing the street, hero killer Stain, he makes sure that the camera gets a full breakdown of what's happening before turning around. The only thing the camera sees is Reacher looking at Horizon with stars in his eyes and a massive smile on his face. You did it, and you saved me, thank you. No need to thank me, this is just what heroes do. Now let's get this guy to the cops, then I can do a proper checkup on you. Sounds good. Yeah, that sounds great. Horizon makes sure to give the best first impression possible of his combat and overall style, because this will be his first case as a provisionally licensed hero, so he had to make it count. End chapter. Chapter 90, Chapter 089, Curiosity. Chapter start. All across the world, millions of screens shift from whatever they were looking at to one of the most important live videos of the year. The 200 million worldwide views immediately see a stunning woman. Chitose Kazuki, or as her villain associates know her, Curious. The head of public relations and propaganda for the Meta Liberation Army. The secret lover of Rikiya Yatsubashi, Redestro, former leader of the Meta Liberation Army, but still acting as the leader to all the non-executive members. But in truth, he has now demoted to second in command under their new leadership. She was a slender woman, only 30 years old, and already the head of the largest publishing company in Japan, a feat achieved by a combination of passion, hard work, and having powerful supporters. The viewer saw her, with pale blue skin and light purple hair, long and flowing past her waist, nearly hiding the large golden hoop earrings behind the strands. Poised and elegant in a dark purple dress, her black eyes and blue pupils looking directly at the camera, a delightful smile on her lips. She appears to be in a lounge of some sort, sitting on a luxurious single-seat couch, a coffee table in front of her with 2 teacups and a copy of her own book. And beside her on a larger couch is the much-anticipated guest. Horizon, in full hero costume, waiting patiently for her to begin. Sitting so close to her, people finally got a proper look at exactly how large he was, now almost the exact same size as Endeavor, only 1 centimeter shorter. Glancing between him and Chitose in all of her 155 centimeters -5 feet 2, glory made him seem much more intimidating. Welcome, everyone, to this much-anticipated exclusive interview with Japan's rising star, Horizon, she announces in a sweet voice and gestures to him. I'm always happy to help people get to know me, Ms. Kazuki, Horizon says politely, giving the camera a small wave. Oh, please call me Chitose, I'm hoping we'll be friends by the end of this, she says half-jokingly. Wow, I thought we already were friends, Horizon feints offense, getting a chuckle from her. Well, then I guess we are, so, how about you introduce yourself to the people at home and we can get into what they all want to see. Gladly, he looks directly at the camera. Hi everyone, I am Horizon, Dr. UA first-year student, class representative of the now famous Class 1A, Quirk specialist, and most recently, provisional hero operating within Japan, and eventually, a pro-hero protecting Japan. Wow, that's quite an impressive resume, and all of this at only 16. Well, I wake up early, he says jokingly. And are you ready for the long list of questions I've prepared? I've also scoured the internet for the most popular mysteries and theories people have about you, and some of those are rather interesting. I can handle it, we've got an hour or 2 to chat anyway. That's exactly what I want to hear, so let's begin with the most relevant question regarding your introduction. Chitose takes out a small red notepad from beside her leg and flips it open. So why exactly does someone as wealthy and I assume influential as you, decide to spend his time fighting villains? I'm sure if the leaked information about your miracle doctor business is to be believed, you can retire now and never have to work again. I completely understand this line of thinking, Horizon says. What I've done truly isn't logical. Nobody with such an easy life, at least no sane person, would go looking for conflict. Go looking to join a line of work where you have people that are willing and able to hurt or kill you. It simply isn't logical. But heroes aren't logical. They never have been and never will be, their desire to protect others overcomes logic, and that's why I do it. Lots of heroes are in it for fame or money, but I have those, I'm just here to save people. Nobody becomes a firefighter because of how well it pays, at least not if you don't absolutely have to. You do it because you want to help people that need help, and you're willing to get hurt for them. That's why I'm at UA. That's why I work so hard. That's why I started this path to being a pro hero in the first place, because someone out there needs me to save them, and I think that's enough of a reason to do anything. Millions of hearts are lit by the conviction in his voice, and Chitose finds herself giving this man, the most dangerous threat to their movement, a genuine smile. But she has answers to excavate. You say that, but you famously criticized your classmates and millions of pro-heroes around the world for deciding to become a hero, in your grandiose rant before you won the sports festival. Congratulations on that, by the way, but don't you think that makes you a hypocrite? Not at all, I believe it can be easily misconstrued to appear that way, but those are 2 entirely different choices that result in the same outcome. What exactly do you mean by that? Well, the main issue I have is that most people don't acknowledge the risk. Most of my classmates didn't even think past the fame and fortune of being a pro, or were so caught up in their hero worship that they didn't consider the true risk of this job. Heroes die all the time. And worse than dying, villains can attack your families. It's surprisingly easy for the average person with an internet connection to find where you live, especially if they know your face and quirk. Everyone ignores this because we naturally want to think that we're special. That the bad things will never happen to us. We won't get sick, so we don't need insurance, that mentality. True and absolute arrogance, in its most selfish form, it's absolutely disgusting, and I stand by everything I said during the sports festival. Chitose nods stiffly, her heart set on a small race by the true intensity and vitriol of his words. Being a villain sitting only feet away from Horizon was stressing her seasoned journalist nerves. I see, and what makes you so different from them exactly, she asks. Because I've already lost everything, Horizon says casually, as if it were nothing. What are villains going to do? Kill me? Take my money? So what? He shrugs. You aren't worried about losing those things? She asks in genuine amazement. They don't matter, the only thing that matters is who you go home to every night. Siblings, parents, kids, and I don't have any of that. I go home to an empty house, and train, every night. They can't take anything that can hurt me, because I already lost is all, now I don't really have anything left to lose. At least nothing that I genuinely value. I see. She takes a moment to appreciate the bit of genuine sadness in this voice before continuing. And do you ever plan to change that? What do you mean? Well, the people, mostly women, are curious about what kind of women you like, and if you ever plan to start that family of your own that was mentioned at the sports festival. You did say that your visor was partly to protect them after all. Ah, of course, the dating questions. Unavoidable for any celebrity, I'm afraid. Chitose gives an apologetic look. Well, the visor and body glove are both lifestyle support items. So they never come off. I can manage a few minutes without them, but let's just say there is no horizon without them. And yet you chose a line of work where they're likely to break. Is that the smartest idea? Well, maybe I just like to live dangerously, Horizon says. And as for me dating, I've currently got a lot on my plate, so dating anyone would be entirely selfish as I just don't have any time for that. I think everyone deserves better than that. I can't help but agree with you, Chitose says. From her experience, she wishes she had more time with Rikia, but they both lead powerful companies in Japan and barely have any free time. Horizon nods along, knowing exactly the secret romance she couldn't mention. Now, with the gossip questions out of the way, let's get into the hero talk. Gladly, what would you like to know? Well, for starters, your quirk, is there anything you can tell us about that? Sure, so my quirk actually pulls energy from the earth itself for me to manipulate the world around me with no limitations outside of creativity. It's an infinite power for me to use however I want. Chitose's eyes open wide. Really? No, I'm just messing with you, Horizon laughs. Half the fun of being mystery class is that nobody else knows how it works. That means no matter how ridiculous the things I say I can do, part of you has to believe me. So may I assume you won't be sharing any new information about it? I've shown off my abilities and even gave a rundown at the sports festival. I've gotten stronger since then, but nothing has changed that much, and my video from a few nights ago when I took down Stain gives a closer look at how I fight. Yes, the video on your profile that has nearly 1 billion views. Can we please talk about that? Well, I assumed we would. What would you like to know? Why did you go after Stain? Well, his name explains that quite well. Hero Killer Stain seems simple enough. He was actively hurting people. I decided to stop it. Was it perhaps also because he killed one of your classmates? Tenya Ida. Not at all, Horizon says. Ida dying was a tragedy, and likely an avoidable one at that. But it did not sway my motivations and intentions at all. I simply wanted to stop Stain from killing people. Some people say you may have wanted revenge, that's why they think you went alone. No, I'm strictly business when doing hero work. The reason I went alone was purely a strategic move. And if I wanted revenge, there would be no camera. I recoded it so people can get a glimpse of how I operate and be able to hold me accountable. I see, but how exactly was it more strategic to not have some backup? In this case, I did some research and realized that the minute the police got a hold of Stain's pattern, they'd allocate more heroes from nearby areas to where they expect him to be and where he was last spotted. This is why I was in Hosu in the first place. Burnin and I were going there to help beef up patrols. But after that incident, every time they'd organize that movement he'd notice it, then head to a completely different area. This way I worked alone so there wasn't a swarm of heroes to alert him, and thankfully it worked out. He didn't get to kill anyone in Shinjuku because I stopped him. And earned his twisted sense of respect. Now people online are referring to you as a true hero, using his exact words. Horizon shakes his head at that. Maybe those people should reconsider where they get their ideology from. I personally wouldn't take guidance from a serial killer who murders students and pro-heroes. Besides, it doesn't matter why people want to become a pro-hero. I never get upset at people for their reasons. Fame and fortune are perfectly fine objectives. Once they understand the risk and can actually be valuable in the position, then they can do whatever they want. I see. Well, taking down Stain was a great start to your career. Already working independently, although you are on paper a sidekick at the Endeavor Hero Agency, how does that work? Well, Endeavor and I have an understanding. He trusts that I am as capable as I appear, and of course, he'll call me in if a big case lands on his desk, but he lets me do my own thing. In Minato, Tokyo mostly, All Might's turf. Not for much longer, it'll be mine after I graduate, Horizon says. Chitose stares at him in shock. What do you mean? Well, there won't be any competition by then. End chapter. Chapter 91, Chapter 090, Puzzle solved. Chapter start. Well, there won't be any competition by then. Horizon's words strike fear into the hearts of millions, and sets a sinister smile on the face of a few heinous people. What do you mean? Is All Might planning to retire? Chitose uses all her focus to sound worried and not let her excitement surface. No, he's determined to be a hero as much as possible, Horizon says. But All Might just turned 50, do people really expect him to be their hero for another 50 years? Oh, so then what exactly are you saying? Horizon sits back for a moment and considers how he should word this, then he nods and just speaks honestly. The fact is, All Might is 50, he does so much work, an insanely disproportional amount in fact. That other heroes have slowly become complacent and weak. Even if they don't realize it, they've started just depending on All Might to do most of the work himself, but he's only one man. Everyone thinks he's invincible, but time is undefeated, and eventually, it'll beat him too, and this country isn't ready for a world without All Might. Minato Tokyo is a perfect example of that. Villains are becoming more populous and bold there every day because he's teaching in Musudafu now, that's a microcosm for what'll happen in all of Japan within 10 years maybe. And heroes aren't ready. But Japan has 116,000 pro-heroes, Chitose says. Yeah, a good number on paper. And those same papers will tell you that our society is oversaturated with pro-heroes, but none of that data matters when the people are useless. I was appalled by what I saw at my license exam. The government is going for a quantity over quality approach, allowing in thousands of people who have no place on a battlefield, especially not as heroes. Obviously not everyone is a combat-oriented hero, 13 and Iwabami are the top search and rescue heroes for a reason, but a lot of people are going to be in combat-based environments and have no business being there. Our society is too over-reliant on All Might holding us up on his shoulders, and the moment he steps down everything will descend into chaos. Nobody wants to think of a world without him, but if you don't accept this reality then how can you prepare for it? The only pro-hero who never accepted the status quo, who kept pushing to do as much as he possibly can, is Endeavor, and that's why I'm working with him and nobody else. Half of all the pro-heroes aren't worth the plastic their license is printed on, just sitting in their office or walking down the street collecting money and attention. That's why the Nomu attacks on the other hero courses have been so successful, most of those Nomu aren't anywhere near as strong as the USJ Nomu. Yet dozens of pro-heroes are dying every time they show up. The League of Villains realized the status quo and is punishing us for it, because they know All Might can't be everywhere. So yeah, there is no competition, and apparently, I'm the only one seeing this problem and taking steps to prepare for the eventuality. All Might is 50 and Endeavor is 46, who is gonna be your symbol of peace after them, some lazy hero like Hawks? TCH, I don't think so. I see, that is a scary reality to accept for most people, Chitose says. People around my age have never even known a world without All Might protecting us. Accept it and prepare for it, that's all you can do. I agree, Chitose was both excited at the idea of a world without All Might, but also terrified at the thought of a more powerful and mature Horizon taking his place, someone who they seemingly can't even hide from. And how would you recommend this be done? Some people have always been pushing for the Quirk restrictions to be lifted to an extent so they may take a more active part in stopping villains, do you agree? Should those with what society deems as heroic quirks be allowed to use them? Horizon takes a moment to understand the question, realizing immediately that she was asking about a few different issues. No, I don't think that's the right way to handle this at all, because then you just get the same problem with more collateral damage, he says. Allow me to make it clear that I don't believe in these nonsense labels. There are no inherently heroic or villainous quirks, only quirks and the people who use them. If you gave All Might's quirk to a bad person you'd have a supervillain. So the quirk doesn't make the person into a hero or villain, only what they chose to do with it. Putting people in these stupid brackets, especially as children, is how you get villains. Because if all your life people are telling you that you were born to be a villain, why would you bother trying to become anything else? I couldn't agree more, Chitose says. For both my appearance and my quirk people always expected me to become a villain. I've had to overcome a lot of adversity to get here because of how I was born. And I wish the world would stop doing that, and allow people to become who they want to be, instead of simply expecting them to conform to a hero-centric worldview. And clearly, you've overcome all of that to be the head of a massive publishing company, well done Chitose. Thank you, she gives a polite nod. But why don't you think people should simply be allowed to use quirk, and what about if the quirks were harmless? Because that's how you cause chaos and villains. Allowing people to use their quirks will cause chaos. For every person that can fly a house will burn down because some kids were playing with a fire quirk. This will lead to only some quirks being publicly accepted. Not to mention some people without flashy quirks will begin to feel left out as everyone around them is using a quirk while they can't, the same problem some people have now with the quirk license system. The alternative would be making only the harmless quirks legal to use, but that's just another form of discrimination for things that people cannot control. Discrimination and envy will lead to resentment, and that's how some of the worst and most horrific crimes happen. In this world, some quirks are the equivalent of being born with a gun for a hand a few hundred years ago. Our society works as a superhuman society because everyone must assume unless they know otherwise, that if they're in a room with strangers, at least one person was born with a gun for a hand, or some other dangerous quirk. This subliminal fear and understanding keeps people in line, that's why more people don't go around using their quirk. Villains tend to be people either stupid, desperate, or arrogant enough not to care about this unspoken rule. So you're saying a world with open and unrestricted quirk use would devolve into chaos, and a world where only harmless quirks are allowed to be used would build more villains. Exactly, the best way is the current system, where nobody but the pro heroes are allowed to use their quirks. Therefore everyone has a path to get a quirk license that they can choose to take. But not everyone has a quirk that can get them there, Chitos says. True, but life isn't fair. And at least this way they're part of the 99% of the world that isn't a pro hero and don't feel as left out, even if I'm sure some of them will still try to become villains in some attempt to prove they don't need a license. At least until an actual pro hero puts them in jail. I see, but what do you recommend we do to prepare for whatever the country will look like in 20 years? Well, you'll have me here, so that handles a lot of major threats, Horizon says jokingly. But the problem is that we're saturated with useless pro heroes. Like Compass Kid, he literally points in cardinal directions, that's his entire quirk. Or Leafman. He throws leaves at people, and they aren't even that sharp. If you can't even stop a corner store robbery, why are you even a pro hero? The 116,000 pros in Japan need to stay as is for now, but the license exams need to be improved. 1,000 people passed at my venue alone, and everyone has 6 tries in their time at hero courses, or they can even be held back to try again later. I think they should only pass around 50 to 100 people for each exam, preferably 50. Making it more competitive to weed out less valuable people. A more competitive environment will force improvement. Right now Japan is relaxed because we have All Might and that's what'll ruin us. Make the exams more competitive as well as the actual environment outside it. Set a percentage of incidents resolved per region, and if pro heroes working in the area can't do their part, kick them out. Do it gradually over time so you don't have an influx of unemployable citizens, but over 10 years it should be done. Currently, a lot of pro heroes deal with 1 incident per week because they patrol in the middle of nowhere out in the country and just accept a government salary every month. That behavior is only tolerated because All Might does so much work that his presence suppressed crime across the country. Currently, we can afford to have them slacking off, but the world won't always be peaceful. We need to crush those pathetic parasites before they get us killed. Wow, you're clearly very passionate about this, Chitos says. I don't like people who do things like that, sitting on the sidelines and allowing others to do all the work but still getting a piece of the prize. I don't believe in participation trophies. You either do the work or you get nothing. I completely agree, she nods along. But as a quirk specialist, aren't you concerned about what such a difficult environment will do to us as a species? What? I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. Chitos takes a deep breath, knowing exactly how much was on the line, how close she and the other executives came to death just so she'd be forced to ask this one question. Quirks are said to be an evolutionary product of a plague centuries ago. Humans adapted faster than ever before, leaping hundreds of years ahead in 1 generation. Because of this, some people are worried that we can't actually keep up with that adaptation. Your quirk mastery thesis has been publicly adopted by hero courses around the world and was even approved by the United Nations Quirk Research Department. However, a popular theory was rejected by them a century ago and has become something of a dark rumor or myth. I was hoping as a quirk specialist I could get your opinion on it. The quirk singularity theory, right? Horizon asks in a bored voice. Yes, that's the one. Well, that matter is quite simple. You're worried that people will instinctively breed more powerful quirks because of the suggestions I just made. And since the theory said this type of instinctual breeding will create quirks that the human body can't handle, those generations will eventually begin to self-destruct, for lack of a better term, right? Precisely. Well, contrary to what some fringe cultists and fanatics will have you believe, that theory is actually a pile of garbage. Really. Entirely. Whoever wrote it was a pessimist with no faith in humanity as a biological life form. They clearly saw quirks as a deific gift of some kind that was so far beyond us, and that adoration of quirks lead to negligence of the obvious. We adapted to quirks in 1 generation. Yes, some of us are born with mutations that make it difficult to safely use our own quirks, but mutations happen in every species. Only 10 in every 100 million people have those, and it's almost always because of a hereditary gene issue from a recent relative like a grandparent who was quirkless. As the generations keep going on, there will be fewer quirkless people. In my generation, less than 0.01% are quirkless or born with such a mutation. Humans are annoyingly resilient. The Earth wants us gone more than any other species, but we're stubborn. Our bodies will naturally adapt along with quirks. We won't just suddenly start being born with quirks we can't handle, at least not on a large scale. There will only be a very rare few that have that issue. And I'm actually a perfect example of why this theory is garbage. You. How so? Chitos asks. Think about it. Of all the people in this world, don't you think if this theory was real the two people with mystery-class quirks would be the first to die? Ah, that's an excellent point, I hadn't even considered that. Assuming reproduction rates remain as they are and all the people with the absolute strongest quirks only have kids with each other. If we ignore the side effects of inbreeding, I've already estimated it'll take nearly 1,300 years before the first person outside of a freak mutation is naturally born with a quirk comparable to mine or Star and Stripes. Humanity will be fine. Well, I'm sure many people will be happy to hear that. Chitose sounds genuinely relieved, especially since it would now be easier to get people into the Meta Liberation Army. So, is it entirely impossible? In a world of superhumans nothing is impossible, especially when you consider that you're talking to the guy that can warp around and divide reality. That was not the answer I wanted to hear, if I'm being honest. You don't have anything to worry about, the only way for a quirk singularity to occur would be if Horizon freezes. Then leans forward, clearly deep in thought. All the pieces came together in his mind. Something so far-fetched that he didn't even consider it, especially since as far as he knows, he was the only person that can make it possible. He completely forgets about the cameras on them as all the puzzle pieces come together. The Nomus, Horizon says in a low voice. I'm sorry but, what do you mean the Nomus? He sits up and looks at her, the Nomus are the key. We've been looking at them all wrong. The cops and heroes think that the League of Villains just wants to destroy all heroes, but that's not a realistic plan. They want control. Nomus aren't weapons or a labor force, at least not intentionally. That's why no two are the same. They're experiments, intentional and focused experiments. Because people think that the quirk singularity will make people strong enough to end the world, and the only way to make that theory into reality is to force multiple foreign quirks into one body. Chitose's eyes opened wide, horrified that not only had he figured this all out so quickly, but that someone was actually attempting this insane plan. Can they pull that off? It's not impossible, but I'll never be stable unless, Horizon considers what they'd need to do, then shakes his head. No, they can't do it. The best they'll be able to do is make stronger Nomo. So they plan to make an invincible Nomo? No, Nomus are just failed trials, they plan to weaponize the quirk singularity, they plan to upgrade Shigaraki. End chapter. Chapter 92, Chapter 091, New Plans. Chapter start. What an unexpected outcome. All for One's deep and shrill voice mutters quietly. He was sitting in his dark room atop the large and comfortable chair, multiple life support devices plugged into him to help keep him stable. And off to the side was a screen playing the final moments of Horizon's interview between himself and Chitose. The entire interview took just over an hour, but for the future Demon Lord of Japan, it gave enough answers for a lifetime. Standing beside All for One at the moment was Kurogiri, the most essential of all their Nomu, currently waiting patiently for any command his master gives. Call Ujiko, All for One commands, and the screen hears his voice and obeys. Master, Dr. Ujiko answers, his camera shut off so only his voice was coming through. I assume you saw that interview, Doctor. Of course, and once again I must insist that we do away with those pathetic League of Villain children. You only took control of the Paranormal Liberation Army weeks ago when this interview was announced, and look at how well they did with your instructions. Perfectly executed, they got all the answers we needed out of Horizon, without alerting him of any villain involvement. All for One sighs, once again having to deal with his friend being sick of sinking precious Noma resources into Shigaraki's little games. Kurogiri speaks up, shall I transport Gigantomachi to terminate the League of Villains, Master? All for One shakes his head, slightly annoyed that he seems to be the only person interested in keeping Shigaraki around. No, Kurogiri, I still have use for Tamura Shigaraki. Do you still intend to stick to your original plan? Ujiko asks. No, we now have confirmation that the plan is unnecessary. I no longer need any successor, transferring my original quirk into storage until Tamura is ready for it is pointless. And I certainly prefer using the superior original than the cloned version I would have had. Then why do we need the brat if you don't plan to pass everything down to him? Because, my dear friend, I will live forever. But before that, I will use Tamura as an ace to wrench All Might's heart, my greatest heinous act to spite him, and Nana Shimura. Until then we shall keep Tamura in the dark about the Meta Liberation Army, so long as they don't clash we shall be fine. I shall inform Tamura of this new rule, Kurogiri says. Yes, now Doctor, shall we discuss the exact contents of that interview? It seems Horizon is already lined up to the next symbol of peace. I'd like to do something about that if possible, after I get healed. Do you still believe he can heal you? Ujiko asks. The risk is quite immense, exposing yourself to someone so close to All Might, it could be detrimental. Has he not proven his genius time and time again, Doctor? Well, he has. Although I still believe my quirk singularity theory is correct, I can admit there is much merit in his analysis. His mind is wasted as a hero. Just imagine all the things he could do without those silly things like human rights and war crimes limiting him, nonsense ideals only made to hinder the progress of science. He could be truly great standing beside us. True. And he clearly has a deep understanding of quirks and medicine. Not to mention his terrifying intellect and intuition. Aoyama was able to confirm many things, but listening to those many recordings of him talking in school is nothing compared to the way he so easily figured out our goals. He's a problem master. No Ujiko, he's the one and only solution. Because I now know that for certain he can heal me. Perhaps we should sacrifice the spy and have him ask for some sort of confirmation. The moment you make contact they will surely find him, so it makes no difference. Not to mention the risk involved in revealing yourself is too great, they'll instantly be searching for you. A problem if I followed our backup plan. But now I shall retain my original quirk, I have nothing to fear. But of course, this is assuming they'd ever find me. I have purposely kept crime low in this area since Horizon entered the scene. His omnipresence is quite problematic, I can't afford to have him anywhere near me. I see, and what exactly did he say that has you so sure that he can perform this operation? Because he said he can. What? You still fail at understanding people, Ujiko. Horizon is a being of arrogance and absolute certainty in himself. When asked if creating a perfected Momo was possible, his exact words were, they can't do it, so he must think that he can. And with his track record, it wouldn't be that far of a stretch. But rebuilding someone from the genes up, even with a century of practice, I'm still working on the process. Yes, but as brilliant as you are, my friend, you aren't Horizon. Do remember that he's a living miracle doctor, you should try to have some faith. Sigh, all right, but only because this man is our only hope at fully healing you. Thank you. But that leaves an even bigger problem now, Dr. Ujiko says. Now we know he can heal you, how do we make an appointment? All for one falls deep into thought, considering his hundreds of contacts in and out of Japan that had enough leverage to make most people in the world do whatever he wants. But none of them could affect people like Nizu or Horizon. They were the kind of individuals that nations would have gone to war for just centuries ago, they cannot be pressured by political or financial means. And he knew physically threatening Horizon wouldn't work, it would be the same as if he was threatened, and it would end very poorly. His usual offer in cases like this would be a quirk. Giving someone a second quirk, a minor one that wouldn't overload their brain. That was enough to make most people do whatever he wants. His arrogance would see that as an insult, and we'd get into a pointless fight. We need leverage, all for one says. Aoyama reported that Horizon has no family, and from what he said during the interview I detected no lies. Classmates? Ujiko asks. He doesn't particularly care about them. What about Principal Nizu? With an army of Nomus, Gigantomachia, yourself, and Kurogiri, it's possible. But unlikely, not to mention holding a hostage doesn't work with Horizon. I believe the best plan is to wait. One of my friends in the Hero Public Safety Commission gave me some interesting information and I'm trying to make certain connections. But it will be a week or more before any answers are found. That would leave 2 weeks before he heads to the training camp to meet up with his classmates, a perfect place for an ambush. Not an ambush, doctor, just a chat. I have nothing to gain from fighting him, but everything to gain from bringing him to our side. I see, Shakedown is almost ready for such an encounter, either way, that is, it should be ready in 10 days. Good, but I'd like to have as much information as possible before going into a potentially dangerous situation, at least now that I'm not as powerful as I once was. How about we provide a little exercise to Horizon? What do you suggest? Ujiko asks. Let's just send a few demolition squads of Nomu into Tokyo and see how he does. Such an intense situation should force him to show more of his cards. Standard Nomu. No, I think it's about time he had a rematch with the Brainless. Let's see exactly how much stronger he has become since the USJ. This should provide useful information, Ujiko says. Kurogiri, warp all the Nomu from Lab 17 into Shibuya. I'm sending them a command to destroy everything and kill everyone. Understood, Kurogiri says before expanding his warp gate and leaving the room. While these plans were being made, just above the Shueisha Publishing building, standing on his hoverboard 100 meters above the city, was Horizon. Currently, he was apparently looking out at the massive Tokyo area, the skyline expanding beyond the reach of his vision, brightly lit to the point where he couldn't see any stars in the night sky. But an important conversation was taking place in his visor at the moment. And you're sure about this? Nizu asks from the other side of the call. Of course, Horizon says. Cloning takes a lot of power and requires these preservatives and chemicals in bulk. Track those shipments and you'll be one step closer to finding the Nomo production facility. Alright, I'll forward this to the police, but how did you figure out that they were cloning? How else would they have so many copies of Super Regeneration? It's a 1 in 300 million quirk, but they've had multiple Nomo with it, seems fishy. Not to mention at the rate they're burning through genetic material, it makes sense to invest in cloning. Cloning sentient beings is against humanitarian law, but clearly they don't care about those laws. And since only around 5% of quirks can be used offensively in any useful capacity, they can't just destroy every useful quirk when a Nomu dies, they need spares. Curate as many useful quirks as possible for when they operate on Shigaraki. How terrifying. Pretty much. But I must ask, what if a person was born with multiple quirks? Would all of this be necessary? What? That's a weird question, Horizon says. I'm simply curious. Okay, well, if you were born with multiple quirks your body would have a safeguard, so all of this wouldn't be necessary, not at all. You'd just exist like that and be fine, Horizon shrugs. But it's not like that's possible. The way quirks work, there can't be one person with multiple quirks. What do you mean? The best way to describe it is like this: quirks aren't attachments onto a person, they're part of a person. It's like adding a scope to a gun, the scope is the quirk. Then you add a laser sight, in a sense that's another quirk. But the entire thing, the entire person is still one weapon, with appropriate attachments. That's why it all works together. So suddenly instead of a scope and a laser sight, the quirk is just attachments or something like that. Like Todoroki. Exactly. If he was a Nomu he'd have Endeavor's Hellflame quirk, and his mom's Ice quirk. But since he was born like that, his genetic structure made it into one quirk, half hot half cold. Compared to that, Nomu is like the gun, but instead of proper connectors you use tape to hold it all together. That's why they aren't fully stable, because the tape is always falling apart. A person cannot be born with multiple quirks, because when you're being made from the genes up they'll be treated as one quirk, even if you have multiple abilities. I suppose we've grown so accustomed to quirks that we identify abilities as quirks rather than the quirks themselves, Nisa says. Yeah, that's why Shoto's quirk name is so stupid. Endeavor was clearly thinking of it as his quirk and his wife's being in one body, but it's an entirely new quirk. I suppose I should add this to your quirk specialist data, along with your breakdown of the Nomu structure. Yeah, that'll. Boom. A loud explosion rattles the area, reaching all the way to Horizon from nearly 20 kilometers away. What was that? Nizu's panicked voice asks. Check the news, I'll call you back later. Horizon hangs up and begins racing into the city on his hoverboard, moving 100 kilometers per hour toward a massive skyscraper that was down, about to flatten the streets around it that were already on fire. End chapter. Chapter 93, Chapter 092, King of the Hill. Chapter start. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Horizon mutters, the image of a city on fire reflected on his visor. Flying above everything on his hoverboard he sees dozens of pale green or blue Nomus running rampant, attacking anyone they can find and already engaged with a few pro-heroes. He could also see a few news helicopters and drones flying about. At the epicenter of the attack is a massive skyscraper, 200m-650 feet tall, the upper 50 stories currently tilting over as it threatens to flatten the surrounding buildings, the bottom 10 floors already an inferno burning away at the supports. Room. Horizon creates a room 2 kilometers wide, as always with him in the middle, still hovering high above the city. Shambles, he swaps out Nomu by the pairs for rumble close to the epicenter of the attack. Second by second he pulls them away from scared and panicking fleeing civilians and brings them back to the middle of the battlefield. Now I need to get people out of here, he draws his sword and turns his board, facing away from the horde of Nomu that the pro-heroes were currently trying and failing to take down. There, a deserted area, Horizon points the tip of his blade at a faraway building, located at a massive intersection that was already empty. Amputate, he casually swings out, slashing one of the 10-story buildings diagonally. The building is immediately slashed, and the weight is enough to make it slide down to the streets below and shatter. That's enough rubble, now I can get these people out of here, he holds his sword to the side and focuses. Find all the people close to the danger, then, shambles, 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 shambles. Dozens of times he repeats. He's absolutely sure to narrate, because his visor was recording, and he wants everyone to know exactly how capable he is. As he's almost finished evacuating the unfortunate people that got stuck on the battlefield, Horizon feels a sudden annoyance behind him, seriously. He looks down and sees a flying pale blue Nomu with bird wings ascending toward him. Looking past it he sees groups of up to 10 pro-heroes unable to even take down one Nomu at a time, thankfully more were arriving by the second. They can't even stall these things for me to warp the civilians out of here, shambles, he swaps places with the Nomu in midair as it swings at him with massive talons. Suddenly appearing behind it he turns in place and slashes its back, incision, he smoothly cleaves through the wings and bisects the Nomu, leaving it to fall to the streets below in 2 dead pieces. Okay, back to work, he shrugs off the minor annoyance, and returns his focus to warping everyone away. Less than a minute later all the civilians are safely at the edge of the battlefield, and Horizon finally gets to turn his attention to the Nomu below. Boom. The lower section of the leaning skyscraper suddenly explodes, a gas line meets the flames. Horizon now finds himself looking up as the building begins falling directly toward him. Yeah, of course that would happen. he says in an annoyed voice. Then closes his room and flies toward the exact middle of the building. Putting his sword away, he extends both hands forward as if he could catch the building with them. Room. 1 kilometer wide with him in the middle, his room forms. Tact, he makes a physical pushing motion with his hands, because he needs absolute focus on this. Suddenly he's feeling his mind strain to stop the falling momentum of the entire building. His room shrinks to 900 meters. Then 800. Then 600. Then 300. And at just barely 250 meters, the building stops falling, almost entirely horizontal to the floor. It floats in the air. His quirk used to command the entire structure and everything within it to simply stop. Currently, his hands were directly above him, as if he were physically holding it over his head, almost touching a glass window. Looking up, he and his camera sees all the furniture and items within, floating in place as if frozen in time. Chairs and desks and even pieces of paper and computers, all floating in place instead of falling to the street below to cause more chaos in the fights. Okay, that's a first. He does his best not to let his exhaustion be obvious as he speaks. How far away are you? Horizon groans at the response he gets in his visor. His backup was minutes away at best, then turns to the city below, seeing almost every fight halted. Heroes were staring up at him in horror and shock, amazed that he caught a skyscraper and is holding it above them. And around them all the Nomu are staring at him, their damaged minds taking a few moments to process the new orders, an attempt to test him, sent directly from All for One. Kill Horizon, the one with the sword and glass mask. All the Nomu either begin flying, taking massive super strength enhanced leaps, or clawing at nearby buildings to climb them and reach Horizon. A few even begin throwing objects. Crap, Horizon uses his hoverboard and flies down, ready to join the battle. Descending to the streets, he faces a bat-winged thin Nomu head-on, and points his sword forward. Injection shot, he launches 3 bullets that destroy everything from the brain to the exit point in the back of the monster. Nope, can't do much of that, he says, feeling the strain on his energy nearly shrink his room even more. At this point, it was barely encircling the building and surrounding street. They want me to drop the building, let's take M down quick. Horizon yells out to the other heroes as he reaches the street level, snapping them out of their daze and back to their senses. As the fight begins, Horizon hops off the hoverboard and puts his boots on the ground. Partly because he didn't want to give the Nomu any incentive to fly about, that way all the heroes could actually affect them. But mostly because he didn't want his hoverboard to break, since at the moment he can't risk using his more energy-intensive abilities, Shambles, Amputate, and Booster Shot. Horizon slashes through yet another Nomu before leaping backward, dodging a body slam from an obese gray Nomu. Seriously. He rushes forward and pierces its head, before cleaving down and cutting it in 2, incision. He looks around to see all the random heroes struggling with these weak Nomu and gives an annoyed growl. Damn paper heroes. He launches into a killing spree, slashing apart Nomu as fast as he could, growing more and more annoyed by the lack of support most of these pro heroes offered. Eventually, however, Horizon began getting winded. Slowing down, moving about the battlefield less. Pausing more between kills. What the hell is taking them so long? He mutters under his breath, seeing a few more Nomu charging at him only to get dogpiled by some nearby pro heroes. Damn it, Horizon rushes forward as they get knocked back. If I could just drop this building I'd be fine. He kills one Nomu, splitting it down the middle with his blade, but his sword got stuck halfway through its tough body. Its kinetic absorption quirk ate away at the energy in his slash, leaving it somewhat stuck in the corpse. Horizon takes a step back, dodging an extended spear-like tongue from another Nomu. Turning to look at it for a moment, he reaches forward and grabs his sword, then hurls it at the new attacker, impaling its brain and killing it. Pivoting on his heel, he spins and lands a strong right fist against the skull of another Nomu, staggering it slightly as its thin and lanky frame is pushed back. Normally he'd use Booster Shot to enhance his strength and do much more damage, but that takes too much energy. As it stumbles back, a large and burly pro hero tackles it away from him and drags it to the floor, immediately joined by 2 other pros to pin it down. Taking a few quick steps away, Horizon retrieves his sword and sprints over to them, executing the Nomu they'd been holding down. Then he takes a step back, hearing the constant fighting all around, seeing buildings crumbling each minute, but out of his room, out of his influence, he was stuck in this zone, with the remaining Nomu that were all coming after him. His exhaustion begins showing as he takes a few breaths, leaving the pros to stall for a moment. One of the men approaches him, a look of fear and panic on his face. Pathetic, was Horizon's only thought, someone that's expected to be a pro hero showing weakness this easily. But this was the natural response on a bloody battlefield, filled with destruction and corpses from both sides. Do we have a plan? The man asks, and Horizon just sighs. If they take me out, that building falls, then the subway below us collapses, a lot of gas lines go boom and the city starts burning, even more. They clearly know that, so just keep using me as bait. I've already evacuated most of the people from inside buildings. Focus on the fight, Horizon says, just stay close to me, and we'll win. The man's expression shifts from fear to one of relief, then confidence. Right. Horizon nods and walks back into the fight. After just another 2 minutes of fighting, with Horizon being one of the few people present who can handle the Momo with physical quirks, he's already on his last leg. To the news drones above he still appeared strong and confident, but the people present could feel it. He was slowing down. Even more, they now had to stall the Momo for much longer before he moved on to the next. Boom. A nearby building outside his room explodes into rubble as a handful of corpses, formerly pro-heroes, enter his room and splatter across the floor. And a second later, brainless, the USJ Momo itself appears on the battlefield. I really don't have the energy to deal with this thing right now, and this room is too small to play cat and mouse. Horizon subtly gives a command to his visor which calls his hoverboard back to him. Most of the volume of this room was in midair, with only the very edge of it being at ground level since it was made at the middle of the building in the air, leaving that as the epicenter. Blind him, he orders the nearby pro-heroes, and they obey like the sheep they are. Immediately throwing any attacks or devices they have at the USJ Momo, causing it to freeze as its sense of sight was gone. In these few seconds Horizon hops on his hoverboard and takes to the sky. All I have to do is stay in this room so it doesn't close. This building falls and the chain reaction of gas lines and the collapsed subway tunnels below us will cause a lot more damage than these useless fucks dying. As the smoke and dust clears, the USJ Momo is still standing there, then it immediately looks up and locks onto Horizon. The Momo immediately jumps, cratering the road at its feet and knocking all the nearby pros and Momo away by the sheer shockwave caused by the explosive burst of energy. Seeing it coming, Horizon stands confidently on his overboard, arms folded across his chest as it rockets toward him. And almost at the very last moment, Flashfire Fist, Endeavor slams into the side of the Momo like a fiery meteor. The sheer heat from his presence causes Horizon to instinctively fly away from him as he carries it off to the side, out from under the building. Horizon felt his skin begin to sear and pop, even beneath all the measures to deal with standard environmental heat and cold. Standing beside a worked-up Burnin was a mild annoyance. But being within 15 meters of a worked-up Endeavor nearly made his blood begin boiling. Endeavor takes Momo just far enough away, then spins and throws him directly up into the air. All the while Momo never once takes its eyes off Horizon, who was still standing on his hoverboard in the same pose, trying not to give the impression that his skin felt like it was in a microwave. As Momo begins falling back down, all the flames around Endeavor that aren't on his feet to keep him airborne gather into this right hand, and he punches directly up at the Momo. Jet burn. A pillar of intense orange flames fires out of his fist, completely engulfing the Momo. Looking up, Endeavor sees Momo still falling toward him, super regeneration fighting against the inferno. In only a few seconds it would be clawing at his face. This is that monster that attacked UA, built to kill All Might, a perfect counter to power types. Too strong for me to physically match. I can't let it get to the floor where it has leverage, but I've got the most firepower of all flame users. I am its ultimate counter. He grits his teeth and raises his temperature, even more, feeling his arm begin to burn and his skin starts drying out. A hint of fever begins creeping across him as his bodily functions begin to deteriorate as he starts overheating. They tried to kill All Might, with something this weak. The entire attack becomes a bright blue flame for barely a second, completely incineration the Momo, leaving only charred carbonized husk to fall to the street below. Endeavor turns around to see Horizon hovering a few dozen meters away, then glances down at his flaming sidekicks already dealing with the Momo below, arriving seconds after him since they were much closer when this attack happened. Compared to them, he was twice as far away. He had to fly all the way from his agency after the police called him. Hovering over to Horizon, he looks up at the floating building, but puts the sense of wonder to the back of his mind and focuses. Will you be alright to keep this thing up while we deal with them? Yeah, I can do this all day, but still, make it quick. Endeavor immediately cuts off the flames on his feet and drops down, catching himself closer to the ground and joining the fight, which would now be over soon thanks to his involvement. Horizon sighs in relief. Finally some backup arrives. End chapter. Chapter 94, Chapter 093, Public Opinion. Chapter start. Beep. 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 Ugh. Law groans as he rolls over in bed, immediately grabbing his phone and pulling it under the covers to shut off his alarm. Forcing his eyes open, he sits up in bed and looks to his left, seeing the sun rising over the horizon. Stretching his arms out, he yawns, still feeling exhausted from the Momo attack yesterday. Okay, gotta take it easy on the hero crap today, he mutters while getting out of bed. Almost an hour later, after a quick shower, Law is sitting in his living room with his laptop on the coffee table, eating a meal bar and scrolling through his phone. In this high-end and modern penthouse located in the middle of Minato, Tokyo, almost everything was gray, white, or black, simple with sharp angles, and completely spotless. Sitting on the white coffee table was his laptop, and connected to it was his visor, currently transferring all the footage from the last 24 hours into the laptop. Beside it was the metal box he'd gotten from May a while ago, currently open to reveal a set of visors, 5 in total, and an empty slot for the currently active one. All are folded down to be easily transported. Across from him was a massive TV built into the wall currently playing the morning news. HNN, the Hero News Network, was covering last night's attack and giving people a rundown of exactly what happened and the death toll. They were still pulling bodies out of the rubble or declaring people as lost and missing, likely taken back to the league by Kurogiri. Law takes a sip of water and finishes his meal bar as the video transfer is complete, and immediately begins cutting the video to upload it. Isolating all the footage from the beginning to the end of each incident is all the editing he does, simply finding where it began and where it ended. Any more cuts than that would cause people to potentially become suspicious of what he's hiding. And people being skeptical or not trusting him would defeat the entire purpose of him making these video uploads. Finally, Law uploads the video and just sits back, waiting for all the views and comments to flood in from his 95 million followers. After defeating Stain, he'd gotten a small boost, with some people even calling him true hero, so much that it began trending online, much to his annoyance. But he certainly wouldn't stop them from spreading his name and praising it. After a few minutes, as expected, his phone begins ringing. Law just puts it on speaker atop the table and lays down flat on the couch to take a small nap. "Yeah, you saw the video," he asks without even looking at the caller ID. "Not exactly what I expected," Nizu's voice responds through the phone. "What do you mean?" "Well, the news drones only got close enough to see bits and pieces of the chaos, since Momo would attack them. But on the screen, it looked as if the building got stuck somehow. The pro heroes reported that you caught it. But, as any reasonable person would, I didn't fully understand what they meant by, Horizon caught the building. I didn't know you could do that." "What do you mean?" "You know I have tact." "Yes, but moving some rocks and moving 215,000 tons is an entirely different story." "It's just a bigger rock," Law says casually, then yawns. "Honestly, none of you people that can be ranked #1 pro heroes are normal. Are you still tired? Woke up too damn early. Understandable after the night you had, so did you need any special circumstances to hold a skyscraper in midair?" "Nope." "So you really can just do that whenever you want, really?" "Yup." Nizu sighs. "Can you at least see why this makes some people nervous?" "Villains, yeah, figured the general public would be elated to see it. Don't they worship King Meathead because of how hard he punches? It's basically the same thing." "Normally yes, but it's very clear to them that you have a mean streak in you, and it seems aimed at other heroes more often than not. Your public approval rating plummeted after your interview, paired with this video proving the reports to be accurate. People are going to be nervous." Law gets slightly annoyed by that. "Seriously? After all the people I saved last night, they're still unhappy. What did I even say in the interview that got them mad?" "You mentioned All Might's retirement," Nizu says bluntly. "So? Do they really expect him to fight forever?" "I at least told them 10 years, but we both know he'll be lucky to live 4 more years. A single person can understand that, but collectively as a society, people are scared to hear things like that and will react poorly. Many of them have never known a world without him and don't want to imagine that. Your projected approval rating rose up to number 11 after the sports festival from number 37 because you defeated Stain and posted that video. Plus he called you a true hero, so some people take that seriously. But now it sank from number 11 all the way down to number 53 because you mentioned All Might retiring. Not to mention a lot of pro heroes hate you because you essentially called them useless and demanded the Hero Public Safety Commission fire them. Because they are useless and should be fired." Nizu sighs. "If you must know, the few pro heroes you mentioned have been constantly harassed online for the past few hours and even had people arrive at their homes last night demanding they retire. Your words have actions. And so do their bad choices. Heroes are basically celebrities and cops rolled into one. They signed up for this. Nobody wants to have their life ruined by a few words from an interview," Nizu says. "If it can be ruined that easy, then it wasn't much of a life anyway. Besides, there will be growing pains, assuming you people even want to prepare for a world without All Might. So the public is a bunch of pussies that can't handle the real world, no surprise there. How do you even get these stats anyway? I thought only fully licensed pro heroes have an approval metric. I made a system to predict at what rank a pro would debut at for the commission a few decades ago. This way they notice talent early so other countries aren't the first to make offers. I guess that makes sense, so I've got to get to number 1 on it and I'll be that much closer to my end goal. Seems simple enough. Much easier said than done. Well, of 115,000 people I'm in the top 100, so what's the top spot compared to that? Ah, speaking of our hero-saturated society, Punto asked me to come up with a more intense numeric system to give out provisional licenses. Taking my advice on going for quality instead of quantity. It at least appears that way. Your classmates have only done 1 week of training thus far. I hope over the next 7 they can reach a point where the license exams won't be impossible. How tough is the commission gonna make them? A 1% pass rate. That would mean, for the average exam around 50 people pass. Extremely difficult, Nizu says. Yeah, but if you start taking the exams in the first year that gives you 6 tries, if you can't pass in that many chances then it's time to pack your shit and leave. And that's assuming you don't get held back in the hero course, so you have even more tries. Yes, but some people also get in trouble after getting the provisional license. If you've been found violating any law, it can be renounced or suspended, or in extreme cases, you'd simply be expelled and blacklisted. If it's renounced, you'd have to retake the exam to get a new one, which would restart the entire 3-year trial period. But usually, people get into trouble because they begin selling merchandise and marketing themselves as a pro, which is illegal without a full license. We've almost had a few cases of that in the past here at UA. It's usually treated as a minor mistake and only given a 3-month suspension. Yeah, but I work around that particular issue since I'm not marketing myself as a hero, just as myself. Since Horizon is on my ID and birth certificate, it's more like I'm just a regular celebrity that branded myself to be my own product, an easy workaround for me. And this way I don't have to wait 3 years before I get to start building my career. I mean, the new rookie heroes climbing the ranks are MT Lady and Kamui Woods. They're in their mid and late 20s. I'm more popular than them already because I don't have to get a provisional license, then wait 3 years to be a full pro hero, then start marketing myself properly, then make my own agency to get out of someone else's shadow. I just kinda skipped the big time wasting parts of the process. And used the sports festival as a large fancy advertisement, Nizu says. Isn't that what it's for? Yes, but most people can't actually capitalize on that use. It's normal for pro heroes to just get a look at potential sidekicks. Yeah, well, one more thing I'm better at than the current pros, add it to the pile of reasons they don't like me, Horizon says with a shrug. It's not all bad press for you, at least, Nizu says. What do you mean? People liked what I had to say. People all around the world overall think much more highly of you. It's only Japan that felt slighted because of your views on All Might's longevity. Across the world, and especially in more rural areas that are much more conservative with views and traditions, many people loved what you had to say. Especially regarding the hero-villain labels put on people for things they cannot control. Many Quirk acceptance movements are seeing you as their own savior, and people have already been protesting the heroes who look like they should be villains official listing. I suppose most pro heroes are just so busy or self-absorbed that they never really stop to think about the ugly side of society, although at large people try to ignore the discrimination and hate certain quirks can inspire in others. Can't hate people for things they can't control. It should really be common sense, but people are just too dumb for that. Very true. Hey. I can say that because I'm human, but yeah. He shares a small laugh with Nizu. They fall into a comfortable silence for a moment as the video he just uploaded begins playing on the news. He glances at his phone to see it's already at a few million views. And the news anchor begins narrating everything that happens, causing Law to mute the TV. Do you think we'll be ready for it? Nizu asks, his voice quieter and more concerned. Law sits up, looking at the phone slightly confused. Ready for what? A future without All Might, without our symbol of peace. His presence alone suppresses crime in any country he's in. I can't imagine what will happen when he announces his sudden retirement. Law falls silent for a moment, understanding exactly how important this was for Nizu. He spent his entire life, ever since heroes rescued him from that lab, supporting and nurturing hero society. All he'd been working toward was a world at peace, and the closest he's ever come was Toshinori Yagi, All Might, and now that dream was slipping back into impossibility. Law sighs, don't worry Nizu, we'll be alright. In a few years All Might can retire knowing everything will be taken care of, so long as I am here. End chapter. Chapter 95, Chapter 094, Criminal Adaptation. Chapter start. Flying above the buildings in Minato, Tokyo, Horizon stands on his hoverboard and listens to music within his visor. Nodding along to the beat as he tilts slightly and shifts from flying above buildings to flying above roads. Reaching the edge of his room, he makes sure to get eyes onto the trailer truck he's been following before closing his current room and opening a new one, then he drifts back over the buildings and out of the line of sight for the truck. People rarely look up, but better to be safe than sorry, especially when I can sense them anyway. An entire week following these annoying leads, time for me to cash in, he mutters to himself as he continues following the truck around. A minute later, as he's still following the truck, he gets a call from Nizu. Shouldn't you be asleep by now? Horizon asks. I was about to get some rest, but I just found this interesting article about you. Well, I stopped a runaway car yesterday, but it's been a slow week. Not you, I meant Law Matani. Huh, but I haven't even done anything. Then why is there a picture of a certain lady leaving your apartment this morning? The purse designer lady, what about her? It's a bit of a scandal, seeing as she's married to someone slightly famous. Shit, Horizon sighs. Didn't know she was married. Is this gonna be annoying? I doubt it, he's just a baseball player, he can't cause someone at your level any problems, and nobody is foolish enough to challenge the Matani estate. But this puts me in the public eye, and now people will actually know about the Matani estate, fuck. Exactly, I assume you already had a plan for this. Yeah, most of the things I buy retain their original names and are controlled by subsidiary asset management companies, which are all owned by my anonymous Swiss Vault account. It's all airtight. Good, I just called to give you a bit of a warning. If you keep going like this, the quiet life of Matani will become very loud very quickly. I'll be more careful in the future. Glad to hear it. Nizu hangs up and Horizon just grumbles to himself, of course it'd be my dick that gets me into trouble, I'll just have to lay low until people forget. Some hero will do something and nobody will even remember Matani, like take down a big drug operation in the same city. Horizon sees the truck pull into the port at the edge of Minato, Tokyo. As it drives between all the stacks of shipping containers, Horizon lands on a tall crane that didn't have any lights on it, allowing himself to stay completely hidden. He hops off the hoverboard, leaving it parked and hovering in place as he walks to the edge of the crane. Crouching down, he reaches behind his back. Contrary to the appearance of his hero costume, Horizon actually had a few items strapped to the back of his belt, concealed by his flowing jacket draped across his shoulders. Mainly were a few beads which expand when crushed into a cast, big enough to encase a limb. Too weak to act as a capture tool but good for a doctor to have. A small medical pack, with only a scalpel, morphine, needle and thread, bandages, and alcohol for cleaning wounds. And the item he pulls out, a small digital scope. As he takes it out and powers it up, the sight is displayed inside his visor, making it so he doesn't have to lift it to his face, simply using it like a camera. Zooming in, he sees the driver and passenger, two plain-looking tall men open the back of the truck, and one door to the warehouse opens. 4 more men come out and begin helping them move crates, bland and unmarked, each as big as a backpack, adding them to the rows already neatly packed into the shipping warehouse. He senses another 12 men scattered about, all carrying rifles, aside from the drivers who had concealed pistols. Time to get some probable cause, he thinks, zooming in on the crate itself. TAKT. He focuses his energy on the crate and causes it to slip out of the man's hand, falling on its side and causing the top to pop open, exposing the pale green liquid, packed in small glass vials. Gotcha. Horizon then zooms in on each of them men, inputting their faces for his facial recognition system to sort through. Yet another upgrade which was suggested by May. It's not as instant as what you'd find inside a police station, but it can eventually get the job done. Using his hero network access from his phone to gain access to the criminal database. Shambles, he warps into the back of the dim warehouse. Still feeling all the men at the front loading boxes, he carefully and quietly opens the top of one crate, getting an up-close look. Rows upon rows of neatly and securely packed vials of drugs. Trigger, Horizon mutters to himself, mostly for his camera and mic to pick up his narration. Imported from Eastern Europe and sent to Japan. The latest highly addictive Quirk enhancement drug. And since this warehouse is on the dock and a truck just came from inland to add to this cache, I'm betting all of this is shipping to South America. Otherwise, they would have just gone from Eastern Europe and used the New York port. A lot of people are gonna die if villains get a supply this big, 18 men, all armed. 16 with assault rifles, and 2 with pistols. Horizon takes out his phone and does a few simple searches, using his authority via the hero network to get the information he needed. The dock opens in 2 hours and the ship beside this warehouse is scheduled to depart in 3, I need to deal with this now. The sound of metal clanging as the warehouse doors close echoes about, and the few lights inside the warehouse go out. Complete darkness, that's useful. A bright white 3-piece suit really isn't good for stealth anyway, he chuckles lightly. Horizon send a quick alert to the police, receiving confirmation that they'd be arriving after gathering some backup. Horizon sees his facial recognition system finally get one hit, the driver was the only one with a criminal record. Aggravated assault, Quirk, contortionist, his entire body is double-jointed, well that's something. Focusing on the men, Horizon waits a few minutes until he strays away from the others, then. Shambles, Horizon swaps the men with a card and immediately grabs his throat with one hand and his arms with the other, choking out the men as he struggles beneath Horizon's greatly improved physical strength. Shambles, Horizon recalls the card to him before anyone stumbles upon it, as the man finally goes unconscious. It's Horizon. He warped someone. Horizon hears from the man's radio. But he doesn't sense that anyone even noticed this man was gone, and they were all scrambling to get to each other at the front of the warehouse. How the hell? Horizon throws the unconscious man over his shoulder and warps back to the top of the crane, then recalls the card he swapped with to get up there. He notices the remaining 17 men all taking up a strange formation, obviously trying to keep eyes on each other. How the hell did they even know I was here? He wonders, watching them all gather. Using the scope, he can see a few of them visibly shaking at the idea of being hunted by him. Street thugs paid to do the boring job of guarding a warehouse nobody was supposed to know about, and now they have to fight a god. Yeah, I'd be shaking too. You there, men? Where are you? Horizon hears through the unconscious man's radio, shrugs, and picks it up. He keeps an eye on the men while speaking. So, how did you know I was here? He sees all the men stiffen, looking at each other nervously as they realize how real this situation was. We aren't talking to you. The presumed leader yells into the radio. You just did, but hey, if you tell me I'll take it easy on you, or you could surrender now and save us all the hassle. Why don't you come down here so I can put a bullet in yo argh? The man drops to the floor as 2 hits of injection shot tear through his thighs, muscle and bone obliterated with ease. All the other men begin frantically looking around, wanting to help their ally but forced to leave him reeling in pain as they try to cover each other. So, anyone else? Okay, I'll talk. One of the men drops their gun, completely terrified, and raises his hands to the sky in surrender. Perfect, so, start talking, Horizon says through the radio. One of the other guards doesn't like this and raises his weapon at the traitor. You fucking rat, BAAHHH. Injection shot tears through his arms and legs in rapid succession. Oh god, the other men drop their weapons and raise their hands to the sky. Please don't hurt us. Start talking, how'd you know I was here? It's the watch, the first man who surrendered says. They're new, a lot of people are selling things that they say can help defend against you, most of them are trash scams but our watches alert everyone connected if we skip distance. Let's test it, Shambles. Horizon swaps one of the men for a gun they threw a few meters away. The watch at his feet and on all their hands start beeping immediately. Ugh, this shit is gonna be annoying, but I can adapt too, he says to himself, then opens the radio connection. Anyway, just stay like that until the cops come. If any of you move, you'll join your friends on the floor. I'm watching you. Horizon calls the police to alert them of the new situation, and not even 20 minutes later a horde of squad cars and armored trucks arrive to cart off these men to prison. Individuals who don't pose a threat to society on a large scale are reserved for Tartarus. These small-time criminals would simply go to a regular prison, or plead ignorant of what they were guarding and only get an illegal firearm possession charge. The maximum charge for that alone, 15 years. Since they didn't use their quirks, that will help their case a significant amount. Now they just had to get their story straight and pretend they didn't know what they were protecting or moving. Assuming they're smart enough to do that, Horizon thinks as he sees the truck with the men driving away. Now only the lieutenant in charge of this case and the evidence squads were on the scene with him. You know, you really should have waited for backup, the leading officer says, looking up at Horizon. Sorry, I didn't want to risk them changing the situation further, but luckily I got them all to surrender peacefully. Not surprising, it's you, the officer says. Any advice for the doctors on how to deal with whatever you did to those guys? Treat it like they got shot with regular bullets that tore right through them. Do you have any info on this? Horizon says while handing the cop the watch. The man looks at it for a few seconds then recognizes it. Yeah, big-time criminal organizations have been showing up with these, but only for the top lieutenants, or I guess in this case when they're guarding 20 million in drugs. Apparently it's for warping. The man gives Horizon a confused look. What? These let them warp? No, it's to alert the connected watches that someone warped you. Best guess, it uses precise real-time GPS. If you suddenly skip over a few meters it alerts everyone. The man taps his chin a few times. One of those anti-Horizon devices we've seen selling for a fortune on the black market. There are more. What are they? Well, a Horizon repellent tear gas. Annoying, but I mean, who doesn't that crap annoy? True. Big rubber pads that absorb your slashes. That's stupid. A special ring that makes it difficult for you to sense and warp people. That, people are actually stupid enough to buy that. We've caught about 200 people across the country with it on. The cop gives a disappointed sigh. Idiots, even if any of this crap did work, wouldn't stop me from warping toward you instead. Oh yeah, good point. But yeah, the last main one is the most expensive, welding. Welding? Horizon asks. Yeah, the League of Villains is spreading misinformation that you can't warp things that are molecularly bonded to other things, like if two things are welded together you can't just move one piece. Okay, so they have welders. The weld quirk, they've apparently got like a dozen small Momo that people can rent to weld their products down so you can't warp it away. It's stupid but people actually believe it since the League of Villains has a pretty good reputation right now. A ways from 1B has that quirk, and whoever in Tartarus used it to weld my parents to the prison so I can't warp them out. Shigaraki has a brain after all, not that it takes much to figure something like this out, but still annoying. Yeah, that's ridiculous, Horizon says, playing off the idea as another failure. Anyway, since we're just about done here I should get back to patrol. I just didn't want these drugs in my part of Tokyo. Yeah, thanks for stopping these guys. Can I maybe get a picture with you? The cop asks nervously. My kids would love it. Sure thing, I'm always happy to help the cops any way I can. Heroes can throw punches but beyond that, we can't do much, so honestly, just between us, I think you guys are the real heroes. End chapter. Chapter 96, Chapter 095, Roadside Assist. Chapter start. 6 a.m. Driving on the highway between Musutafu where UA is and Tokyo, Law is sitting comfortably in the front seat of his new Rolls-Royce SUV, but yesterday simply out of necessity. There was hardly any traffic, at least not on his side. The morning rush was always heading into Tokyo. Fortunately, he was driving the other way, toward Musudafu. Taking a bite of his morning meal bar, his head nods along to the soft music in his car, clearing his mind and trying to relax a bit after the past 3 weeks of non-stop heroics. In the trunk was a large black and yellow duffel bag. Within this was his case containing his hero costume, his box of new visors, his sword, and his hoverboard. Suddenly Law's music cuts off as his car receives a call through his phone. "Answer," he commands, and the call connects. "How long until you get here?" Nizu asks through the phone. "Maybe 10 minutes, I'm almost in Musudafu already." "Are you driving?" Nizu asks, sounding confused. "Yeah, what about it?" "You have a hoverboard as fast as any commercial plane, just fly between cities." "Yeah, but I just bought this car and I'd like to have some fun with it, that's all." "Ah, sometimes I forget you're still a child, and children like toys." Law rolls his eyes. "If that's what you want to call my cars and jets and guns, sure." "What guns?" Nizu sounded concerned. "Law Matani doesn't have a firearms license." "Relax, I keep them at home, I have a holographic range in my yard." "You keep illegal firearms in your home, you do realize how serious of an offense that is, right?" "How would anyone ever know?" "What if they hear you using them?" "I own everything for a kilometer around my house and there isn't any other property or even a usable beach in that mountainside." "What if someone hears you anyway?" "Okay, and what cop is ever going to execute a warrant to raid the Matani estate? I didn't donate 200 million to their pension and relief fund just because I like cops, they fuck with me and that money stops flowing. Plus, it also lets me actually use my cars and not have to worry about speeding tickets. Matani vehicles are untouchable." "That is such a gross misuse of the system," Nizu scoffs. Says the dealmaker himself. Nizu sighs. "Okay, that's fair. So, what car did you buy this time?" "That bike you were looking at." "Rolls-Royce SUV, I like nice and comfortable things." "You bought that for personal use?" "I thought you only chartered the armor ones for public appearances." "Yeah, well, normally I stick with the family car, it was already a tight fight when I got it. But now I'm 195 centimeters 6 feet 4, and 265 pounds 120 kg it's a bit uncomfortable. Plus those things have like no trunk space, and my sword is like a whole other person. It's like having Azui laying down stiff in my trunk." Odd choice of measurement, but okay, I see your point, but I can't relate since I'm tiny and adorable. "According to you?" "Yes, according to the smartest person on the planet," Nizu says, and Law rolls his eyes. "That still hasn't once beat me in chess." "That's a low blow, you know that's unfair." "Whatever, anything else?" "I saw your big drug bust in the news, very impressive, although the video you posted showing how you dealt with the warehouse situation was very..." "What?" "Let's just say, some of your assassination training was showing, it didn't look very heroic." "It was effective, there wasn't even a fight because of it." "Yes, but part of being a hero is inspiring people." "Okay, and I'm inspiring them to do clean and efficient work, but why are we even talking about this?" "Any updates on finding your spy?" Nizu groans. "I tore through our internal systems from top to bottom, the leak wasn't digital." "So it's a person. A potentially unwilling or oblivious person, for all we know they could even be having their mind read whenever they leave campus. Or they're a filthy traitor and need to be put down," Law growls out. "Let's not jump to conclusions, we need to be very careful of how we deal with this. I can't even have anyone aside from All Might keeping an eye on how people are acting. If anyone knows we suspect a spy that could cause chaos or they'd simply hide their tracks better. Just have me and Tsukachi polygraph everyone, it'll just take an hour to hit the whole school." "Oh, you're so willing to reveal that aspect of your quirk now, you've kept that in skin hidden so well until now." "I just really hate traitors." "Well, I'd prefer to find the spy without them knowing. To use them as bait and take down Shigaraki, smart, but what if something happens? That's why we have you here, and we've taken extra precautions to insulate the summer training camp, the location isn't even within our systems. And aside from you and the pro heroes nobody has any technology. Unless they smuggled one," Law says. "Or made one, or has a quirk that can send messages." "You really suspect Yayorozu? Even with how fond of you she clearly is." "I don't suspect anyone particularly, not until we have more information, but it's almost definitely a student. MHM, I came to the same conclusion, but none of their records show anything to indicate a connection to villains. Everyone at UA is a prodigy in what they do, and the background checks showed no criminal history from any of them or their parents. That you know of," Law says. "But I've got dirt on someone, not that it proves anything here." "Anything I should know about?" "I don't discuss former contracts." The line goes silent for a few seconds, and Nizu immediately puts it together. "Oh, she did contracts for the Yaoyorosis?" Nizu asks. "I can't confirm anything, but how'd you get that idea?" "None of your other classmates could afford her, but the only high-profile death that benefits Momo's parents was her grandfather. Oh my god. Well, I wouldn't know anything about that, Law lies, but sometimes old people need a little nudge to give you your inheritance. From the way she speaks she has no idea, Nizu says sadly. Don't know what you're talking about, just focus on the spy problem, one mystery at a time. Of course, and what ABO? Boom. Law's car literally jumps a few inches off the ground and slams back down, along with every other car on either side of the highway. Everyone slams the brakes and grinds to a halt. What's going on? Nizu's voice was suddenly worried. Law sighs, looking out his window to see MT Lady in her 20m-67 feet form, white and purple one-piece suit and mask on with one broken horn accessory remaining on her head. She was currently fighting two gigantified villains, each a head shorter than her, appearing to be twins of some sort, one red and one blue. Both are lanky giants at 17m-55 feet. As they fight at the side of the road, tearing up the trees and dirt, Kamui Wood swings into the fight and lands on the shoulder of his secret girlfriend, ever since the sports festival, extending his hands out. Lacquered chain prison. Both his arms extend and grow into a large network of tough branches. Nothing to worry about, Law tells Nizu as he watches the fight. Looking forward he sees people actually getting out of their cars with their phones out to record the fight. Great, and now I can't go anywhere, fucking morons. Law looks back at the fight just in time to see the red villain drop down into a low stance, avoiding Kamui's binding attack to kick MT Lady in the shin, causing her to tilt forward in pain. His presumed brother slips to the left and lands a solid left hook to the side of her head, rattling her brain, but impressively she only stumbles off to the side, clearly dazed. Kamui leaps off her shoulder and toward one of the villains, only to be snatched out of the air. The gigantified villain wraps both arms around him to suffocate him. Great forest growth. Kamui yells out, and suddenly a slew of branches begins growing and breaking through the gaps between the giant's fingers, connecting at the other side and locking his hands together. But Kamui also immobilized himself since he can't detach from his wooden creations, they are his arms after all. MT Lady. Kamui screams out, snapping her out of her daze just in time to dodge a shoulder charge from the other villain. Stepping to the side she lowers her head and charges at him, before leaping up and slamming into his side with a devastating dropkick. The crack of his ribs echoes for 100 meters causing all the onlookers to wince in pain. All while the other villain was constantly slamming his restrained hands into the forest floor, failing to break apart the wooden cuffs. Looking up from Kamui Wood stuck to his hands and over to his brother, he sees MT Lady slam her shoulder into his gut after a devastating charge and pick him up, then slam him into the ground. Boom. All the cars jump an inch off the road and the quakes ripple out. MT Lady and the villain are suddenly in a wrestling match, trying to restrain each other, but exactly as Horizon warned Sato, wrestling doesn't work in a street fight. The villain restrained by Kamui Woods breaks into a full sprint and leaps high into the air, aiming both his feet down at MT Lady's head. MT Lady. Kamui yells out, still attached to the villain. She looks up just in time to see both feet only 20 meters above her face as the other villain tries to hold her still. Curtain. A blue dome forms just in front of her face, covering her entirely and catching the full weight of the dropkick without even cracking. Horizon had appeared on the scene, swapped for a piece of rubble in her hair, now standing atop her long blonde hair. One hand outstretches toward the sky and projecting this large curtain from his palm. Seeing him the villain immediately leaps off the shield, turning around in midair and landing, breaking into a full sprint in the opposite direction, heading toward Mustatafu only 1 mile away, back where this chase began. Seriously. Horizon asks nobody in particular as his curtain drops, then simply summons his sword to his hands and slashes outward. Amputate, the gigantified man's legs detach from the knees downward and his face smashes into the forest floor. He groans in pain that quickly comes to the horrific realization that his legs were missing. As one giant is panicking, Horizon hops down to MT Lady's shoulder and gets closer to the other. The man was still pinned by the woman and completely frozen in fear, now face to face with Japan's mystery-class monster. So, you gonna surrender or do I need to cut you up too? The man immediately shrinks down to his regular size, sheepishly nodding the entire time. As the other giant is panicking over his severed legs, MT Lady just gives Horizon a cute pout. We had that under control, you know, you didn't have to come in at the last moment like that to take the credit. If I thought you had it handled I wouldn't have gotten involved. Horizon hops off her shoulder and summons his hoverboard under her feet, staying at level with her face. He gives the people on the highway a polite wave as the remaining villain shrinks down and surrenders to Kamui. Thank you for the help, Horizon, Kamui says as he approaches them and hops up onto her other shoulder, both the villains quickly restrained at regular sized by his wooden limbs. Your assistance was greatly appreciated. No problem, but hey, I'm kinda late for something, so you don't mind handling the paperwork on this, right? I'll send a report later. What? Kamui asks, but this was technically a team-up, we need to have a combined re. Great. Thanks. See ya. Horizon warps away, swapping for one of his cards before that too disappears. He arrives back into his car without anybody noticing, too busy taking pictures of the pro heroes. He was a lot nicer last time we met him, MT Lady mutters as she shrinks back down. Now he's sticking us with most of the paperwork. We should be thankful he was here, that kick would have been very bad if it did connect. Kamui gestures to the two unconscious villains in his grasp. Now let's hand these two over to the police. How about we get some dango then head home? That sounds great. Her mood suddenly becomes happy at the mention of food, especially when she's not paying. Let go, she begins marching away. And Kamui can't help but appreciate the little victorious strut she does, taking in her assets for a moment before catching up to her. We've been heroes for years and the public is only now recognizing us, but people like Horizon show up and suddenly we're nobody again, he thinks to himself, rather sadly, realizing his ambition of being in the top 5 is unlikely to happen. Looking over to MT Lady happily walking beside him, he can't help but admire her, even with her torn-up suit, bloody and bruised face, and all the dirt and debris in her hair. Absolutely beautiful. Maybe this is enough. He mutters absent-mindedly. She immediately turns to him, enough what? I mean, enough hero work for today, he says quickly. So, what flavor are you trying tonight? End chapter. Chapter 97, Chapter 096, Camp Game Plan. Chapter start. Sitting in Nizu's office, Horizon was reading through a few documents. Scrolling through Nizu's tablet a bit more, he looks up at Nizu, who was typing away at the computer before putting it down. He was currently wearing a casual outfit, a blue t-shirt, and track pants with some black running shoes. His bag for camp and sword were on the couch opposite him as they both wait for Eraserhead. His hero costume and extra visors were safely packed inside it, along with the hoverboard. Okay, what you guys came up with isn't bad, not optimal but not bad, Horizon says. Nizu doesn't bother to stop his work, well those training programs are only for the first month. The outdoor area will allow them to let loose without bothering each other, as well as get some proper survival and rescue training. If we did the latter on UA it wouldn't give the same sense of danger, they need that for proper practice. So there is a second part? Horizon asks. The first week in August the students can spend at home, then they'll have all-day classes at UA to train super moves and the technical aspects of their quirks. Not to mention all the costume upgrades we expect them to make. I see. So training in the woods for a month to gain muscle, and training at UA so they know how to punch better, pretty simple. MHM, and what do you really think of the training programs we have them on, Mr. Quirk Specialist? Horizon rolls his eyes, fine. They're mostly fine, Shoji should be trying to push the limits of what he can make and how many rather than just trying to use them better. That way his brain will adapt to process more input. And Jiro needs to learn to control her breathing, that way she'll better understand the uses of a fast and slow heart rate, since her quirk amplifies her heartbeat to attack, the others can figure out the rest themselves. I'll message Eraser with these changed, Nizu sends a quick message and then resumes his paperwork. MHM. Do you plan to do any personal training? Some. Having all the space at UA is nice but I couldn't put a move I've been thinking about into practice here, if it goes bad I'd rather not be so close to a populated place. An empty forest should be perfect. Nizu stops working and looks up with wide eyes, do I need to be worried? Nah. Nizu resumes his work. A moment later Horizon stands up, Eraser is here, guess that's my ride. I'll see you in a week. A moment later Horizon is sitting in a simple black car, on the more modest and practical side of things, with Eraserhead. He was in the front seat with his bag in the trunk, the entire back seat filled with boxes of supplies Eraserhead packed to take back to the camp, and Horizon soared diagonally across the back since it couldn't fit in the trunk. Sitting in the front seat while Eraser was driving, Horizon tried and failed to get comfortable with the lack of leg room in the car, being forced to just deal with it for the 1-hour drive. Honestly, I'm surprised Nizu doesn't have a set of cars for UA to use on the roads, Horizon says as they begin driving toward the deserted mountain roads, leading out of Muzurafu. Well, the point of UA is that nobody ever has to leave the campus, Eraser says. Yet we're having a training camp in the mountains. Because it's the best way to cram a semester or two of practical hero training into a month. Some of your classmates aren't ready to go up against second or third year hero course students in the exams, so this training is for them more than anyone else. How has that been going? Surprisingly well, they're all very motivated to train, partly because of Ida, and partly because they don't like the way you talk to them. Act like a bitch and I'll treat you like one, it's that simple, Horizon shrugs. Eraser sighs, that is exactly what I was referring to. Whatever, they'll get over it. Nizu mentioned you had outside help at the camp, anyone good? The wild pussycats, Eraser says in an even more annoyed tone, somehow. I should have guessed that. All went to UA, in the same class. Specialize in mountain rescue, and they're in the top 50 pro hero ranking so they aren't useless. Yeah, and only one of them is annoying, Eraser grumbles. What do you mean? I'm guessing it's Ragdoll, right? Nope, she's actually fine, it's Pixie Bob. The sexy blonde. Really? She's always nagging me about when you're gonna show up, she's a fangirl. Oh, that could be fun. Eraser glances over at him then focus back on the mountain road they were already on. Normally I don't have to tell people not to do this, but in this case, don't go trying to seduce a teacher, got it? What a wild and insane assumption, how unexpected. I'm just curious about why she could possibly think so highly of me, he says in a playful tone, betraying his words entirely. Right, because you suddenly care about that. Just don't do it. It's not illegal, I'm already 16. It may not be illegal, but it's unethical, Eraser says. Well, heroes follow laws, not ethics, Horizon argues. If we cared about ethics we wouldn't be arresting vigilantes every day. Eraser looks pissed off for a moment, then fades back to the mask of indifference. We stop them because most of them end up dead since they're untrained. By choice, since it's their choice to join the fight. Because they're following their personal ethics, and so will I, within the law of course. I can't believe you spun something so horrific and made it work for you. Horizon chuckles and takes out his phone. That's half of branding and maintaining a public image, which I'm pretty good at. But it does help that I've been flawless in the public eye anyway. Yeah, and for some reason the way you talk about certain things doesn't turn people away fro. Eraser's eyes go wide as he sees Horizon scrolling through his phone, a common sight since the teen was usually bored during classes. What? Horizon asks, seeing the reaction. Why do you have your phone? You were supposed to leave it at UA. Nizu let me keep it, it runs on the same insulated server as his personal phone, villains can't hack it. Eraser visibly calms down at that, really? Yup, I mean he did design it and build all the software in it, it's unhackable. Besides, aside from All Might and probably Recovery Girl, I'm one of the very few people he knows isn't a spy. Really, how is he so sure? Horizon sighs, do you honestly think I would need any help to kill All Might? I'm probably his worst possible matchup. Quirks like that just can't beat me in a deathmatch. Eraser thinks about it for a second, then nods in agreement. That does make sense, anyone else? Let's find out. Horizon casually reaches over and puts a hand on Eraser's shoulder. Are you in any way helping or contacting the villains? No. Guess you're clean too. What? That's it, you trust me just like that. No, I trust me to see through any lie you try and tell, I'm a pretty good judge of character like that. You really are insane, Eraser says, dismissing it as nothing serious. In truth, exactly as Nizu said, Horizon was keeping scan and polygraph as hidden as possible, and moments ago he did use them on Eraser, finding the men to be completely clean. Now he had one more person that he knew was clean, at least in the case that they weren't willingly aiding the villains. Now I just need to find the leak and put a few holes in them, get the answers I need to track down some big villain solo, then I'll hand what's left over to Nizu and his people. After a few minutes, Eraser glances over to see what Horizon was doing on his phone, noticing him scrolling through the Wild Pussycats Yay page. What are you doing? Research, Horizon says, as if it were obvious. What kind of research? The Pixie Bob kind. What kind of pro doesn't have a solo page? Everything they do is as a team, it's creepy, as if they're attached at the hip. Some people can only be themselves in a team they trust, and working alone can be dangerous, Eraser says. Horizon sighs, there isn't anything useful here, guess I'll have to just wing it. Eraser smiles, then I at least have nothing to worry about, you're horrible with female pro heroes. What? No, I'm not, I'm great with women. Yet Midnight can't stand your guts for whatever reason. Mirko wants to cave your skull in because you kept calling her an idiot, and from that news clip I saw, MT Lady is at least annoyed at you for stealing the spotlight this morning. Okay, I guess that's fair. But I've just never really tried with one of them. If you say so, just try to keep it in your pants during school hours and especially on campus, and for the record, I think you've got enough girl problems. Most of your female classmates either just tolerate you, openly dislike you, or are Momo, and whatever the hell has been going on with Jiro. You've got the branding thing done properly. The best way to destroy that pristine reputation and image is to get women involved. They're just drama and distractions waiting to happen. You've got bigger things to focus on, like your pro hero career. Oh yeah, is that what you tell yourself to cope? Hey. I'm trying to give good advice here. Advice I already know, but I spend almost all my time either training or doing pro hero work. I like to have fun every once in a while. Eraser gives an annoyed groan. The fact that you're even thinking about this is disgusting, but I trust Pixie Bob to conduct herself like a proper hero. Don't know why you're acting surprised, Horizon shrugs. Honestly, sometimes I feel like you people forget that under this visor I'm only 16, fancy shiny toys and beautiful women are still on my mind, a lot. Eraser actually looks over at Horizon for a moment then sighs, and face palms. I'm so used to speaking to you and treating you like another pro hero or teacher that I honestly forgot, I shouldn't have even been discussing things like this with you in the first place. Don't be too hard on yourself, it's not your fault I'm closer to being a pro than a student, I just hope she sees things the same way. Horizon nods, pleased with himself as he keeps scrolling. Train those two losers, work on my new move, fuck a hot blonde, this is normal summer camp stuff, right? End chapter. Chapter 98, Chapter 097, Family Plans. Chapter start. Wow, everyone is already training, pretty good, Horizon says as their car arrives at the main building. A small two-story spa building surrounded by a massive forest walled off on all sides by mountains. You can sense them. Eraser asks as he shuts off the car. They both get out and Horizon takes a moment to stretch his limbs, finally free from the cramped seat. Yeah. Everyone is training in a rocky field a few hundred meters that way, he points in the direction of the training area. Some are in the forest with some big dude, guessing that's Tiger, doing muscle training. And Momo and Sato are, eating cake. Fuel for their quirks, Eraser says as Horizon retrieves his bag and sword. Can you warp these into the training area for me? He gestures to the boxes on the back seat. Yeah, shambles, Horizon snaps his fingers and they disappear, swapped with a lone leaf. Well, that really is convenient, anyway I'll get back to your classmates, I'm sure Pishi. Horizon. Pixie Bob steps out of the main building with a broad smile on her face. Wearing the Wild Pussycats uniform, a miniskirt, boots with metal soles, and a crop top designers like a frilly vest. A spin on the French-made outfit people enjoy. Her signature color is blue to make her stand out from her allies. All wrapped around a 166 cm 5 feet 5, fit and toned stacked blonde with long hair. Wearing a long blue and white striped tail and oversized cat paws in the same colors to match her outfit. And a large metal headgear shaped similar to cat ears with a transparent glass visor across her eyes. Seeing her marching toward them, Eraser wisely decides to leave and go find Mandalay, she'll show you around. He says to Horizon, not in the mood to deal with this blonde ball of energy. As she gets up to Horizon, seeing him standing there with his bag in one hand and sword in the other, suddenly Pixie Bob is staring up at him. Almost a foot taller than her with a physique like All Might. Wow, you're a lot bigger than I expected, you look smaller on TV. Well, hello to you too, and that's probably because you've seen me standing beside All Might, he isn't normal. Oh, that makes sense. Follow me, I'll show you to your room, she gestures to the main building. Lead the way. As he's walking beside her, Horizon can't help but notice a small child in the training area with one of the pros, but doesn't think much of it. So Eraser says you're a fan, what caused that? TCH, I told them not to mention that, she leads them into the reception area of the spa and begins walking toward the stairs. It's not like I'm a fangirl or anything. It's just that my life would be a lot easier if more capable men who thought like you existed. Horizon chuckles at that idea, another me, don't think the world can handle that. But what do you mean exactly? They begin going up the stairs. It's just that when we were all watching the UA Sports Festival, the things you said, the conviction in your voice, it was incredible, she takes a deep breath before continuing. I've been trying to find a nice guy to have a family with for the past year, but all the strong capable guys just want younger girls and don't want anything serious, and I'm running out of time. Hearing you talk about how you'd fight and fight no matter what for the family you'll have one day. It just gave me real hope, it was everything I needed to hear. Horizon looks over to her as they reach the second floor, seeing her smiling happily at him, with teary eyes and all. I'm sure the right guy will come along, you're young and hot, he won't be able to resist. Pixie Bob wipes her eyes as they begin walking down the hallway passing a few rooms, thanks, it's just nice to know I'm not the only hero that wants this future for themselves. It feels like everyone around me just wants to work until they die and keep focusing on hero rankings, then that makes me feel like I'm some kind of a fake hero that's being selfish for wanting to have a family and quit. That's the same plan I have, Horizon says, catching her off guard. What? I don't plan to go full throttle on being a hero forever. When I have a family of my own, I'll focus more on the miracle doctor side of Horizon again. I'll leave the fighting villains for people that rather save strangers than go home to their families. It may not be what people think is heroic, and maybe it is selfish, but I just don't care. My people always come first, nobody else matters. They stop in front of the last door and Horizon sees her staring up at him. Don't ever feel guilty for putting the people you love first, and wanting to be in their lives to take care of them and watch them grow. I think that's the most beautiful thing a person can do in this life, and it's the least you deserve for all you've done. Looking into her bright blue eyes, Horizon sees her pupils dilate as her brain short-circuits, staring up at him with pleading eyes. Wow, strong reaction, and I haven't even started trying yet. I wish I thought as far ahead as you, Pixie Bob admits quietly. You've still got time, just trust the process. She gives him a toothy smile and nods happily. All right, we can chat after you get all settled in. She slides open the door to reveal a simple but comfortable room, with a connected bathroom and shower. Wow, he says as they both enter. Yeah, we all bought the land in this valley and set up this resort a few years ago. Usually, we're never here so we rent out the place year-round. The hot springs are pretty popular actually. Smart move. Yup, you got one of the rooms, the pros are in the other rooms but the other students are down on the first floor. Nisa said your special circumstances need privacy. Southwest, this is your place for the week. The boys from each class are in one of the big open rooms downstairs. All the girls got put into one big room since it's not many of them. But you're up here. Setting down his bags and sword, Horizon turns to Pixie Bob, who was standing at the window in the room looking out at the forest. So, what other fun things are there for us to do this week? 10 minutes later. Walking up the stairs toward Horizon's room, Mandalay, the leader of the Wild Pussycats. A woman built much like Pixie Bob, only a hair thinner and slightly less curvy, with dark red hair and a light red version of their team's uniform. As she arrives at the second floor, she keeps her casual pace toward Horizon's room, until she stops dead in her tracks. Her ears just barely pick up Pixie Bob's giddy voice, hearing her speaking between giggles. Wow, it's so big. Mandalay blinks a few times, not sure of what she just heard. She takes up a more brisk pace. Are you sure? Okay, let me, just, like this. She hears Pixie Bob's voice even clearer now. Yeah, just like that, Horizon says. Don't let the size bother you, it's just like any other one. Mandalay breaks into a full power walk and arrives at the closed sliding door. Bam. The slams the door to the side, looking at them with pissed off and manic eyes, gritting her teeth. What the hell is, she freezes, seeing Pixie Bob waving around Horizon's sword with a wide smile on her face. Looking between Pixie Bob's confused expression, Horizon sitting on the bed casually instructing her, and the 145 centimeters 4 feet 9, white katana with a blue edge, it all came together. And Mandalay decides to pretend she didn't just barge in here expecting something else. I mean, what's been taking you two so long? Mandalay asks. Oh, Horizon was showing me how to use a katana, but this one is really heavy. Horizon shrugs and gets up. The alternative was a collapsible one, but that's less durable. I'd rather have this. Also, I asked Pixie Bob to show me her quirk. Yeah, look, Pixie Bob gestures to the dresser, where a small dirt statue of Horizon, just 3 inches tall, was standing. I made him this with earth flow. Mandalay just sighs and rolls her eyes. You'll have time to chat later, right now you've got students to deal with. They need more earth walls to practice on, let's go. Want me to warp us there? Horizon asks as they all file out of the room. Actually, I wanted to ask you a favor, Mandalay says, and Pixie Bob immediately falls back a bit so they were both walking in front of her, something Horizon didn't fail to notice. Okay, what do you need? It's about my nephew, Coda. So that's the kid with. Horizon pauses and opens a room, finding his target. With Ragdoll. Wow, Eraser really wasn't kidding, Mandalay says. That's both impressive and really creepy, and it works on people you've never seen before. It's like a better version of Ragdoll's quirk. I'm the better version of a lot of quirks, so what do you need? Coda's parents, my cousin, and his wife, they were a hero team, Water Hose. They died recently and well, he hasn't been the same ever since. How'd they die? There was a villain that wanted to go on a rampage, and they died protecting the civilians, but he got away. Okay, so what the kid needs me assign a shirt or something. Hoverboard ride. It's a bit more complicated than that, Mandalay sighs. You see, Coda's staying with me now. But ever since his parents died, he's really grown a hatred of heroes. He blames people wanting to be a hero for why his parents didn't come back home, and when he saw that clip of your speech from the sports festival, it only made him hate heroes even more. Oh, the whole, heroes sacrifice themselves and their families to save strangers thing, okay, so. Well, I was hoping you could talk to him about that, maybe tell him that what they did was right. I mean, they saved dozens of people from that monster. They're heroes. So if you, the only hero he doesn't hate, and the person everyone is calling the true hero, says they made the right call, maybe he'd listen. Horizon stops, causing Pixie Bob to bump into him and stumble back a bit. Sorry, she says. He ignores her and turns to Mandalay, so let me get this straight. You want me to say that they made the right call? When not one, but both parents decided to die and orphan their kid, to save people they don't even know. Did you not listen to anything I've been saying? About how people with families waiting at home shouldn't be heroes exactly because of things like this. And now what? You want me to go back on everything I said just because it's someone important to you? The people close to you should always come first, and I'm sorry for what happened to him and his parents, but they knew exactly what they were doing. I just wish their kid didn't have to live with the consequences of it. But the way I see it, I tell him they did the right thing and he becomes just like you, another person brainwashed by the hero-centric media propaganda to throw your life away and destroy your family for some losers on the street. Absolutely disgusting. Your people are supposed to come first, anyone else is an afterthought. Parents should know that better than anyone. So no, I won't be talking to him, because at least now he won't grow up to throw his life away like them. He'll actually be there to see his kids grow up. How can you be so cruel? Mandalay yells. His parents, my cousin, they were good people, good heroes, real heroes. Don't you think every child should grow up knowing their parents were good and just people, that every child should look up to their parents as heroes? That's what I'm asking you to help me with. Horizon's voice becomes a low growl, causing a shiver to travel down Pixie Bob's spine and Mandalay to take a careful step back. I'm not lying about my beliefs just because it's convenient for you. Just be glad I was polite about it this time. He immediately begins walking away, leaving both women in the main building. Mandalay was fuming. How can that be a hero? He's such an ass. Pixie Bob looks at her friend, nodding along, but the voice in her head couldn't disagree any more. She agreed entirely but just didn't have the heart to start that catfight. Then came Horizon. The conviction and intensity in Horizon's words as he spoke the things she's wanted to say for so long, it cemented the idea in her mind even more. I need to find a guy like him. End chapter. Chapter 99, Chapter 098, Summer Training. Chapter start. Walking through the rocky training area, Horizon is surrounded by a circus of students training. Everyone using their quirks non-stop. He sees Zero atop a small hill constantly firing off streams of tape non-stop. Sato and Momo are sitting at a table eating sweets while constantly using their quirks. Mina is trying to melt a massive boulder while Jiro is standing slightly off the side talking to Eraserhead. Horizon sees a set of massive gashes in the boulder away from Mina, so Jiro was constantly stabbing into the rock with her jacks. Since they're organic, they should work like bone and heal to be stronger and more precise. Eraser must be giving her my suggestion about her heart rate. Sparing a few people a glance, and having a small chuckle at the sight of Uraraka inside a gain bubble ball rolling down a hill, training to fight the nausea of using her quirk, he makes his way to the edge of the training area where the forest begins. There he finds yet another member of the Wild Pussycats. Yawara Katara, Tiger, standing at 190 centimeters 6 feet 3 he had brown skin, lighter than the color of his particular pussycat's outfit. Wearing the same crop top and skirt combo as the others. He was slightly shorter and less muscular than Horizon, but the way he was treating his students and the looks on their faces clearly showed he was intimidating. But after training with Arsenal, it takes a lot to rattle Horizon. Approaching the small grassy clearing between the trees, Horizon sees the men yelling at the power-type students. Or more accurately, power-type student. Because only Deku technically fit that description, and the only other student in this training section was Hitoshi Shinso. Both were in their PE uniforms like everyone else, but Shinso was stuck training physically since nobody else could actually resist his quirk, and he needed to catch up physically to Hero Corps students. Looking at him, Horizon could see that he put on some muscle, nothing absurd like Horizon's gains, but he certainly wasn't the lanky stick from the sports festival. He was also wearing a shorter version of Eraserhead's scarf capture weapon around his neck. Oh, so we have two Aizawas now, Horizon thinks as he sees the bags under Shinso's eyes. Come on. Tiger screams at Deku. One for all, 5%. Deku launches a smash directly at Tiger's chest. Using his quirk, Pliabody, Tiger makes his body pliable and flexible, twisting his torso for the strike to miss. Too obvious. Tiger yells as he connects a right hook into Deku's side, knocking him a few feet away into a tree. Deku falls to the floor, and within seconds he's back on his feet, much faster than the first day of camp. For everyone here, their 3 weeks of training have caused extreme improvements. Nice hit, Horizon says, causing all three people to turn toward him. At least I think it was, hard to tell with how your quirk works. Thanks, Tiger says as both Deku and Shinso stop training to listen in, then he immediately turns to them. I didn't say you could rest. Push-ups. Now. They both instantly drop down and continue. I'm actually here for Shinso, time for his quirk training. Oh, alright, Shinso, you're training with Horizon now. Tiger turns back to Horizon as Shinso gets up and dusts himself off. So how'd you like your room? It's great, honestly this entire resort is exactly what I needed after the last few weeks of hero work. Tiger nods, frowning as he knew what Horizon meant. That last League of Villains attack was despicable, honestly I was against you even leaving Tokyo to come here. And that was even before that attack happened, taking you out of the field just isn't smart. But Principal Nizu insists on you helping them with their quirks. Besides it's not like us pro heroes are helpless, and now the villains know that too after Endeavor incinerated the USJ Nomo. Yeah, but most people aren't Endeavor, Horizon says. That's true, but while you're a one-of-a-kind occurrence, you aren't the only powerful future pro hero in your class. In fact, I don't think UA has ever had a class with this much talent in it. Boom. The sound of a loud explosion echoes through the training area as Bakugo starts training on the other side of the camp. Speak of the devil, huh? Horizon chuckles. Yeah, by regular standards there are some impressive people here, but nothing about me is normal, and that includes my expectations from people. That much I've overheard, Tiger says quietly. Your classmates were worried about having you see them train, you really should work on your attitude, it'll make it much easier to have friends. TCH, if they're so worried about what people think then they're too pathetic to be around me anyway, just get better, it really is that simple. Tiger frowns at that, for some people it's not that easy. Whatever, Horizon turns around and begins walking away. Shinso, come on. Shinso falls into step behind Horizon as they walk across the field, all the way to Ragdoll who was sitting on a stack of wooden boxes. Sitting beside her was Toru, earning her PE uniform, and they were both watching Sato and Momo constantly eating at a table a few feet away, seemingly chatting about something that was making Toru nervous. As Horizon comes into view of everyone, Momo immediately starts choking, scrambling to find her water. Not wanting him of all people to see her like this. Sitting at a short table scarfing down a whole wedding cake with her bare hands while constantly using her quirk, not ladylike at all. But while she scrambles to wipe her hands and face and drink some water, Horizon walks past without even sparing her a glance. Toru, training time, Horizon says. Toru just looks away and leans over to Ragdoll. Ragdoll was the final member of the Wild Wild Pussycats that Horizon would meet, completing the set. She's also the person who came up with the idea for the group. She was a short woman with long green hair and large eyes, with golden pupils. She wore a yellow version of the Pussycats outfit and had pink whiskers drawn onto her face with makeup. Toru fails to make herself small enough to hide behind Ragdoll before the woman hops off the crates and stands in front of Horizon. Hi there. She says in an excited voice, far too excited for him to deal with at 8 a.m. Hey, I'm Horizon, I'm just here for Toru to start training. Yeah, about that, Ragdoll gives him a sheepish look. So before you start, could you maybe give her a small apology? Sitting nearby, both Momo and Sato stop eating, suddenly becoming very worried for everyone involved. Shinso just stands back, not interested in any of this nonsense. Why would I ever have to apologize to her? Horizon looks up to see Toru looking down at the floor, almost 2 weeks after he'd revealed he could see her and she hasn't been able to talk to him or even look at his face, visor. Well, you embarrassed her, Ragdoll says. Come on, just a small apology. Horizon looks past Ragdoll and directly at Toru. I don't owe you anything, and you'll never get one. And since I'm the only person that can train you to control that quirk, either get over it and stop wasting my time, or go fuck yourself. Horizon turns and begins walking away, toward a spot he can use to train them, not even bothering to wait for Toru. As he's a few steps away, he feels a tingling at the back of his head, someone trying to make a connection to his mind. He slowly turns around to look at Ragdoll. Don't try that again. She looks confused and scared. Why didn't that work? Because I don't want it to. Ragdoll shakes her head, not understanding. Her quirk, Search, allows her to make a connection to up to 100 people and save them in her mind. Within the range of a few miles she can then locate them. This quirk has no time limit, and if the amount of people stored is reached, then the first to be added is replaced. It's for safety, Ragdoll says. Everyone at camp has to be in my quirk in case someone gets lost. I'll be fine, just stay out of my head. Before Horizon can even take a few steps away, Toru stops him, running up to him and Shinso. Wait, she yells out. Please, teach me how to control my quirk. Horizon turns around to see Toru staring up at him with a determined look, forcing herself not to look away. Good, now hold still. Wah! Toru freezes as he puts his large hand flat across the middle of her chest. This is step 1, he says before anyone can start yelling, holding her shoulder so she doesn't break contact. Listen very carefully to me, your quirk cannot be deactivated in your current state. Have you been doing the meditation exercises I suggested? Toru nods stiffly, eyes closed and blushing up a storm. Off to the side, Momo absent-mindedly glared at the scene, angrily eating pieces of cake. Good, that makes you aware of this state. Next I'm going to remove your heart. What? Toru screams out. Wait, you can't do that, Ragdoll says, approaching to try and separate them. She'll be fine, this is what my quirk does, Horizon says. This will put her body into a kind of emergency power mode. Right now her power consumption on her quirk is so minimal that she's never even noticed it, but this should shut it down anyway. He feels Toru breathing quickly, terrified of the idea. But she's so desperate for this. Desperate to have somewhat of a normal life. Meet a boy, fall in love, have a whirlwind romance, and have a family. And now she didn't have to wait to become a pro hero for someone to finally notice her. Mess, Horizon says, and out comes her heart. He cradles her with one arm so she doesn't fall and puts the heart behind his back. All before her eyes open. Showing someone their own beating heart always ends in disaster. And everyone around is amazed at what they see. Toru Hagakure, short, slim, stacked, pale skin and greenish-pink long wild hair. As she comes to her senses and looks down at her hands, the tears begin flowing, and they can't seem to stop. Ugh, Horizon drops her to the floor, causing her to wince as Ragdoll rushes over. Focus on your own body and get used to this state, then when I give you back your heart you should be able to mentally put yourself into this state. The girl barely responds between sobs and Horizon just begins walking away, signaling Shinso to join him. Shinso actually has a horrified expression on his face. Seeing this on a replay is one thing, but witnessing Horizon remove a heart in person was downright horrific. The already intimidating reputation and presence just seemed that much heavier. Off to the side, it took everything for Momo and Sato not to lose their lunch. Sato quickly lost that battle, while Momo forced herself to hold it down, trying her best not to appear weak in front of her crush. As Shinso falls into step behind Horizon, he glances over to see Pixie Bob working with Juzo and a few others. But she gives him a small wave which he actually mirrors. Alright Shinso, let's get some actual training in. End chapter. Chapter 100, Chapter 099, Camp Gossip. Chapter start. As the sun was setting and training was done for the day, Pixie Bob eagerly volunteered to go find the final student, Horizon. Aside from him, everyone else could be called by Mandalay's Quirk, but Horizon always has to be difficult. He completed training with Shinso hours ago and was doing his own training now. In a small rocky area at the end of the training area, she sees him standing completely still with both his arms out. His hands clasped together as if he were hiding something between them. I wonder how this is training his Quirk. She casually strolls up to him. And the moment she's within 10 meters. Taking that one step forward into his room, she suddenly feels her foot get cold. As if she stepped into the winter season all of a sudden. She immediately hops back, and sees Horizon turn to her, now sensing her as she entered his room. Are you okay? Yeah, she taps her foot a few times to make sure. I guess I should have called out to you, but I figured you'd just sense me walking over here. I was focused on something else. He shrugs and walks over to her, raising a hand to touch her shoulder. Hold still. As his hand touches her shoulder, he does a full scan of her body. Finding no damage from the sudden cold or other effects, and her body functioning perfectly, if only running rather hot. Okay, you're good. Did you just give me a checkup? She gives him a slightly worried look. Shouldn't you ask permission before that? I try to keep certain things about my Quirk quiet, so I hope you can keep this between us. I can trust you, right? She shakes her head, exasperated by his casual attitude about this, then nods. Alright, but only because you're a doctor, just don't do that to me again without asking first. Horizon chuckles at that, leaning down to tower over her, getting much closer to her face. Well, it didn't tell me anything new, already knew you were hot, now I just know what the right spots are. Him being this forward with his intentions causes her to freeze, then she furrows her brow and shoves him back as hard as she could, forcing herself to take a step back as she couldn't move him. She angrily stomps her foot and folded her arms. I'm supposed to do the teasing. She points an accusing finger at him. Don't you know you're supposed to get all flustered and shy? This isn't cute at all. She yells before turning and stomping away. Horizon gives a loud and genuine laugh as he begins walking behind her. You know, maybe I should get you upset more often. He focuses on the unconscious sway in her hips as she's walking away. This view is definitely worth it. Pixie Bob freezes, gives an annoyed groan, then continues walking, not correcting her strut at all. By the time they arrive back at the main building 200 meters away, Pixie Bob has already settled down and is walking beside Horizon. So were you trying to make a nice attack, maybe something like Todoroki? She asks. Not really, that's just a side effect. Oh, so what were you trying to do? I'd rather not say, but you already know more than anyone else, let's just keep this between us. Oh yeah, no problem, she nods along happily as they continue to chatter. Their arrival at camp isn't missed by many people. Pixie Bob was always a ball of energy that had everyone drawn toward her. And Horizon usually had a presence that could fill any room. So when they walked into the clearing with her laughing at something he said, it earned an annoyed look from Momo. An exasperated sigh from Eraserhead. A glance from Jiro, who just put her head back down and kept trying to ignore her feelings. And an enraged, vicious glare from Mandalay, directed directly at her best friend. Pixie Bob winces as Mandalay uses her telepathy quirk to begin screaming directly into her head. Sorry, I need to help Mandalay with something. Have fun cooking, she says before rushing off to follow Mandalay inside. Alright, Horizon doesn't pay it any mind as he looks about the clearing. Lots of long picnic tables were already set up with raw food lining them. Classes 1A and 1B were trying their best to prepare their curry, and Horizon couldn't help but roll his eyes at how helpless most of them seemed. Hey, Horizon. Siro yells out, waving to him from a table with Momo, Jiro, and Kodai. You cook a lot, can you help us out, man? We haven't made one decent meal since camp started. Aside from Bakugo, all the other students look to him as their savior, finally having someone who can actually cook. You've got to be kidding me. None of you idiots can cook. Siro chuckles nervously, the only person willing to speak up at the moment. Well, Sato just bakes, and Bakugo can cook, but he sucks at telling us how to do stuff. Tsu cooks simple stuff, but since it's a lot of food it never turns out good. Great, Horizon walks up to the ingredients and takes a look. Add this to the long list of things you idiots are bad at. Anyway, just do what I say and we'll be fine. 20 minutes later, after Horizon tells everyone exactly how to prepare the food, and has to teach some basic cooking skills, Kaminari and Ojiro are standing at one of the fire pits after loading it with firewood. Man, can you believe this? Kaminari says to Ojiro. He's good at everything and can cook too. How are guys like us supposed to compete with that? Yeah, all I've got is a tail, not much to work with even before we were stuck in a class with him. Kaminari sighs. All the girls are gonna be all over him, there won't be any for us, he whines. Ojiro awkwardly chuckles and rubs the back of his neck. Actually, Toru and I sort of, maybe said we liked each other a month or so back, and now that she thinks she can learn to control her quirk she wants us to start dating. Kaminari freezes. What? He lunges forward and frantically shakes Ojiro by the shoulders. How can you do this to me? She's like the cutest girl here. Well, I didn't know that at the time. I just thought she was really cool and fun. Ojiro pries Kaminari's hands off him. Everyone notices this scene, and the other girls immediately look at Toru, understanding exactly what Kaminari must have now learned. The look in Mina's eyes told them that the girls' room would be filled with chatter tonight. Approaching the duo, Horizon turns to Kaminari. Why haven't you lit the fire? Huh, he snaps back to his senses. Oh sorry, Todoroki is in the bathroom, we're waiting for him to get back. Just do it yourself, you're wasting time. I'm the electric guy, not the fire guy, Jolteon not Flareon, he says with a giggle. Beneath his visor, Horizon rolls his eyes. No, you're just a retard. Tact. One of the pieces of firewood rays out of the fire and into his hand. Placing it horizontally between his palms, he focuses on his hands. Counter shock. Both his hands begin to spark before the electricity begins traveling between his palms through the wood. A few seconds later it cracks slightly, then begins smoking, and suddenly he's holding a burning piece of firewood and drops it back into the fire pit. Everyone just looks on in surprise as Horizon raises his palm in the same manner and shows the energy leap from one to the other in small arcs. Wow, I didn't know I could do that. Kaminari mutters. TCH, electric and fire quirks are the most well documented after Strength Enhancer. Learn to read, then pick up a book. But I can't do that, Kaminari says, copying the same motions and using electricity on both hands, but it refused to leap from one to the next. You just need to train more. You're the only electric type in our class and yet you're the worst electricity user, plus the girls you'll want don't want silver medalists. That should be motivation enough. Ouch, Ojiro says, feeling second-hand pain just from hearing that. Horizon abruptly turns and begins walking back to his table to do the final checks on all the food they prepared. None of you have entirely new quirks, just learn from people who came before you. It's a lot easier than figuring it out yourself like I had to. Kaminari just sighs and deflates. Sometimes I really wish I could hate that guy. He then turns to Ojiro. How come he's never so hard on you? Well, my quirk is just a tail. He only gets mad when people aren't optimal or as strong as they could be. I don't have as much wasted potential since it's just a tail, Ojiro shrugs. It's probably the only benefit to my quirk being so boring. Horizon just ignores it. Later, while everyone is eating, Horizon is sitting with his usual people. Shiro, Momo, Jiro, and Tokoyami. But this time Kodai was beside Shiro silently enjoying her dinner. At the far side of the clearing, Deku, Shinso, Uraraka, and Todoroki are eating together with a few others from Class 1B. So you literally caught the building, Shiro says in amazement as Horizon shows them his profile, catching them all up on what happened since they started camp. Yeah, it's been a long few weeks. There were a lot of small-time cases between Stain and the Nomu attack, then there was the warehouse of Trigger. I guess you really didn't need this camp, huh? I'm mostly just here to train those two, and some fresh air is nice. We've got 6 more days here, so I'm gonna try to get some training in too, of course. Always striving to improve, Momo says as she finishes her food. As one could expect from Horizon. Well, my journey to being the #1 pro hero has already begun, no time to slack off now. I thought you said you didn't care about rank, Jiro says, finally speaking to him. Then immediately goes back to her food, trying to ignore him once more. Things have changed, that rank is useful. And honestly, where else would I be if not #1? The other spots just don't fit me, he shrugs. After some more light chatter and everyone filling him in on how their camp experience is going, dinner is finally done and everyone starts packing up. Washing their dishes and heading inside to get cleaned up and enjoy the hot springs. Yet as Horizon is sitting outside and scrolling through his phone, one person takes the seat opposite him. Shouldn't you be with the other girls? He looks up from his phone to see Kendo sitting across from him, her knuckles bloody and bandaged from today's training. I just wanted to talk to you, what? Can't I just talk to you? Here to confess your boundless love for me, already. Kendo rolls her eyes. You really aren't my type, maybe if you weren't such a jerk to almost everyone around you, but I just want to talk about something like that. Did Shiro finally tell Kodai he likes her? No, he's still being all shy about it. All the girls already know, including her, so she's just waiting. But I'm here to talk about the other two. Oh, that. Horizon puts down his phone to give her his full attention. What about them? Well, since all the girls share one room here, it came out pretty quickly with who likes you, and now the other girls know that they like you. Still. Was what I said at the pool not enough? I really don't have time for any serious relationship stuff. Trust me, we've tried more than a few nights to talk them out of it, but Momo thinks you're some kind of perfect faultless god. Accurate. Kendo stops and gives him an annoyed look, and Jiro says she's over you. The poor girl is so deep in denial it's drowning her. What does this have to do with me? Kendo sighs, giving him a pleading look. Honestly, I don't think this will stop until it either blows up in their face or they get what they want, or whatever compromise you all make. But I'm just asking, as a friend, we're friends, right? I've never really had friends my age before, but I think we're close to it. Kendo looks a bit saddened at that. Well, as your friend, because we are friends, please don't hurt them. Because Momo and Jiro are my friends too, alright? Yeah, however this plays out, I'll be nice about it. Thank you. Kendo gives a polite nod and stands up to leave. As she leaves, Horizon returns to his phone. Teenage romance bullshit, like I have time to focus on that. I've got villains to hunt. End chapter. Chapter 101, Chapter 100, Camp Fun. Chapter start. Before sunrise, Horizon is already standing in the training area, his room expanded to the limit, reaching 7 kilometers in every direction, just barely enough to touch the lowest clouds. Wearing only his white and blue Horizon brand hoodie with the middle open to show off the design of his body glove, and a pair of blue shorts. He swings his sword with perfect two-handed form, slashing at the clouds. Sensing everyone getting dressed and waking up, he feels the pros already moving. And he can sense Pixie Bob approaching him, but she stops 20 meters away. You can come closer this time, he yells out to her without stopping his strikes. You aren't supposed to be outside without permission. Your lucky ragdoll's quirk doesn't work on you or you'd be in big trouble. I just like to get some training in without people crowding me. Waking up early is the easiest way to do that. Sword training? She asks, now standing just a meter away from him, eyes drinking in his physique, tracing every inch of the body glove. And quirk training? He stops and turns to her, then points the sword at the closest cloud. See that cloud? Yeah. I was slashing it. She looks more closely at the cloud, then turns back to Horizon. But it just looks like a normal cloud. Shouldn't it be like, split down the middle or something? It's water vapor, cut smoke, and it just reforms. It's the same thing. My cuts aren't air slashes so they don't push the cloud apart. I'm just practicing my range. You need more range than that. For what? You plan to cut the moon in half. Just in case, Horizon shrugs. Plus it helps me burn energy so I can sleep better. Oh, I usually have trouble sleeping too. Want some help with that? Horizon freezes, then looks at her, not seeing any change in her excited demeanor. Well, I figured we were at least a day or two from that stage, but sure. Pixie Bob looks confused for a moment, then a look of realization dawns on her, then she just pouts. I meant we could have a spar. I'd rather not. My quirk makes sparring boring in most cases. Practicing my slashes burns more energy, no offense. Pixie Bob glares at him. Sounds like you're scared to fight a real pro. Horizon sighs. Well, fine, alright, rules. Well, try not to cut me up or anything like that, okay? Pixie Bob says while making some space between them, backing to 20 meters away. Okay, and how hands-on can I get? As much as you want, but this kitty has claws and I will use them. She swipes at the air a few times between them. Worth it, Horizon says jokingly, and sheathes his sword. Call it. Finally, let's see if you're all talk. Fight. Pixie Bob yells out. Suddenly the palms of her cat gloves begin glowing blue as her quirk activates. She bends down to plant her palms on the floor. Using her quirk earth flow, she can mold dirt and rock to form objects or even golems to obey her command, or she can simply alter the terrain to suit her needs. Shambles. Before her palms touch the ground to activate her quirk, she swaps places with his sword and feels his large hands at her hips, holding her aloft in the air to face him. Feet dangling a foot from the floor. Countershock. Ah. She screams, but nothing happens. Huh? Opening her eyes, she sees Horizon's visor just looking up at her, then feels his laughter reverberate through her as he tosses her just a foot into the air and catches her. Holding her in a full and more intimate princess carry. So, still think I'm all talk? No, you win. She folds her arms across her chest, surprisingly not bothered by the way he's holding her. I always do. I tried to warn you. But why didn't you shock me? I prefer you how you are. How is that? Not fried. Pretty. Pixie Bob stiffens in his arms, then sighs. Did this spar even do anything for you? He tightens his grip on her for a moment, making her much more aware of how close she was to him. Yeah, this is pretty fun, but if you're talking about helping me sleep, nope. Well, let's see. Pixie Bob turns to him and taps the side of her headgear, causing a few numbers to appear in her clear visor as the tint becomes slightly yellow. What's that supposed to be? A high-energy power reader. Ragdoll invented it based on her search quirk. It lets us lock onto energy readings if they're big enough. Todoroki and Midoriya have pretty good readings while their quirk is active and in use. Oh, and what's mine? It's flat right now but I'm in scanning mode. Just activate your quirk and we'll see. Okay. Booster shot. Booster shot. Booster shot. Booster shot. Booster shot. Well. Wow, Pixie Bob was literally reeling back from the reading she was seeing. He dumped nearly half of his power in one go. You're at 170, that's unreal. What's the record? All Might, we met him once at the annual hero ranking ceremony, that was about 9 years ago. He scored over 1,000, the scanner doesn't go that high so it broke. And my classmates? Well, only Todoroki and Midoriya had readings that I bothered measuring since Kaminari has a set amount of amps he can hold. Todoroki got 70 and Midoriya got 50 while using his quirk to spar with Tiger, but I think he can do more for a big attack. Huh, so even holding back I'm still using more energy than them. How do I get one of those scanners? Oh, sorry it's Ragdoll's patent, aside from us nobody gets them. It could be dangerous in the wrong hands. Pixie Bob gives him an apologetic look. Well, I guess that makes sense, maybe I'll put in a request to. Horizon suddenly stops talking and gently sets her down on her own feet. Suddenly she goes from enjoying his warmth to standing on her own feet as if they weren't just sharing a moment. What's wrong? Company, he nods toward the woods where the others would soon be emerging from. Oh, right. Yeah, if Mandalay saw that she would have yelled at me again. She mutters. Again. We don't have time to get into that, she says as they see everyone entering the training area, with Shinso making his way toward Horizon. Well, we both have trouble sleeping, so you can tell me later. Pixie Bob gives him a mischievous smile before walking away, heading toward another day of training with Kendo and her other designated students. 8 p.m. After everyone ate, another delicious meal thanks to Horizon, they all got cleaned up and half of the students came back outside to talk a bit. Or in this case, play cards. Horizon. Mina yells as she sits on the bend across from him, sliding to the side and shoving Zero down a seat or two so she's directly in front of Horizon. Mina. Let's play. She takes a deck of cards from her jacket and sets it down on the table. No. Come on, it'll be fun, just you and me, we can make a small bet if you want. A small bet. Horizon immediately figures out what she really wanted. And if you win? Oh, nothing much, hee. Mina looks toward a table where some of the girls were sitting with a mischievous glint in her eyes. I just want to know who you think are the most attractive girls in our class. Right, so this is a game of truth with extra steps, and when I win. How about I do the same but with the boys? Mina asks. No, I don't really care about what you think about anything. How about after you see your hand on the first game I'll make my request? Deal. Mina says. I don't know many games but, how about this, each of us gets 3 cards face down. And the highest hand wins, ace is 1. We both start with 10 chips and first to 0 loses. Seems simple enough. Ready. Mina says. Okay, deal the cards, then I'll think of something. After Mina deals the cards she places the deck in the middle. As she was dealing Horizon checked his cards. Queen of Hearts, Queen of Diamonds, and Jack of Hearts. A nearly invincible hand. He only lifted them up slightly before setting them back down on the table, not wanting her to see the reflection in his visor. As Mina sets down the pack she raises up her cards a few moments after he sets down his, a wide smile splits her face as she gives him a victorious look. You should just give up now, she says. Oh really, how confident are you in that hand? I'm gonna win. Mina declares. Okay, Horizon takes out his phone and types out something on the screen, then carefully shows it to her, leaving everyone around them completely out of the loop as they all watch the game unfold. Keep this between us. What? Seriously? Come on. If you're so confident then betting that shouldn't be an issue, right? Horizon shrugs. Mina gets a slight purple tinge on her cheeks and she gives him a sheepish look. Alright, deal, you're on. Perfect, Horizon takes another peek at his cards, after a few seconds he sets them back on the table face down. I'll raise you all my points, he reaches forward and flips the top card from the deck. This allows her to better estimate what was in his hand and alter her bets accordingly, but at this point it was useless. She had no choice but to bet everything to match him. She feels her heart drop to her stomach, looking down at her hand, Queen of Hearts, Queen of Diamonds, and Jack of Hearts. A nearly invincible hand. No way, he can't have third kings, that's like 1 in 10 billion odds or something, he's just messing with me to freak me out, Mina thinks to herself, unable to read Horizon through his visor. Alright, she says and flips over her cards. revealing the Queen of Hearts, Queen of Diamonds, and Jack of Hearts. You lose, Horizon says, flipping his cards to reveal 3 kinds, a perfect hand. What? No way. Mina jumps up to her feet and stares down in shock. No way, rematch. No, when camp is over you can pay up. Mina opens her mouth to argue, but just shuts up and sits down, trying to at least keep some dignity. Don't worry, you can take your time, the longer you take the better it gets anyway, Horizon says. But this is what you get for going about it like this, you should have just asked. In terms of who I find most appealing in our class. Well, Momo is the hottest, but Jiro is the cutest by far. Then Toru is cute but she never shuts up. Then Floaty follows Deku around like some pathetic puppy, it's still disgusting. Then Tsu would be a lot higher, but I'd never let that tongue anywhere near me after seeing her handle rubble and people with it. And lastly is you. Me. Mina asks, looking slightly hurt by that. You'd be almost at the top, but... Because I'm pink, and have horns. No, because my trust issues and common sense demand I not put my dick in a potential acid fountain, that's all. Everyone, even Mina, winces at that image, unable to argue with the logic in that statement. Next time you want to know something, just ask. I appreciate people being direct and not wasting my time, okay? Yeah, thanks anyway. Mina gets up and quietly heads over to the girls' table, and a moment later they all head inside, likely to discuss the results she got. After they leave, Zero leans forward to Horizon. So, what did you get from Mina? I don't think she'd want me to tell anyone, sorry. Aw, come on, not even a hint. Nope. Zero sighs, alright fine, but how'd you do that thing with the cards, third kings, that should be like, 1 in 100 million or something. It's 1:132,600. And all I did was use my quirk, she never said we couldn't. UA Hero course encourages quirk use wherever possible, right? Really, how could you see her card like you sense people? Zero asks. No, I can't do that. All I did was look at my cards, see I had a super strong hand. Shambles it so they swap with her cards without her noticing, then I kept shuffling the garbage hand she got until I got third kings from the deck. Simple. You did that without us seeing the cards move. Takes a lot more focus but it's not impossible. Now if you don't mind, Horizon stands up, sensing the teacher about to tell everyone to get to bed. I need to go prepare for the rest of my night. End chapter. Chapter 102, Chapter 101, Late Night Chat. Chapter start. Stirring awake at night, Momo sits up and unzips her sleeping bag, feeling her head throbbing from all the training she's done today. Just 5 more days, Momo, this is what it takes to be a great hero, she thinks to herself, looking around to see all the other girls scattered about the room on their sleeping bags. She passes a hand through her long hair, currently down instead of in her signature spiky ponytail, and carefully gets up, using the moonlight to avoid stepping on anyone. Wearing just a pair of pink shorts and a red t-shirt with Genesis printed on the front, she arrives at the paper sliding door to the room and carefully opens it, taking a look back to make sure she hadn't disturbed anyone. Scanning the room, she sees Tsu tightly bundled up in her sleeping bag. Jiro is laying halfway atop Setsuna, and Toru and Mina sleeping atop each other. Momo frowns slightly as she sees Mina. The girl had refused to tell them what Horizon won from her, but from her reaction, they all assumed it was something rather naughty. Before she knew it, Momo was glaring at Mina, a slight tinge of jealousy and envy bubbling up, but she just takes a deep breath and lets it go. Mina only pulled that stunt with the card because of her own self-depreciation after all. The girl was sick of hearing Momo claim that Horizon would never be attracted to her and decided to go to the source. Stepping out of the room and closing the paper door, Momo makes her way over to the dining area, getting a bottle of water and making a painkiller in her palm to deal with the headache. As she's walking back to the girls' room, however, she hears the sound of a door closing, coming from the lounge area of the resort. Momo is immediately on alert, knowing that at this hour only Eraserhead and Vlad King would be up, but they always stay in one of their rooms to discuss training progress. With careful steps she keeps one of her hands behind her back, ready to make a weapon if needed. But as she slowly pushes open the door, she sees Horizon sitting on the couch, scrolling through his phone. There was a half-eaten plate of cookies and an almost empty bottle of water on the coffee table in front of him, showing he'd been there for a while. Horizon? Momo asks, causing him to look up from his phone. Yeah. It's past curfew, you should be in bed, Momo says, entering the room and closing the door behind her. The room was simple and comfortable with a door on either side, a waiting area of sorts for the resort. Says the girl that's awake, Horizon says. I just had to get some water, but clearly you've been here for a while, you should set a better example as our class republic. I'm working on something, Horizon says. I'll be in bed in a few minutes, don't worry. Oh, hero work, I suppose that's a good reason, Momo nods along. Very well then, good night. Horizon just nods as she turns around and begins walking away, enjoying the sight of her with her hair down for a change. But she stops at the door, as if frozen for a few seconds before stiffly turning and walking back over to him. May I speak to you about something? Ugh, seriously, he glances over to the other door, already annoyed with Momo's bad timing. Sure, but make it quick please. Thank you. Momo takes a deep breath and scrunched up her face, focusing hard to gather her thoughts. I like you, she blurts out. I know. He can almost smell the smoke coming from her brain, completely caught off guard by his response. Really? Since I'm not stupid, yeah, I knew for a while. Momo just looks confused, and did you also know that Jiro likes me too? Yeah, all the blushing and stuttering among other things, not subtle from either of you. Momo starts blushing exactly like he just said and begins playing with her hair. Well, I was wondering if, maybe we could date. Horizon puts down his phone to finally give her his full attention. Is that what you want? Momo just nods, so nervous she couldn't even speak. Okay, so I assume you've gotten past and accepted everything I said at the pool then. It's not what I imagined for myself, but yes, Momo says quietly. So you're okay with being with someone knowing all of that, plus the fact that my hero work is currently my first priority so I won't have that much time for you, really? Yes, she says without even hesitating. Horizon rolls his eyes beneath his visor, and what about Jiro? Kyoka. Jiro, pretty sure she still likes me too. And she's not just your first friend, but also your best friend. Are you ready to hurt her like this? You're a nice and good girl, Momo. I can't imagine you're okay with hurting your friend and ruining your friendship over some guy, especially for one that won't be entirely focused on you. So, again, are you sure about this? Momo opens her mouth to answer, but after a few moments, she can't even speak. She looks down at the table between them and her shoulders drop down. I think, I enjoy things as they are, and I don't want anything or anyone coming between my relationship with Kyoka. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can get involved with you like this, she says with teary eyes. Beneath his visor, Horizon just raises a brow, not sure why she's the one crying when he's getting rejected. It's okay, Momo, I understand, you just don't want anyone to get hurt, he says in a comforting voice. Don't worry, we can all just be friends. Thank you, she bows quickly and rushes out of the room, just wanting to get to the bathroom and sob for a few minutes. After she leaves, Horizon just sighs and looks toward the other door. She's gone, you can get back in here. Pixie Bob immediately opens the door and steps in, wearing a set of thick blue pajamas. Just a moment before Momo entered, she had gotten up to go turn off the oven, causing the noise that alerted Momo in the first place. Walking over to the couch, she casually drops back down into Horizon's lap, this time having her back against his chest. They'd been up for nearly 2 hours just talking. So what was that all about? She asks as he puts his hands around her waist. Wow, I didn't take you for the eavesdropping type, Ryuko. I'm not, but I was already at the door when she started asking about dating you. I know, it's nothing major. Really? She closes her eyes and leans back into him. Sounds like 2 girls in your class like you, they're cute, and good girls, why not ask one of them out? Or just accept her offer? Well, aside from the fact that everything I said to her is completely true, part of the reason is that I like the social dynamic of my class as it is. I've got enough on my plate, I don't need to add women to the list. Getting into anything serious or a relationship where I'm stuck in a classroom with her 4 days a week sounds like an eventual problem. Plus, if something doesn't work out, I'll be stuck with her for the next 3 years, no thanks. So you turned her down because of that? No, she rejected me, Horizon corrects her. I never rejected her, that could have caused her feelings or whatever to get hurt, and that could be another issue to make my time at UA annoying. I just pointed out why she shouldn't want to be with me. She thinks about exactly what was said in that conversation and shakes her head. You're like some kind of evil genius. She mutters. How dare you, he says jokingly, I'll have you know I'm going to be the #1 hero one day. Ryuko smiles, feeling his hands moving under her top and up her toned belly. You know, usually when people say that I don't take them seriously, but I think you'll get there one day, honestly. It's an eventuality, especially with a quirk like mine. He says as Ryuko begins to moan and grind in place in his lap as his hands move up to her chest. MMMMHMMMMM. Crap, Horizon says, causing her eyes to shoot open. What's wrong? Is it Mandalay? Eraser is coming this way, Horizon says. How about we finish our chat in my room? Before she can even respond, he stands up with her in his arms. Yeah, she says, we've still got a lot of talking to do. Shambles. End chapter. Chapter 103, Chapter 102, Friends and Teammates. Chapter start. Opening his eyes, Law couldn't see anything in the room. It was entirely pitch black aside from the small streak of light seeping in beneath the door. Opening a small room just big enough to cover the building, Law focuses on his bed. He was currently completely naked with Ryuko, Pixie Bob Dash, wrapped around him in her best impression of a boa constrictor. Shambles. He warps his phone into his hand and holds it down, preventing the light from illuminating his face as he peeks at the time. Just a few minutes before 5 a.m., the pros would be waking up any minute now, but at the moment he could sense them all sleeping. "Ryuko, I should get you back to your room now," he says, giving her a gentle shake to wake her up. "MMM." She groans loudly and pulls the covers over her head, tightening her grip on him. 5 more minutes. Rolling his eyes low, runs his hand down her back, reaching all the way down to her ass, and gets a firm grip on her, causing her to immediately wake up, then pulls her into him. "You need to get to your room before Ragdoll wakes up." "Ugh." Ryuko groans and adjusts herself to lay her head across his chest, moving her hand down his muscled chest into the grooves between his abs. "I'm so tired, I'm gonna be sleepy all day." "Thanks," Law says, his quiet laugh feels like a rumbling under her head. She sighs and opens her eyes, only seeing darkness, unable to even spot an outline of his face. "Let me get my clothes and I'll get going." "Well, we've got a few minutes, and I can warp you there instantly. Let's try to enjoy the morning, how about it?" She raises up a bit and leans forward, bridging the gap between them and carefully using her hands to find his face to kiss him. Instead of the passion and almost desperation in her actions last night, now she felt much more relaxed and comfortable, as if this was nothing new for them. She pulls back and takes a deep breath, "And just so you know, I'm really happy that the muscle look on your body glove wasn't just for show. I like these." She runs a hand down his abs. "Well, that's a side effect of my training, but glad you like it. Now, let's get our morning started." 5 p.m., 12 hours later. At the outdoor cooking area, Pixie Bob is in full hero costume helping Mandalay move some boxes of food around. Transferring food from the freezer to the tables, for Horizon to direct the others to cook once again. Setting down another box, she follows Mandalay into the kitchen, only to have Mandalay turn around and face her, looking at her with an annoyed look. Is something wrong?" Pixie Bob asks, not quite sure what was happening, and hoping it wasn't what she thought it was. "So you just disregarded everything I said yesterday?" Mandalay folds her arms below her chest and glares at her friend. "What do you mean?" Mandalay sighs. Ragdoll woke up a little after 1 a.m., and she decided to check on everyone. "Care to guess where her search Quirk found you?" Pixie Bob feels a pit in her stomach. "Wait, I can explain." "Save it." Mandalay raises a hand to stop her. "I'm not going to yell at you. I decided to spend today thinking about a punishment for you, but, with some convincing from Tiger, I've decided to let it go this time." "Really?" Pixie Bob gives her best puppy dog eyes. "Ugh, yes, really. Stop looking at me like that. You're the best." Pixie Bob wraps her friend in a tight hug, but is immediately pushed away. "But you can't let this happen again, got it?" Pixie Bob nods. "Normally you know we don't really care to bother you about stuff like this. Most summer flings we can ignore, but this one has to stop. Technically it's not against the law. But you trusted us to teach these young heroes, not to have sex with them. It's a complete breach of their trust and ethics, not to mention if this gets out through one of those chatty teens it could reflect poorly on our entire team. Your reputation is our reputation, remember that." "Right." Pixie Bob looks like a kicked puppy. "Sorry." Mandalay sighs and pulls her into a light hug. "I know you've only been thinking about finding a guy and starting a family, and I know Horizon makes you feel special and happy, that's why I'm not being too hard on you for giving in. But this has to stop. What you do after the camp is none of our business, but until then, just try to stay away from him for the next 5 days, alright?" "Yeah, I'll stay away from him," she promises. "I knew I could count on you," Mandalay says. "Now let's go get the rest of this food out there." While Pixie Bob was dealing with her team leader and best friend, Horizon was having troubles of his own. With everyone else filing out of the training area, he was completing his final attempt at using his new move. With both hands cupped together in front of him, he was shivering and shaking. Around him for 10 meters under the setting sun, small bits of frost could be seen scattered about the rocky floor glinting in the light. There were lines in the frost, however, perfectly straight lines all pointing directly toward Horizon. He'd spent all day to achieve this, he barely had enough energy to get this far. He didn't have enough control to prevent the frosting side effect. And now his body was aching, freezing, and exhausted. Arg! Horizon cancels his quirk and stumbles back, nearly falling over from exhaustion. Taking a few shaky steps, he makes his way to a rock rising out of the ground and takes a seat, trying desperately to catch his breath. His visor was coated in sparse bits of frost, and looking at his body glove he could see the same thing. But quickly he felt the heat returning to his body, his shivering slowed and ceased a minute later. And then he finally looked at his numb hands. They seemed completely fine. Until he turned them to look at the palms. The palm of both gloves was completely burnt away, exposing the blistered skin beneath with second-degree burns eating away at deeper bits of skin, like a horrendous and painful rash. Great, so I can't do anything right with this new move, can't even protect myself from it. At least I brought my backups, one more thing I'll need to thank May for. Taking 10 minutes to relax a bit, Horizon sees Zero approaching him, likely to call him to dinner since everyone else was already gone. Looking at his palms, he focuses his energy and heals them, as if they were never hurt at all. That was the last of his energy unless he wanted to black out, at least until he rests a bit. A month or two and I'll have this ready for use, Horizon mutters before Zero comes into earshot. Trying to replace Todoroki? Zero asks jokingly, looking at the frosty floor that's already melting away. No, I can't make ice, Horizon says matter-of-factly. Zero looks confused at that statement. Does the ice you just made know that? It's complicated, don't worry about it. Is the dinner stuff ready? Yeah, but we can handle this one, it's burgers. Oh thank God, Horizon says. I need a shower and a nap. Zero sits beside Horizon, taking a moment to rest his tired body too. So, how's your progress going? With what, UE or training? Yes, Horizon says. Zero sighs, honestly I don't know what I'm waiting for with UE either, but it just makes me all nervous thinking about it. Okay, so you're still a pussy, nothing new there. Hey. What about training? Zero huffs and just tries to relax, it's been going good. I can make a lot more tape now, and it's a lot stronger and stickier too, plus I think with some more practice I might be able to make a few types, pretty cool right? Yeah, not bad. Now you just need to optimize it with precision practice and equipment, and maybe learn how Eraser controls his scarf thing. Yeah, but that's what the next part of this summer is for, right? Technical and precise Quirk use. Pretty much, just focus on getting your provisional license, then we can do a few team UPS. Zero looks surprised at that, seriously. I figured you'd be like, I work alone, or something like that. I do work alone, this isn't me asking you to form a team with me, it's just a team up to show that I'm a capable leader. I changed my plan from being a great hero to being the absolute best. All Might is strong, but Endeavor is strong and is a good leader, even with people he's never met before. If I can show everyone I'm a good leader and I'm super strong, then that #1 spot is already in my hand. Zero nods a few times, tapping his chin and thinking it over, and this way I'd get to be on your profile as Cellophane, that way I can start a personal profile and get a big boost in followers, right? Exactly, just don't monetize it and you'll be fine. Nice, but why me? Unlike the other people in our class, you're useful and tolerable, that's a rare combination in my life. Thanks. You're welcome. But seriously, don't slack off on your training, if you're gonna embarrass me you can be damn sure we won't be teaming up. I don't have any time for people that will make me look bad. Zero gulps nervously, don't worry man I won't let you down, he gives Horizon a wise smile and a thumbs up. I'm counting on you, Cellophane. Horizon reaches out to give him a fist bump, which Zero gladly accepts, 3 days later. Lying in his pitch-black room. Law is in bed with Ryuko laying on his chest, listening to his heartbeat. Just like they'd spent every night since the very second, together, enjoying their summer fun. You should really try out the hot springs, at least once. It'll definitely help you recover after training. Too risky, being out in the open like that, and I don't like getting the body glove wet. Well, tomorrow we've got something special planned, so nobody will be at the resort here. You can try it out then, no chance of anyone accidentally walking in on you. Really? What are you planning? Well, since you guys only have 2 more nights here we figured a little friendly game would be nice. A test of courage. What, like a dare? No, you walk through the forest and each class takes turns scaring the other, we didn't involve you because you'd just sense all the tricks and ruin it. Law can't help but laugh at that, yeah that's true, it's really hard to surprise me, too bad you can't join me in the hot springs huh? Pixie Bob immediately sits up, straddling his hips and planting both hands on his chest, still not seeing anything in the pitch-black room. Actually, we could go right now if you want, it won't be as good as directly after training, but I get to go in with you, if you want. In what world would I ever not want you in a hot springs with me? Will I have to wear a blindfold, she asks. Yeah, but don't worry, I'll keep you close to me. End chapter. Chapter 104, Chapter 103, Training Camp Results. Chapter start. After getting cleaned up from today's training everyone sat around in the dining area outside. With this mountain training camp about to end the girls were currently having a discussion about how much progress they've all made. All the girls from both classes were sitting at one long table, with multiple smaller conversations happening. So you can really control it now? Uraraka asks, looking at Toru sitting across from here, as usually since Horizon arrived the girl is completely visible to them. Yeah. Toru says, and she immediately begins to flicker in and out of view. Oops, it still does that sometimes when I get excited, but I got back my heart today and I've been practicing a lot. The stealth hero, invisible girl. Uraraka says, people are gonna love you. Plus now you get to wear a costume instead of walking around naked right? Jiro asks. Yeah, one of those skin-tight organic suits should work, a thinner version of what Mina uses. It's gonna be super cute, and pink. Yay. Mina yells out and pulls Toru into a tight hug, we're totally gonna match. Both girls devolve into a fit of giggles. Oh, that reminds me, Uraraka says. I need to go check out the support department when we get back to UA. I'm thinking of getting some super heavy stuff added to my costume. Like tungsten weights? Momo asks. With you Quirk, they can be weightless until you throw them, but did your stamina increase enough to carry them around all day? Uraraka rubs the back of her neck sheepishly. Well, I'm not quite there yet, but we've still got another month before the license exam, so I've got some time. I pretty much focused on dealing with the nausea of my quirk these past few weeks to improve my mobility. I'm sure you'll improve greatly before the exam, so your new equipment should provide a great boost to your combat power, Momo says. As the girls continue to chatter for a few minutes, as the moon is high in the sky, Pixie Bob gathers everyone's attention. Using her quirk to raise a plateau of dirt under her for everyone to look up at her. Alright everyone, time for the test of courage. Class 1B is up first as the scare team, so all of you come with me and everyone else waits here, and no peeking. Finally. Mina yells out, getting excited about the upcoming challenge as half the students begin following Pixie Bob. Not you Ashido, Eraser says, drawing her eyes over to him. Already standing beside him are Kaminari and Monoma, shoulders slumped. Your nightly remedial classes aren't postponed because tonight is different, get inside, come on. Aw, sorry Mina, Toru gives her a sympathetic pat on the back as the girl sulks and walks away. After half of the students clear out, the girls continue their chatter. Meanwhile, at Horizon's table. Sitting with Shiro, Sato, Tokoyami, and Shoji, they were discussing only the most important and critical of topics. Shiro, look, Horizon raises his hands and sighs. What you just said, that war crime of an opinion to have, is fucking retarded. Hey. I think he's the best, I mean why else would he always be around, Shiro says. He literally only looks, slightly, barely, just the slightest bit cool, Horizon says. But you're telling me, in the year 2315, with over 40 generations and thousands to pick from, you really think Charizard is the best Pokemon? Seriously. Come on, it's a good pick, right guys? Shiro turns to the other boys in the conversation, only getting weird looks from them. Guys. He isn't even a dragon type. He's been weak since Generation 12. Shiro just gets beaten down by their words. Alright, fine, what's yours then, he asks Horizon. Legendaries. Horizon asks. Nope, everyone always picks Rayquaza, Shiro says, and they all nod along. Okay, that's fair, probably. Hey glass face. Bakugo interrupts their essential conversations. All the people present turn to see him stomping over to their table, being followed closely by Kirishima, who was trying to stop him. In one hand was a tablet of some kind, and in the other was a baseball. Horizon just sighs, expecting something annoying. What do you want, silver medal? Catch. Bakugo tosses him the baseball, which he easily catches. What? Throw it, as hard as you can, you're the only person here that's never done it, I want to see how we stack up. Horizon looks at the ball, then looks at Kirishima, hoping he can make some sense of this. Bakugo just got the top score again, Kirishima says. Before you got to camp, Yamamoto took the top spot, Midoriya got to second, but now Bakugo took back the top spot, but I kind of mentioned that not everyone was technically listed. And silver medal wants to see my score, great, Horizon lazily gets up. What score am I gonna beat? Check it, Kirishima turns the tablet to Horizon. Bakugo, 815M. Momo, 780M. Izuku, 770M. Isn't Floaty supposed to be here? Horizon asks. On the official UA list, yeah, but this is just for friendly competition, can't really get better than Infinity, Kirishima says. Horizon shrugs, so the score to beat is 815 meters, I didn't even do much training today, so I don't even need to warp it. What? You think I can't catch up to you if you go all out? Bakugo asks, words carried with a deep growl. Well, yeah, I'm already miles ahead of you. I improve faster than you, and I train harder than you. Get used to that silver medal, Horizon says as he takes a few steps away with the baseball. And why the hell would I tell you my exact maximum range, he thinks to himself while winding up his pitch. Room. He forms a small room only 5 meters wide. Booster shot. He focuses some of his energy on his body to boost his pitch. Everyone looks on as he winds up his pitch, not expecting him to simply throw it instead of warping it away. Boom. The ball shatters the sound barrier as it rockets through the cool night air. Jiro flinches and grabs her ears, not expecting the sudden sonic boom so close to her. As it disappears into the night, people begin muttering, making their best guesses at exactly how far it would go. Beep. The tablet goes off, indicating the ball stopped moving. Wow, Kirishima says, looking at it. 1170 meters, damn man. Horizon just shrugs, barely feeling the energy use from that pitch, figured I'd keep it reasonable. Plus I'm trying to take it easy tonight. Bakugo just snatches the tablet from Kirishima and stomps off, and a moment later Horizon warps the ball back to them. Thanks man, Kirishima picks up the ball and rushes off after Bakugo. So you really weren't kidding when you said you were muscling up, huh? Sato says as Horizon returns to the table. Oh yeah, in a lot of cases it's more economical and effective to just punch someone in the face rather than using any of my other techniques. Figured it's an easy way to be more economical with my fighting. Is that why you look like a mini All Might? Azui asks from behind Horizon, at the table with all the girls. You really looked like him at the pool, with all the muscles I mean. Horizon turns back to look at her over his shoulder. Yeah, like what you see, Froppy. Her expression remains completely flat, unlike Momo who frowns at that reply, and Jiro who just keeps her head down. Yeah, you look good, but you get ugly when you start talking, still a total jerk. Not my type. I'll get over it, Horizon says, turning back to everyone. But yeah, figured there is a lot of merit in taking the All Might approach in certain situations. But the difference is I won't hit the same peak power as him, and even if I do my body won't be there for any other 15 years. Plus I'll fight with a brain unlike him. The meathead tactics of, just punch them harder, is really dumb. But it always works, Sato says. All Might has never lost, so how dumb can it be? Bad habits can get you good results, but that doesn't make them good habits. If you only focus on the outcome you'll never truly reach your full potential. It's like if you lift weights with bad form. Yeah, you'll move the weights, but eventually, something will go wrong. Bad practice with good results is still bad practice. Huh, I guess I never thought about it like that, Sato says. So how much do you lift now anyway? I bench about 2,500 pounds, Horizon says, as if it were normal for someone without a strength enhancer quirk. I don't think I can get much higher than that right now, but obviously it gets a lot better when I start using my quirk. That's without your quirk. Zero visibly flinches at the idea of lifting that much weight, almost like lifting a 4-door car. That's insane. I get that a lot. A few minutes later Pixie Bob returns to collect the other students, leaving Mandalay and the others to organize the route for the test of courage. Alright 1A, let's get this started. As everyone gets up and gathers around Horizon turns and begins walking toward the main building. Good luck, he says offhandedly. You aren't coming? Zero asks, causing everyone to look at them. Haunted house stuff doesn't really work on me, I can sense them, remember? Oh, right. Yeah, plus we've only got tomorrow night here then we head out, I wanna enjoy the hot springs, Horizon shrugs. Wait. Jiro says, obviously worried, already trying to hide behind Momo. Admittedly she doesn't do well with anything spooky or horror related. But if you leave then one of us has to go solo, since that means our class is missing 3 people. Seeing the girl obviously afraid Horizon just sighs, not in the mood to be dragged into this just so someone doesn't have to go solo. You're a hero, you'll have to deal with villains, and you've already fought some of them before. You'll be fine with some haunted house game, he tells her. Being afraid is fine, letting it control you is inexcusable, you can overcome this. Oh, thanks, Jiro nervously looks down at the ground as Momo gives her hand a reassuring squeeze. Fear not madam, Aoyama speaks up, I shall be the one to go alone, my dazzling style will keep me safe in the night. Good luck with that Frenchie, Horizon says as everyone else gives Aoyama an exasperated look. Well now that everyone is ready, let's get moving, Pixie Bob waves for them all to follow her. And be sure to enjoy the hot springs Horizon, we've only got 2 more nights here so let's all make the most of them. Horizon can't help but smile at that as everyone begins walking away, knowing exactly what she meant. End chapter. Chapter 105, Chapter 104, First Encounter. Chapter start. How is this so much better than my hot tub? Law mutters as he relaxes in the hot spring. At the edge of the water with his back to the war stone wall, both muscled and tattooed arms were resting up at the edge of the pool. His body was entirely exposed, with his body glove and visor nearby. His phone was playing soft music nearby, with a room open for 25 meters in every direction, enough so he doesn't feel the strain while making sure nobody sneaks up to take a peek at him. After a few more minutes Law checks his phone, seeing it's been almost a half hour since he got into the hot springs. This was a lot more fun with Pix. Law stops scrolling as he notices something strange. His phone had no service. Huh, I thought it was impossible for Nizu's tech to lose signals. Law says as he checks the setting. ZZZZT. Suddenly a bright and sparkling laser beam cuts through the hot spring, barely missing the main resort building. So much for relaxing, Law mutters as he warps out of the water. Then swaps all the water on his body for his body glove and visor, and suddenly appears in full hero costume as he expands his room to 1,000 meters wide. Scan. He feels everyone still completing the test of courage, but 2 people were elsewhere. Ragdoll and Aoyama were far off course and separated from everyone else, in a dire situation. Shambles, Horizon suddenly appears beside Aoyama, staring down a green-skinned lanky Nomu, and a young boy in a black middle school uniform, wearing a gas mask and carrying 2 gas canisters on his back. In his hand is an old-fashioned revolver, at ease pointing toward the floor, and a thick pink fog swirls around him, only a few inches from his body. Behind Aoyama is Ragdoll, down on the floor and bleeding from her head, while Aoyama was stuck in a standoff with the villain and Momo. But everyone froze when Horizon arrived on the scene. Unlike his previous encounters, this Momo seemed completely unresponsive to anything around it. So I'm guessing this loser can't give it commands, so it's in standby mode, plus his quirk is some toxic gas, not lethal since he has a gun. And he isn't immune to it because he has a gas mask, but I am. I guess he's just weak. What's going on here? Horizon asks, noticing the villain frozen in fear. I got lost and she came looking for me, but this villain attacked us. Aoyama yells, voice cracking with almost every word. Twinkler, tell the others the League of Villains is here, Horizon says, seeing the villain's gun trembling, unable to even raise it toward him. I'll deal with this. Both Aoyama and Ragdoll immediately disappear, swapped with rocks from the dining area. Shambles. 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 Horizon swaps everyone but himself back into the dining area, leaving him and the villain staring each other down. So, how'd you find us? Horizon asks. The boy doesn't respond, only raising his pistol and opening fire. 1 round is fired, yet it stops a foot in front of Horizon, held in the air by nothing. A precise and wasteful use of tact, but it always got the message across. Horizon carefully and gently plucks the bullet from the air, holding it between his fingers as he walks up to the villain. Bang. Another bullet stops just inches ahead of him, echoing through the forest and helping Aoyama get his warning across. And again Horizon plucks it out of the air. By the time he gets to the villain, the boy is shaking, absolutely stuck with fear, revolver dropped to the dirt, staring up at Horizon as he towers over the villain. Over a foot taller than him and much larger. You have a name? Horizon asks, his voice surprisingly calm all things considered. Mustard. The villain stutters out. Mustard, gas, catchy. Horizon raises his hand with all the bullets and holds it out. These are yours. Mustard raises a shaky hand and collects the bullets. He doesn't dare take his eyes off Horizon. Horizon, however, takes his eyes off the villain, looking across at the tall and lanky Momo. Well, clearly you don't have the authority to command this thing, so let's make this quick. Arg. Mustard chokes as Horizon grabs his neck, immediately and painfully strangling him, easily lifting him off the floor so they were eye level with each other. Do you know anything about how this attack was planned? Horizon asks. He only gets the sound of choking from Mustard. Right, he reaches up and rips off the gas mask, loosening up his grip so the boy could speak. I'll try that again. What information do you have? How many villains are here? Just 6 of us, and some Momo. Mustard barely gets out, feeling the grip beginning to tighten again. How did you find us? I swear I don't know anything about that, please, I only joined the League to. Horizon immediately begins strangling him again, not interested in any silly motivations. Countershock, Mustard's convulsing body is burnt by the strong current that completely knocks him out for at least a day. Shambles, he swaps Mustard for Eraser. Horizon. 6 villains plus some Momo, keep everyone at the main resort and I'll try to pick them off. Got it, Eraser says, and is swapped with a lone rock, sending him back to the others. As Eraser disappears, Horizon scans everything within his room again, but doesn't detect anything aside from Mustard and the Momo in front of him. Because the others simply haven't received the signal to arrive just yet. So he keeps his attention on his room while turning to the Momo standing beside him. Why would Shigaraki give a Momo to someone without allowing them to command it? Or without giving it a preset command, doesn't really make sense. He reaches forward and touches it, and it doesn't even react. What is that? An antenna quirk. Radio. Signal. I guess this is what's causing the signal drop in the area, and a telepathy link quirk, weird combo, but useful. Horizon takes a step back and reaches for his sword, and the moment his hand touches the hilt. Arsenal, the Momo says in a broken raspy voice, and Horizon freezes, just for a moment. Incision. He slashes it in 2, pretending as if that word meant nothing to him. Looking at the bisected corpse on the floor, Horizon just sighs and focuses on everything around him, not sensing any newcomers. And the moment he puts his sword away. Arsenal's son. A voice echoes out from the Momo, deep and haunting, but not the voice of the monster itself, this time using it as a puppet. No, that's impossible. I'm insulated. Niza made sure nobody could know. Nobody can know. This is a bluff, a hard bluff. This can't be happening. It seems we have much to discuss, Doctor, the voice says again, and a small purple warp gate begins forming a few feet away. I find myself in need of a miracle. And as far as I know, only you specialize in such a procedure. Horizon leaps backward and readies his blade, prepared to slash the warp gate the moment Shigaraki showed his crusty face. But he never did. Instead, the warp gate expanded to 8 feet wide, and out stepped a tall man in a simple black suit with a white undershirt. Standing at 225 centimeters 7 feet 5 even taller than All Might. And seemingly having an almost identical build, simply better hidden beneath the formal suit. Horizon felt his blood crawl as the eerie presence made itself known. Nothing that he was paralyzed by, but the sense of danger he felt was new. Real. This guy is making me nervous. What? Me? Why, he questions, not understanding what was going on. And looking into the black industrial mask with tubes connecting it together, he only got more confused. But the moment the full body got revealed. All for One, the incarnation of evil. The would-be demon lord of Japan. Horizon relaxed slightly, still on guard but now more confident against his foe. Oh, it's just him, Horizon thinks, having been aware of this person for years. Finally a hero with a sense of class, All for One says jokingly, adjusting his tie to make his point clear. Side by side they looked very similar, in three-piece suits, full-face masks, tall and muscular. Two sides of the same coin. No, two sides of the same coin. I had no idea Arsenal had a child, how extraordinary, All for One says, standing only 10 meters away with his hands at his side. Horizon doesn't answer at first, he shrinks his room down to only 50 m wide, giving all of his focus to the newcomer, then simply raises his blade to point at All for One. Are you leading the League of Villains? Oh, is that the game you'd like to play? All for One asks, playfully, amused by Horizon attempting to avoid the question. Alright, I'll play along, hero. End chapter. Chapter 106, Chapter 105, Devil's Deal. Chapter start. Are you curious about how I know such things? All for One asks. Horizon had taken an offensive stance with his blade facing forward, but has not bothered to strike as of yet. Ah, so you don't feel like speaking? Well, luckily I quite enjoy the sound of my own voice. All for One releases a deep chuckle, receiving communications from the other villains directly into his head. He focuses everything he has on Horizon, not taking any chances with this mystery class anomaly, just as Horizon is focusing everything on him. Both completely ignored the fights that were about to break out, not particularly caring enough to look away to save anyone here. Noticing this standoff wouldn't break, All for One got to the point of why he's here. For the past 20 years, Arsenal has been doing quite a lot of contract work with me, but naturally not under this name. You may know me as Mr. Collector, yes. Horizon doesn't respond, but this matches exactly what he knew. There were no secrets between him and his parents, including who they do business with. While he doesn't know all of his mom's past contracts, he knows the most high-paying clients. And this man is at the very top of that list, but he'd always ask for the corpses to be dropped off at certain places. Heroes, civilians, and villains, all with unique quirks. But I hadn't known she had a family. I've only met her in person once. In fact, she was strictly professional and covert, but so efficient, it's a real shame she's locked away in Tartarus. Horizon's grip on his sword tightens, and All for One doesn't miss it. That's actually how I put the pieces together. After your grand reveal at the sports festival, I assumed your parents were dead and gone, but only a few days later, the lines within the Hero Commission were going mad, quiet calls pulling all the files they had on 3 particular people. Horizon, Arsenal, and the Heart Thief, a heinous duo, and an up-and-coming hero. How strange. That doesn't prove anything, Horizon says. True, but I have friends everywhere, and they gave me everything they could find, including some very hidden reports about a certain swordsman doctor with a warping quirk being arrested along with that duo. How strange, but I must admit, Niza did his job exceptionally well. I couldn't find a real name or face for any of you, and I couldn't even call you because he's so intertwined with you. That's why I'm here in person. We live in a superhuman world, coincidences can happen, and anyone can use a sword, Horizon says, still unknowingly avoiding All for One's lie detector quirk. Very true, but we both know it was you. In fact, you've already confessed as much. Excuse me. Oh come now, All for One gestures to the forest around them, and the dead Momo on the floor. As if the great and powerful Horizon would have allowed any villain to warp here, or not simply cut me down already. You're obviously smart enough to listen to what I have to say, and that means it must be true. Because if I didn't have leverage, you'd be trying to cut me into little pieces right now. The air between them becomes tense for a moment, then Horizon sighs. What do you want, Collector? Well, firstly, that isn't my true name. I am All for One. Horizon chuckles at that. All for One. You're a fanboy. That's a myth. You named yourself after a myth. No, it is my true self, but there are so many more benefits to hiding from the world. All for One raises his hand to the side and creates a small flowing tendril of water, then one of fire, then iron spikes from his fingers. Enough proof for you. If you're really the Demon Lord, why hide from the world? Oh, that's half the fun. I'm not ready to take over yet. When I do that, humanity will unite against me, so I have to make sure I can fight them all. And besides, the greatest trick the devil has ever played on humanity is convincing them he doesn't exist. Horizon finishes the quote. Okay, so assuming you're real, what do you want? All for One cancels the quirks and drops his hand. A doctor. A doctor. Really? Oh come now Horizon, you've obviously put the pieces together by now. All Might must have told you about our fight 5 years ago, that's why he was in such a rush to pass it down to you. So you're the villain that hurt him, Horizon mutters quietly. He sees a plume of smoke rising out of the forest far to their left but ignores it. And pass what down to me? All for One is completely thrown off by this. Oh, it seems I got some things wrong. But if you aren't it, then this is how powerful you are naturally. You mystery class people really are a different breed. Horizon just keeps the sword ready, now even more on guard, giving the benefit of the doubt that this really was Japan's mythic demon lord. That disastrous fight didn't only injure him, but also myself, All for One says. Now I need this mask to help me breathe, and I can't even hold anywhere near as many quirks as I did before. My body is simply failing. It would take a miracle to fix me, from a genetic level upward. And I specialize in miracles, so you came to me. Precisely. I am the living embodiment of your correction on the quirk singularity theory, and I need you to help prevent it. So you're why they need to build the Momo creatures, their test runs for making you a new body. And you can complete it, can't you? I can do anything, and I assumed you'd want to have eyes and a nose again, Horizon says as he relaxes slightly. All for One reaches up to his mask, X-ray vision, he asks Horizon. So what's the deal? Horizon asks, ignoring All for One's curiosity about how he saw past the mask, not wanting to reveal scan to him. Blackmailing me. You really think so little of me, All for One sounds genuinely offended as he takes an even more relaxed posture. Arsenal was one of what society would call a horrific and dangerous mass murderer. Someone raised by her won't truly care about heroic nonsense. The only reason you seem to care is because of whatever deal you've made with Nizu. I assume if you save 1 million people they get released, yes. That's none of your business. True, and it simply does not matter, All for One says. Because I need you to be willing to help me, because it won't do any good if my surgeon wants to kill me. And if the truth is revealed, the government will likely execute your parents to prove that they don't play favorites. And if that happens, you won't be helping anyone. So I'll simply give you what you want. I will free them for you. How? Horizon asks. He'd spent weeks thinking about this. But Tartarus's defenses would detect any changes within the prison the moment he does it. And with them molecularly bonded to the prison, he can't warp them out. They'd be executed the moment he tries anything. That's the standard procedure for all the cells in Tartarus. Everyone would be killed rather than having anyone escape. I have friends everywhere, All for One says. Shutting down the execution procedure would allow Gigantomachi and myself to invade the prison, free them, and recruit some new blood. But it would also reveal me to the world, and I'd rather remain dead for now. So it can't be done. It can be, but you'd simply have to prove to me that my sacrifice is worth your favor. As if I'd operate before getting paid, Horizon says. You bring them to me, safely, then I fix you. The operation itself should only take a week or 2, depending on how many quirks are in there. Really? I can't transfer quirks between people, but if someone is force-fed a few quirks I can make it act as one. You've considered this before? All for One asks. You keep sending Momo after me. Of course I studied them, but I'm guessing your quirk isn't a Frankenstein's monster situation. Horizon tilts his head a bit to show he's studying him. Oh, and how do you think it works? Horizon looks him up and down, then pauses for a moment to think about it. Your quirk works like a server and the other quirks are just files on it for you to access. I assume you have mutation quirks that give things like horns and claws, but even those aren't active since you haven't used All for One to trigger them. And All for One lets you cut and paste genetic code from person to person, but you can't make a copy of the quirks. It's the basis of everything. But the Momo don't have All for One, so they have all the quirks active all the time, and that's why they can't really think, right? All for One is genuinely stunned, including himself. Only 2 people have ever understood his quirk so well. All for One gives an annoyed growl, a perfect and intuitive understanding of my quirk. You're much more dangerous than expected. I get that a lot, Horizon says. So if we're done here, can you go collect my payment? I'd like this all to be over as quickly as possible. I'm afraid I still need proof before I reveal myself to the world, All for One says. And I never break a contract, so I'll at least need payment before I break this one. Well, that is unfortunate. We seem to be at an impasse, but there is one solution, All for One says. And what might that be? I know you are proud, as am I, but I mean no insult by this. All for One raises his hands, palms up to reveal the holes in his palms. Allow me to grant you power, to give you more power than you can naturally handle. If you solve the mystery of your own body, of your own mind, and should you survive, I will gladly break the barriers of Tartarus and deliver your parents to you. Horizon considers it for a long moment. This was an easy way out, assuming All for One could be trusted. But that was the problem. If this person was the real All for One, then he definitely couldn't trust them. Allowing him to make contact with those hands and mess with his body, and if they can't overcome or steal his quirk, he could simply be killed by one of the other dozen quirks. It wasn't worth the risk. Hand of God is far too valuable for either side to risk losing. Sorry, Horizon raises his sword, but I'm never letting you mess with my body. When you get them, then we can talk, and I'll do you the courtesy of not telling anyone about this. Well, that is unfortunate. All for One sighs, but at least I don't have to be too careful. You can heal anything I'm about to do to you. All for One immediately raises his hands. Air Cannon. End chapter. Chapter 107, Chapter 106, Superhuman Limits. Chapter start. Air Cannon. All for One sends a massive column of air forward from his hand directly toward Horizon. Shambles. HNGH, All for One feels himself being knocked across the forest, immediately swapped with Horizon so the air slams into his back. He gets ragdolled through 100 meters of trees and dirt before he rolls and stops himself in midair, using airwalk to stand above the ground. Scanning his surrounding with his infrared quirk, he sees the destruction his path caused. So unlike mine, his warping is instant and cannot be resisted. Extraordinary. All for One staggers forward, passing a hand across his chest. He feels his ultra-durable and expensive suit slashed. And a moment later the entire torso of it is shredded. The sound of trees toppling and rocks crumbling bombard him, his vibration sends quirk replacing his ears, now alerting him to all the trees in this area being cut down. Dozens of mad but targeted slashes of amputate. Back at their original location, Horizon sees his attacks cutting down the forest, and in the suddenly low-cut area is All for One, still hovering in the air, and slowly turning to face Horizon. Reaching up, he grabs his shredded jacket and shirt and simply rips them off, exposing his muscled torso, with massive scars all across it. Amputate. Horizon sends an attack directly at his head, and shatters the mask. No, All for One grows sharp black tendrils from his arms with rivet stab and reaches out to grab all the pieces, his face, or lack thereof, now exposed. Shambles, Horizon wars all the pieces away, swapping them with random leaves. Trying to suffocate me. All for One yells as he takes a direct approach, suddenly flying directly at Horizon. Air Cannon. Plus spring-like limbs. Plus kinetic enhancer. All for One stretches both hands outward at Horizon and releases two massive bursts of air. Shambles. As expected, Horizon warps away, but All for One reacts quickly, only losing track of him for a second before pointing a single finger at him. Lightning Bolt. A bolt of black and red lighting crackles to life and shoots in a straight line toward Horizon. It nearly touches his visor before he warps away again, this time on the other side of All for One, but only 10 meters away. His sword was already lined up with All for One's brain. Injection shot. He fires a dozen shots, causing All for One to shake his head in annoyance. Blindly swatting behind him, he releases a gust of wind from his hand to clear the area, once again missing Horizon. Dragon Flame Breath. All for One says as he releases a flame-throwing of red fire from his mouth, not aimed at Horizon but at the trees on the floor, setting them alight before he rises into the air. That's enough using leaves to warp, don't you agree? All for One senses Horizon is still on the ground. Let's raise the stakes. He rockets down from the air and slams both palms into the ground. The air from his impact stirs up the flames and spreads them further, then a new blazing heat spreads out. Magma, beneath his palms the ground melts into bubbling magma as he flies back into the air. And Horizon immediately takes to the air after summoning his hoverboard, continuing their battle. All for One is more grateful than ever that he abandoned his original plan. As they constantly play the cat and mouse game, with Horizon using amputate over and over, constantly switching his tactics as All for One is forced to use more and more quirks and wear himself out. Across the forest, the tremors from their battle are felt even while everyone else is fighting for their lives. Had I kept to my original plan, this situation could have been impossible, All for One thinks as they continue fighting. Giving my original quirk to Tamura would have left me with only the more physical quirks, and physical quirks aren't enough against Horizon. I need as many tools as possible to deal with him. After a few minutes of the fight raging on, the entire section of the forest below them was a raging inferno. Tact. Horizon raises both his hands, raising every burning tree or loose rock for 100 meters and sending it all at All for One. As if they were attracted to a black hole pulling them in. Tough scales plus reinforce. All for One's skin becomes even more durable as he forms lizard scales across his body and guards with his arms, feeling trees and debris slam into him from all sides. The flames and lava were burning him, taxing his regeneration, but not enough to end the fight. He was suddenly trapped, as if in a small burning planet hovering in the air. Absorption, All for One absorbs all the flame. Strength Enhancer X12, he flexes and spreads out his arms, knocking the tons of lumber and rock away with absolute ease. Taking a few deep and exhausted breaths, All for One feels his scars beginning to open, his hyper-regeneration was failing as his body became more and more sickly with every quirk use. He had to end this fight soon. Why can't this guy just fucking die? Horizon thinks, seeing his plan working, pushing All for One past the limits of his sickly form, he warps close to All for One, deciding to change up his approach, knowing he too had a limit to how much he could do. Finally he was getting the chance to go for a killing blow and silence this threat. Booster shot plus incision plus counter shock. His sword was brimming with blue lightning as he slashes downward, seemingly catching All for One off guard as the blade connects to the side of his neck. Finally, he changed his approach. It only took a few minutes, thankfully, All for One thinks as he sets his Horizon-specific countermeasures into motion. A strategy he and his own doctor spent much time developing. Static cloak plus energy enhancer plus multiplier plus lightning bolt. As the sword connects, Horizon feels a sudden shock of electricity overload his body and mind. As his body is about to begin convulsing, his quirk shuts off, completely terrifying him. His brain simply couldn't focus while flooded with current, exactly as Dr. Garaki suspected. Quirks that require such great focus can usually be dealt with in this manner. Amplifier plus recoil. As Horizon convulses, before he can even begin to shake, his katana shatters along with the bones in his right arm. The damage was reflected back at him at many times the magnitude. Pivoting on the air, All for One swings out with a harsh backhand at Horizon's face. His right arm, unfortunately, gets in the way and is entirely mangled because of it. Strength Enhancer X2, the backhand connects and shatters Horizon's visor and jaw. Shakedown. All for One gives the command, finally seeing his opening. A hole appears on his shoulder and out comes a Nomu, gray and pale, only as large as a house cat, and it leaps directly onto the convulsing Horizon. Narnarjig. Horizon's mind is overwhelmed. The current flowing through him causes pain and confusion every time he tries to activate his quirk. And the Nomu stuck to him as he was falling is constantly shaking all the particles in his body and connected to him. Exactly as a microwave works by shaking water particles until they heat up, this quirk does exactly that, but it also hurts the user. As they begin falling the 200 feet to the floor below, Horizon's hero costume is completely shredded. His new body glove fares better, but his skin below is ripped apart. His guts only stopped from falling to the floor because the body glove was in the way. His internal organs straining and trying desperately not to fail as he experiences pain like never before. His left eye pops as the fluid in it is moving too much for the eyeball to contain it. Had his visor not been broken earlier, the splatter would have blocked his view. But now he was only wearing his balaclava mask, already matted with blood, only showing his right eye, his popped left eye, and his bloody mouth and missing teeth, jaw hanging loose, mostly kept in place by the body glove. His quirk constantly comes on instinctively to heal himself but is immediately shut down by his brain collapsing because of the current. All in a matter of seconds before the Nomu shakes itself to death and becomes a useless corpse, falling to the fire below. As he's about to begin falling out of the air properly, All for One aims his right palm at the hero. Air cannon plus kinetic enhancer. Boom. The final blast of air is fired, knocking him out of the air and into a new section of forest. Finally getting a chance to breathe, All for One takes a few deep breaths before levitating down to Horizon. Finding a few trees snapped in half from his fall, a small trench carved out. And the hero in question face down in the dirt, still awake, but convulsing uncontrollably as the current is still running through his mind and body. The single most powerful quirk in the world. All for One takes a desperate raspy breath as he lands and begins stumbling forward. But when it's off, you're still just a human, weak to all the same things as a regular human, exploitable. As All for One takes labored and careful steps forward, all his old injuries begin opening as his healing quirks begin failing. One by one he feels them becoming useless as his condition worsens. His muscles stiffen and his bones ache as he's quickly deteriorating. Then he finally arrives at Horizon. NGH. Horizon tries to protest, finally feeling his mind free, but his body was failing. RNG. He creates a room 2 meters wide, the best he could do at the moment, forcing himself to twist his head and look up. All for One sees the blue healing energy trying to permeate his body. Trying to fix his broken leg so he could get up, or maybe his jaw, or his eye, or one of the many ruptured internal organs. This will only take a second. All for One takes a knee in front of Horizon, leaving him on the floor as he palms his head. All for One, quirk absorption. Suddenly All for One feels resistance, unexpected from any quirk aside from One for All. If any quirk could resist me, it's his, he thinks as he puts his back in it. As if he was in a tug of war for his life, constantly trying to rip Hand of God away from Horizon. Wanting to simply dump this quirk before it kills him into a Nomu, then have Garaki use it to heal him. Damn it. All for One struggles for nearly a minute, but no matter how much he tried he couldn't break past the quirk, it simply wouldn't budge. Unlike the genetic error caused when trying to steal One for All, this quirk was simply defiant. Cloning this quirk would likely be impossible. I'll have to change the plan again and revert it to what I said to him. All for One gives one massive pull on Horizon's quirk, trying to rip it out of him. And as the struggle is at its peak, All for One, quirk transfer. Energy Saver, Energy Enhancer, Energy Dynamo, Life Force. He dumps the 4 quirks that receive the least resistance from Hand of God and pulls away, rising to his full height and stumbling back. Ugrama. Horizon groans as he begins to vomit up blood and convulse. Have a seizure from the sudden mental overload. All for One just sighs, knowing it'd be impossible to imprison him at the moment, and doubling down his bets on Horizon healing him. Focusing on his own body, All for One gives more conscious thought to his healing quirks, trying to look strong as his wounds kept opening to drench him in blood, until a minute later Horizon looks up from his puddle of blood with his one good eye. Energy Saver, Energy Enhancer, Energy Dynamo, Life Force. Those quirks will do wonders for you, but you'll be dead before the next semester starts. If you solve the mystery of your own body and survive until then, I will bring them to you, and you will heal me, until we meet again, Doctor. Sending his signal to Kurogiri, the familiar purple mist manifests around All for One and absorbs him, whisking him away to his doctor for a much-needed checkup. And suddenly feeling the adrenaline in his system no longer necessary, Horizon blacks out for a much-needed nap, face down in his own blood. Completely defeated. End chapter. Chapter 108, Chapter 107, Terminal Point 1. Chapter start. How long has it been? All for One asks. He stirs awake inside a large cylinder filled with purple liquid, completely naked with tubes connected to his body, able to speak through the air mask strapped to his head and covering his mouth. In this dimly lit lab, there are dozens of other similar capsules with unstable Nomo, slowly becoming more stable and ready for combat by the second. The experimental high-end Nomo prototypes. In front of All for One is Dr. Ujiko, publicly known as Dr. Shodai Garaki, studying his friend's physical state on a tablet in his hands. You've only been asleep for 2 days since fighting Horizon, but the damage is much more severe than expected, Ujiko says. How extensive? Well, from what I can tell. During the fight, he must have forced you to use super regeneration as much as possible. He understood the nature of my quirk, All for One says. Constantly changing his approach to make me actively use other quirks before striking and forcing me to activate super regeneration, very clever. I see. Well, thankfully the first thing you did when you got back was dump almost a dozen quirks into some of the standby Nomo to help me stabilize your body. The damage you sustained lowered your limit, but not as much as when you fought All Might a few years ago. My more powerful quirks had to be released to the Nomo, now I mainly have mutation and other physical quirks for combat. It should be no issue, Ujiko says. The police reports have you mentioned by name somehow, but this facility is completely insulated. And All Might with his sickly state would never think to look here in Kamino Ward for you. Some of your friends in the force have even spread some misinformation about a hidden mountain base containing Nomo. Good, and my lifespan? All for One asks. Ujiko falls silent for a moment, then forces himself to speak the terrible truth. Your life expectancy has dwindled from 10 to 6 years. I'm not sure what quirks you gave Horizon since the genetic markers for the ones aside from the new Nomo quirks are all there, but perhaps they could have helped. Worry not, that's more than enough time for my new resurgence in power. And as for the quirks I gave him. Energy Saver, Energy Dynamo, Energy Enhancer, and Life Force. Quirks you had dozens of copies of thanks to our cloning program, very wise. But why not dump a few weak mutation quirks into him? These quirks seem tailor-made to make him unstoppable. An unavoidable consequence, but his quirk is quite problematic. I tried to give him extra hand and third eye, but it refused quirks that couldn't optimally integrate with itself. I had no choice but to give him those energy production and optimization quirks. So it prevented you from stealing it, and even when you used its own pulling force against it to sneak in a few more quirks, it reflexively sorted them out. It's a shame you didn't have time to get some samples to clone it. I doubt cloning it would be possible. To clone it you must understand it, and if it could be understood Niza would not have named it Mystery Class. It is beyond the scope of our comprehension, I'm afraid, All for One says sadly. I suppose his potential doesn't matter, Ujiko says. Even if he can somehow integrate those quirks properly, he'll never be able to use them without great mental feedback. What do you mean, Doctor? Well, to integrate multiple quirks means to shut off the brain so all instincts align perfectly, like quickly resetting the mind. This is why live subjects never stay that way for long. The process is painful and not fast at all. Until he does this, which he will likely never consider, he won't be able to put much mental strain on himself, and considering his quirk, that should greatly limit him. I imagine it would take a great shock to snap all his mental processes into alignment, not to mention the more powerful you are the more difficult it is, unless you intentionally try to do this. I see, but I don't believe it would matter if those quirks did work for him. After he fixes my body, I will be even stronger than he could imagine. And with my new genetic composition I will no longer recognize my little brother's DNA in the makeup of One for All, and that will allow me to finally steal it. Assuming the boy lives, it really would take a miracle for him to survive the next month. Exactly why I went to him, he specializes in miracles, All for One says. After going further into the specific limitations of his new body and the repercussions of that fight, they finally arrive at the specific intentions of that night. So he refused to even leave with you, not completely unexpected, Ujiko says. He inherited his mother's obsessive desire to hold to any agreement she makes, all for one grumbles out. A sensible decision considering that had he left with me then potentially his parents would have been executed. And of course, he'd never trust you to touch him considering your quirk, a wise policy since you did try to take his quirk. Very wise indeed. Had I stolen that quirk I would have immediately dumped it into a Momo before it killed me, then halted all our production to focus on it. But even then, without Horizon it would likely be useless, Ujiko says. The best route to healing you is to have him do it himself. Then we have work to do. I have absolute faith in Horizon solving the issue of his body, and mine, so we must prepare Makia. He will need further modifications to raid Tartarus with me. The power we have currently simply won't be enough. I'll have it done right away, and would you like an update on the other results of the training camp raid? The Vanguard Action Squad had some mixed results. TCH, Tamura, and the other pests don't matter to me, let them play villain all they want. My main focus is and shall remain our dealings with Horizon. Naturally yes, the brat and his group of rejects simply have to keep causing chaos so the heroes stay busy, Ujiko says. And what of Detnarat, and the Meta Liberation Army? They will remain hidden for now. I don't want them making any moves or being involved with Tamura's affairs. They are much more capable and far-reaching on a political and economical level, and their message is much more appealing to grow an army. I shall keep them in my back pocket until I'm fully healed and ready to rise as the one true demon lord. A glorious day, the one we've awaited for so long. Now we only have to find the current one for all user and deliver him to you when your body is ready. All for one grits his teeth. Yes, if not Horizon, then it must be someone else from that year group. But nothing stands out as having that much power, aside from Izuka Midoriya, Ujiko says. But the boy still injures himself, even after his fight with Muscular at the training camp, both arms and a broken leg. I find it hard to believe All Might would select someone so incompetent. True, but let's keep an eye on him when the new semester begins. I believe you mean, if the new semester begins, Ujiko says. If. The backlash after this attack is far too great for even UA to ignore. Students died after all. I suspect the number of returning students will be greatly diminished, much like all the other hero courses around the country. Unless they catch Tamura, All for One says. I can't risk Horizon's school being stalled. That would greatly upset him since I assume part of his contract to get his parents back is graduating from UA. If he turns against us because of this then we will lose. If things look to be heading in that direction I'll send some anonymous tip to the heroes about the brat and his gang of losers. The Vanguard Action Squad being arrested should satiate the media and have schools returning to normal. Yes, but not twice. His double quirk is invaluable for what we want, a potential instant army, if he can pull himself together. Ujiko grumbles in disappointment. Such a waste to have that quirk on a person so pathetic. Yes, but his mental state makes him easy to guide and manipulate, and that is much easier than wasting resources cloning and training that quirk all over again. He's already been ranked as an S-class threat on the hero network, along with you. Obviously, the public is none the wiser about your existence. The Hero Commission wants to keep it as quiet as possible to prevent mass panic or a sudden wave of new villains. They're doing our job for us. Good, now we simply have to wait for. Beep beep beep. Ujiko's phone goes off and he immediately checks it. What is it? All for One asks. Our contact inside Tartarus finally got to visit level 5 of the prison today. It seems we will have to alter our plan once more. It won't be as simple as wrecking the prison and taking them out of it. All for One sighs. It's rarely ever that simple for me, so what changed? End chapter. Chapter 109, Chapter 108, Terminal Point 2. Chapter start. Law groans as he finally wakes up. He takes a deep breath before he opens his eye, his entire body stiff and aching. Every small movement sends a jolt of pain through him. Opening his eye he sees a plain white ceiling with the light off. The room was lit up by the moonlight with a small lamp in the corner of his eye. Where the hell? He mutters, slowly coming to his senses and trying to get up, only to drop back into the bed. The pain of simply sitting up was too much for him. Feeling around the bed he notices he's in a hospital gown with a thin sheet tossed over him. And raising a hand to his face he doesn't feel his visor or body glove, just an eye patch over his empty left eye socket. You're at UA, Nizu's voice comes from his left, and he turns his head to see the principal sitting on a chair beside his bed. Horizon just turns to face the ceiling and closes his eye. How long was I out? 10 days, you began waking up a few minutes ago and recovery girl thought it best that I was the only one here when that happened, Nizu says. The body glove, the visor, my face. I've trusted her with big secrets before, some that even you don't know. And I brought you here because having only her see is much better than all of Central Hospital where the others were sent. Horizon sighs and tries to relax, focusing on his own body. What happened? Well, tell me what's the last thing you remember? Kurogiri warped him away before I blacked out. So you don't remember walking back to camp on 2 broken legs like a zombie, and constantly muttering all for one? Nizu asks. Fuck, I guess they know about him already, Horizon realizes. Everything after he left and I blacked out is gone, the next thing is waking up here right now. I see, and your Quirk. Nizu holds his breath, already knowing what the simulation said if All for One got Law's monstrous Quirk. He tried to take it, but I've still got it, Law says. What did I miss when we were fighting? The newly formed League of Villains, Vanguard Action Squad attacked the others, you dealt with one of them, Mustard. The Gas Kid. Yes, some of the others were quite dangerous, but thankfully some of our students and the present pro heroes were also capable enough. We suffered some losses but, things would have been much worse had you not fought one for all. Losses. Kaminari, Koda, Sato, Pony, and Kanoko, Nizu says in a sad and small voice. Mandalay and Vlad are still in the intensive care center at Central Hospital, most of the others have been released already. Fuck, and I'm guessing the press is all over this, Law says. As expected, but we failed to protect our students. Regardless of the fact that dozens of students from other courses have been killed or taken and turned into Nomu, UA is held to a higher standard by the public and itself. But. Nizu sighs, but, the commission wants to suspend all hero courses until these villains are apprehended or at least weakened. So they want to surrender for a while? Sadly yes, but the police already have an investigation underway and are preparing a counterattack, but considering who the ringleader is. They want me on the team, of course. All Might should be enough, it's not like he hasn't beaten All for One before, but better safe than sorry. True, what state was my body in? Law asks. I'll give my full report later, but right now, I need a full self-checkup. You were already unconscious when the ambulances arrived. They thankfully scanned your body before trying to remove the body glove. If they removed it your guts would have fallen to the floor. Whatever All for One used shredded most of your skin and popped your left eyeball. It also caused most of your internal organs to rupture and bleed out. Not to mention the dozen lacerations in your brain. You were beyond saving. Yet here I am, how? Your body began trying to fix itself, at least make itself stable, Nizu says. But every time we tried to drive away you'd start failing again. I had a temporary camp set up before you were stable enough to be brought here. Also, one of the medics tried to remove your mask and you unconsciously broke his arm. Were you also asleep for that? Yes, but he really should have known better. Nizu just shakes his head. I had you brought to Recovery Girl for her to take care of the rest. Thanks, guess that explains why I feel like I got stuffed into a blender, Law mutters. It seems you aren't invincible after all. I never said I was, I'm perfect, not invincible, he says that as if it makes the most sense in the world. How does that even work? Nizu asks. I'm perfect, because I'm their son, and that's all I ever needed to be perfect. But I was never under any delusion of being invincible, not when Star and Stripe exists, but I definitely never expected to get my ass beat by anyone else. The more I learn the less sense you make, Nizu shakes his head. Will you be able to heal yourself from here? Yeah, I can handle it. I'll have your new equipment in my office when you're ready. I really am glad you're alright, or at least you will be. If you get back into form before we confront the villains please tell me, we need all the powerful people that we can get. Yeah, but first things first, right? Law asks, knowing that he wasn't going to help them take down All for One. Besides, if I manage to take him down, All Might and a dozen pros should be enough, especially since he'll be weaker now. I should have beaten him bad enough that he had to dump some quirks at least, and maybe he won't be able to self-heal. Oh, I'll be sure to inform them of that, but for now let's keep this all confidential. Naturally. I'll let you know when I figure myself out, or when I need something. Law opens his eye and turns his head to look at Nizu, now noticing his disheveled fur and droopy eyes. Clearly, he's been beyond stressed out over this entire situation. You can relax now, I'm back, Law says. Nizu manages to smile at that. You're the last point we have toward keeping the hero course open for the new semester. The public is lacking faith in UA's defenses, but when word about your fight comes out, they'll have unshakable faith in you. After all, you did fight the world's most powerful villain. Yeah, I've just got to train a lot harder. It's not as lonely as I expected at the top, so I just need to hit a whole other level. I expect nothing less from you. Nizu takes Law's phone out of his pocket and puts it on the bedside table. Keep this on you in case anything happens. After talking for a few more minutes Nizu leaves to go coordinate the strike against the villains, finally leaving Law to properly assess himself. Room. Law barely manages to make a room 10 meters wide. And he immediately feels like his brain is in a vice, quickly being crushed. The room shrinks to 5 meters and the pain diminishes greatly. Shit, he mutters, lifting a hand to his nose, feeling a trickle of blood flowing down to his lips as he forces himself to sit up. Moving his hand to his ear, he feels blood flowing down the side of his head. Placing his hand over his chest, he focuses on himself. Scan, he gets the new map of his body, a completely warped and twisted genetic code. Noticing the genes wanting to adapt and bind, he looks deeper, seeing the conflict as all the quirks fight for his brain power and cellular space, ripping his body and mind apart as they fight for dominance. No. Fight to be second to Hand of God. I really won't survive a month. I won't die, but I'll go fucking brain dead. He really did kill me, Law mutters, the realization slowly dawning on him that his days were limited. I need to solve this before I do anything else. Law reaches for his phone and immediately begins doing some research, and it only takes him a few minutes to get everything he needed from the Hero Network Quirk database. I must have subconsciously blocked incompatible quirks, just like I automatically detect things that I eat that can't be processed. Energy saver, if this is the same quirk he gave me, I only need 1/8 of the energy, food, and sleep I'd usually need to function. So that should make me a lot more economical with my energy use for Hand of God. Energy dynamo, so my cells just produce more energy from the same input. So my base reserve is increased and my stamina comes back faster. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Energy enhancer, the energy I produce is more refined. What the fuck does that even mean? Law looks down at his body and focuses on himself once more. Feels like I can just hold a lot more while the others increase production and efficiency, plus it's a lot more easy to draw out. Okay, that's great, he continues his research. And the last one he mentioned, life force, doubles lifespan at the cost of athletics, so this is the piece of shit that has my body feeling sore and stiff. Guess that's the first one to get sorted. Not like I needed help with my lifespan anyway, Law scoffs. As if I'm some pathetic moral. After a few more minutes of research, Law decides it's time to get out of bed, but before that he calls Nizu. Nizu, is my scalpel in your office? All your things are here, aside from the new sword. Hatsum is still working on that. That's fine, I just need the scalpel. I've slept enough, it's time to get back to work. End chapter. Chapter 110, Chapter 109, The Almost Perfect Being. Chapter start. From the moment Law woke up at UA, the first thing he began working on, as always, was himself. While the heroes were preparing for their own battles, students and parents alike were grieving. His classmates were constantly trying to get in touch with him and calling each other, crying about what happened. Some were even training harder than ever before, blaming their own weakness for what happened. Law left UA and immediately went to his nearby building in Muzotofu. Only 5 kilometers from the school, locking himself into the medical suite which most of his properties have. Currently, that's exactly where he was, trying to solve the mystery of his own body, but unknown to him, he'd done all that his quirk or any science could do. So sitting on a metal chair wearing only a pair of shorts, surrounded by all his medical equipment. Law's body operates on his head, which was harmlessly decapitated and placed on the table in front of it, trapped in a vice to keep it steady. There was a monitor in front of his face and a camera directly above him, looking down into his exposed brain so he could see what he was doing along with his ability to simply sense it. Visual indicators were critical in operations like this. His movements with the scalpel and tweezers are more precise than ever as he does the final inspection on himself. Looking at the monitor with his one eye, he makes a few more adjustments and quickly heals them, then moves to clean away the excess blood. As he puts the final touches on and places the top of his head back on, Law frowns at his own work, at himself. Then moves to place his head back on his neck. After 2 days of non-stop work, he still couldn't find the one thing that was holding him back. He simply couldn't make any sense of it, exactly as Dr. Ujiko predicted would happen. After over a century of research on genetics and quirks, Dr. Ujiko only recently identified this issue, and has yet to find a reliable solution to it. If it were a matter of science, then Law would have found it immediately. Ujiko is sure of that much. But this is a matter of the heart and mind not being aligned. Something so out of the realm of medicine that Ujiko went mad before he could figure it out. The practical effects of psychology on the human mind and body. The answer was so ridiculous that any genius medical professional would have to be crazy or stupid to ever consider it. You simply don't want it enough, is exactly how Dr. Ujiko would explain it, and if Law knew what it was, he would absolutely agree. Law was able to do what Dr. Ujiko could not. He solved the issue of the physical form handling multiple quirks. Through his focused and obsessive work ethic, Hand of God now acts in a way similar to All for One within his own body, acting as a pseudo-host while All for One was the true host to the other quirks. While All for One is somewhat of a switchboard with access to multiple quirks, Hand of God uses his additional quirks to buff itself by an order of many magnitudes. If only Law could access all of that power. Now all he needs is the answer Dr. Ujiko has about the mental side of this process, and the mad doctor needs his answer to the physical form. One last check, Law mutters as he puts himself back together, getting up from his chair and walking to the washroom. Standing in front of the mirror, he sees himself looking almost exactly the same. His hair was cut a bit shorter by Recovery Girl to inspect his fractured skull properly. His white eye patch was still over his left eye, covering the empty socket. And bits of his skin were still pinkish and would be for another week or two, from where they were torn apart before he regenerated entirely new flesh these past 2 days. Placing a hand on his chest, he focuses on himself. Scan, he mutters, going back to the absolute basics. Veering all the way down, what would have strained his previous energy limit before felt much less substantial now. Once again he was able to study himself down to the unchanging telomeres and his own helical genetic code. The extra energy from the quirks that were killing me is the only reason I can fix myself. Great, Law grumbles as he continues his in-depth scan. I don't sense anything wrong. I integrated them perfectly, but things still hurt when I draw on too much power for anything. That shouldn't happen, that doesn't even make any sense. Everything is perfect within my body, maybe I'm missing something. He does another scan, still finding nothing. Fine, one way to figure this shit out. He summons his phone to his hand for the first time since leaving UA, seeing the battery running low and 100 missed calls from his classmates, Pixie Bob, and Nizu, combined of course. He immediately calls Nizu. Hello, what's wrong? Law asks, still looking in the mirror. I couldn't get a hold of you these past 2 days, is everything alright? Nizu asks, clearly worried. I was operating on myself, he messed up some things that'll take me a while to fix. I think it's feedback from when I resisted his quirk. I can walk it off. Oh, I see, I finished reading your report about that fight, I saw you mentioned that, and he was after something aside from your quirk apparently, any idea what it was? Nizu asks. I've decided to edit your report somewhat before I pass it to the commission, so this won't be mentioned to them. Law sighs, right, because if people know All Might apparently has something that he wants and that's why some kids died they'll be pissed at him and UA, but no I don't know what. But he was convinced All Might gave it to me. He didn't tell you. No, but you clearly know what it is, so care to explain why I almost got killed? Law asks, slightly annoyed. That isn't my secret to tell, unfortunately. Well, you could have at least warned me that there was actually a person that can steal quirks running about. Maybe I wouldn't have gone around announcing how powerful my quirk is if I had a heads up. We thought he was dead, that All Might killed him. I understand how frustrating this is to you, but some secrets aren't mine to tell. I'm sure you of all people can be thankful that I'm so respectful of the wishes of others, Nizu says. Law takes a deep breath and calms down, yeah, you're right. Plus I don't think I would have believed you, a gene modification quirk is a bit far-fetched, even Monoma's quirk is super rare. But one that lets you permanently alter your genes and the person you're touching. That's insane. Yes, if cloning science wasn't so far along, a few centuries ago he would have been in mystery class with you and Star. They both fall into a comfortable silence for a moment, just imagining the damage such a quirk could do had it been revealed to the general public. Or had he gotten a hold of either mystery class quirks? Have you made any posts yet? Nizu asks, breaking the silence. Posts. The medical reports from the attack were leaked, I'm currently narrowing down exactly who leaked it to the press and they'll be dealt with severely. But people are terrified of the damage you sustained. Can't really blame them, Law shrugs, raising a hand to touch his eye patch. Almost anyone else would have died from just half as much damage, go ahead and tell them I already healed from the injuries and I'm taking some time to get back into fighting form. I'll do that right away, but the sooner you make a post the better, seeing is believing after all, Nizu says. Maybe later, right now I need to come back to UA, I need a lot of your robots and access to my training area, and my new sword. I thought you said you needed time to recover from what happened to your mind. Yeah, and this is how I need to spend that time. I'm not sure how to deal with what's happening, the more I use my quirk the more I'll know, trial and error Nizu. Well, you're the doctor, I'll have everything sent to your training ground for you. Thanks, Law hangs up and rests his phone on the sink. He leans forward, putting a bit more of his weight on the sink before reaching up and ripping off the eye patch, exposing his stitched-shut eyelids. Reaching up he uses mess to easily remove them, and the skin immediately droops down to reveal the empty socket. The nerves within were already healed, so he knew what he had to do. Taking a few deep breaths he grits his teeth and summons his scalpel back into his hand, and immediately inserts it into his eye socket. NNNNGHHH, he groans in pain as he has to destroy the healed tissue at the end of the nerves that would have connected to the back of his eyeball. FUCK, he drops the bloody scalpel in the sink and leans forward, allowing a few drops of blood to fall into the sink, actively suppressing his brand new automatic regeneration instinct. His quirk would now immediately open the smallest possible room whenever he's injured and begin healing, even if it wasn't optimal. That's why the ambulance couldn't leave without him constantly falling into critical condition. Anytime he left the room the healing would stop, and moments later a new room would form to restart the cycle. Fighting the urge to put a hand over his eye socket, Law looks into the mirror with a pissed-off expression, willing more and more energy into the newly injured nerve ending so the eyeball can regenerate properly. Surprisingly his right eye, the large and bright light blue pupil, begins flickering. Appearing like a glowing crystal at this moment. He has to fight the urge to jolt back in surprise as a thin blue mist begins pouring out of the left eye socket and dissipating in the air, and moments later he feels a brand new eyeball forming in his skull. And as the new eyeball is fully formed, drops of blood flow down from the eye socket like tears, pushed out by the new eye. It too flickers for a few seconds before both eyes glow solid bright blue. For all of 2 seconds they glow and release the thin blue mist from their pupils when Law gives them more energy, until... Arg. Law groans and shuts his eyes, feeling his brain in a vice once more, and the same problem takes hold again. Like hot spikes being hammered into his skull. After a long minute to catch his breath, he looks back into the mirror and grumbles, okay, that's new. But the glowy eyes take too much energy, so I'll just set that aside for now. Right now I just need to see what I can do about this damn mental feedback. End chapter. Chapter 111, Chapter 110, The Processing Problem. Chapter start. Curtain. Law manifests his blue dome barrier from his palm and projects it a few meters around himself. Standing within his personal training ground at UA, he's surrounded by city blocks of rubble, formerly concrete buildings. Currently, there were 2 more of Nizu's robots ahead of him, battering the shield with rubber bullets. Behind the shield, he was currently wearing just his pair of UA's PE uniform, leaving his top exposed, and using his new sword. The new sword was an exact copy of his previous blade. A long katana with a white blade and blue edge, along with a matching scabbard and hilt. After taking some time to get attuned to it, he can now use it with his quirk, getting him access to all his abilities once more. His visor was off to reveal himself drenched in sweat and with a constant trickle of blood running down from his nose and ears. It was currently sunset, and he'd been training and studying himself here since sunrise, yesterday. Taking breaks between sets of training to eat and get new robots, not that he needed much rest or food anymore, among other things he noticed about himself. As the rubber bullets continue, Law focuses on the room he was currently in. Only spanning the few hundred meters of this private training area. Scan. The sudden influx of information floods his brain, as usual. Every piece of rubble and stray leaf. Every robot and all the rubber bullets in the air appear frozen as it is all filed into his mind. His perfect spatial awareness once again shows how invaluable it is as he tracks exactly how he has to move his sword to deflect some bullets and rush forward. But things aren't so simple since All for One. Now the information is accompanied by a desynchronization of his quirks. His mind and heart are being pulled apart to do conflicting tasks in a way he couldn't detect or understand. BADUM. His heart speeds up for just a moment as a thin blue fog begins emanating from his now glowing eyes, feeling the power flowing through him. His shield glows brighter as the blue becomes less and less transparent. It too begins releasing the same energy vapor as he's unable to regulate his output. But all of this happens in less than 1/100th of a second, and a moment later. Arg! A hail of rubber bullets slam into Law as his quirk shuts off. The sudden influx of information conflicts with his instincts and quirks to hit like a white-hot steak being hammered into his skull. The loud impacts of rubber bullets hitting his tough skin echo out once more. 23 shots to the chest and abs leave purplish-black welts and have him stumbling back. Dropping to one knee, he tries to focus his mind, hearing the constant clicking of the empty guns 20 meters away before the 2 robots begin walking forward. Opening his eyes, he looks at the ground, vision blurred from the sheer pain of what he just felt. As if his head was shoved into Endeavor's flames. He sees more and more blood dripping down to the floor, feeling another fully flowing stream running down from his nose and out of his ears. Feeling his lunch about to spill out, he covers his mouth and forces it to stay down, rising to his feet, and swaying slightly as he does so. Seeing both the robots slowly approaching, he grits his teeth as the pain in his head diminishes quickly, just as it always does. Then he takes a deep breath, filling his chest, and looks down to see all the rubber bullets that were stuck to him falling to the floor. Room. He creates a room 50 meters wide. Booster shot, the blackish-purple welts on his chest where the bullets hit begins glowing with his usual blue healing energy, much brighter than before meeting All for One, and his skin immediately returns to normal. The exact same routine as he'd been doing all day with his injuries. Lowering his stance slightly, he rockets forward in a full sprint. Still keeping himself enhanced with booster shot, he easily breaks past 60 miles per hour, 96 kilometers per hour, or 26 m/s, and closes the distance between him and the robots. Ignoring the pain caused every time he has to move his body beyond the standard everyday movements. The downside of Life Force, the quirk which gives him double the vitality at the cost of making athletics severely limited. Even now all his muscles constantly felt stiff and sore no matter what he did to alleviate it. Arriving at the robots, he swings at one with his sword. Booster shot plus incision. His enhanced sword slash comes down harder than ever. It easily cleaves through the robot, slicing reinforced titanium alloy as if were nothing. The usual training robots were built to be slow and fragile, but these are Nizu's campus defense robots, without the live munitions of course since this is training. BADUM. As his blade is about to exit, he feels another jolt of pain. The same blue energy vapor had just barely begun manifesting around his blade before his quirk shut off and everything went black. Less than a second later he wakes up while rolling across the hard concrete floor, skidding to a stop and looking up just in time to see the other robot retracting its hand. Reaching up he feels some blood at the back of his head where it had punched him the moment he lost focus. This is just embarrassing. I'm worse than Deku, Law grumbles as he struggles to get up, running at it with his tired body and empty hands. His sword was sent flying out of his grasp as he was knocked across the ground. Room. He creates a room just big enough for both of them. Booster shot. He yells out while swinging with a strong right, embedding up to his shoulder in the robot as he punches it apart. He pulls out his arm and the robot harmlessly falls to the floor, leaving him to look down at the cuts and bruises on his arm already glowing blue and healing up without any command from him. Okay, that's pretty useful. Reflexive healing isn't worth all this bullshit, but it's nothing to complain about, Law mutters as he looks around, seeing his sword on the floor a few meters away. Done with his training for now, until he takes a break and gets some more robots, he takes a step forward to go collect his sword. Then feels as if his legs are about to give out. Nope, he sits right where he is and just leans back against the robot, deciding this was as good a place as any to rest. Closing his eyes and ignoring the blood running down his head and now dripping onto his chest, he tries to enjoy the cool evening breeze as the sun sets over the horizon. Okay Law, 2 days of training and studying, what do you know? He asks himself, thinking aloud before he consciously decides to just think to himself, at least while on UA campus, since everything here can be assumed to be free data for Nizu. Okay. So I've still got Hand of God, my original quirk. Then I've got Energy Saver, which lets me work on January 8th th of the food, sleep, and energy of a regular person for all my necessary functions. And it lets me sleep on command and stay more alert during sleep, but that second part may just be because of Hand of God. Energy Dynamo, my body produces energy more efficiently, I basically just have more output for the same input. This also helps my stamina recovery a ton so I can just rest up quickly and get back into fights. Then there's Energy Enhancer, kind of vague from the Quirk database, but at least in my case it lets my body produce energy that's more easily usable, and optimizes it even further. This is probably why my eyes and stuff are glowing and releasing that weird energy vapor. And then the colossal pain in my ass, Life Force. Doubles my capacity, not that I can fully use it without having a seizure, but at least it doubled so one day I will be able to. But the doubled lifespan did nothing for me since my telomeres are perfect thanks to Hand of God. Not to mention the fact that my body is always so fucking stiff and sore makes doing anything but walking painful. I hate this fucking quirk. Law takes a moment to calm down, warping his water bottle to him to take a drink. Okay, so I know Hand of God is still fine, all my abilities work. The other quirks should have integrated fine. And Life Force should have been fixed so the drawback of limited athletic ability is gone, so what the hell is going on? My body is fine, my mind is fine. My quirks, no, just quirk. Since I more or less integrated them all into Hand of God it's just one quirk now. Plus they all just enhance my own quirk anyway. I even said it myself, one body cannot have multiple quirks because once they're fully integrated it becomes a new quirk. I followed my own logic, the correct logic, and I feel like it's still trying to kill me. Law growls in frustration and slams his hand into the concrete floor. And the moment his skin makes contact his quirk activates a small room, just big enough for his body, automatically boosting his physical strength to crack the floor. Looking at the damage he lifts up his hand, and notices it was healed instantly. Well, once I keep the information input to only what is absolutely necessary I should be fine. And I'll have to try to keep my adrenaline and heart rate down. The higher those get or the more into a fight I am then the more likely my quirk is to just try and pull in as much information as possible. If I do that in a big fight it could kill me. But I don't even know what's wrong with me to set a timeline for solving this. And if I can't solve it and school starts up in 3 weeks All for One is probably not gonna attack Tartarus. Seeing me alive should be enough proof, but if he gets any hint that I'm not healthy it's all gone. Why would he bother with his part of the proposed contract when he knows I can't even hold up my end of the... Law stops his train of thought, realizing in his haste to pull himself together and understand what was going on he completely overlooked something. The spy, he mutters. I won't have to worry about him finding out anything if I just find the spy and key, hand them over to the cops, stupid hero bullshit. And if I kill the spy then Nizu is probably gonna easily figure out it's me, then I would have voided my own contract like a dumbass. But yeah, hand them over to the cops and give Nizu the credit, that way he doesn't think I did it just to hide my failure. I completely forgot about his spy in all this chaos, but once I get rid of that person then All for One will just assume I'm healthy and attack Tartarus, he gets them out, I fix him up, then we leave Japan forever, easy. Too bad I can't take credit for the spy, that would help me out a lot, and I could let Nizu say he ordered the investigation so UA looks better too, but I can't have my name anywhere near this mess. Law sits on the floor for a while longer, putting all the pieces he had together. All for One is old, damn ancient. 300 years old, his spy could be anyone, and I'm assuming they even know they're the spy. It could just be using telepathy to rip information out of them when they leave school. But no, they'd have to either be one of the teachers, but only Eraser, Nizu, Vlad, and All Might knew where the camp was. I know at least 3 of them are clean, and Vlad got hurt too badly to be the spy, he almost got put into retirement from that fight. Then there would have to be an incentive, All for One can give people quirks, the best incentive. But among the remaining teachers, they've all got pretty good quirks, and I don't think he would have used the pussycat since even he couldn't predict Nizu asking them for help. So then that leaves the students, and as a doctor and Nizu's favorite, I've got their medical records on my phone, just in case I had to perform any field medicine. I guess it's about time I finally have a look at those. End chapter. Chapter 112, Chapter 111, Clashing Plots. Chapter start. Flying across the open countryside, Horizon is on his hoverboard, moving at 300 miles per hour, 482 kmph, wearing his full hero costume with his sword at his side. With the sun now completely hidden beyond the ocean, he makes his way southwest, away from Yusutafu where UA is. Taking a casual stance on the hoverboard just as he would his surfboard or longboard, he has his phone out as he scrolls through his EA account. Seeing tens of thousands of comments on his last post, a picture of him in full costume, announcing to the world that he's alright. Seeing the worried comments and people cheering him on, he can't help but roll his eyes at the pathetic sheep. People are still following this true hero bullshit Stain was preaching. Serious, he wonders, noticing some custom emojis and stickers in the comments of Stain proclaiming Horizon to be exactly that. Shaking his head at the absurdity of hero worshipping people, he continues listening to his music as he rockets through the air. Just a few hundred meters above the rural area between cities, he's protected from the cold night wind by his body glove and visor. Redundant copies were made weeks ago by May, foreseeing that one day his costume would be damaged. Beep beep beep. Horizon sighs as his music is cut off, and Hantashiro is projected on the inside of his visor, an incoming call. Yeah, he answers the call. Are you okay, man? Shiro yells into the phone. Better if you weren't yelling in my ear, Horizon says. Sorry, it's just, from what the news said, the leaked reports, we weren't sure if even you could survive that. TCH, barely a scratch, regrowing the eye was a pain, but I've done worse things. What? When? Mom was very hands-on and thorough with training. The point is I'm perfectly fine now. How are you and the others doing? Well, we've all been put on house arrest right now, Shiro says. All the year 1 Hero Course students or older Hero Course students from UA without a provisional license have pro heroes watching them, unless they're at an agency. Really? Who do you have? Jolt, Shiro says in a defeated voice. Seriously, you got just grown-up Kaminari? Ah, too soon, man, Shiro says in a low voice. Oh right, that happened, Horizon says dismissively. How is everyone taking that? If by that you mean watching our classmates die in front of us, not good. Only a few of us were there when that fire hit, those blue flames were something else, man. How did that even go? Well, I don't know the full details, but some of the Momo had this quirk called Absorb and Release. They used it to keep Bakugo and Todoroki busy while the rest of us were under attack. Some psycho named Muscular was mangling up Midoriya pretty good, but thankfully he won that fight. The rest of us were dealing with some of those Momo. It was like they knew all our quirks and prepared Momo just for us. Probably because that's exactly what happened, Horizon says. About half of you showed off what you could do at the sports festival, but from what I know they even had counters to people like Jiro and Cookie. They can't know about that from the sports festival since both of them didn't use their quirks. Wait, you think they have a spy? Shiro asks, terror in his voice. But it's UA. Plus none of us even had any phones to call the villains. Well, I'm on my way to solve that problem tonight, so you'll find out how it goes pretty soon. Shiro takes a deep breath, unable to fathom that someone at UA would be an undercover villain. But if Horizon has suspects, then it has to be true. Horizon doesn't make mistakes, not with things this big. Okay, Shiro mutters, clearly pissed off. Okay. Yeah, when you find whoever it is, give them a bit of payback from all of us, he growls out. That lizard guy got Koda, the big guy with the magnet pushed Sato into the fire, that freaky girl with the knives got Pony, and Shigaraki decayed Kinoko, and Kaminari, man. The report didn't go into the specifics, but what happened to Kaminari? Shiro falls silent for a while. Horizon hears a few sniffles before he begins speaking in a shaky voice. He jumped in front of us. I was out of tape and he jumped in front of us when a Momo stretched its arm like a dozen meters to grab any of us. He thought he could just fry it like the others, and it worked. But that damn clone guy, he just kept making more and more. It was too much, and Kaminari ran out of power. We couldn't get to him in time. Did Twice kill him? Horizon asks plainly. No, some of the Momo just, they pulled him apart. Shiro immediately begins breaking down crying, much to Horizon's annoyance. That's unfortunate. Was all Horizon said, realizing it would be much harder than expected to reopen the hero course after that. Yeah, Siro says before his voice becomes angry. So when you find whoever brought the villains there, who killed Kaminari, you give them some payback for all of us, alright? I'll take care of it, and Siro. Yeah. Horizon pauses for a moment, genuinely trying to figure out how to say this in the nicest way possible. Kaminari died a hero, he says in a surprisingly soft tone. But that's worthless if all you do is cry and mope around like a pussy. Get to work, save some lives, that way he's worth more than just who he saved that night, got it? Yeah, got it, Siro mutters as he presumably wipes his tears. Good, I've gotta go, Nizu is calling. Horizon hangs up before Siro can respond and answers Nizu's call. Where are you? Nizu immediately asks. Out, why? You left UA a few minutes ago without telling me, I'm concerned, how are you feeling? Better, I'm going to deal with your spy problem, my way. That is a very delicate matter, Horizon. Well, right now it's costing us lives, so are you willing to let more people die or should I just handle it now? The call is silent for a few seconds. That's what I thought. Nizu sighs, what condition are you in, can you fight? Not optimally, not for a while, but I should be fine for tonight. So not against someone like All for One or the USJ Nomu. Not a chance, I still need time, did you forget what condition I was in? It's only been 2 days since I woke up, remember? I see, Nizu pauses for a moment and Horizon overhears some nearly inaudible chatter in the background, so clearly Nizu wasn't alone. And is the data you gave us on All for One comprehensive of what you know? Excuse me? Is there anything you could have missed? You doubting me? Horizon asks, getting annoyed now since he did put everything combat related into his report. The deal with his parents simply wasn't necessary to be reported. No, I'd never do that, Nizu admits. But the police are doing an investigation and want to plan a counterattack. They want as much information as possible. I see, so they want me in the raid team, that makes sense, but it'll probably be weeks before I'm ready for any high-level fights. He hears more indiscernible background chatter before Nizu responds. Well, that's unfortunate, but we simply don't have that time to wait. Yesterday the League of Villains attacked the Hero Commission branch in Warden City. Warden City, but the only thing that branch has is the prisoner transfer documents for all the prisons across Japan, Nizu says. We believe they plan a mass jailbreak of all their allies we've arrested since the USJ incident. And the existence of this Vanguard Action Squad proves they're actively recruiting. Snuffing them out before they go on a recruitment drive is our priority. Yeah, before they have another army aside from the Nomu, I assume the public doesn't know about the impending fights. We managed to blame the destruction on a gas leak since it all happened inside the building, another reason why Kurogiri is so high on our priority list. That makes sense. Well, sorry, but I won't be in top form for at least another few weeks, got a lot to sort out. Well, we managed before you, we can still do just that. Please do bring back anyone you believe is the spy unharmed if possible. No, Horizon says bluntly. Nizu groans, do remember you're trying to be a hero. I'm more upset than anyone about what happened to my students, but we must not let our emotions blind us. I'll call you later tonight. Right now I have a press conference to deal with. The media is already setting up downstairs and waiting for UA's explanation on how it will continue forward. I'll try to watch it if I can. Good luck. After tonight, everything will be fine. Your next semester should be rather smooth. Well, I hope so. Horizon hangs up, breathing a sigh of relief. Resuming his music and putting his phone away, he considers the conversation he just had. Nizu kept calling me Horizon, never once used my name. Combined with the muttering he's not alone, I was extra careful because it's probably Detective Tsukachi there since he was giving me otherwise classified info. And I'm guessing All Might or Eraser if they were planning a counterstrike. You need those two for a smooth attack against All for One. He crosses a few more miles, still not seeing his target city anywhere ahead of him, deciding to not speak aloud for now in case Nizu is bugging him. All for One sent the League to get the Tartarus prison documents. If anywhere has ancient files about the layout, it's that branch of the Commission. He's planning to get them out already. Luckily I really didn't have to lie about not being in fighting form to go up against someone that strong, even with help. Now all I've got to do is have the cops wait until I'm in top shape. But by that time All for One and Gigantomachi, whoever that is, will attack Tartarus and get my parents back. Then I'm out of this country forever, after fixing his body of course. Nizu's office. Hanging up after his call with Horizon, Nizu is in his chair, sitting behind his desk. In front of him on one couch was Yagi, wearing his All Might costume, the modern version currently hanging on him as if he were a coat rack. Beside Yagi was Detective Tsukachi, wearing full SWAT gear with a rifle at his side. Opposite them, both wearing simple black business suits, were Vlad King and Eraserhead. Horizon won't be available sadly, he's still recovering, Nizu says. Then we'll just have to continue forward without him, Yagi immediately says, already not wanting to waste any more time. Both Tsukachi and Nizu share a concerned look while Eraser and Vlad notice but aren't in on the full secret. Nizu turns to them both, can you both please head down to the press conference ahead of me? there are a few things left to discuss. End chapter. Chapter 113, Chapter 112, Our Purpose. Chapter start. As Eraserhead and Vlad King leave Nizu's office, the atmosphere becomes much more tense. Tsukachi and Nizu share a knowing look at Yagi looks confused. What's wrong? Yagi asks, looking between his allies. We should get in the helicopter and head to Tokyo. Gran Torino should already be at the police station waiting for us. Or. Nizu says, we could postpone the raid. What? Yagi stands up, looking horrified at the very thought. But Principal Nizu, this is the best chance we've got. Just for a few weeks, Tsukachi says, looking up at his friend. Schools are out so the League of Villains can't hit any hero courses until summer ends in a few weeks. By then Horizon should be back in action for him to help you take down All for One, for good this time. You. Yagi stumbles back in disbelief, you think I'll lose? We didn't say that, Nizu says. But we have one of the most powerful people in the world on standby. If we wait, he will be ready. Assuming the villains will still be there, Yagi says. We don't know when they'll move on to another hideout, and Horizon said he won't be ready for weeks. We need to strike now and defeat All for One with a decisive blow. The plan won't change, Nizu says. The tracker Yayorosa made is still transmitting from the same location in Kamino Ward, and the police have eyes on the hidden bar where the villains are living at. We'll still have two teams, one to attack the Momo facility in Kamino Ward, and you'll still lead the team at the bar which will be fighting the main villains. But we want Horizon with you at the bar, Tsukachi says. When All for One shows himself it'll be good if both of you take him down together. Nizu has a pet monster in his pocket, it's about time we put it to use. Yagi doesn't understand what he means by that, only knowing Horizon as a student, pet monster. Never mind that, Nizu says. Tsukachi and Horizon didn't meet on the best terms. But when All for One shows up at the bar it'll be best if you, Horizon, and Endeavor are there together. You're asking me to put one of my students in a fight against All for One. How can I do that and still call myself a hero? Horizon isn't just any student, Nizu says, earning a confident nod from Tsukachi. He severely hurt All for One in their last fight, with you and Endeavor there, the three of you can easily end that demon. Yagi pauses, then looks between Tsukachi and Nizu, people who have been with him from the start of his career, from before he even got one for all in Nizu's case. And for the very first time, he sees more than just concern in their eyes. You don't think I can win? Yagi asks in a quiet voice. Tsukachi sighs, it's not that we doubt your power. We just don't want to risk losing you, as a friend, and as the symbol of peace. Think about what happens if something goes wrong. Nothing will go wrong, Yagi says. If this semester has proven anything, it's that everything can go wrong, no matter how much we try to prove otherwise. Nizu hops down from his chair and begins walking toward the opposite couch. We've assembled powerful heroes to assist you, but the Hero Commission has run simulations already. If the enemies have too many Momo, this can go bad very quickly. You could die, Tsukachi says, surprising Yagi. And what do you think happens if All for One manages that for the world to see? Society would be thrown into chaos. Yagi looks down at his baggy hero costume, reaching up and pulling the fabric at his chest. Years ago he would have filled this costume out 24/7, but now he stands as a husk of his former self. And even his greatest supporters are so worried about him that they don't want him to fight. To be the person Nana knows he would be. To complete the task she entrusted to him. He recalls the night he lost her, how he and Gran Torino were forced to run away, leaving her to stall All for One, and how she stood alone. But I won't be alone, Yagi says, gripping his costume. I'll have squads of powerful and just pro heroes with me. I'll have more support than anyone before me. Yes, I am weaker than I was years ago. But I've regained some of my past power thanks to Horizon healing me. I'm still strong enough to complete this task. Strong enough that I don't have to involve one of my precious students in this battle, because how can I ever call myself a teacher if I'm so weak that I have to do that? How could we call ourselves heroes if we have to depend on him for the most critical battles of our lives? Is this not my purpose? I was entrusted with this power to become the symbol of peace. To become All Might. But as a holder of One for All, above everything else, our purpose is to defeat All for One. To ensure the safety of this world, and all the generations that will inherit it from us. So no, I won't be leaning on one of the very people I'm fighting to create a better world for in this fight. Yagi begins growing, taking his muscular form and completely filling out his costume until it was skin tight. Raising his fist in front of him and looking at it, only feeling a fraction of the godly power that once coursed through him. One for all, this is its purpose, our purpose, but I'll complete this task here. He looks up at Nizu, giving him a broad smile. So Izuka Midoriya can find the new purpose of this power, and forge his own destiny, because as a hero, and as his teacher, that is my duty, that is why All Might exists. The intensity and conviction in his voice were astonishing as always, and both Nizu and Tsukachi couldn't help but smile, feeling the familiar warmth of his blazing will just as bright as it was before their previous battle. Tsukachi chuckles, fishing the keys for the helicopter door out of his pocket and getting up, ready to make his way to the roof and fly them to Tokyo. There really won't be another hero like you, he gives All Might an exasperated look. Now let's go deal with this villain for good, then we won't ever have to think about him again. He begins walking toward the door. Half right, All Might says, turning to give Tsukachi his brilliant smile, this villain ends tonight, but I'm sure of another thing, there will be another symbol of peace, and he'll be more than I could have ever been. As All Might and the others meet up in Tokyo to finalize their plans for the raid, Nizu heads downstairs to meet up with Eraserhead and Vlad King. Their part in this plan was to hold a press conference simultaneously with the raid, proclaiming that the police force and UA were currently looking into the villain's plans and location but had yet to find any concrete leads. No students, not even Momo herself who provided the tracker, knows about the raid. And even the police and heroes that will be helping haven't been told anything before tonight, to prevent the villains from learning through a spy. That's exactly why Nizu didn't mind that Horizon was dealing with the potential spy issue, because he wanted this entire problem to be dealt with tonight. Aldera City, 250 kilometers southwest of Tokyo. Sitting at his desk in his room, Deku was currently writing some notes for his hero studies. Trying to figure out a way to ease the damage his arms are taking during battles. His hands were currently functional but bandaged up for the next few days. And I'll have to figure out a way to convince Mom to let me return to UA next semester, he mutters absent-mindedly. Maybe I can get Principal Nizu to talk to her, or maybe All Might can come to do it in person. But she's so scared I'll break my arms 1 or 2 more times and be crippled forever, as the doctor said. But if I figure this out before then, it won't matter. It's a power distribution problem. Horizon said this before, but he also said that because I look up to All Might so much it's limiting me. He stops writing and sits back in his chair, staring down at his book. Currently, there was a sketch of his hero costume with armored arms. A solution he knew simply wouldn't work. What did he mean by that? Thinking like All Might will hold me bad, he reaches for his phone and clicks on the 1A group chat, seeing a conversation going on, mentioning the press conference that was about to start. I should watch that so I at least know when school will be reopening, he mutters while opening the members list for the chat. He sees Horizon listed in it and is tempted to call him. If I call him he'll probably call me stupid again and hang up, assuming he'd even answer. Ugh. Deku holds his head in frustration. Oh, I know, I'll just ask Zero to ask him for me. He finds Zero's contact but stops before he can call. No, Horizon would figure it out, and the last thing I want to do is get Zero yelled at. Plus last time he said I rely on other people too much right now, so I should at least figure this out myself. Heroes are problem solvers, not liabilities was what he said, I think. Deku returns to his notes for a few minutes, thinking up anything he can. Izuku, he hears his mother's scared voice echo down the halls of their small apartment. Deku is immediately on alert, knowing there was a police van outside with a pro-hero nearby to stake out the house. Just as with all the hero course students from UA. But he didn't hear any fighting. Warp Gate, Kurogiri, he immediately concludes, activating his quirk and rushing down the hall, terrified of the idea that the villains are in his house, hurting his mom. Terrified that All for One realized that he has won for all and not Horizon. Rounding the corner he pivots on the ground hard enough to crack the concrete and turns into the kitchen, ready to launch into a powerful smash. But he freezes, seeing the small kitchen occupied by 2 people. Inko Midoriya, leaning with her back to the counter absolutely terrified, breathing heavily and gripping her chest from the sheer shock. And sitting at the small kitchen table. Horizon. In full hero costume with his sword out, clearly ready to use it. End chapter. Chapter 114, Chapter 113, No More Secrets. Chapter start. Deku, exactly who I came to see, Horizon says as he gets up, seeing Deku frozen in the doorway. He leaves his sword on the little table and walks around the small kitchen, gesturing to Inko. Inko Midoriya, Deku's mom, short and chubby at 160 centimeters 5 feet 3, with green hair much more like Azui than Deku. You should go take a seat, he gestures to the table. Her eyes look over from him, to the table he gestured to with his sword still atop it, then back to him. Suddenly aware of how much larger he is in person than on TV. What's going on here? Is something wrong? Inko musters up the courage to ask, trying desperately not to be bullied in her own home. Horizon sighs and looks over to Deku, seeing him still frozen in the doorway. I just have some questions for both of you, so how about you both take a seat so I can get out of here? Oh, and the team that was watching you won't be bothering us for a while. Boo. Mom, Deku cuts her off, and she looks over to see him already sweating nervously. Let's just do what he says. Horizon doesn't miss that both Deku's hands are at his sides in tight fists. Well, at least he's ready for a fight. Giving her son a silent and nervous nod, Inko carefully walks around Horizon to sit at the table, opposite Deku. Hands on the table, Horizon says, and they both comply, although she's glaring at him the entire time. Standing back at the counter and facing them, Horizon folds his arms across his chest and looks at the duo, nothing striking between the two, and after a silent minute to let their imagination run wild, he gets to the point. Glancing to the TV in the corner of the kitchen, he sees the press conference at UA starting, but ignores it to focus on the task at hand. So you both know that UA has been attacked twice by now, right? They both nod. And I'm here to solve that, by whatever means necessary, that includes the bloody and painful ones, he says. Inko begins shaking in fear while Deku just turns and glares at Horizon, ready to use full cowling to defend his mom at a moment's notice. Why, you can't do that, Inko says. Oh, why not? Because it's against the law. And you're a hero, right, aren't you? Yeah, so. Horizon shrugs. Laws only apply to replaceable people, like you two. I'm Horizon, I can do what I want, now. What do you know about Deku's quirk? Izuku's quirk. She looks between Horizon and her son, completely confused, and even more so by the horrified look on his face. What about it? Oh, playing dumb. Horizon gets up and walks over to her, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. Deku grits his teeth in frustration, already activating full cowling at a low percentage. Was he born with his quirk? What? Of course he was, it's his quirk, Inko says, not understanding such a silly question. And Horizon detects no lies. Have you had any contact with any villains? Horizon asks. No, why would I ever do that, what's this about? Inko asks, even more confused. So Deku left you out of the loop. Horizon lets go of her and begins walking around to Deku. You see, I find it very strange that I get attacked by a villain that can steal and redistribute quirks, and I've been suspicious of UA having a spy in it since USJ, then I check all the medical records from the people at camp to find. Deku here was registered as quirkless until the day before the first day of UA, then he shows up with a quirk that's perfect for catching All Might's interest since they're so similar. And he acts in a way that would perfectly convince All Might to take an interest in him. Not to mention that broken arm he said happened when he was a kid that caused him to never want to use his quirk, wasn't on his medical record. Horizon places his hand directly atop Deku's head, and the boy just stares forward at his mom as she puts the pieces together. Izuku, she asks in a horrified voice, unable to fathom the possibility of this being true, and her tone alone breaks his heart. Tears began flowing down his cheeks as he realizes he had no way out. If he lies he'll look guilty and Horizon will just beat him unconscious and drag him off to jail. And if he confesses then he'll be telling them both All Might's secret, disappointing his hero and informing the one person that he's never supposed to tell about one for all about it. So, Deku, Horizon says, with his hand on Deku's head as he scans him. Finally able to make contact he realizes that Deku's cells are identical to All Might in how the quirk functions, but somehow Deku's quirk stores energy much faster. He must have also been given some sort of energy quirk so he didn't have to use it for as long as All Might to have the same amount of power, Horizon thinks, trying to make sense of it. Were you born with that quirk, or did All for One give it to you? Deku freezes, his fears becoming reality at that moment. Neither option was true, and All Might already told him Horizon can detect lies through touch. Any lie would probably result in him being tossed by countershock and taken away, then his mom would think he's a villain and a spy, so desperate for power that he'd help kill thousands of people, including his own classmates. Squeezing his eyes shut he grits his teeth before simply being honest. All Might gave me his quirk and is training me to be the next symbol of peace since he can't fight as much anymore, he blurts out in one quick breath, taking deep breaths afterward as if he was about to pass out. But finally feels a weight lifted from his chest as his mom now knows the truth. What? Horizon now sounds more confused than anyone else. All Might can pass on his quirk. Deku and Inko silently stare at each other, she looks at him in disappointment for keeping this from her. And he just begins crying even more after seeing her face. Horizon just takes a moment to process everything. Weeks ago he never would have believed any of this, but now he knows that, naturally, transferring quirks is possible, and the fact that he didn't detect any lies makes it all but certain. Add to it the fact that Deku's outlandish story makes a lot of things he's noticed make much more sense, he had no choice but to believe it. So All Might passed his quirk to you after I healed him, because a year ago his cellular energy was a lot higher than on the first day of UA, and I'm guessing you get the stockpiled power of the previous user as well instead of starting from zero, explains why he's running on the last fumes of his quirk. Horizon takes a step back and groans, then take the seat at the head of the table leaving Deku to his left and Inko to his right facing the TV. Reaching forward he grabs Deku's wrist to make sure he can't lie, this complicated everything so much more. Okay, fuck it, start explaining, now. Inko is completely silent as Deku explains, and Horizon only nods along and takes in everything, not wanting to interrupt and cause Deku to exclude anything. And at the end of it, he feels more pissed off than anything else. So Nizu knew all of this and just didn't bother to tell me, could have saved me a lot of trouble. Deku just looks down at the table as Horizon lets go of his wrist and leans back in his chair, completely exasperated. So all of this crap is because All for One accidentally created a powerful quirk because he decided to give his little brother a quirk even though he wanted to stop him. What a moron. And now he can't take back the quirk because it probably has similar genetic markers to himself and that causes interference. You realize he was at the summer camp and attacked me because he assumed I had your quirk right. Deku just nods, already being informed of everything by All Might, but now the guilt was multiplied once more, sitting here with the person that almost died protecting them from All for One himself. Adding to the weight of his dead classmates and the injured pro heroes still in the hospital. He was questioning if he should even return to UA, or any other hero course. Now giving serious thought to being a vigilante, because that way at least All for One wouldn't have to kill his classmates to get to him. TCH, no wonder you got into UA without any control, and this definitely explains why Nizu is always asking me to help you train. All Might passed his quirk onto you, and since they don't have much time left they need you to master it as soon as possible, but for some reason, Nizu is still betting on me instead. Very strange. Well, whatever, doesn't matter, but seriously I get that he's only got a few more years to live, but All Might could have really chosen someone a bit more competent. Deku and Inko both look at Horizon, faces completely mortified by that sudden announcement. Looking at Deku he just sighs. What did you think would happen with injuries like that? Come on, don't be that stupid. The energy of One for All was keeping him going, and you've got the engine now. Izuku feels his entire world crashing down for the 100th time in these past few months. Suddenly learning that after everything, he would soon be losing All Might as well. Then that's why, Izuku wipes his tears, I've got to become stronger. Ugh, Horizon gives a disgusted groan, not doing great so far. Well, I guess I'm done here. You two clearly have a lot to talk about, and I've got to have a chat with Nizu about this stuff. Oh, and don't tell anyone I was here and what I was doing. I've got another suspect I'd like to surprise tonight. Deku nods, then looks over at his mom who didn't even react. She was just staring daggers through him. Absolutely livid that he did all of this behind her back. Lying to her for months. Feeling the tension in the room, Horizon is about to get up when the TV suddenly switches over from the boring press conference. Breaking news, All Might and a strange masked villain are fighting in Kamino Ward. Everyone in the room turns to the TV. Seeing All Might standing on a cleared-out battlefield in what was a populated city area, surrounded by rubble as All for One stands on the air above him. Shit, Horizon immediately warps his sword back into the scabbard and rushes off, racing through the night sky on his hoverboard, rushing as best he can toward Kamino. Toward the end of All Might. End chapter. Chapter 115, Chapter 114, Glorious 3-Year Plan. Chapter start. Are you sure? All for One asks. The past and future Demon Lord was once again sitting in his usual chair, deep within his secret lab at Kamino Ward, Tokyo. At his side was a phone with Ujiko on the other side, giving him an update on the information they recently decrypted. Unfortunately so, Ujiko says. Plus, Makia won't be ready for at least another week, but how would you like to proceed with this new information? It could turn out very badly for everyone involved. All for One silently ponders this for a moment, then gives a sinister smile. Oh my dear friend, you've never been able to see opportunity in such risky ventures, but this is my specialty. Some major changes are needed, but we will still prevail. So on the contrary, I believe this works out much better for us. Continue preparing Gigantomachia. I want him to be our guard dog against any international aid. In the case that I'm not enough of a deterrent, he will at least make other nations hesitate to send any help to Japan. You may consider it done. Good, now transfer some of the recovered data into Aoima's data core. No doubt either Nizu or Horizon himself will find it. In the case of the latter, that will help us sway his views on things even further. The hero files. Precisely, and nothing more. We don't want to change his course until it benefits us, All for One says. But now the main concern is that the Hero Public Safety Commission knows of my existence, and they also have a proper villain in Tamura. Even if it is in reputation alone, they need not know how incompetent he is. True, the less that Brat appears the better, Ujiko agrees. But I still fail to see exactly how this helps us retain our final goal, or improve the plan in any way. Well, that's quite simple, we must. Kurogiri's purple mist begins swirling beside All for One as he warps into the room. Master. Kurogiri, report. The leads we spread about have been collected by the police. They are en route to the bar to arrest Tamura and his associates as we speak. All Might and Endeavor are leading the charge along with many other top pro heroes. Good, but why are you here and not with Ujiko at his lab? Because pro heroes have also been detected closing in on this location, Master. All for One growls lowly at that. They tracked me here. That should have been impossible. I even made sure Ragdoll never laid eyes on me to track me. He takes a moment to consider the options, then nods. The plan has further changed. Kurogiri, go save Tamura and the other children. They shall act as the main threat to Japan in these coming years, but do not inform them of the Meta Liberation Army. Keep Redestro under a tight leash, and make him aware of Gigantomachi so he doesn't step out of line. I want the Meta Liberation Army ready for my return. The League of Villains will not matter at that point. They are straw dolls living beyond their use. Protect twice, above all else if necessary. Yes, Master. Kurogiri immediately warps away, dutifully obeying All for One. Return. Ujiko asks. Where are you going? I shall be going away for a while. Sadly, you'll have to play caretaker to the League for some time. What? But why? Where will you be? All for One gets up and holds the phone in his palm. His flesh begins shifting and sparking, connecting to the phone with a few of his quirks as it is absorbed into his palm. This should allow me to project everything we say during the upcoming fight, to properly set the stage for Japan to crumble, all before my grand revival, All for One says, confusing Ujiko. I'm sending you a detailed set of instructions, Doctor. The Hero Commission will need your services in the future, very soon in fact. Make yourself available in both instances. You still haven't told me where you will be. Tartarus, All for One says bluntly, and Ujiko chokes on the other side of the call. I'm about to have my final fight with All Might, and no matter the outcome I won't be strong enough to resist arrest. Removing myself as a potential scapegoat for anyone. Because the only way not to be blamed is to not exist within this world. You can't be serious. We could just go to a different country, that should get the blame away from us entirely. No, we've already overplayed our hand without knowing enough. I've sent you my glorious 3-year plan, and when it is complete, I will rise as the Demon Lord Reborn, and rule the country, as is my right. Ujiko sighs at the other end of the call, already skimming the document All for One made and sent within the past few seconds with his collection of quirks controlling the phone. Of all the things we've disagreed on over the years, this is at the top of the list, easily, Ujiko says. And you're sure you can build him up while constantly stoiking their fears? More than simply that, I must also properly destroy All Might, from that heroic image, to his annoying smile. To his fully clean and spotless public image. I must make way for Horizon to become the new symbol of peace. This is exactly why I've kept Tamura alive for this long. His connection to All Might shall rock the foundation of hero society and make the sheep question everything. The decline in people signing up to be heroes will only decrease after all is revealed, a perfect environment for me to ascend. I strongly disagree with this plan, Ujiko sighs. But I trust you. I shall make myself available for the Hero Commission, but please, be careful. Worry not, it takes more than some dying old man that only knows how to punch to truly defeat me. I shall always rise stronger than ever. Crash. The building shakes and All for One hears concrete shatter. A few seconds of battle later and the area goes silent as all the Nomu in the lab are defeated, but the room he stands in was untouched. We shall meet again in 3 years, Doctor. All for One hangs up before Ujiko can respond, already clearing all the data from his phone and tapping into local broadcasting systems. He wants the entire world to see their greatest villain fall. He wants them to see their greatest hero broken. And he wants them to hear exactly why Horizon is the next symbol of peace. Ripping the tubes out of his face and straightening his tie, he puts on his rebuilt life support mask and casually steps out of the room. He's immediately greeted by a quarter of the 5-story building collapsed. MT Lady was hunched over at full size holding a pair of Nomu in each hand. Best Jeanist had a few others restrained, along with Gang Orca standing on a pile of others. Behind them Pixie Bob had a few Nomu sank up to their necks into the floor, completely restrained. And flying above was Hawks. Most of the heroes froze at the sight of All for One, knowing exactly who they were dealing with. All but 2 at least. Best Jeanist immediately swings his hand and makes a tight fist. All for One hums, more out of curiosity than discomfort as his own clothes become a constricting prison, pulling his hands to his sides and forcing his legs together, tightening hard enough that a normal person would have been crushed into a paste. A very fast reaction time, as expected of you too. Mirko was already leaping down from the roof above. Luna arc, she slams down with a full-powered axe kick aimed directly at his head. All for One just barely moves his head, preserving his mask and allowing her to hit his shoulder with all her might. Impact recoil. As her leg connects, the force is equally directed back at her, knocking her high into the air, but doing no damage to her. All these pro heroes, but you didn't bring Horizon. That must mean you just aren't trying to win. As if I could ever be defeated by such a motley group. They all focus up even as he's still restrained, ready for a fight, but not even a second later both his arms begin to swell and coil within his sleeves and compress themselves. Taking in much more air as he combines quirks for his best ranged attack. Air Cannon plus Spring-like Limbs plus Shock Absorber plus Muscle Enhancer plus Strength Enhancer x12. Jeanist immediately swings his arms outward and reaches out to control all the fabric around him. Blast Wave. The entire city block shakes as All for One pushes all the air directly downward, setting off the local earthquake sensors, and bringing all eyes onto their fight. End chapter. Chapter 116, Chapter 115, Dominoes PT1. Chapter start. Standing on air in the middle of the battlefield. A freshly made crater in the middle of Kamino Ward, collapsed buildings surrounding it with countless people buried beneath. All for One appreciates the destruction he caused. Taking casual steps forward as if the air beneath his feet was sold, he looks around, noticing the pro heroes from moments earlier at the edge of the crater. Most battered and bleeding from that one attack. Noticeably Hawks and Genist were awake, gang a rocket atop them to shield them with his body, while MT Lady tried to block as much of the blast as she could while cradling Pixie Bob. MT Lady was the most damaged, completely blacked out and bleeding from her head. Quite impressive, all for one say, seeing Hawks and Genist on the floor and unable to move. Your allies shielded you, but you wouldn't have survived if Genist didn't move all of you away from the blast at the same time. Such refined quirk use is truly rare. You're no Horizon, but I see why the Commission foolishly brought you into this fight. Genist uses his quirk to control the denim of his own costume and struggles to make himself sit up to face the villain. Oh no, I insist, all for one says in a comforting voice, no need to get up just for me. He points forward at Genist. Air bullet. An invisible shot of air slams into Genist's gut and burrows through him, shattering the ground behind him. Genist falls back and Hawk struggles where he's laying, focusing as best he can. He summons the very few feathers that both survived the blast and didn't get buried in the rubble. All for one sees a handful of feathers struggling to fly over to the pile of pro heroes and is not impressed, instead deciding to look around at the few news helicopters already in the area, as well as the many news drones. Ah, Ujiko sent them, no wonder they were able to get here this quickly, he immediately realizes, glad his friend was playing along. Keeping the act up, he plays it up for the cameras and the transmission of his voice that was going to nearby devices, including the news teams. To think this is what top-tier pro heroes amount to, he gestures mockingly to the pile of pros as the feathers begin moving the regular-sized ones away from him, rather slowly at that. A failed assault and now a pitiful escape attempt. How disappointing. I nearly died fighting Horizon, and at that point I ambushed him. But now all of you are crawling away, after surprising me with an attack you had weeks to prepare for. How pathetic can you be? Honestly, he raises his hands, palms facing toward the group as his sleeves swell up again, readying the same attack but on a smaller scale. If this isn't enough of a reason to make way for the next generation, I can't imagine what is. Hawk's eyes open in horror as he realizes what's about to happen. Only he and MT Lady were in the same spot, opting to move everyone else first, and he wasn't able to move her in this form. But even the others were only a few meters away, they'd die too. Air CA. All for one, everyone turns to see All Might soaring through the air heading directly toward the villain. Oh, here to try and kill me again, All Might. All for one yells as they clash, the impact from their palms locking and grappling in midair sends a shockwave through the battlefield and down the surrounding streets. Two people well beyond their primes, but stronger now than they would have been without Horizon existing. All Might is healthier than he would have been. All for one retained his original quirk instead of using a copy as he intended to transfer the original to Shigaraki. The shockwave from the clash stirs MT Lady awake, just barely enough for her to begin shrinking, and knocks the other pro heroes including Hawks back a few feet. The helicopters struggle to remain stable and some of the heavy-duty drones crash into the ground below. You've gotten weaker, All Might. All for one yells as they continue to struggle for dominance, both already standing on the ground, the earth beneath their feet cracking and breaking apart. And you've finally realized how ugly you are, hiding your miserable face. All Might yells back, taking a direct dig at the mask. Air cannon. Two blasts of air leave All for One's arms and knock All Might back for nearly 200 meters, destroying multiple buildings as if they were nothing and surely injuring people in the process. As All Might continues crashing through buildings, All for One returns to the air and casually dusts off his suit, still appearing completely untouched. But everyone watching, from the heroes to the news teams and all the civilians viewing this, were experiencing fear like never before. For the first time to their knowledge, the symbol of peace was actually being matched in power. Knowing this, All for One takes the opportunity to add his input. I've gotten much weaker since fighting Horizon, but this should be enough to deal with All Might, a factual statement, at least in regards to his power, but he leaves no room for doubt that these heroes are struggling with a weaker version of what Horizon fought. A moment later, All Might rockets upward and out of the massive dust cloud that the last attack caused as the buildings were destroyed. And as he's high in the air, he turns and punches the air behind him hard enough for it to redirect him toward All for One. Oh, not so fast, All Might, you've got heroing to do. All for One casually raises his right hand and points the palm toward the injured pro heroes. Air cannon. Another blast of air fires out, but this time All Might accelerates by punching the air again, swinging both his arms back at once similar to Bakugo's explosive flight, and gets in front of the blast. Smash. He punches the air blast with one of his own, completely cancelling it out and forming a horizontal trench between them and the floor. Oh, how annoying that must be, All for One says tauntingly, unable to use your full power because those pathetic excuses for so-called pro heroes are in the way. All for One raises both his hands this time, releasing a massive blast as he did before to knock All Might away, and this time he simply has to guard with his forearms, grit his teeth, and stand his ground. The costume on his forearms is torn away as his skin is bruised and gets some small cuts. But at either side of him, the stone floor is carved out a few meters deep, and it parts around him like a V, extending back for dozens of meters. All Might feels these few massive attacks already taking a toll on him, but thankfully his body isn't nearing its limit yet. But I've only got a few more minutes at this rate, I need to end this fight quickly, All Might thinks, and thankfully help arrives. Hey brat. Gran Torino flies into the battlefield, landing beside All Might, eyes never leaving All for One. Sensei. What are you doing here? All Might asks, all the while All for One is more than happy to give them a moment. He uses the time to choose the best possible combination of words for what he's about to do. Todoroki can deal with those Nomu, Gran Torino says. Kurogiri warped Shigaraki and the other villains away, so when they're done they'll come here to help with search and rescue. He looks back for a moment to see all the pros behind them. You deal with that thing, I'll get them out of your way before coming back. All Might gives his sensei a brilliant smile and nods once, then rockets off toward All for One. Detroit. All Might closes the distance and prepares a heavy downward punch with his right hand, smash. All for One raises his forearms and blocks the hit, but the force causes All Might to push him back while still making contact, taking them further away from Gran Torino by the second. A world-shaking brawl ensues, or more accurately. All Might begins a relentless assault while All for One simply hardens his body with tough scales and strength enhancers X12 to soak up the blows. As he begins loosening up his defenses and fighting back, he lands a few solid haymakers on All Might, bloodying his lip. But All Might has always been a superior brawler, the best in the world in fact. Smash. All Might punches him directly in the face, shattering his mask and revealing his disfigured head for the entire world to see. Recoil. All Might is knocked back a few meters by his own attack, creating space between them as All for One retreats out of his striking range. Well, my mask lasted longer here than it did against Horizon, it seems children really are the future. You're even worse than I thought, All Might says, glaring at All for One's disfigured head. And don't you dare speak about my precious students. Today I'm going to defeat you so that you can never hurt them again. Oh, is that so? It's a shame you only care about protecting children now, isn't it, All Might? What? What are you saying? I've always tried to protect everyone, no matter what. Not everyone, not every child. All for One raises a hand to his head and picks the bits and pieces of his mask off, and tosses them aside. What about Shimura? All Might grits his teeth, the vein on his forehead immediately raises as he gets pissed off. Don't you dare speak my master's name. My apologies, but I didn't mean your master, not her, I meant the person you truly failed, her grandson. Tenko Shimura. All Might prepares to attack, readying another Detroit smash to punch All for One's teeth out. Why would I ever care about someone as pathetic as Nana Shimura? Enraged, All Might launches into his attack and All for One immediately backs up, raising his left hand to mirror All Might's attack. As they get closer, All for One hits exactly where he knows it will hurt. Why her when her grandson is still alive, Tenko Shimura? All Might leaps up and begins closing in, or as you know him, Tamura Shigaraki. What? All Might's eyes go wide as his entire world crumbles, that burning rage he felt moments ago was replaced by guilt and confusion. But above all else, shame, a shame for failing Nana's legacy this badly. Emotions so powerful that the logical thought that this supervillain was lying didn't even occur. Because All for One knows, emotions will always be All Might's weak spot, and Nana Shimura is a giant flashing target. And as their fists collide, both hands give everything they can. But after that strike to the heart, All Might's spirit cracks, and All for One seizes the opening. Rivet stabs. A series of black spikes protrude from All for One's skin as their left fists collide and expand like sharp tendrils, piercing and burrowing into All Might's entire arm. Arg. All Might screams in pain as he feels the sharp spikes pierce and shatter his bones and muscles, from wrist to shoulder, all shredded inside and out. And in the same moment, All for One raises his right hand, palm facing All Might as he grabs his face, air cannon. Boom. The symbol of peace is sent flying directly downward into the earth below. The entire world holds its breath, desperately hoping for All Might to be alive, but also at the edge of their seat for answers. Both afraid and curious about exactly what All Might and All for One were talking about. And unfortunately, they'd get exactly what they wanted. End chapter. Chapter 117, Chapter 116, Dominoes PT2. Chapter start. As the dust is slowly dissipating across the battlefield, All Might is revealed, laying in a shallow crater. As if it were an early grave, a heart-wrenching scene for the millions watching live. His frail and thin form is now exposed for the world to see, his left arm completely shattered and bleeding in multiple places. And a look of sorrow on his face, as he stares up at All for One. The villain was still standing on the air, but his right arm was bleeding profusely and his dry, painful coughs, as well as his wheezing, carried across the battlefield. This battle was taking a serious toll on him, and he has to make a real effort just to catch his breath. All Might is ever weaker now than I suspected, and Gran Torino will be back in a few moments, All for One thinks. How should I play this out? If I win then my plans fail, so I must find a way to lose and make it believable, but this could be a great chance to finally kill All Might. No, he is already dying. I doubt he'll be alive beyond 5 more years at this rate, and that arm is useless, unless Horizon fixes it, which he will. Well, I suppose I could have some fun while tearing them down, making way for Horizon to ascend to his spot. All for One decides as he notices Gran Torino about to re-enter the battlefield, already done taking the injured pro heroes to safety. It seems your true self, the weak and disappointing failure, is now exposed to the world, oh great and powerful symbol of peace, All for One says mockingly, raising a hand to his face as he continues coughing. Don't take any pride in my injuries. I assure you that had Horizon not beaten dozens of quirks, including super regeneration out of me, I would not be taking this route. Even now you're nothing without someone else starting the fight for you, bleeding for you. Don't listen to him, Toshinori. Gran Torino yells as he flies back into the battlefield, standing between All Might's crater and All for One, as if he could do anything. He's using lies to stir up your heart just as he did before. Tune them out. Lies. All for One asks, seeing All Might still staring up at him, not even making an attempt to get up as his mind was still reeling. No lie can ever hurt as much as the truth. And if I recall correctly, before she was his master, Nana Shimura was your friend, Gran Torino. You were both there when I crushed her hopes and dreams. When I mangled her pathetic self so badly that she begged me to finish her. When she learned that mercy does not exist in my world. You and All Might both ran away. You left her to die. You abandoned her. And All Might didn't stop running until he got all the way to America, then he builds himself up as the so-called symbol of peace. He's the fake, he's the liar, he's the con artist here. Convincing the world that he was anything but a coward and a snake that would abandon the people closest to him to save himself, and you're no different. Gran Torino feels the guilt and heartache swelling in his chest, but he just glares at All for One and forces it down. Nana sacrificed herself so that we could live, so that he could become All Might, become someone powerful enough to stop you. To become the symbol of peace. No, All for One says, she was just another hero destroying herself and her family for people who don't matter. You may think I struggled to recruit Tamura, but it was remarkably easy, because of heroes like you, like All Might, like her. A boy that was abused because he loved heroes, but his father hated them. Nana Shimura's own son whom she abandoned to pursue her career, after the life he had it was no surprise he hated her. And when young Tenko Shimura developed a seemingly villainous quirk and accidents happened, the boy was alone on the streets for days. Before I found him nobody ever offered a helping hand. They were also sure a hero would save him, so where were you, hero? Oh, that's right, you were off protecting this society that abandons people that don't fit their golden standard, right? One that shuns people who look different or don't have heroic quirks. One where the only people worth admiring are those that put on silly costumes and run around inflicting violence onto others, approved by the corrupt and vile government of course. Is this really the kind of world she caused so much pain for? Is this really what she died for? What a waste of a life. Gran Torino's glare softens, the look on his face alone is enough to admit guilt, and his silence only supports it. Unknowingly confessing to the entire world that was watching and listening. To think abandoning her family to bet on All Might would lead to this, All for One laughs at the idea. A villain that wants nothing more than the destruction of this unjust hero society, and who has the power and support to do it, her own grandson. I can't imagine what he'll do when he finally hears all of this, when he learns exactly why she abandoned them, when he hears these words. Hearing those words Gran Torino almost freezes, almost succumbs to his own emotions, but with his senior experience, he calms his mind. Unlike Yagi, he's long since made peace with the circumstances of Nana's death. And he accepted the cost of never having any contact with her family afterward. Even if he never imagined it could go this far, even if her own blood flows through a monster like Tamura Shigaraki. Looking at All for One he sees the villain once again coughing, trying to catch his breath. And glancing back over his shoulder he sees Yagi still laying on the floor, frozen, with a look of despair on his face. You've always been too emotional, boy, but we don't have time for this. All for One probably isn't attacking yet because he either wants to torture us like this for the world to see, or he's unable to because of the state of his body. I can't be sure with a maniac like him, but we don't have time to lay around. I'm not one for this sappy crap, but here goes. Gritting his teeth Gran Torino swallows his pride, and prays his words are enough for this to work. All for One, he says, looking directly at the villain, you're right. All for One detects no lies in this voice, and his curiosity is piqued. What are you playing at? Nothing, you're absolutely right, Gran Torino says. Nana Shimura, All Might's master, my friend. She died while we ran away. She had to give up her son and her family because she was a hero, because she had to continue being a hero. And if Tamura Shigaraki is truly her grandson, if they suffered because of this, then I am sorry. Unfortunately, some heroes are so blinded in saving others that they can't see what happens to the people around them, to those who need them most. But I stand by every choice Nana Shimura made. Gran Torino smiles brightly and places his hands on his hips. She was a true hero, she sacrificed everything for us, for the future. Yes, we ran away while she fought you, while she died. But I'm sure she faced death with dignity, without begging a monster like you for mercy. She died fighting as a hero. She died fighting for the future. Because she knew her limits, she knew she couldn't be what the people needed. So she bet more than just her life on everything we needed. Someone brave, someone powerful, someone honest and just. A person who puts everyone ahead of himself. Someone who could bring about a peaceful world where people don't have to be afraid of monsters like you and your army of Momo. A true hero who could be a pillar for all of society to look at as the golden example of all we should strive to be. Someone we could all lean on when we don't know what to do or if we'll ever see tomorrow. Someone she believed was capable of becoming our greatest hero, and our very first symbol of peace. She bet everything, and she was right, because no matter what, no matter how many monsters are sent after the people of this world, they never have to live in fear. Because thanks to her nurturing, thanks to her guidance, thanks to her sacrifice, we finally have someone she believed could complete this task as well as take you down. It's because of the sacrifices of Nana Shimura that I am here. All Might immediately stands up, back in his muscular form with his left arm completely torn up and mangled, hanging limply at his side. He glares up at All For One and grits his teeth while stepping out of the crater, standing beside Gran Torino. Sorry Sensei, I let him get in my head, we'll deal with the other matters later, for now, let's take this villain down. All Might makes a fist with his right hand and prepares to engage. Yes, for Nana, Gran Torino takes a deep breath, using his jet quirk to fill his lungs, ready to propel the air out of his feet to engage. The fight to close an era moves to its final conclusion. End chapter. Chapter 118, Chapter 117, Dominoes PT3. Chapter start. Together. All Might yells as both he and Gran Torino charge All For One. All For One raises his right hand toward them, air cannon. The massive column of air rockets toward the pro-heroes and they both take to the air, leaving it to hit between them and crater the ground below. Gran Torino just barely keeps up with All Might as he rockets through the air, using his right arm, his one good arm, to constantly hit the air and bounce off it. All For One wisely moves away from them, floating higher into the air and back toward the far end of the battlefield as he observes. I should have already done enough to set the new era into motion by now. All that remains for this fight is to break All Might properly so he can live out the rest of his short life full of regret and suffering. If only Gran Torino hadn't managed to snap him back to his senses just now. Watching both the heroes move through the air, All For One barely has another moment to think before they're both on him. You're harmless, he says while swatting away Gran Torino. The man had circled around and tried to deliver a dropkick to his back and actually succeeded, because All For One simply knew the damage was negligible. As both his feet slammed into All For One's back, it felt like kicking a titanium wall. Damn, he's still this tough after all the damage he's taken, Gran Torino think, before a jolt of pain shoots through both his feet. Rivet stab. All For One commanded black spiked tendrils to extend from his back and bore through his clothes, through Gran Torino's boots and feet, then angle themselves like small fishhooks, sticking the hero to him. Ag! Gran Torino yells as the searing pain surprises him. Above them, All Might notices what's going on and considered not connecting his hit. He's already rocketing down at them with his right hand cocked back to deliver an angry strike. Seeing his student hesitating, Gran Torino yells out, just do it. Detroit. All Might's fist connects to All For One's forearm, smash. Boom. All For One is sent spinning toward the battlefield below, completely losing control of his orientation. As they're tumbling through the air, Gran Torino reaches down and pushes against the villain's back, ripping himself away from All For One and tearing out chunks of his flesh along with snapping the regular and quirk-related bones of his feet. Gah. He takes a deep breath, filling his lungs with air before expelling it out of the soles of his feet. A spray of blood exits his boots as the usually invisible air is mixed with his blood. While spinning through the air, for a split second he sees Yagi standing on the floor not too far away, once again shrunk down to his frail self, desperately trying to catch his breath. Damn it, kid, you had better appreciate whatever time I can buy you, Gran Torino thinks as he spins so his feet are facing away from All For One, then releases another bloody blast of air. As All For One is barely back on his feet, he shakes his head, trying to get his brain to stop rattling, feeling his forearm that took the blow already gone completely numb. He raises a hand to the connected shoulder to pop it back into place, and as he does, HNG, he takes half a step forward, feeling Gran Torino dropkick the back of his head. He was now so hurt he could barely keep his 360 awareness up, causing more and more blind spots to arise. Even his infrared quirk was now only fully optimal in front of him. You're annoying me, All For One says as he spins around, ready to blast another column of air at Gran Torino. Smash. All Might slams a fist into his gut the moment he turns around. A spray of blood leaves All Might's mouth as All For One grits his teeth and is sent flying back into the wall of the crater they were fighting in. Took you long enough, Gran Torino grumbles as he lands beside Yagi, now back in his frail form after that punch. Sorry Sensei, It's hard to maintain that form after using an attack. Yagi looks down at Gran Torino, seeing him bleeding out from his feet while standing on the ground. The old man does his best to look unbothered by the pain, not wanting Yagi to worry about such a thing at the moment. But Yagi is the greatest hero because he worries more than anyone. You should get out of here and get your feet treated. Those injuries could damage your quirk, he says. It did damage my quirk. I won't be able to use it after this. Gran Torino gives All Might a serious look, but once we take him down tonight then I won't have any reason to use it, so let's wrap this up. We'll use the Matador routine. Jet. Gran Torino immediately blasts off, leaving a red mist behind him, quickly feeling himself become more and more lightheaded as his blood runs out. Why can't you heroes just die? All for One grumbles as he pulls himself out of the wall and stands on the ground, looking at Gran Torino charging at him. A desperate last rush from a washed-up old man, as expected from someone who has failed so much in one lifetime. All for One is only 2 meters away from Gran Torino, his entire view blocked by the short man and his flowing yellow cape as he reaches out to grab him and end him once and for all. However, as his hand is about to make contact, Gran Torino smiles. Jet. He pivots in the air and blasts off to the side, revealing a determined All Might directly behind him only a dozen meters away from All for One. Perfectly hidden like a matador behind a cape. By the time All for One raises his hand, All Might is too close to be dodged, and he won't have enough time to make a blast of air powerful enough to stop the punch. Seeing All Might readying a smash, even with his left hand hanging limply at this side, the hero rushes forward. And All for One feels a jolt of fear in his heart. Warping, he yells, completely panicked, not wanting to show this quirk to the public but now having no choice. Gran Torino begins throwing up a brown sludge that smells like a sewer. It pours out of his mouth and surrounds him before curling in on itself and he disappears. And in the same moment, he appears between All for One and All Might, clasped tightly in the villain's massive hand. All Might tries his best to ease off the force of his punch but his fist still connects with Gran Torino's face. Sorry, he screams as Gran Torino's teeth are shattered, sandwiched between All Might's fist and All for One's hand. Reacting immediately, All Might opens his hand and grabs Gran Torino's torso to pull him away from the villain. Rivet stab. ACH. Gran Torino spits up blood, eyes going wide as the black spiked tendrils pierce his torso and throat from All for One's palm, slicing through him and into All Might's palm on the other side. All Might's eyes go wide in horror, seeing his sensei, the person that's been with him from the start of his journey to now, undoubtedly dying. Horizon can fix him, we just need to get Sensei out of here, All Might realizes, now more glad than ever that Nizu has that miracle in his pocket. All Might rips his hand away from the spikes before they extend any further and dig into his one good arm, his right arm dash, and reaches forward once again to grab them and shatter them to free his sensei. Air cannon. All for One immediately activates his quirk and releases a massive column of air from the hand holding Gran Torino in the palm. His body doesn't even get thrown across the battlefield. Instead, it appeared as if All for One shot red mist and confetti at All Might before the air pushed him across the crater. That was close, All for One says, seeing All Might frozen in shock at the other side of the battlefield, looking down at his clothes and hand, covered in blood that mostly wasn't his. Focusing on the floor in front of him, the villain sees a massive stain on the stone, looking like a splatter of yellow on blue to his infrared quirk. The remains of Gran Torino. All Might's chief instructor. I tried not to reveal my warping, but you forced my hand, All for One says in an annoyed tone. That's quite the ace to keep up my sleeve. It's obviously not as refined or powerful as Horizon's, but any warping quirk is enough to make someone a national-level asset, or threat, but revealing it was preferable to losing like that, to some pathetic washed-up failed pro-heroes. Seeing Yagi back in his frail form with blood running down from his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears, from excessive quirk use, All for One feels pleased with the results of this battle. He looks around to make sure the news drones and helicopters were seeing and hearing everything, and thankful they weren't scared off by the shockwaves. Across from him, Yagi heard everything, and almost all of it went in one ear and out the next, almost all of it. Sensei, Yagi looks up at All for One with a blazing fire in his eyes. Sensei was a true hero, he buffs up into his muscular form. I won't let his sacrifice be in vain, I won't allow it. The look All Might gave would have any other villain surrendering or experiencing a heart attack, pure fury and violent intent. Then let's end this, All Might. All for One says as he lifts his right arm up to his side as All Might does the same, each gathering all their strength. All for One's arm begins to transform as he stacks multiple quirks, becoming a massive hulking mass of flesh with multiple arms melded into each other and silver spikes protruding from them. Strength Enhancer X12. Spear-like Bones. Kinetic Booster X4. Hypertrophy. Spring-like Limbs. Scale Armor. Come now, All Might. All for One says as his arm is now twice as large as his entire body, your final desperate punch, against my ultimate combination of available quirks. All Might grit his teeth and accepts the challenge, making a fist with his right hand and begging One for All to give him all the last embers of its power within him. dumping so much of his power into this attack that he can feel his very life force being stripped away. All for one. All Might screams out as he rockets forward, destroying the stone in his wake from his sheer speed as he arrives in front of his target. All Might. All for one punches forward, meeting All Might's strike with everything he had. Recoil. All Might feels the force of his own punch directed back at his right arm and the bones in it instantly shatter, piercing the skin and causing blood to spray out. NNNNGGGHHH. All Might grits his teeth and digs deep, taking a step forward and stomping down, digging into the stone to find his footing as he pushes back against All for One. All for One feels himself losing ground and can't make sense of it. Impossible. United. All Might feels the bones in this right arm being crushed more and more under the force, the tendons beginning to tear, unable to keep this up. States, his shoulder starts giving out, but he also noticed All for One's monstrous arm shrinking, losing power. He stops fighting back, allowing All for One to crush his right arm, but he turns his body with the punch. The villain stumbles forward, completely confused but aware that All Might just lost his one functioning arm. The fight was over. Right. No, All Might never gives up. All for One realizes, a moment too late. Smash. All Might flexes all the muscles in his left arm, the completely mangled arm, flexing so hard he forced it to make a fist and tense up just enough for him to get all the bones into roughly the proper alignment. Like trying to fit dozens of pieces of shattered chalk back together and holding it together in a vice made of pure muscle. As All for One stepped forward, he sank his fist into the side of the villain's skull, caving it in and completely rattling his brain. Rah. All Might screams out as he twists and follows through with the punch, embedding All for One into the stone floor, even as his left arm completely ruptures and eventually explodes from the One for All quirk overloading it, leaving him with just a stump below his shoulder on his left side, and a mangled right arm hanging at his other side, staring down at the villain below him. All for One was barely conscious, feeling his brain shutting down, unable to move, almost unable to think, and certainly incapable of activating any quirk. Even his infrared was knocked out, a massive fist-shaped dent in the side of his head made sure of that. But he could still feel All Might's presence above him. It was unmistakably self-righteous and repulsive to him, unmistakable. As the helicopter spotlights fall on them, both men make their final statements to the world before exiting the stage. "Thank you, All Might," the villain says, wheezing between words, causing All Might to stare down at him, already reverted back to his frail form. "You have saved me, for villains like myself cannot exist in this world, with Horizon as the symbol of peace." Hearing that All Might felt much more at peace, looking at the stump where his left arm used to be, he doesn't feel that pressure as much as he did before. The pressure to do everything himself. He realizes that, either Izuku or Horizon, the future was in good hands. So he smiles, then calls on what barely existing power he has to take his muscular form one last time. He forces his right hand into a fist and barely raises it to the sky, stumbling but catching himself. With a fist to the sky, he shows the world that he won. That the villain is defeated. That the crisis was resolved. But even as he blacked out in the same pose, still on his feet, fist to the sky, everyone knew that this was the end of All Might. They shed tears of joy for his victory, and sorrow for what would come next. But little did they know that everything went perfectly according to All for One's plan. That the dominoes have been lined up and perfectly set. And when they fall, Japan will fall with them. And the Demon Lord shall rise, reborn and stronger than ever. End chapter. Chapter 119, Chapter 118, Shattered Pillar. Chapter start. Flying on his hoverboard, Horizon glares at his phone as he soars above Japan. He was pushing his speed up to 400 miles per hour, 643 kmph, as he was watching the live news broadcast on his phone. With the audio projected into his visor, he completely ignores everything and focuses on the fight. Listening to All for One's words, he can't help but scowl. Nana Shimura, she really just destroyed her family to save strangers, disgusting. He mulls it over for a few seconds before realizing something. Wait, if All Might called her his master, he has the body of a quirkless person, so he must have gotten one for all from her. And she had to have gotten it from someone. All for One attacked the camp for it, so he knows about it. Plus everything Deku just said means, how many people did that quirk get passed down to before now? Oh, that was a smart move, finally got rid of the distraction, Horizon mutters as Gran Torino is turned into bloody mist by All for One. Now I just need All for One to win or warp away so he can keep up his end of our deal. Moments later his hopes are crushed when, as always, All Might claims victory. Fuck, he frowns at the screen, seeing All Might standing unconscious with his right fist raised to the sky and his left arm missing from just below the shoulder. Okay, I guess I can work with this, heal up All Might, get some more credibility from all the crap All for One was spouting during the fight about how if they wanted to guarantee victory they should have brought me. Then I guess since All Might is definitely forced into retirement by this, I can fill the much more blatant power vacuum. Thankfully I've already prepared Minato Tokyo to be my territory. And since All Might used to be there, they don't even have many hero agencies in the first place because he always put them out of business. I guess I'll have to ask Nizu for more days away from UA to do hero crap. 2 days a week is already pushing it, but maybe I can get Thursdays too. That way I can do hero work from Thursday to Sunday. Plus I can just start hunting down the League of Villains immediately. If I lock up all of them before I graduate, that'll get me to the number 2 spot, if not number 1. Number 1, Endeavor probably wouldn't be that easy to get ahead of, but now he's dealing with his nightmare family bullshit, so he's distracted by that. Plus I need to train up Zero so people know that I'm a capable leader and keep working on myself. That'll get me to the top spot, he decides, considering the finer points of his plan as the scene changes on his phone. Instead of the battlefield, the news helicopters follow the ambulance as it rushed All Might to Central Hospital, by far Japan's second-best medical facility. Second only to whatever room Horizon happens to be standing in at any given moment. Seeing this, he hops onto Yay to check how the internet is reacting to All Might's fight. And as usual, it was having a complete meltdown. Multiple discussions and topics were trending, many of which involved people putting together any possible evidence of All for One existing over the years, but of all these people none would ever openly admit to being in collaboration with him. Not while he's in jail, too far for his influence and power to protect them. Checking the other topics, Horizon sees almost unanimous praise for All Might, and some people are a bit too trigger-happy with the, in memory of, tributes. These fuckers really haven't figured out that I'm his doctor, as if something like that would kill him. Hell, he can't even die unless I allow it. Poking around a bit more, he found exactly what he was looking for. Absolute chaos. People were crying and panicking all over the internet about the symbol of peace being done, obviously forced to retire, and Horizon smiles below his visor. Because chaos brings opportunity. Looks like you sheep need a new shepherd. Oh, sorry, you civilians need a new symbol of peace, he chuckles at the ridiculous thought. A few minutes later and Horizon sees posts appearing, people already theorizing how this will shake up the pro-hero rankings in Japan. And a moment later another alert catches his eyes. Wow, that's a big drop, he says, staring wide-eyed at his phone as the projected devaluation of the Japanese currency is shown. Makes sense, people really don't have any faith in countries without strong heroes. Crime is definitely going to skyrocket now that All Might is down, so people can't invest in Japan as safely. Good thing none of my money is stored here. He opens the notification up to see the projected drop at 5%. Such a sudden drop is catastrophic for the economy, and that is only for tonight. All the more reason to get out of this country, but I guess when I'm the top hero it should become stable again at least. Before he could look any deeper into the immediate effects of this battle, Horizon's phone begins to ring, and he immediately answers. I'm already flying to Central Hospital, he says. Oh thank God, Nizu's worried voice flows into his visor. You're welcome, but care to tell me what the fuck is going on? Why didn't you even tell me there was a counterattack happening tonight? I wanted to involve you, but I was ordered not to, Nizu says. Ordered. Pontu, she had some information that the villains were especially monitoring you, since only you can stop Kurogiri. I'm not sure how that would work, but I guess it's not impossible. And if I moved in their direction they'd have just warped away. That wouldn't have worked out for them, but I see why someone could think that. But what did you have planned to stop them from just running away? All Might, Nizu says. And he was sure that All for One wouldn't be able to run away from a chance to settle their differences once and for all. TCH, I still should have been there. All for One said it himself that he was done for if they had me with them, Horizon grumbles. True, but All Might didn't want to put any more students in danger. We lost quite a few students during the training camp, we can't lose any more of you. Horizon doesn't even doubt that statement. He's met the man after all, someone with such a strong, heroic spirit would never allow one of his students into a fight like that, even if it was Horizon. Heroic to a fault, so how'd you even find them so quickly? At the press conference tonight you said the police had no leads yet, you lied. Unnecessary deception, Nizu says. It caused both UA and the police to take some hard criticism in the minutes between that statement and the reveal that it was all a clever lie. We had hoped that the assault would have gone smoothly without anyone dying. That's always the hope, Horizon says. Nizu sighs, true, so far, aside from the civilians, Gran Torino is the only confirmed death, along with some police officers. Arrests? Only All for One, the others got away from what I understand. Teams are moving in to investigate the buildings as we speak. Shigaraki and his group of losers shouldn't be as dangerous without their backed, but we still don't know who is making the Nomu for them. We assumed it was All for One, Nizu says. If he's a geneticist then possibly, otherwise they've got someone who knows his way around a helical genetic code and pharmaceuticals. We'll have to look into it, but it won't be easy until we have some of their group in custody to question. Yeah, that'd make things a lot easier, Horizon says. How'd you even find the villains so quickly? Oh, I half expected her to have already told you, MS. Yayorozu attached a tracker to one of the Nomu at the summer camp, with some help of course. Horizon doesn't know if he should be annoyed or surprised that now is when she chooses to be capable, when she had the best opportunity to completely fuck him over and ruin his escape plan. Good job I supposed, he says in an extremely bored tone, deciding not to think about it too much. You should tell her that in person sometime. How much longer before you get to the hospital? Half hour, is that place secure enough? The commission is having all nearby heroes and a lot of police head there now to secure it. They expect trouble since All Might is the patient. Every villain wants to be the one to finish off All Might. Better the hero the bigger the target on your back, Horizon says with clear disgust in his voice, even extends to your family sometimes. MHM, will you be able to save him? From what I saw and what I know of his condition, he's got about a 1% chance to live. It'll take a miracle basically, so yeah, he'll be fine when I'm done, but what? Nizu asks, scared to hear the answer. The hero, All Might, is done, you know that right? Nizu sighs, yes, I prepared myself for this a long time ago, but I don't believe he's ready to hang up his cape. He won't have a chance, and you're a lot more ready than most. Have you seen how the media is reacting? Insanity and chaos, as usual. Horizon shakes his head, people just aren't ready for their one support pillar to shatter like this. An entire society leaning on one person is destined to fail. The system has to change if you want it to last. True, but thankfully, until those changes happen the masses will be a bit calmer since they already have an idea of who their next pillar shall likely be, right? Horizon rolls his eyes, first things first, so for now let me just try to pick up the pieces of the last one. As Horizon continues his flight to Tokyo, both men would be proven right on this very night. Countless people demanded that the Japanese constitution be ignored in the case of Horizon, allowing him to be a fully licensed pro-her without completing the trial period or graduating from a hero course. A move made out of desperation and fear, because with All Might seemingly dead or out of action, people wanted someone they could hide behind when things got dangerous. And as if to prove Horizon's point about society needing to not depend on one person to this extent, over the next 24 hours, the Japanese currency would lose 12% of its total trading value. Soon trade and shipping would begin to slow as crime skyrockets, and at every level of society, people would feel the repercussions of this night in their wallets and bellies. The shifting tides as the eras change. Chaos, until Horizon rises to become their next symbol of peace. End chapter. Chapter 120, Chapter 119, Broken Symbol. Chapter start. 10 p.m., Tokyo, Central Hospital. In the massive plaza leading up to Central Hospital. At the foot of the largest medical center in this part of the world, the building itself stood out from the gray and dull buildings around it. A monument of white stone and brilliant shimmering glass dedicated to medical services and research. This legendary establishment was previously considered Japan's greatest house of medical miracles before a particular prodigy recently dethroned it. But opposed to the usually serene and hopeful atmosphere of his place, all around it was currently in chaos. In the plaza, Pixie Bob was currently fighting for her life. Wearing a white top and blue dress with stockings, her scouter quickly equipped as she rushed to help in the fight. Glancing off toward the edge of the plaza, past the chaos that was the pro-heroes and police fighting the villains, she sees the mobs of people, scared and desperate for answers. Barely held off by the police barricade at the edge of the plaza. What the hell do they think they can even do here, she grumbles, her anger flowing through. These people were putting more than just All Might in danger, but also Mandalay who was still in the hospital. Edgeshot and a few other pro-heroes were in the plaza with her, and more villains were drawn to it like moths to light. Every villain wants to be the person who executed All Might after all. That was an easy claim to fame for villains in this situation. Up above as the fight raged on, destroying the plaza and inching closer to the hospital, Horizon was already flying above Tokyo on his hoverboard. The news feed was playing on his phone as he approached to give him a better view of the chaos. And looking below him, all the people filled the massive street in front of the hospital like ants, all so heartbroken and scared of the idea of being without All Might that they rushed out of their homes just to be here. Just to stand around being fucking useless liabilities. While he was making his final approach, at home, everyone was glued to their screens, including all of 1A. Some were frozen in shock after the Kamino fight. Others were still crying their eyes out. And along with them, everyone felt their hearts drop when someone broke through the crowd. A short plain-looking woman, only standing at 122 centimeters 4 feet, uses her quirk, slamming her fists together while stuck in the crowd just a few meters in front of the barricade. Boom. A shockwave turns everyone around her, police and civilians alike into red paste, tearing apart the skin on her knuckles as well. The entire battlefield is silent for a moment as shock washes over them, and in that moment she takes massive leaps forward. The clothes and skin on her legs are shredded with each step as the shockwaves propel her forward. I'm the only one that gets to kill him, she screams at the top of her lungs as she takes a massive leap from the ground, intending to jump into the 10th floor of the hospital. But while in midair, barely a meter from the ground. Shambles. Horizon appears behind her atop the small crater her last leap caused, harmlessly swapped with a pebble, and leaving his board floating above, it would simply wait for him on the roof dash. He reaches out and immediately grabs onto her ankle. Booster shot. He rips her out of the air and slams her face first into the concrete floor, and without releasing her leg. Counter shock. Ah! She screams as the crackling electricity burns massive scars all up and down her body before he releases her leg, and the entire crowd is just staring at him. Guess I need to relearn how to regulate the power of that move now that I've got so much more energy. He thinks before turning and walking toward the hospital entrance. He gives some of the villains a quick glance and they immediately raise their hands in surrender, realizing their window of time to kill All Might was done. A perfect entrance to reassure the media that no matter what happens he'll always come back stronger. The much more efficient thing would have been to simply warp into the hospital and trust the other heroes to handle this. He's sure between Edgeshot and Crust being outside they had it handled. But All Might is about to retire, so he needs all the chances he can get to establish himself, even if that means risking seconds in which All Might could die. Better a dead martyr than a living cripple anyway. He thinks while walking toward the hospital. His presence truly did settle the tension in the air. Aside from the people still mortified by so many sudden deaths in the crowd, the viewers at home who barely saw that were relieved. After learning Horizon lost to All for One they feared the worst, but now he's back and seemingly just as strong as ever. And he'd definitely save All Might, right? The moment he entered the door and was away from the cameras however, he shrank his room to just barely cover the hospital. Scan. Everything and everyone within his room was suddenly fed into his mind, giving him a searing headache that would soon fade. But he found his patient. He also noted all the police officers patrolling the halls of the hospital and lining the walls leading up to the operating room. Some nurses were running about in a frenzy getting everything the surgeons needed to save All Might, but they'd never be enough. Shambles. Horizon swaps places with the surgeon standing directly beside the operating table, then looks around at all the surprised faces. Get out, now. And surprisingly they do exactly that. No one so much as opens their mouth to say a single word to him. Leaving him standing in the operating room with Yagi on the table. Laying unconscious with a small stump where his left arm was, hastily wrapped up, his hero costume torn up and hanging off him as if he were a clothes hanger. His right hand was broken up and bloodied with much of the skin completely torn off. And above all of that, he was still covered in Gran Torino's blood with some bits of him stuck in the costume. Never thought I'd actually operate in a hospital, now let's see exactly how damaged you are, Horizon thinks as he rests a hand on Yagi's chest. The entire operation room fades away as he focuses on Yagi's body. Feeling him down to a cellular level, using more and more energy to help get him stable. He hears the heart monitor slowly but steadily increasing to an acceptable speed. Okay, step 1 done, now let's get a visual look, Horizon says as he reaches behind his back, taking his scalpel out of the small medical pouch below his jacket, then cutting Yagi's hero costume off to expose his torso. Fuck. He sees the previous injury ruptured, now he can plainly see why it took so much energy to get him stable, because his quirk is so desperately focusing on this injury that it's allowing the rest of him to waste away. Looking around, Horizon sees another table as well as all the machines and supplies the doctors and nurses expected to need, and he frowns at his current predicament. If I remove his heart to monitor it, the shock of that will kill him, time to get creative. Removing his sword from his hip, scabbard and all, he throws it behind him, and it hovers in the air. He then does the same for his jacket, making sure nothing could get in his way. Amputate. He separates Yagi's head, then carefully pulls one of the tables over with tact and rests it atop it, very gently. Making sure not to remove the anesthesia mask. Okay, now let's see under the hood. He carefully slices horizontally at the side of his torso, removing the top layer, half an inch - 1.25 cm deep, and simply lifting off the top and placing it on the second table. Now seeing the organs and still beating heart exposed, protected by a translucent jelly-like barrier of space dash, he gets to look directly at all the damage. Hole in the heart. All his ribs are broken. His one good lung is already flooded and collapsing. One good kidney already failed. Liver nearly destroyed. Intestines shredded. His throat is almost entirely crushed, but the breathing tubes can deal with that for now. I'll need to deal with the brain problems after, that'll be a whole other can of worms. And after all of that, I'll deal with the cracked spine. Then I can deal with the more normal things, broken bones, dislocated jaw, shattered orbital floor, the missing arm. Doubt I'll be able to regenerate one for him, his body just won't be able to sustain that much mass, but he'll get over it. All of this analysis happens in the time it would take a normal person to get over the shock of seeing his organs laid bare. Horizon immediately gets to work to save Yagi, to save All Might. Aside from the terminally ill patients he saved, by far his most miraculous operation yet. And certainly the most high profile. He truly is the only person who could possibly save him. End chapter. Chapter 121, Chapter 120, The Miracle Ward. Chapter start. Horizon groans as he wakes up, shaking his head and looking around at the hospital room he was in. He'd fallen asleep sitting on a chair beside Yagi's bed. Glancing over at the men, he sees him still completely blacked out in the bed, now wearing a hospital gown and laying under a blanket, with only a few machines connected to monitor him. And his left arm was now properly healed, just enough to seal off the stump. Looking to his left, Horizon sees the windows currently blocked by the blinds, for security and privacy. He takes out his phone to see hundreds of unread messages and a few notifications, alerting him that his name was used in major news articles. 5 a.m., he mutters while getting up. Stretching his limbs and cracking his neck, the soreness in his body still lingering. Life force is a pain in the ass, but energy saver is nice. 1 hour of sleep after being so tired after that operation, and I'm back to full. Plus I'm not even that hungry, so that part of the quirk is just great. The best part is probably that I can sleep on command. Now I just need to figure out how to spend all this extra time and energy. Looking back down at Yagi, Horizon just shakes his head. Hoping he didn't make a mistake saving him instead of just letting him die like a hero, like he knew All Might most likely wanted. Just imagining the hell his life would be now, forced onto the sidelines while everyone else has to protect him. This had better get me the massive boost in public perception I'm hoping for. Horizon thinks as he begins walking to the door. Opening the door and stepping out of the room, he enters the well-lit hallway, immediately greeted by a row of police officers in riot gear, ready to act as a last line of defense in case the villains got inside somehow. Looking to the end of the hall, he sees a vending machine and immediately makes a beeline toward it, ignoring all the officers entirely to get himself a snack. Settling for a bag of chips and a bottle of water, he sees all his change in the machine, enough to buy nearly 24 more items. Hey, he quietly signals the officers standing guard, I left money in this thing if you guys want a coffee or something. And he walks away before the men can even act on what he said. Making his way to the main desk on this floor, he decides exactly how he'll be spending his time here. Well, if I'm in this place until Yagi wakes up, I should at least get some use out of it. Central Hospital has an entire research wing and the most diverse quirk selection in terms of people I can get hands-on with. This is a perfect place to get some work done, and healing people always looks oh so heroic. I'll just help some people and get myself ahead, win-win. Arriving at the main desk on this floor, he sees a few nurses filing paperwork, busy as always, and quietly approaches them. Hi there, they all pause and look up, eyes going wide as they notice who is talking to them. Ah, how can I help you? The woman asks politely, partly starstruck and somewhat fearing the worst, that he was here to deliver bad news about All Might. Yeah, I need access to the list of current patients. Sorry, but that's for staff access only. You'll need special permission before I give you that. Horizon nods a few times. Look, all I want to do is go around helping who I can. The sooner I start, the more people I can help before I have to leave. Do you really want to be the person standing between people getting the treatment they need or dying? All the women look at each other, before glancing at a data pad behind the counter. If this goes bad, you didn't get this from us, the woman says, handing him the data pad and returning to her work. I'm Horizon, it'll be fine, and thank you. He takes a few steps away and begins scanning the list of patients in the hospital. First by keywords, sorting for people with brain-related issues. Then by quirks, preferring people with those that heavily strain the mind. Mandalay, she's in worse condition than I thought, he says, reading her file and analyzing the scans they did after her massive concussion. Her telepath quirk is exactly the kind I want to get some hands-on time with. A chance to poke around with her brain is priceless, enough of that and maybe I'll figure myself out. He adds her to the queue, then begins sorting by age and stage of illness. After compiling the list, very heavily influenced by his own needs of course, he looks around to find a sign, needing some directions. Ah, so the maternity ward is that way. 5 minutes later and he's done with his snack, already at the other end of the hospital. Standing in front of a door with his next patient for the night. Carefully and quietly opening the door, he sees a large window with a view of the city outside. The room was dimly lit as the sun will be rising soon, and in it is a woman. Exhausted, completely asleep. And beside her bed is her baby, in a plastic box that helps him live. Multiple tubes were attached to him just to keep him alive. But as he approaches, he can't help but feel bad for the boy. Looking out the window and then back at the baby, he shakes his head. You wouldn't even be alive long enough to see one sunrise. Don't worry, I'll fix that. And Horizon immediately gets to work. The baby itself was born with an unidentified quirk that caused abnormalities in the brain, effectively making it brain dead upon birth. The hospital noted the potential cause as neural overload, which is as close as Horizon got to the exact problem that he's having with his brain trying to process all the new quirks. So this is his first of many attempts that simply will not work in helping him to understand his problem. Because as Dr. Ujiko said, no sane person, and especially not Horizon, would ever consider the insanity of death being the answer. He would instead bash his head against the wall over and over and never make any progress in solving the mystery of his own body. One of the only things his quirk couldn't detect or manipulate within himself was the very instinctual nature of a person at an innate and primal level. Within the hour, the woman wakes up to something she never imagined she'd experience. Her son was crying, loudly, as if he were testing the limits of his lungs. Her eyes shot open as she instinctually tried to get up, only to weakly prop herself up on her elbows, staring wide-eyed at Horizon who was cradling her crying son. All the colliding thoughts made her freeze. She'd been unconscious since last night and was in labor during the fight. She didn't know why Horizon was here, she didn't know about All Might. She didn't know what he did, but none of it mattered. She just started crying as he took a step toward her and gave her the baby. Looking at her son through teary eyes, she holds him closely, never wanting to let him go, enjoying the sound of him crying, like music to her ears. "You don't have to worry, your baby will be perfectly healthy now," Horizon says, his voice barely reaching her as she is so focused on the baby. "Now it's just hungry, you can handle that." Horizon quietly makes his exit without her even noticing, and by the time he's already operating on his next patient, she finally comes to her senses and gets ready to feed her baby. But looking toward the door, she gets a confused expression on her face, recalling one strange thing. 8 a.m. Finally done with the children, Horizon is making his way toward the main treatment wing of the hospital. Looking down at the datapad and carefully avoiding the light foot traffic in the halls, he updates the last patient's information in it and opens up the file on his next patient. Shino Sosaki, Mandalay, multiple brain hemorrhages and concussions as well as swelling and inflammation. Ouch, been there, not fun. But as he's passing by the final stretch, he stops abruptly in front of the large plastic window. Nearly spanning the entire room, it allows people to peer into a nursery. Filled with babies in their little beds, carefully wrapped up and sleeping peacefully. The scene stops him dead in his tracks, and he can't help but take in every detail. It was oddly beautiful to him, all these babies ready to go home with their families. All the little beds having name tags for the child and the parents' information. The parents' names were on top with the child below. And almost all were filled with the names of 3 people. One unfortunate soul only had one name on it, at the top, and that made his heart wrench. "You'll be okay, but it probably won't be easy, trust me on that," he says in a sad and small voice. For some reason this sight brought up all the lonely feelings he'd cast aside, buried in constant work and training, and yet he couldn't look away. After staring at the room for over 10 minutes, a familiar voice snaps him out of his daze. "Are you okay?" "Huh," he snaps out of it and looks down to his right, seeing Pixie Bob, or since she's not in costume, Ryuko, staring up at him. Wearing the same outfit from last night with the right side of her head bandaged. "I asked if you're okay, you've been standing here for a while." "Oh, yeah, I'm perfect, what about you? And why are you in this area?" She gives him a dazzling smile. "The nurses said it's okay if I help out with the babies, they usually need volunteers." "Yeah, I should have guessed. Were you alright last night?" "Yeah, I was fine," she says. "The villains stopped attacking right after you arrived, guess they realized it was pointless to keep trying. Then more and more heroes kept showing up to help, and since they're all still outside I came in to get patched up, and check on Mandalay." "Did one of them hit you?" Horizon asks, gesturing to her head. "Oh, no, just before you came inside I might have tried to skin you, and well," she raises a hand to the side of her head to make an exploding motion. "Pop, I guess we need to add you to the list of people we shouldn't use it on." "Good call, hold still, I can help." He slowly reaches up and rests a hand gently on the side of her head. She unconsciously closes her eyes and leans into his palm as a soothing sensation flows through the cuts and bruises on her head. As he withdraws his hand, she sees a glimpse of the blue energy on his palm before it dissipates. "Wow, I can't even feel it anymore," she says while rubbing her head. "Because it's as if it never existed, perfect regeneration." "That explains why you survived those injuries, and do you still have the, she gestures to her left eye. "I grew it back." "I'm glad to hear it," she frowns and looks away, clearly ashamed. "At least you didn't have to suffer that injury permanently from our failures at the camp. Is the public still being hard on you guys for that, even after knowing about All for One?" She nods weakly. "Not like we can use him as an excuse when only you even saw and fought him. But between failing to protect the students and getting injured ourselves. It doesn't matter that we aren't even a combat team, people are calling for us to retire." And will you?" Ryuko looks around nervously, as if she were scared her teammates would hear her. I'm going to. I haven't told anyone yet, not until everyone is healthy again. But I just don't want all of this anymore. It's already hard enough to start a family with a good guy when the public is always following you around. But this kind of attention only makes it worse. I know some people still believe in us, but I just want to be selfish for once." Horizon turns back to face the nursery and she follows his lead. "And you're worried that your friends won't like your choice?" MHM. "I don't think you'll need to worry about that. Yeah, this may destroy your team, but once they meet your kids they'll be happy for you, as if nothing ever happened. Plus I don't think they'll be mad at you for this in the first place. Yeah, we've been together for over a while now, I don't want anything coming between us. And I already know it could be a battle to get my kids to not want to be pro-heroes since I was one and they'll be surrounded by them. It would only be worse if I don't retire before raising them. Well, if last night taught us anything, it's that being a pro and being a parent each takes time away from the other, something always has to be sacrificed. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm afraid of, especially with that Nana Shimura and Shigaraki story being leaked. What? Oh, you didn't know, she gives him a confused look. It's all over the news, did you not check your phone? If you saw how many messages I have, you'd understand. Yeah, you're pretty popular. But someone totally leaked all the ancestry of Shigaraki back to her with all the files and stuff, and by someone, we mean All for One. Trying to ruin All Might in any way he can, damn. That's not all, between the formal suit, and the full face mask, and the super powerful Quirk, people kind of think that All for One is yo. My dad. She nods sheepishly. Not many people, just a few idiots, you know how the internet is. Horizon considers it for a moment, then just shrugs. Honestly, I can understand why they think that. Ryuko just shakes her head at his dismissal of it. Yeah, I knew you were too nice to be raised by a monster like that. Exactly, and by the way, if Mandalay has any issues with you quitting, just tell her I said to get over it, she's about to owe me one. Ryuko's eyes lit up. Are you gonna heal her? Yeah, I just got done with the kids, so time for the adults. He hands her the datapad, allowing her to scroll through what should be highly confidential files. But he's been operating on people and children without asking permission all night, but of course nobody would have any issue with this. Because as far as they know, he could just put the cancer back. Wow, she says while scrolling through the list. You've done a lot already, but it really is only kids so far, how come? Horizon chuckles at that, because adults I don't care for, but this, he gestures to the nursery. Like little balls of infinite potential, his voice had a certain weight and conviction to it that stirred up something in Ryuko. This is the closest we can get to magic, how was I supposed to start with anything but that? She gives him a dazzling smile, staring at him with hopeful eyes. I didn't think you cared so much about, I knew you cared, of course, you're a hero after all. But, I didn't think you had such a soft spot for kids. Just until they start disappointing, that's usually what adults always do, or when they turn 7, at that point it's time to grow up and get your shit together, he shrugs. Ryuko's smile drops as she sighs, feeling the wind knocked out of her sails. You just had to ruin the moment, but I still think you're just a big softy. Think what you want, woman, I've got work to do. She gives him back the datapad. If you're here later I'll take you to lunch, until then, have fun at mom practice. 30 minutes later. Ugh, Shino, Mandalay, stirs awake, feeling a searing pain in her head that quickly fades away. Opening her eyes, she's immediately blinded by the sunlight streaming into the window, taking a moment to adjust before looking around. She was in a hospital gown, in a hospital room, and standing beside her, Horizon. How are you feeling? Horizon asks. Tired, she answers quietly. That's normal, what's the last thing you remember? She closes her eyes and tries to recall. The summer camp, villains attacked, that damn villain hit me with a rock, she grumbles. Good, that's the last thing that happened before you got knocked out. She opens her eyes and looks up at him. How is everyone? We'll get to that later when Ryuko is here. For now, I just need you to stay calm for what I'm about to tell you, alright? She immediately tenses up, expecting the worst. The 16-year-old side of Horizon shows itself as he smiles deviously below his visor, finally getting a chance to do this to someone. Shino, you've been asleep for 7 years, he lies effortlessly. She freezes, then takes a few seconds to process what he said, then realization hits. What? End chapter. Chapter 122, Chapter 121, Yagi's Contract. Chapter start. Standing on the roof of Central Hospital, pacing back and forth under the moonlight, Horizon was reading the datapad he's been using to select patients, carefully scrolling through the list and adding notes to everyone he thinks can be useful. All while having a phone conversation in his visor. It really is that simple, Horizon says. I give you some training then we go from there. Well, when you say it like that anything sounds simple, Zero says. But don't I have to wait for the exam next year? Nah, Nizu told me he's making some changes, but the plan to have you guys take the September exams hasn't changed. When the second half of the training camp starts you'll be training with me instead of the teachers, we'll get a lot more work done that way. Zero is silent for a while before finding his words. You really are serious about this, huh? Obviously, building a team is the easiest way for a hero to show leadership, but if I'm gonna put my name on you then you better not embarrass me. I'll make you acceptable for my standards, then you'll crush the exam, easy. Huh, that makes sense. Zero thinks about it for a moment. But wouldn't it make you look even better to have a full team? Ugh, let's just see how it goes with you first, and just between us, I don't think a lot of people in our class are worth training. Dude, everyone knows you think that, it's not a secret. Whatever, just promise me you'll commit to the training, alright? Of course. Zero says. I get my license, get onto your profile in a few pictures, then get seen by everyone and they all want to hire me to work in their agencies, that's everything I need. Knew you'd be perfect for this, Horizon gives a light chuckle. Yeah, so I guess I'll talk to you later, I've gotta get some sleep for later. Your date with Kodai, huh? Horizon says in a mischievous tone. Huh, how'd you know about that? Ruined my big reveal, Zero whines. I was talking to Momo yesterday and she mentioned it. Seriously, one day after the commission stops locking you in your house with cops outside and you're already going out with her, nice. Zero laughs nervously. Yeah, well, with how the camp went, all the people that didn't make it, we decided not to waste any more time. Good, life is too short for that, Horizon says. Yeah, so are you and Mo. Zero is cut off as Horizon hangs up, not bothering to waste his time on that topic. Horizon shakes his head, happy for his classmate, but is in no rush to join him. 1 a.m., I should get some sleep, he mutters. Shambles. He swaps with the card he left in Yagi's hospital room. He sees his hoverboard leaning up against the side of the wall along with his sword, but as he looks over to Yagi, he sees him awake, laying in bed staring up at the ceiling. His eyes flicker to the heart monitor, seeing everything stable, then back to his patient. You awake? Horizon asked, speaking very slowly. What do you remember? Yagi's eyes flick over to him before looking back at the ceiling. After I beat him, I raised my fist to the sky, and everything went black. Horizon gives a sigh of relief and then makes his way over to his chair, sitting beside Yagi's bed. That's good, that means you remember pretty much everything. They found you standing just like that, completely unconscious. Horizon reaches out and rests a hand on Yagi's side, giving him a full scan to see nothing outside the scope of expectations. So Sensei, Gran Torino, he's gone. Yagi asked in a broken and tired voice. Yeah, Horizon withdraws his hand and starts composing a message for Nizu, telling him Yagi is awake. Look, I'm not really the best person to talk to for these kinds of questions, so how about you just get some rest and Nizu will. I don't need any more sleep, Yagi says in an annoyed tone. Then takes a deep breath and deflates, feeling the sadness taking over him more than before. I just want to know what happened, I need answers, please. Horizon sighs, honestly you people are so damn needy. You're my doctor. Oh, just shut up with your excuses, nobody wants them. He shuts off the datapad and turns toward Yagi. Okay, now what do you want to know? Once again ignoring Horizon's horrendous bedside manner, Yagi thinks very carefully about which of the burning questions he should ask first. What happened after the fight? You knocked out All for One, the other heroes eventually dealt with all the Nomu. Some escorted All for One to Tartarus and the others brought you and the injured heroes here. I got here a few hours later, and now we're here. Yagi takes a minute to think about this. How long have I been asleep? So far, we've been here 2 days. 2 days, Yagi's eyes shot open as he tries to get up, only for him to flop back down into the bed. NGH, he groans in pain, his entire body aching from that simple movement. Moron, what are you trying to do? I need to get up, to show the people that I'm alright. But you're not alright, Horizon says, and Yagi looks at him, not quite getting the message. Yagi, your cells don't even have enough energy to transform even once, look at your arm. My arm. Yagi looks to his right, seeing his arm completely bandaged up, then to his left. What? He mutters, a look of horror on his face as he sees the stump reaching just below his shoulder. Yeah, those injuries plus your quirk being all spent, sorry but you're retired, and that's my professional opinion. I couldn't even risk regenerating your arm because your body probably can't sustain the same mass as before, Horizon says bluntly, almost making Yagi wish someone else delivered the news. Yagi just lays in bed for a few minutes processing this, trying to wrap his mind around life without being a pro hero. Deciding to put those thoughts aside for now, as he'd need a lot more time to figure himself out, he gets all the answers he can out of Horizon. Did we capture any other villains? Nope, just All for One, all the others got warped away. The civilians? The cops evacuated people really quickly but, not everyone got out in time. Yagi feels his heart drop, suddenly the weight of his own injuries was dwarfed by the harm he brought to those people. Horizon could easily read this reaction, Yagi's emotions clearly painted on his face, and he simply rolls his eyes. Annoyingly heroic, no surprise, I guess that's what I should have expected from him. I need to make an apology to those who got hurt, Yagi says, and Horizon immediately sits up. Bad idea, you should definitely not be in the spotlight, at all, at least not where the press can ask you questions. Yagi gives him a confused look, why not, what happened? Well, All for One was broadcasting the entire fight, everything you guys said. About the past, about Nana Shimura, about Shigaraki, and some papers got leaked connecting the dots. You should talk to Nisa before doing anything. Yagi was brought to tears by that. And as he quietly laid in bed shedding tears for his master, for her now damaged reputation after all she sacrificed to help people. After she gave up everything she loved for them, and now from the sounds of it, the public would forever despise her for it. Horizon just sat there and looked at him in disgust as he cried and wallowed. Thankfully his visor hid his face from Yagi. I guess I won't be getting any answers about One for All tonight. I'll talk to them later back at UA about that. As Yagi is wallowing in his sadness, Horizon responds to a few messages from Nizu, organizing transport for him and Yagi back to UA later. As he's messaging Nizu, Horizon tunes out Yagi's whining as best he can, until he's addressed directly. Horizon, Yagi says in a desperate and hoarse voice, looking at his doctor through blurry eyes. Horizon sighs loudly and turns to Yagi, seeing the absolutely broken hero, a broken man, and gives him no sympathy. Yeah. I need your help to make things right with my master. The dead lady. What are you even talking about? You know I can't resurrect people, right? Tamura Shigaraki, Tenko Shimura, can you help me with him? If you think I'm the kind of person to talk to villains about feelings, you've got the wrong guy. I know that, Yagi says. But the sooner he's captured the better, that's all I want. I don't want my master's legacy to be the pain he's out there causing, at least no more than it already is. He should be asking Deku to do this shit since he's his successor, Horizon thinks. But I guess it makes sense to ask me if he wants actual results. So you want me to go out of my way to deal with the League of Villains to capture their leader? When Shigaraki is in Tartarus, then maybe I can talk to him about why my master had to make the sacrifices she made. Let him know about all the people she saved, Yagi says. Good luck with that, Horizon says. But I'm still just operating in Tokyo, and the League has been spotted all over Japan. Hurting people, and you're one of the most equipped to stop them, Yagi says. After all the boasting Nizu's done about you, I'm sure you could do it. Sounds like you want to open a contract, is that it? Horizon asks, smelling blood in the water. Huh, what? But you'd be helping people, is that not enough? Yagi asks. He was genuinely surprised that simply saving people wouldn't be enough motivation for who is most likely the future symbol of peace. The League of Villains isn't in my plans, at least not in terms of going out of my way to hunt them down. I see, he simply doesn't want to deviate from his plan, Yagi thinks. But if Nizu brought him into UA, he must have the desire to be a hero, to save and protect people. His interview with Chitose proved as much. Maybe he just needs more time to be open about his desire to help people. All right, Yagi says. What will it cost? An endorsement, Horizon says. My hero career is off to a great start, but if it's revealed that All Might, the great and powerful symbol of peace, had me treating him for a year before I even entered UA, well, that would help out a lot. You want me to tell people about my injury and about you treating it when we met? They already somewhat know about it since All for One called me your doctor and mentioned it, you'd just be confirming it. Yagi goes silent for a while, considering the pros and cons of this. He'd spent so long hiding his weakened state from the world, but now the secret was already out. It was nothing to reveal what people already know and a chance to set the record straight for Nana and Shigaraki, right? All right, Yagi says. But the entire League of Villains, Vanguard Action Squad, as well as Shigaraki and Kurogiri. Yagi actually forces his right hand to move so he can extend the bandaged limb for a weak handshake, unable to even close his fingers. Horizon nods and touches his hand. He intended to lock them all up before going pro anyway. It would secure his spot in at least the top 5 upon getting a full license. Horizon touches his hand then pushes it back down. Put your hand down before you break something, and yeah, I'll have it done before I graduate, he says while Yagi thankfully puts his hand down. That's a lot faster than I thought. Can you really find them all that quickly? It'll be difficult with Kurogiri in the mix, but I need to find Shigaraki before that long at the very least. Why is that? Yagi asks. Because you want to talk to him, and honestly, even with the schedule and diet I'll have you on, I doubt you'll live much past my graduation. End chapter.